From a regular game grinder to a super player with an SS-level talent, Zhou Ming decided to carve out his own unconventional path in this virtual game with 100 realism. Bricklaying is out of the question. I don't want to live a mundane life anymore. From now on, even if I die of thirst or hunger, even if I have to jump off from here, I, Zhou, will not follow the ordinary path. Zhou Ming looked at the gaming helmet on the table, his eyes shining with determination. So this time, I've decided to become a thief and steal my own piece of the sky. The virtual game, known as Divine Revelation, was jointly developed and operated by various countries, claiming 100 realism. Zhou Ming was once a professional gold farmer, but couldn't stand the constraints of a regular job, preferring to be a game grinder. However, once gaming became work, even his favorite pastime lost its joy. At 7:59 p.m., Zhou Ming lay on his bed and put on the equipment. At exactly 8 o'clock, his consciousness traveled through a mysterious tunnel, and in an instant, he found himself in a golden hall. Soft red carpets, majestic golden pillars, and holy music filled the air, making everything feel incredibly real. While creating his character, Zhou Ming deliberately made his game avatar slightly mischievous yet handsome, naming him Never Working Zhou. Instantly, a sacred magic circle appeared above the hall, with countless brilliant runes shining and light particles falling around him. In the game's settings, talents are divided into 9 levels: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The types include attack, defense, speed, support, and trait. Players can choose either Designated Awakening, which caps its level, or Random Awakening, which is entirely luck-based. Without hesitation, Zhou Ming chose Random Awakening. As the magic circle accelerated and a holy light descended, a system prompt sounded. Congratulations, you have awakened an SS-level trait Talent Infinite Potential. Checking the talent interface, the effect was astonishing. You could designate 10 active skills to have unlimited growth potential, with no upper limit on skill levels. Each level up has a 20 chance to trigger a mutation for additional benefits. Even more, every 5 levels gained would add a new slot for an infinite growth skill. In the hall, Zhou Ming's lips curled into a twisted smile. He couldn't wait to test out this talent's effects. It's truly exciting. Zhou Ming's talent awakening was complete, and it was time to choose a profession. He had grown tired of the grind of leveling up, fighting monsters, and trading loot for cash. The mere thought of battling creatures made him feel nauseous. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to enjoy the game for its pure fun, so he chose a profession he always liked, but rarely explored: rogue. Congratulations, you have become a rogue, the system announced, filling Zhou Ming with excitement. He gained initial rogue skills: short blade mastery, leather armor expertise, stealth, and steel. Additionally, he received a profession trait: the mystery of strength and speed. This trait allowed his attack power to increase by 1 point for every 10 points of agility. Short blade mastery enabled him to proficiently wield weapons like daggers, short swords, and knives without any awkwardness. Leather armor expertise made him feel incredibly agile while wearing leather armor. The stealth skill allowed him to enter a stealth mode using superior concealment techniques for 10 seconds, increasing his movement speed by 10. However, he would become visible if he attacked or was attacked. It consumed 40 mana points and had a cooldown of 40 seconds, actual cooldown of 20 seconds. The steal skill could be used on a target with a 1 chance to steal a random non-bound item, consuming 20 mana points with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Zhou Ming decided to allocate 2 of his 10 skill slots to the steal and stealth skills, aiming for unlimited growth. Normally, the level cap for first-tier active skills was level 3, but his choice would allow these skills to surpass their original limits. He eagerly imagined how these skills would evolve with unlimited growth. With that, Zhou Ming's game character was fully established. The player information was as follows. Profession: rogue. Level 0. Health: 100. Mana: 100. Attack power: 11. Spell power: 10. Physical defense: 10. Magic defense: 10. Movement speed: 10. Accuracy: 5. Evasion: 2. Constitution: 10. Strength: 10. Intelligence: 10. Endurance: 10. Agility: 10. Spirit: 10. Talent: Infinite Potential SSS. Profession trait: the mystery of strength and speed. Skills: short blade mastery, leather armor expertise, steel tier 1 LV1, stealth tier 1 LV1. On this character panel, strength corresponded to attack power, intelligence to spell power and mana, constitution to health, endurance to both defenses, and agility influenced speed, accuracy, and evasion. Spirit, as a special attribute, affected mana regeneration and some skill effects. Zhou Ming's character stats seemed ordinary, but he didn't mind. Having an SS-level talent was more than enough for him. He chose to enter the game. A teleportation circle appeared beneath Zhou Ming's feet, and his figure began to gradually vanish. After a dizzying moment, he regained his senses and found himself in a massive plaza. A voice in his ear informed him that he had arrived in Maple Leaf Town. This was a quaint town with Western-style architecture, and the buildings around the plaza were particularly exquisite. At this moment, flashes of white light appeared as players from the Dragon Kingdom arrived one after another. Wow, is this really a game? It's so realistic. Zhou Ming exclaimed in amazement. As he looked around, his eyes were drawn to a beautiful NPC, and he couldn't help but feel intrigued. No wonder it's so popular. The realism is incredible. The game pod I sold a kidney for was worth it. The players arriving in Maple Leaf Town were full of praise, looking around curiously. Some quick-thinking players began to form teams and strategize. Brothers of the Sky Guild, gather here. Someone shouted. Any brothers from the domineering guild born here? Come to me, and I'll lead you to glory. Zhou Ming wasn't interested in this and squeezed out of the crowd. He noticed people moving towards the west side of the plaza and followed them to find a large notice board. It read, "Welcome, adventurers from another world." Signed by Mayor Slater. Below the greeting, there were various beginner tasks listed, divided into unlimited and limited attempts. The first task was the simplest unlimited type, protecting the peace of Maple Leaf Town by eliminating 30 monsters wandering outside the town. The limited tasks had level requirements and other conditions, meaning first come, first served. Whoever advanced fastest could claim the tasks. Another tempting grind fest. My liver is already aching. Zhou Ming shook his head, deciding to play his own way. He wanted to hone his stealing skills, thinking, why chase tasks when he could just take what he wanted? As he was about to leave, he noticed a task at the bottom of the board with no level requirement, which was rare. Curious, he read further and found the task was about unusual occurrences at Solitary Wind Cliff. The description mentioned strange lights flashing atop the cliff, and Mayor Slater hoped for a brave soul to investigate, promising a generous reward, 100 gold coins and a silver grade set. Notably, there was no limit on how many could accept this task, but each person could only do it once. Wow, the last task has no level requirement, and it's personally issued by the mayor. Completing it would surely boost favor with him. What an opportunity, guys, hurry up and accept it. Zhou Ming thought to himself and quickly accepted the task, joining the crowd heading outside the town. Brothers of the Domineering Guild, hurry and investigate Solitary Wind Cliff. Someone commanded. The thief group from the Sky Guild also swiftly moved toward the cliff, while other players busied themselves with leveling up. For a moment, Solitary Wind Cliff became the focus of all players. Zhou Ming watched with a smile, not following the herd. He understood that with such a rich reward, the task wouldn't be simple. He decided to practice his skills and observe the situation unfold. Outside the town, various monsters roamed: aggressive goblins, ravenous wolves, and the fierce Quinn. No, it should be Brother Chicken. Their initial stats were higher than the players, making leveling up a challenge that required teamwork. Zhou Ming quickly spotted a monster called the Flower-tailed Chicken and charged toward it, activating his steal skill. He lunged forward, his right hand lightly touching the chicken's colorful tail. Unfortunately, the limitations of this first-level skill were significant. Not only was the success rate low, but he also had to make contact with the target to activate it. As a result, the attempt failed, but he gained skill proficiency, increasing from 1 to 10. Zhou Ming marveled at the effect of unlimited growth. By this calculation, using the skill 9 more times would level steal up from LV1 to LV2. In the game, Divine Revelation, active skills required use to increase proficiency. Each use added 1 point. However, the steal skill was unique, granting 1 point for failure and 2 for success. At that moment, the teased flower-tailed chicken turned to peck at him. Zhou Ming quickly activated stealth, entering invisibility, and the chicken lost its target. Thanks to his unlimited potential, the cooldown time for specified skills was reduced by 50 and energy consumption by 80. Thus, when the stealth ended, he could use the steal skill again. Zhou Ming attempted it once more and failed again. What are you doing? Ouch. For a moment, Zhou Ming thought he heard Brother Chicken protesting. The flower-tailed chicken, twice provoked, launched a furious attack. Zhou Ming dodged with all his might, but was hit twice, feeling helpless at the high damage from a level 1 monster. He had no choice but to keep fleeing. Nearby, a team of players laughed heartily and rushed in to surround the chicken, initiating a righteous group assault. Zhou Ming could only accept it. Although there were many monsters outside the town, there were even more players, and competition for monsters was common. He didn't complain, as he had planned to run away anyway. I need to find weaker monsters to train my skills, or I'll have to join a team. This game is quite unfriendly to players early on. Zhou Ming looked around, observing his surroundings. Sure enough, he noticed something unusual. To the west of the town gate, in front of a small grove, a group of female players was leisurely leveling up, a stark contrast to the bustling scene near the town. Zhou Ming's curiosity was piqued, and he stealthily approached. Upon reaching the grove, he found only female players there. Not far away, 3 girls were clumsily handling a cute-looking monster. Zhou Ming observed the monster they were attacking, noting it was a regular monster with 200 health, 12 attack power, and a skill called Jump Impact. It was described as a gentle creature that wouldn't retaliate unless its life was threatened. The experience gained from killing it was minimal, making it an unsuitable target for leveling. An idea struck Zhou Ming: if it only retaliated under life threat, then merely stealing without attacking wouldn't provoke it, right? With this thought, Zhou Ming felt he had found the right target. Buddy, are you really planning to target the bouncy rabbits? Zhou Ming's invisibility effect had worn off, and a passing solo player noticed him. Surprised, the player said, "Don't bother with that. It's a trap. After killing it, you only get a bit of experience, and you need to defeat several to make any real progress. There's nothing worth looting." Zhou Ming chuckled and replied, "No worries. I like to take the road less traveled." With that, he approached the bouncing bunny. "How can anyone harm such a cute bunny?" he murmured softly, then cast a stealing skill, thinking he should be gentle and affectionate. His right hand lightly brushed over the back of a bouncing bunny that was busy munching on grass. The theft attempt failed, but he gained 10 skill proficiency points. The bunny twitched but didn't look back, and after a moment, continued eating. "Good bunny, love you lots." Zhou Ming was overjoyed at the sight. From there, things got simpler. Zhou Ming continued to use his stealth and stealing skills repeatedly. The bouncing bunnies were extremely docile creatures that ignored him unless attacked. With a reduction of 80 in skill costs, Zhou Ming only needed 8 mana points to cast stealth and 4 for stealing. As a level 1 player, as long as he wasn't attacked, he could sit and meditate to fully restore his status in 2 to 3 minutes. Thus, Zhou Ming didn't have to worry much about mana consumption and could focus on honing his skills in this little nook. Stealth succeeded, earning him 10 skill proficiency points. Theft failed, netting him another 10 points. The stealing skill leveled up to LV2. In less than a minute, it leveled up again, increasing the success rate to 2. Soon after, stealth leveled up too, extending his invisibility time by 2 seconds. Zhou Ming was getting lost in the thrill of skill training, thoroughly enjoying himself. "Wow, man, you're really having a tough time, huh? Why not join our team? We're all solo players, no discrimination, and it's better than grinding with the bouncing bunnies." More players around him were starting to reach level 1 and noticed Zhou Ming training alone at the edge of the small forest. Zhou Ming just smiled at their mockery or offers of kindness, not bothered in the slightest. On average, he was gaining 60 points of stealing skill proficiency per minute. Of course, that was the theoretical speed. It was actually a bit slower due to the time needed to recover. Plus, there were unexpected situations. Theft succeeded, and he stole a basic mana potion 1 from a bouncing bunny, gaining 20 skill proficiency points. The unexpected situation was that as the skill level increased and was used more, sometimes his luck would spike, and he would successfully obtain an item. Successful thefts would anger the usually docile bouncing bunnies, causing them to stop eating and turn towards Zhou Ming. Naturally, he couldn't be bothered with them and would just activate stealth to make them lose track of him. Over time, successful thefts became more frequent, though he mostly got small junk items. Time passed slowly, and half an hour later, players around him occasionally leveled up, glowing with the holy light of advancement. Many had reached level 1, and a few were already at level 3, moving away from the town's vicinity. Zhou Ming's stealing skill had surpassed the first-tier skill level limit, reaching LV5. Training skills wasn't as tiring as fighting monsters, but it was getting a bit monotonous over time. Zhou Ming's mind began to wander, and he felt the urge to stir up some trouble, wanted to make something happen. He decided to hold off a bit longer, aiming to reach LV6 and stealing before making a move. He suppressed his restlessness and continued practicing his skills. With nothing else to do, he opened the regional chat channel to see what players in Maple Leaf Town were chatting about, gathering information in the process. Reports came in. The location of Lone Wind Mountain had been found. Bad news. The president of the dominating guild, Baki Wushuang, led a group of level 3 elites into the mountain, so the quest rewards might be out of reach for us solo players. Good news. Baki Wushuang and his team were wiped out by the mountain monsters. Bad news. The dominating guild and Skyflying guild joined forces to attack Lone Wind Mountain. Congratulations, everyone. Even with their combined efforts, they couldn't reach the summit of Lone Wind Cliff, so we still have a chance. Damn, those bastards from Dominating and Skyflying are blocking the mountain path, not letting anyone near. Unbelievable. Reading the chat, Zhou Ming was surprised by the chaos and intrigue. That task was indeed tricky, and he was glad he hadn't joined in, avoiding a waste of time. Seeing that no one had yet completed the strange quest, he felt somewhat relieved. His hands didn't slow down. He continued to practice his skills zealously. After another 10 minutes, stealth reached LV3, triggering an infinite growth mutation effect, and the skill mutated. Stealing reached LV6, also triggering an infinite growth mutation effect, and the skill mutated. Suddenly, 2 notifications sounded in succession, causing Zhou Ming to pause momentarily before he burst into excitement. Zhou Ming was filled with anticipation as 2 of his skills simultaneously triggered a mutation upgrade. He quickly opened the skill panel to check. The stealth skill was now at Tier 1, level 30300, with the following effects. Effect 1. Enter a stealth state using advanced concealment techniques, lasting 16 seconds. during which he becomes invisible and his movement speed increases by 16. However, attacking or being attacked will break the stealth. Effect 2. The damage of his first attack out of stealth is increased by 100. It consumes 40 mana and has a cooldown of 40 seconds, effectively reduced to 20 seconds. Next was the stealing skill, at tier 1, level 60600. It had a 12 chance to steal a random item from the target, though bound items couldn't be taken. It consumes 20 mana and has a cooldown of 20 seconds. Zhou Ming was delighted to see the stealing chance had increased from 6 to 12, a clear result of the skill mutation. Feeling satisfied, he decided to test these effects in the field. Zhou Ming exhaled deeply, his eyes shining with excitement. After practicing his skills for over half an hour, he was no longer interested in ordinary monsters and wanted to challenge elite monsters or even boss-level enemies. He left the area of the bouncy bunnies and headed towards the vast wilderness outside the town. Hey, little bro, have you finally come around? Nearby solo players joked, but Zhou Ming just shook his head helplessly. While practicing his skills, he noticed some players in the chat had dubbed him with an odd nickname. He didn't mind and thought to himself, you'll soon see what I'm capable of. As he moved further from Maple Leaf Town, the monster levels increased from level 1 to 2, and then 3. Zhou Ming tried to avoid low-level monsters and did not attack unless necessary, using his stealth skill to evade them. With his stealth skill now at level 3, low-level monsters couldn't detect him at all. 20 minutes later, he entered the Maple Leaf Forest, where the map indicated the monsters were around level 5. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of a heated argument ahead, followed by the flashing lights of skills. Zhou Ming's eyes gleamed with interest as he quietly approached. He discovered a group of players with the prefix domineering attacking a team of solo players. Soon, the solo players were either killed or fled, leaving only the members of the domineering guild. You didn't think about your status and strength before daring to challenge us, the domineering guild? One player boasted arrogantly. Under the command of a sly young man named Ba Dao Xiaoyin Chong, the members of the Ba Dao guild all turned to focus their attacks on a strong black leopard. Zhou Ming hid at a distance, unnoticed by the Ba Dao members. He concentrated on the besieged leopard, thinking to himself, this black iron level boss has a health of 18,455 out of 30,000 and an attack power of 200. Its skills include Shadow Assault, Cheetah Charge, Frenzied Bite, and Double Strike. Zhou Ming felt a twinge of concern, thinking, a level 5 mini-boss with such high health and 200 attack power getting hit by it would be disastrous. However, with the guild members battling the boss, it was as if they were doing him a huge favor. Zhou Ming crouched under a tree, using the surrounding foliage for cover, and pondered his plan. Many games have similar mechanics, where probability-based skills have a higher success rate when the target is weaker. His theft skill was no different. If these people could weaken the Shadow Leopard to low health, his chances of successfully stealing from it would greatly increase. As for possible retaliation afterward, he didn't care. Playing games was all about doing as he pleased and enjoying the thrill. After a while, the fight between Ba Dao's members and the boss reached a fever pitch. It must be said that members of a large guild indeed had skills. There were 27 of them, all at level 3, each equipped with at least 1 or 2 decent pieces of gear. The core members, including Ba Dao Xiaoyin Chong, were even at level 4. Under his command, the warriors and shield bearers divided into 2 groups, taking turns to use skills to tank and draw aggro, forming a defensive line that prevented the boss from reaching the backline. The swordsmen and thieves seized opportunities to attack, while archers and mages provided ranged support, and priests continuously shielded and defended the front line. Miss. Damage numbers kept popping up over the Shadow Leopard boss's head. Although each damage number wasn't high, the low-level boss's healing speed in battle was also slow. The Ba Dao members adopted a strategy of wearing down its health, steadily reducing the boss's hit points. As time passed, Zhou Ming thought to himself, these guys are quite competent, I should get ready to act. He noticed that the Shadow Leopard's health had entered a critical phase, and feeling a surge of excitement, he prepared to make his move. His stealth skill could last for 16 seconds, and the actual cooldown of his theft skill was only 10 seconds, reduced by 50. So in stealth mode, he could attempt theft twice, provided he got close enough and didn't activate stealth too far from the boss, which would waste precious time. Fortunately, at this moment, the Ba Dao members' attention was entirely on the boss, allowing Zhou Ming to approach unnoticed. Stealth. Zhou Ming activated his stealth skill before getting too close to Ba Dao's members and brazenly ran past them from the flank. The Shadow Leopard, amidst the fierce battle, seemed to sense another enemy approaching, but the surrounding attacks left it no time to react. Zhou Ming quickly closed in from behind the leopard, silently chanting, theft. But it failed. He retreated several steps, acknowledging that a 12 chance was still low against a boss, especially given the level difference and the boss's black iron status. No worries, I have one more chance. At this point, the Shadow Leopard had 3 health left, and the Ba Dao members would still need some effort to kill it. Since theft wasn't considered a true attack, it wouldn't break Zhou Ming's stealth. 10 seconds passed swiftly. Zhou Ming advanced again, extending his hand with precision. Theft. This time he succeeded. He gained 20 skill proficiency and acquired a hidden item, Shadow Blade 1. Success. Zhou Ming was overjoyed. With only a few seconds of invisibility left, he quickly retreated and opened his backpack. A sharp black dagger caught his eye, and its attributes made him ecstatic. Shadow Blade type, dagger tier, bronze level, with an attack power of 140. It also had an additional effect of increasing the duration of any invisibility effect by 30. Even more exciting was its additional skill, Shadow Kill, which allowed him to re-enter invisibility for 8 seconds after attacking and killing a target while invisible, and this could be repeatedly stacked. Zhou Ming was thrilled to discover that this weapon was an exceptional starter weapon. Normally, a black iron level boss wouldn't drop bronze level equipment, but the game's first kill mechanism allowed for items above the boss's tier to drop. He speculated that this little gem of a weapon was hidden loot meant for a first kill, and he had unexpectedly obtained it. He immediately equipped the Shadow Blade, which extended his invisibility by 4 seconds due to the weapon's additional effect. At this moment, the Shadow Leopard boss was on its last legs. Zhou Ming thought to himself, "Hold off, let me finish it off. The one who lands the killing blow gets 30 of the experience, ha." At that moment, Ba Dao Xiaoyinxiang spoke up, and the others immediately held back. Xiaoyinxiang, wielding a rusty giant axe, charged at the boss. What a perfect opportunity. Seeing this, Zhou Ming quickly rushed from behind the Shadow Leopard. Being already close, and with a 16 speed boost in stealth mode, Zhou Ming reached the boss faster than Xiaoyinxiang. Yinxiang is going to have a great time with this. Even if it's not the first kill of the Black Iron boss, there should still be some special rewards, right? Remarked one of the envious members of Ba Dao, standing behind Xiaoyinxiang. Hearing this, Xiaoyinxiang felt pleased, thinking that ever since he joined his leader, he had been gaining more prestige. With everyone watching, Xiaoyinxiang raised his axe high and unleashed a warrior's heavy slash skill towards the nearly defeated Shadow Leopard boss. At that moment, Zhou Ming struck swiftly, the black blade silently piercing the Shadow Leopard's body, triggering the stealth-breaking strike effect and dealing massive damage. The Shadow Leopard boss was instantly killed. You participated in killing the Black Iron level boss. Mutated Shadow Leopard LV5 landed the final blow, gaining 1500 experience points and 100 prestige. You completed a boss first kill, receiving a special reward of 2 free attribute points. The Shadow Kill skill took effect, and Zhou Ming re-entered invisibility, the dagger briefly appearing before vanishing mysteriously as the Shadow Leopard fell lifeless. At this point, Xiaoyinxiang's attack finally landed, but the Shadow Leopard had already died. Everyone was stunned, seemingly witnessing a mysterious weapon. Immediately, that weapon vanished, along with the boss's loot. What happened? Ba Dao Xiaoyinxiang was dumbfounded, angrily asking, "Where's my boss? Did someone steal such a big boss from me? Who did it?" His blood pressure soared. Being an experienced gamer, once his anger subsided, he quickly figured everything out. A rogue must have taken advantage of the chaos and stole the boss. Ranged attackers, cover the area with attacks. Don't let him escape. Who dares to challenge us? Brothers, get him. Boom. Boom. The mages and archers of the Ba Dao Guild began attacking the area around where the Shadow Leopard had fallen. Zhou Ming smirked coldly while in stealth mode, choosing to do the unexpected by blending into the crowd of the overbearing guild members after succeeding in his task. They would never suspect an attack from one of their own. Swiftly, he dashed towards the forest behind the group as his invisibility was about to wear off, diving into the foliage. He cursed silently to himself. Who the hell is plotting against me? If you have the guts, show yourself. Xiaoyinxiang was filled with confusion and anger, thinking that if it were a rogue, they should have become visible after attacking. Why was there no sign of anyone? Could this game really be haunted? Yinxiang, that person can't be far. Let's split up and search. We will find him, one of his subordinates suggested. Yes, split up and search. If you find anyone, I don't care who they are, take them down. Xiaoyinxiang, clearly losing his grip on reason, commanded. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the other side of the forest as another group emerged. Brothers, these are the bastards who stole our boss. Do they think they can bully us solo players? From now on, let's unite and take them out. It turned out that the previously wiped out solo players had rallied more allies and returned for revenge. Useless fools, I don't have time to play with you right now, get lost. Xiaoyinxiang, still fuming, didn't want to deal with them, but the opposition was not backing down. Scumbag, are you scared now? Brothers, attack. Don't let them get away. The solo players launched their assault, and the maple leaf forest erupted with the sounds of battle, chaos reigning. Interesting, I think I'll join in too. Zhou Ming, initially planning to leave, changed his mind due to the unexpected turn of events. He quickly checked the boss's loot, finding 2 gold coins, a piece of equipment, and several basic potions in his inventory. Including the first kill reward, the boss's drops were quite underwhelming, prompting Zhou Ming to think, the drop rate in this game is really something. The other piece of equipment was Shadow Boots, Iron Grade, with 25 movement speed, requiring level 5. Although he couldn't use them yet, having killed the Shadow Leopard boss and taking a large share of the Overbearing Guild's experience points, he had already leveled up to 3. In the game of Divine Revelation, each level up grants 1 to Strength, Constitution, Endurance, and other attributes, along with 5 free attribute points, and an additional 100 health and mana points. Zhou Ming allocated all 17 of his free attribute points to agility. His current attribute panel was as follows. Player, Zhou Someone. Class, Rogue. Level, 3. Health, 430. Mana, 430. Attack power, 156. Spell power, 13. Physical defense, 13. Magic defense, 13. Movement speed, 30. Accuracy, 152. Agility, 65. 1. Accuracy of 8. Constitution, 13. Strength, 13. Intelligence, 13. Endurance, 13. Spirit, 30. Zhou Ming peered through the concealing branches at the chaotic battle, a devilish smile playing on his lips. Calling me a coward? Today I'll teach you that running your mouth has consequences. Activating his stealth skill, his figure vanished instantly. With the Shadow Blade weapons enhancement, his stealth duration extended to 20 seconds, allowing him to slip easily into the battlefield, targeting the weakened Overbearing Guild players. Steal. Fail. Kill. With a swift slash, a concealed strike was triggered, dealing double damage. The attacked Overbearing Guild player only saw a flash of the blade before turning into white light, dying without understanding why. Zhou Ming vanished again. He was like an invisible reaper, continually harvesting lives. He was completely unconcerned that they might discover his identity because, typically, even if a killer hides their ID, the victim can still learn who killed them. However, in Zhou Ming's case, killing while in stealth meant his identity remained concealed, thanks to the stealth skill's inherent trait. You have been attacked by an unknown enemy and have died. With cries of agony, the priests and mages of the Overbearing Guild fell one after another, caught off guard. Brother Silver Spear, the brothers say someone is attacking us invisibly. Upon receiving this message from his subordinates, the Silver Spear tyrant was furious, clenching his teeth, thinking, damn, it must be that guy who stole my boss. Unbeknownst to him, the mastermind, Zhou Ming, had already quietly approached him from behind. Before attempting the theft, Zhou Ming thought to himself that if his steal skill was not on cooldown, he would definitely give it a try. The chances of success were slim, but this time, he heard a satisfying notification. Steal successful, gained 20 skill proficiency. Acquired leopard print jacket 1. Amused, Zhou Ming thought. Serves you right for being so arrogant. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, the Silver Spear, engaged in battle, suddenly felt a chill and was startled. What the heck? Where's my sexy leopard print coat? Did someone steal it? He froze, overwhelmed with anger, wishing he could immediately find the thief, cursing through gritted teeth. Bastard, don't let me find out who you are, or I'll get you. Meanwhile, the scattered players attacking the Silver Spear were puzzled, wondering what had gotten into him. They only saw him suddenly take off his shirt mid-fight, as if giving up, and his attack speed increased as a result. Zhou Ming's interference caused heavy casualties among the Overbearing Guild's mages and priests, tipping the battle in the attacker's favor. At this point, the Silver Spear was frantic, his actions becoming erratic, and he was quickly reduced to critical health. At that moment, a black dagger silently pierced the Silver Spear's back. Zhou Ming took the opportunity to ambush and deliver a lethal blow. With his mission accomplished, he ignored the surrounding chaos and swiftly withdrew. Looks like I was too optimistic, he thought. I need to keep practicing my skills. It would be great to trigger a mutation or two. Otherwise, it's not very effective. In the forest, Zhou Ming reappeared, contemplating as he walked. Judging by the rate at which his steal skill proficiency was increasing, it shouldn't take long. Now that his level had risen, his success rate in stealing from bouncing rabbits had also improved, earning him 20 proficiency points per successful attempt. After all, leveling up the steal skill to LV6 only required 600 proficiency points. Determined, he walked out of the forest, opening his inventory to check the equipment he had stolen from the Silver Spear. The leopard print jacket, black iron grade, attributes, health 100, required level LV3, offered decent defense. Zhou Ming equipped it, feeling pleased. Now, even bouncing rabbits can't harm me, making it easier to train my skills. Meanwhile, more and more players were flooding into the forest. The outer area of Maple Forest was mainly inhabited by level 5 monsters, and players, upon reaching level 3, could easily take them down in groups. Although killing higher level monsters was a challenge, it increased the drop rate. So many players teamed up to level up. Zhou Ming remained indifferent, moving discreetly. He chuckled inwardly. You useless bunch, you still can't take down that elite monster. Miss Sword Dance, the last hit must be mine. As Zhou Ming emerged from the Maple Forest, he stumbled upon a group of 10 people engaged in a battle with a level 5 tree spirit elite monster. He was intrigued, standing just 10 meters away. At that moment, a woman in the group launched an attack skill and then quickly retreated, leaving the tank to draw the monster's attention. Her eyes met Zhou Ming's, and she snapped. What are you staring at? Some loser trying to steal our kill. This swordswoman, named Huahua Jinwu, was quite attractive but clearly displeased. Having always been under her sister's protection, she had decided to prove herself independently, but things weren't going as planned, and she took her frustration out on Zhou Ming, ready to lash out at any moment. Zhou Ming smiled slightly, raised his hands in a harmless gesture, and turned to leave. However, as he did, a priest from the Huahua Guild glared at him. Zhou Ming, in that instant, flashed a wicked smile, thinking, little girl, so arrogant, huh? Think the world revolves around you. Unwilling to just walk away, he pretended to leave, then stealthily returned, hiding behind bushes and maple trees, waiting patiently for the right moment. He observed the elite monster's health, calculating his moves. Suddenly, a regional announcement appeared. Domineering little silver spear, you sneaky coward, you're on our guild's hit list. Pray I don't find out who you are. Zhou Ming chuckled, unfazed. Players in and around Maple Town buzzed with chatter, their chat channels abuzz. Someone remarked, isn't domineering little silver spear usually so arrogant? Got taken down now, huh? Another player added, heard they were wiped out by a bunch of independent players. Then another message popped up. Green Mountain still stands. You sore losers, can't handle defeat? I led the charge against you. Who's the coward now? Think I'm as shameless as you. Green Mountain still stands was an independent player who had turned the tables on Little Silver Spear after being bullied. Seeing Little Silver Spear accuse them of cowardice, he shot back. Little Silver Spear retorted angrily. Green Mountain still stands. Who do you think you are? If it wasn't for that sneaky guy interfering, I wouldn't have lost to you. The two sides began to hurl insults, and the onlookers were increasingly entertained, gradually piecing together the story. It turned out that during a previous battle, a mysterious individual had used stealth skills to ambush members of the domineering guild, leading to their defeat. Now, people suspected Little Silver Spear was making excuses, inventing a phantom to cover his loss, while some disgruntled players seized the opportunity to mock the domineering guild. Little Silver Spear burned with anger, desperate to find the stealthy attacker and exact revenge. Zhou Ming watched quietly from the sidelines, secretly pleased, ready to make his move at the right moment. The members of the dominant guild and Qingshan Egyo were locked in a heated argument. Zhou Ming watched for a while, but soon lost interest and decided to focus on the battle at hand. He realized that the elite monster's health was nearly depleted, which prompted him to take action. Stealth. His figure vanished instantly, silently closing in on the elite monster. Miss Sword Dance. The monster's health is low, he whispered. Great, everyone fall back. Fireworks Sword Dance, oblivious to anything amiss, eagerly stepped forward, gripping her rusty iron sword to strike the monster. However, just then, a flash of black light appeared, and Zhou Ming's shadow blade pierced the monster first. The elite monster let out a cry and died instantly. You participated in defeating the Maple Tree Spirit LV5 elite monster, gaining 400 experience points and 20 reputation. Zhou Ming's decisive strike triggered the shadow blade effect, allowing him to vanish again. He quickly picked up the dropped items in one smooth motion. What happened? Fireworks Sword Dance swung her sword, only to find the monster already down before her strike landed. She was momentarily stunned. Could it be that she had an innate talent, mastering sword energy, so that the monster was slain before her attack even landed? This absurd thought quickly passed, as she realized someone had snatched the kill. What? There's no one. No, I definitely saw a flash of black light. Someone really stole the kill. The people around Sword Dance were both shocked and angry. Isn't stealth supposed to break when attacking? Why can't we see who stole the kill? They speculated, creating a moment of chaos. Is there a cheat in this game? Someone's cheating, report it, someone shouted. How can we report if we don't know who's cheating? Report a ghost. Others replied helplessly. Seeing this, Fireworks Sword Dance flew into a rage and slapped a guild member in anger. Useless bunch. There's no way there's a cheat in this game. That person must have used some special method. These people were employees of her family business, now becoming the targets of her wrath. Zhou Ming initially planned to leave quietly, but seeing Sword Dance's arrogant behavior, he was tempted to stay. As a swordsman, Sword Dance had inevitably taken damage while fighting the tree spirit, and now had less than a third of her health left. Zhou Ming didn't hold back, aimed at her back, and stabbed forcefully. Got you. Sword Dance, in the midst of venting her anger, was suddenly attacked. Her chest throbbed with pain as she turned into white light and disappeared. He's still here. He killed Miss Sword Dance. Attack quickly, don't let him escape. The surrounding members panicked, releasing skills in a chaotic frenzy. Zhou Ming, having accomplished his goal, swiftly fled the scene. Once he confirmed he was safe, he opened his backpack to check his spoils. The drops from the small elite monster were naturally inferior to a boss, consisting of only 15 silver coins, a piece of equipment, and 3 basic mana potions. The equipment was a belt requiring LV5, which Zhou Ming didn't need for now. Honestly, stealing kills like this is kind of fun. The thrill of snatching monsters from others twice in a row was becoming addictive for Zhou Ming. At that moment, a translucent region message appeared. Fireworks sword dance. Who attacked me? Show yourself if you dare. Don't be a coward. This message immediately caught the attention of other players. What's going on? Someone else got attacked. Members of the Fireworks Guild? That's a major guild. Who could be so bold? At this moment, Ba Dao Xiao Yin Chong, who initially didn't want to continue clashing with Qing Shan Yijio, also noticed the announcement. He felt an unexpected sense of agreement with Hua Huojian Wu and quickly posted his own announcement. Ba Dao Xiao Yin Chong, see? I told you there's something fishy about this game, and you didn't believe me. No way. Can someone really kill without being noticed? That's terrifying. Wow, so Xiao Yin Chong wasn't lying. This master is impressive. Even the Ba Dao Guild messed up, and the master couldn't stand it. It proves you can't be too arrogant. Who is this master? Come out and say something. I'm in awe. Players were instantly filled with curiosity about the mysterious figure they had never met, engaging in heated discussions in the chat channel and even developing a sense of reverence. Zhou Ming was fully aware of this and chose not to reveal himself, letting them speculate. The recent events sparked a bold idea in him. He continued to wander nearby, hoping to find more opportunities. The Maple Leaf Forest area is populated by level 3 to 4 monsters, and players reaching level 2 or above can team up to level up there. If they encounter an elite monster, more players might be needed to defeat it. However, facing a boss would likely require the strength of a guild team. Zhou Ming cautiously explored the surroundings, taking quick glances at groups leveling up before pretending to pass by. After some time moving around and monitoring the chat channel of Maple Leaf Town, Zhou Ming gradually understood the town's power dynamics. Currently, 3 well-known guilds dominate Maple Leaf Town: Feitian, Fireworks, and Ba Dao. These guilds were renowned in past online games. Besides them, there are solo players led by Qing Shan Yijio and other small groups. From the tone of players' conversations, it was clear that none of the guilds in Maple Leaf Town were well regarded. Large guilds often oppress solo players and monopolized leveling areas, something Zhou Ming had heard about before, and he had no fondness for guilds, making them his targets. After a quarter of an hour, Zhou Ming found his target. A group of players with the prefix Feitian was attacking a large snake-like elite monster. Business was booming. Zhou Ming smirked mischievously, activated stealth, and boldly approached. However, the scene before him left him stunned. Where's my monster? Someone's stealing it. No doubt. It must be that elusive, mysterious person. How annoying. Catch them. A familiar scene played out again as Zhou Ming struck, vanished, and gracefully retreated, using nearby bushes and dense trees as cover. Brothers, something's happened again. The mysterious master has struck once more, targeting Feitian Guild this time. Damn mysterious person, are you crazy? What did I ever do to you? Soon, the chat channel buzzed with activity again. Zhou Ming's actions continued. Report: Fireworks Guild's elite team had a level 5 mini-boss stolen in Wild Boar Forest. Ba Dao Guild's members had a mutant green bamboo viper elite stolen by the mysterious person in Snake Bamboo Forest. Mysterious person, you're digging your own grave. Everyone, there's something strange in the wild. Be careful when going out. As Zhou Ming's actions unfolded, the leaders of the major guilds got wind of the news and were furious, posting threats in quick succession. In this virtual world, a commanding voice echoed through the skies. I don't know who you are, but I advise you to come forward and apologize. Join the dominant guild. For my sake, the other guilds won't give you a hard time. Blood Rose responded coldly. Dominant, you really have some nerve. This person must die. If they don't come forward in 10 minutes, I'll lead a search near Maple Forest. There's no escape. Flying Prince, not to be outdone, declared, you dare to provoke us? I'll give you one chance. Contact me immediately and hand over everything you stole as compensation. I'll let you join the Flying Guild. Otherwise, there's no place for you in the Revelation game. The leaders of the 3 major guilds spoke up in quick succession, heightening the tension, and players began to discuss the situation heatedly. That mysterious guy sure has some influence, someone marveled, while others angrily remarked. Isn't he too arrogant? Is there no justice? Let's band together to find him. We can definitely track him down. However, a player from above took a different stance. So far, the mysterious guy has only targeted guilds. What's wrong with that? I support him. From now on, he's my idol. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming quietly watched the flashing area announcements and chat messages before him, his face showing no emotion. He completely disregarded the threats from the 3 major guilds. He merely smirked at the admiration from the onlookers, thinking to himself, I'm taking out monsters for myself, not to avenge anyone or to fight for justice. He understood that he didn't target solo players simply because the profit wasn't worth it. If the stakes were high enough, Zhou Ming wouldn't hesitate to strike, regardless of who it was. His ultimate goal was to act freely according to his desires. Having just taken down an elite monster, Zhou Ming quickly fled, ensuring no one was around. He looted vigorously, successfully reaching level 5. His backpack was filled with nearly 2 sets of basic potions, each set containing 20 bottles, all acquired through his exploits. The small mana potions restored 50 mana points each, which was crucial for his upcoming training. Additionally, he had over 20 pieces of equipment and some materials dropped by monsters. Most of the gear was trash, but a few were black iron grade. At this point, most players only had 1 or 2 pieces of basic equipment, while Zhou Ming's backpack held several black iron items, and he wielded a bronze-level weapon. Indeed, plundering was the fastest way to wealth, proving the capitalists right. However, continuing this would be dangerous, so Zhou Ming decided to pause for now. He took stock of his gains and felt quite satisfied, planning to stop for the moment. The guild members had become jittery because of his actions, starting to team up and level up together, with their numbers growing. With more people around, Zhou Ming's actions became risky, as a stray skill could hit him and reveal his identity. At this point, Zhou Ming selected a few pieces of equipment suited to him and prepared to continue his adventure. Zhou Ming's gear was gradually becoming complete. His equipment, including a sturdy wooden waist guard, LV5 beastbone shoulder pads, and LV5 brocade silk pants, all had black iron attributes that enhanced his health, physical defense, and magical defense. After gearing up, he allocated all his upgrade points to agility to improve his performance in the game. As a level 5 thief, Zhou Ming's attribute panel showed 950 health points and 650 mana points, with an attack power of 159, magic power of 15, physical defense of 15, magical defense of 85, movement speed of 67, hit rate of 21, and dodge rate of 8. His constitution, strength, intelligence, endurance, and agility were all at 15, with a spirit level of 42. Although his stats were not yet ideal, he knew he needed to develop further. After closing the panel, Zhou Ming activated stealth and made his way towards Maple Town. His backpack was filled with useless gear that needed to be dealt with, and he could now purchase thief skills at the profession hall. Beneath the towering mountain peaks, the jungle was dense and lush, with the roars of beasts echoing through the wilderness. Suddenly, a thunderous crash accompanied by violent shaking marked the fall of a level 7 black iron boss amidst attacks from numerous players. The surrounding crowd began to collect the dropped loot, led by a burly young man, Ba Dao Guild's leader, Ba Chi Wu Shuang, who coolly ordered all warrior equipment to be handed over to him. Brother Wu Shuang, our guys reported that several teams have been ambushed by a mysterious person. Judging by the locations where he appears, his level shouldn't be high. Should I take a group to drag him out? Ba Dao Zhentu inquired. I'm curious about that guy's stealth abilities, but right now, Goofing Mountain is more important. Let him jump around for a while. Ba Chi Wu Shuang replied coldly, his gaze fixed on the distant peak mentioned in the quest log. At that moment, a dazzling light flickered on the cliff, drawing everyone's attention. Ba Chi Wu Shuang, along with Shui Meigui from the Fireworks Guild and Feitian Xiao Wangzi from the Flying Guild, were all intrigued, though none knew what the mountain concealed. On their first ascent, they discovered that the monsters there were of very high levels, with many at level 7 or 8. Consequently, the 3 groups blocked off the mountain base and chose to level up nearby, waiting for the right moment to make another attempt. Anything from Feitian and Fireworks? Ba Chi Wu Shuang asked. No, just received word that they're also grinding hard, but we're clearly faster, Ba Dao Zhentu replied. Good, spread the word. I want to form a 100-member elite team. Have everyone distribute their gear to fully equip these 100 people. Then we'll storm Goofing Mountain. Ba Chi Wu Shuang's eyes gleamed with battle intent as he looked towards Goofing Mountain. Half an hour later, Maple Town's chat channel erupted. Good news. Good news. Brothers. Ba Dao Guild's 100-member elite team reached Goofing Mountain's midsection, only to be wiped out by a bronze-level boss. Zhou Ming returned to the outskirts of Maple Leaf Town. The plains outside the town gates were bustling with activity, with players coming and going. Despite being called a town, this starting point was far more expansive than a real-life town. Zhou Ming estimated that there were currently at least 50 to 60,000 players in Maple Leaf Town, and the number was steadily increasing. The official website mentioned that players could leave the town for the main city once they reached level 15, and each main city could accommodate at least 1 million players. The relationship between towns and the main city was onetomany, with multiple towns corresponding to one main city. In reality, players from the same region were likely to be assigned to a town under the same main city when entering the game. However, specific details about the main city and game content were not disclosed on the website, leaving players to explore on their own. Based on his previous gaming experience, Zhou Ming would have chosen to level up quickly and reach the main city as soon as possible. However, his perspective had changed. He decided to hone his thieving skills to an extraordinary level before making a move. Along the way, Zhou Ming continuously practiced 2 skills. Whenever he passed by monsters, he would use the steal skill to increase his proficiency. If a monster became enraged, he would activate stealth to make it lose sight of him, then exit stealth mode to reset the cooldown, maximizing his skill proficiency. Currently, his stealth skill had reached level 5, and his steal skill, due to frequent use, was at level 9, though he still had a long way to go to reach his goal. Upon entering the town, Zhou Ming first went to the weapons shop to sell weapons he didn't need. Then, he visited the tailor shop to handle non-weapon gear. Lastly, he stopped by the apothecary to sell materials like hides, bones, special blood, and organs obtained from monsters. The NPC at the apothecary was even more ruthless than real-life capitalists. Zhou Ming looked at the purchase interface, speechless. He had expected to exchange the items in his backpack for dozens of gold coins, but after selling everything, he ended up with only 12 gold coins and over 20 silver coins. To his dismay, at the weapons shop, he saw an apprentice skillfully polish the equipment he had sold and place it on the shelf with a price tag 5 times higher than the purchase price. Zhou Ming sneered inwardly, realizing these NPCs were quite wealthy. At that moment, he struck up a conversation with an elderly man in front of him. The man, named Wu Renji, was the owner of the apothecary, and his name was displayed in green, indicating a friendly NPC. Wu Renji, dressed in a long robe with a white beard and a kindly smile, spoke in a gentle tone. Adventurer, our shop is having a grand sale, with basic potions at just 50 copper coins per bottle, and all other potions at a 20% discount for 3 days only. First come, first served, so hurry. Our shop's products are ancestral elixirs, not meant for sale. But considering adventurers' urgent need for potions, I made a difficult decision to go against my ancestors' wishes to fully support adventurers. Zhou Ming listened, suppressing the urge to tear the man apart, having already witnessed the tactics at the weapons shop and being mentally prepared. He had observed others leveling up and noticed that the drop rate for basic potions wasn't high. However, every 4 or 5 monsters he killed would yield a potion. Despite his inner complaints about the potion's price of 50 copper coins each, he paid for them, knowing it wasn't worth starting a fight with an NPC over such a small amount. In the end, Zhou Ming spent 12 gold coins and some loose silver coins to purchase over 800 bottles of basic mana potions and 250 bottles of basic poison. The poison was for the rogue skill of applying poison, while the mana potions were for skill training. Although these potions had a cooldown time of 1 minute, his talent for unlimited potential reduced skill consumption. These mana potions should significantly shorten the time needed to restore mana, allowing him more time to focus on skill practice. Adventurer, your potions are ready. We hope to see you again. The shopkeeper, Warenji, accepted the payment with a broad smile, his eyes narrowing to slits as he handed over the packaged potions to Zhou Ming. Don't worry, I'll be back, Zhou Ming assured him, placing the potions in his backpack and giving the old man a meaningful smile. He mentally noted the locations of key places: the weapons shop, the tailor shop, and the potion shop. Leaving the potion shop, Zhou Ming's next destination was the profession hall. He opened the map and leisurely walked down the street. The profession hall was located in the center of the town, not far from the main square, but since the potion shop was on the west side, Zhou Ming needed to cross several streets to get there. Along the way, he noticed a distinctive building, a tall church with pristine white walls, surrounded by iron railings. In front of the church, inside the fence, monks were praying and chanting, their sacred and ethereal voices seemingly capable of purifying the soul, attracting many players to stop and listen. However, Zhou Ming found the chanting annoying rather than pleasant, thinking to himself, what are they singing? It's so noisy. Just as he was about to leave, the church doors opened, and a middle-aged NPC along with a priestly figure emerged, immediately catching Zhou Ming's attention. Nearby players also perked up. The town mayor, Mr. Slater, had finally appeared. Dear Mayor, I'm ready to brave any danger for the town, even slay dragons. Please give me a quest. A group of low-level players looked at him with eager eyes. To them, the mayor was no longer a person, but a tool to fulfill their desires, and they surged forward. Unfortunately, their attempts were thwarted. As the mayor appeared, the guards stationed outside the church sprang into action, deterring the players who tried to rush forward. NPC guards are formidable in any game, not to be trifled with by the current level of players. Thus, the players could only watch longingly, hoping to be the one in a million to catch the mayor's attention, receive a unique hidden quest, and earn unparalleled rewards, ultimately winning the heart of a wealthy beauty and reaching the pinnacle of life. Unfortunately, neither they nor Zhou Ming had such luck. However, Zhou Ming was slightly more fortunate, standing to the side of the church doors where the guards focused on the players in front, leaving him unnoticed. Of course, he didn't dare get too close, but from this distance, he could hear the conversation between the mayor and the priest. Father Martin, I truly wish to witness the divine artifact with traces of the gods. I am willing to follow the guidance of the divine. You may test my devotion as you see fit. Mr. Slater's voice held a hint of longing. Mr. Slater, safeguarding the artifact is my duty. Its purpose remains unclear and must be handled with caution. Please do not put me in a difficult position, the priest replied with a touch of seriousness in his tone. Very well, Mayor Slater responded, sounding a bit disappointed. It's a shame. I hope to experience the greatness of the gods in advance. With that, he left under the protection of the guards. Many players, unwilling to accept failure, followed after the mayor. A divine artifact? Zhou Ming felt he had stumbled upon some crucial information, and he mentally noted it down once more. Location 1. The church. Maple Leaf Town's Guild Hall. After leaving the church, Zhou Ming soon entered a grand hall. Inside, the hall was divided into several sections based on professions, each with a mentor in charge. Zhou Ming headed straight to the rogue section, where he spotted a stunning woman in leather armor. She was the rogue mentor. Hello, I'd like to learn advanced rogue skills, Zhou Ming said as he approached. The rogue mentor lazily leaned back in her chair, glanced at him, and said, I have level 5 skills available: poison coating and backstab. They cost 5 gold coins, no bargaining, no credit. Zhou Ming took a deep breath, thinking to himself, these NPCs in the game are all rip-offs. Luckily, he had exactly 10 gold coins left. If it weren't for a recent robbery, he wouldn't have enough to buy the skill books. He realized that even if other players reached level 5, they might not be able to learn skills right away. Of course, wealthy players and guilds were exceptions. The wealthy could buy coins from others, and guilds could pool resources, so these issues were trivial for them. Indeed, it's tough for regular players in the game. He silently paid the money and mentally noted a location for future reference. Once he had the skill books, he immediately learned them. The system notified him. You have learned the skill poison coating. You have learned the skill backstab. Backstab, active skill, tier 1 LV10100. The effect is to swiftly maneuver behind the target for a sneak attack, dealing 100,100 attack damage, with a 30 chance of a critical hit. The distance from the target must not exceed 1 meter. Consumes 50 mana, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Poison coating, active skill, tier 1 LV10100. The effect is to expertly apply poison to a weapon, fully unleashing the poison's power for 1 minute. You can also professionally remove the poison from the weapon. Consumes poison materials, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. In an instant, the skill books disappeared, and Zhou Ming mastered the 2 professional skills. He particularly valued poison coating, believing it had great potential for growth. In the game realm of Revelation, not everyone could easily apply poison to weapons. It required professional technique to fully unleash the poison's potency and maintain it. Rogues were experts in this field. Thank you, mentor. I'll be back, Zhou Ming said with an innocent smile to the beautiful mentor before leaving the hall. He returned to the outskirts of town, hiding his ID and level, and quietly headed to the bouncing bunny area. This time, he entered a small grove where there were bouncing bunnies and trees for cover, making it more secluded. Even if someone saw him, they'd just think he was a novice practicing skills. Then, Zhou Ming embarked on his skill training endeavor. He first took out some basic poison. The basic poison's effect was, when applied to a weapon, it adds 10 poison damage and has a 10 chance to poison the target, causing them to lose 8 health points per second for 15 seconds. Poison coating, he declared, using up some poison, and the system notified. Your weapon, Shadowblade, now has the corresponding poison effect for 1 minute. Under the influence of his innate abilities, Zhou Ming managed to reduce the cooldown of his poison application skill from 30 seconds to 15 seconds. This talent also decreased the skill's resource consumption, allowing him to use the poison 5 times with just 1/5 of the original dose, maintaining the same effectiveness. Once the poison is depleted, the poison application skill will undergo significant changes. Thus, he continued practicing his skills, entering stealth mode. Zhou Ming would quickly disengage from stealth to reset the cooldown faster. He then executed theft and backstab, swiftly taking down bouncing rabbits, repeatedly using 4 skills to improve his proficiency. For most people, repeating the same task is tedious, but after his previous experiences, Zhou Ming developed a keen interest in the rogue class and wanted to master new tricks. Motivated by this, he persevered despite the monotony. He continued practicing until his mana potions and poisons were nearly depleted. Theft skill proficiency maxed out, reaching LV10. Stealth skill proficiency maxed out, reaching LV6, triggering skill mutation. Poison application skill proficiency maxed out. Zhou Ming was immersed in his practice. Initially, he was thrilled with the skill upgrades, but gradually, he became indifferent, executing skills as soon as the cooldown ended, paying little attention to anything else. Time passed, and the skills occasionally leveled up until fatigue set in, and his movements slowed. He found a way to alleviate the tedium by slowing down and opening the chat channel to see what other players were up to. Exciting news came through. The 3 major guilds joined forces to attack Lone Wind Mountain, but suffered heavy casualties when they encountered the bronze-level bosses, Silver-Scaled Giant Python King and Forest Explosion Ape King, along with their guards. A top player, Qing Shan, discovered a swamp west of Lone Wind Mountain where monsters had a significantly higher drop rate, urging everyone to seize the opportunity and contact him if they encountered guild players monopolizing the area. The chat channel was bustling with activity, with many messages and topics constantly emerging, particularly about Lone Wind Mountain, whose true situation remained unclear. After watching for a while, Zhou Ming closed the chat screen and switched to a live streaming platform, practicing his skills while browsing through various updates. The chat channel in Maple Leaf Town only showed local messages, sparking his curiosity about other towns. The game, God's Revelation, was a global sensation, with major streaming platforms dominated by its live broadcasts. As he explored different streams, he noted that other towns had similar level progressions and layouts, with notice boards present in each. However, not every town had the same quests, and so far, the anomaly quest of Lone Wind Cliff was exclusive to Maple Leaf Town. After some time, Zhou Ming closed the streaming platform and refocused on honing his skills. Theft reached LV11, then LV12. Initially, he felt a twinge of excitement at the skill upgrade notifications, but he soon became accustomed to it, continuing his practice with indifference. Thus, he repeatedly practiced his skills, felt bored, watched streams, and became trapped in an endless cycle, until a deep sense of fatigue overwhelmed him, and before he knew it, an entire day had passed. Zhou Ming quickly logged off, made some instant noodles, ate, and went straight to sleep. Upon waking, he re-entered the game without hesitation. During his skill practice, other players' levels also increased. Upon his second login, he opened the regional chat channel and discovered that among the top players, someone had already reached level 10. Zhou Ming didn't overthink it, nor did he envy those players who reached level 10 first. To him, personal level was just one aspect of strength and not the whole picture. His skill levels were far beyond the average, so he decided to continue practicing diligently and embrace the new day. As time passed, the poisons in Zhou Ming's backpack were the first to run out, and his mana potions were also dwindling down to 400 bottles, then 300. At this point, both his steal and backstab skills mutated, with the sound of skill mutation notifications occasionally ringing in his ears. Whenever he felt bored, Zhou Ming would open the chat channel to catch a glimpse of other players' activities. Good news came through. Brothers, the three major guilds have regrouped and nearly reached the mountaintop, only to be violently wiped out by the silver-level boss, the flaming winged tiger. Mount Lone Wind stands at 800 meters tall, and the tiger at the peak is truly daunting. What drives people to flock to that peak? What secrets lie hidden there? The documentary, The Lure of the Mountain, continues to air for you. From the players, Zhou Ming learned that Mount Lone Wind remained unconquered, with a silver-level boss residing there. The guild's failure was not unjustified. However, Zhou Ming knew they wouldn't give up easily and would certainly return for another challenge. No matter, he continued to practice his skills until he ran out of potions. Zhou Ming nestled in the small forest of the Bouncing Bunny area, keeping company with the rabbits. Nearly every rabbit had been affectionately handled by him. As his steal skill level increased, his success rate when using it on bouncing bunnies greatly improved, to the point where he even stole them dry, sometimes ending up with nothing but rabbit fur. But none of that mattered to him. He was after skill levels, not the stolen goods. Zhou Ming seemed to become obsessed, turning into a relentless skill-grinding machine, mercilessly tormenting the cute bouncing bunnies. It was unclear how much time had passed when suddenly, a wolf ran into the forest. Don't run. A player was chasing an injured wild wolf and barged into the small woods. What the heck? The player witnessed a shocking scene. On the ground lay the bodies of bouncing bunnies that hadn't yet respawned, and in front of them stood a person with a malicious expression, seemingly possessed, extending a hand to stroke a grazing bouncing bunny, like petting a dog. The next moment, the bunny seemed startled and retaliated, but only miss appeared over the person's head. Then, as if infuriated, the person swiftly moved behind the rabbit and stabbed it, instantly killing it. Oh my god, what kind of maniac is this? Failing to pet bunnies and resorting to murder, this is terrifying. The player was so frightened that they turned and ran. Brothers, there's a maniac in the woods west of town, he exclaimed. That guy is obsessed with petting bunnies, and when they resist, he kills them. I've never seen such a terrifying maniac in my life. After escaping, this player immediately opened the chat screen to share the incident. Again? What's going on with Maple Leaf Town? It seems like there are more strange occurrences here than in other towns. Instantly, players who enjoyed chatting in the channel chimed in. Petting bunnies? Isn't that Bunny Petter? My god, it's the second day of the game, and he's still at it. Is this the distortion of human nature or the loss of morality? What a weirdo. I can't believe I'm in the same town as such a big shot. In this moment, Zhou Ming's inner thoughts were exceptionally clear. Luda Gu, mysterious Gu, and the secretive goofing Cliff Maple Leaf Town is truly a place of great fortune, teeming with talented individuals. At this point, he was no longer paying attention to the chat channels or live streams, as if he had entered the realm of a supreme grandmaster, completely immersed in his own world. He seemed oblivious to the skill upgrade notifications and strange sounds. The turmoil in his heart had vanished, and Zhou Ming was merely repeating the monotonous process over and over again. Suddenly, an unusual notification broke his tranquility. Theft successful, gained 10 skill proficiency. You obtained rabbit fur 1. This bizarre message jolted Zhou Ming out of his state, interrupting his focus. In a daze, He realized how long he had been practicing. Opening his inventory, he noticed that he was running low on mana potions. His previous obsession had caused him to overlook this, and now, coming to his senses, a wave of fatigue washed over him. This exhaustion wasn't from physical strain, but from the mental weariness of repetitive actions. Anyone would feel nauseated after such prolonged monotony. It must be because my theft skill level is too high, so stealing from low-level creatures like rabbits only gives me such little proficiency. With this thought, he excitedly opened his skill panel to check. In the skill panel, the details of the theft skill were displayed. Theft type, active skill, Tier 1 LV4, 2, 2204-200. Effect 1. Initiate on a target, 70 chance to steal 1 to 2 random items, cannot steal bound items. Effect 2. Skill activation range for meters. Cost, 20 mana points. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Next was the stealth skill. Stealth type, active skill, Tier 1 LV358203500. Effect 1. Enter a stealth state with highly advanced techniques, concealing presence, scent, sound, and energy fluctuations. Movement speed 80, lasts 120 seconds, ends upon attack or being attacked. Effect 2. Breaking stealth with an attack deals 1800-150 attack power damage. Effect 3. In stealth, dodge 300. Cost, 40 mana points. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Then the backstab skill. Backstab type. Active skill, Tier 1 LV302-1030000. Effect 1. Instantly move to the target's back for a thrust, dealing 1500-150 attack power damage. Must be within 2 meters of the target. Effect 2. Backstab has a 100 chance to crit. Cost, 50 mana points. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Finally, the poison coating skill. Poison coating type. Active skill, Tier 1 LV1-5500-1500. Effect 1. Expertly apply poison to a weapon, lasting 10 minutes. Can also expertly remove the poison. Effect 2. Poison damage on weapons 30. Cost, poison material. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Awesome. All my hard work paid off. This is amazing. Zhou Ming exhaled deeply after reviewing all his skills, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Every skill had undergone countless mutations, resulting in significant improvements. The skill Zhou Ming was most satisfied with was his stealing ability. Not only did his success rate soar to 70, but the range from which he could initiate a theft also increased significantly. This meant he could easily steal from a target without having to make contact, which was incredibly convenient. Other skills enhanced his survival and combat abilities, with the backstab skill being the most powerful. A backstab always resulted in a critical hit, dealing significant damage to a single target. The only downside was his poison coating skill, which was limited to level 15 due to a lack of poison materials, marking the limit of his current capabilities. If anyone claimed this was just the effect of a beginner's skill, they'd likely be deemed insane. Zhou Ming contentedly closed his skill panel, thinking to himself that it was time to stir up some trouble. He squinted slightly, a wicked smile playing on his lips, and slowly walked out of the woods. As he exited the forest, his figure vanished instantly. At that moment, Zhou Ming truly felt the transformation of his stealth skill. The concealment effect had grown stronger, and he moved with a light, soundless grace, as if walking on clouds. Ahead, numerous players were leveling up, and Zhou Ming passed right by them unnoticed, as if he were a being separate from their world. To Lonely Wind Mountain, Zhou Ming thought to himself and quickly set off. In stealth mode, his movement speed increased by 80, making him more agile. He bypassed areas like the Maple Leaf Forest and Wild Boar Woods, and about half an hour later, after traversing dense forest, he found himself facing a towering mountain. The mountain was lush and vibrant, with a steep cliff at the summit piercing the sky. This was Lonely Wind Cliff. Surrounding Lonely Wind Mountain were level 7 training spots, indicating that the monsters on the mountain were not to be taken lightly. Zhou Ming observed for a while and noticed that solo players dared not approach the mountain's base, as it was dominated by members of the 3 major guilds. Anyone discovered would be expelled. Zhou Ming had glanced at the chat channel on his way, and it seemed the 3 guilds had earmarked Lonely Wind Mountain as a prime leveling spot, planning to gather enough strength to ascend and attempt to slay the flame-winged tiger, aiming for the first kill of the silver tier boss. Of course, the area at the base of Lonely Wind Mountain was vast, and it was impossible for the guild members to guard every corner. However, anyone daring enough to approach would be detected and eliminated. With other leveling spots nearby, almost no solo players dared to break through. But Zhou Ming was not just anyone. He observed for a while, and then stepped out of the forest, beginning to walk around Lonely Wind Mountain. Soon, he found a less populated direction and used the cover of shrubs and grass to stealthily approach. Ahead, a guild team was leveling while keeping watch. Zhou Ming had an idea and quickly activated stealth. He emerged from the hidden foliage, accelerated his pace, and easily bypassed the group. With his stealth duration extended to 120 seconds, it was extremely convenient for him. During the infiltration, he carefully monitored his surroundings. Whenever his stealth had 10 seconds left, he would stop immediately, seeking dense shrubs or grass to hide in. Once his stealth time recovered, he would move on again. Thanks to his innate talent, the cooldown for stealth was only 20 seconds. The guild members were busy leveling up while keeping watch, but their divided attention allowed a thief to slip in unnoticed. Zhou Ming successfully bypassed the perimeter blockades set by the guild squads and entered Goofing Mountain. Below the mountainside, members of 3 major guilds were scattered around, while above the mountainside, only a few elite members continued leveling up. Once you reached the mountainside, you were unlikely to be detected. Zhou Ming cautiously observed his surroundings, using stealth as much as possible to move forward. Having surpassed the level cap and reached level 35, his stealth abilities defied conventional understanding. He passed by an 8th level elite forest python that was hunting, yet it remained oblivious to his presence. At this point, his stealth not only concealed his form, but also masked his scent and sound perfectly. Before long, Zhou Ming approached the mountainside, where a cave appeared ahead, and he saw a team entering at the spider nest. Opening his map, Zhou Ming noted that this was a leveling spot in Goofing Mountain, primarily inhabited by arachnid monsters. He thought to himself that there should be poisonous spiders and other creatures inside, as spider-type monsters generally carried poison. His basic poison supplies were depleted, and without poison, his poison application skill would be ineffective. Perhaps the monsters inside could drop some poison. He decided to go in and take a look. At that moment, the area around the nest entrance was deserted, so Zhou Ming quickly ran towards it. Although he was only level 5, his focus on agility had increased his movement speed to 67 points. Even without stealth, he wasn't slow and quickly entered the cave. Inside, the space was spacious, dark, and damp, with a strange odor in the air that was unsettling. After a few steps, he heard the sounds of battle ahead and swiftly activated his stealth to advance quickly. Along the way, he saw several guild teams working together to take down various spider-shaped monsters. Each monster was at least level 8, requiring player cooperation to defeat even if they weren't elite monsters. Therefore, only a few had the strength to level up here. These players were spread out within the cave, maintaining a distance from each other, which made it easier for Zhou Ming to stay hidden. Once his stealth ended, he hid for a while before activating it again to slip past the leveling players and delve deeper inside. The depths of this leveling spot likely housed a boss monster, and since Zhou Ming was already there, he naturally wanted to check it out. After a few minutes, he encountered several branching paths and chose one at random. As he ventured deeper, he saw fewer and fewer people. Shortly after, he heard intense fighting ahead. He activated his stealth and rushed forward until he reached the end of the path. Before him lay a larger space, littered with the bones of unknown beasts wrapped in cobwebs. In the middle of the area, a grotesque, menacing giant spider with patterned spots was battling fiercely with a dozen players. Zhou Ming quickly assessed the monster's information and was pleasantly surprised to see that the player leading the fight against the monster was Ba Dao Xiao Yinxiang from the Ba Dao Guild. He realized he had to act, thinking to himself, "Thank you all for drawing its attention. I'll gladly take advantage of this." With a chuckle, Zhou Ming quietly moved to the side while his stealth effect was still active. When he was just 4 meters from the boss, he decisively stopped, reached out, and prepared to steal. Successfully executed the theft, skill proficiency increased by 20. Zhou Ming obtained a spider venom gland 1 and a black iron grade equipment 1. Striking at the right moment, he managed to snag 2 items simultaneously, which was truly impressive. The evolved stealing skill certainly did not disappoint him. At that moment, the venomous flower-spotted spider suddenly froze, realizing it was missing a venom gland. For a creature like it, each venom gland is crucial. An angry screech erupted from its mouth, and its attack pace quickened. A white strand of web shot from its mouth, swiftly binding a shield guard and pulling him close, where it made quick work of him with its fangs and legs. Why does this monster seem angry? Dominant little silver spear shot a look at his subordinates, as if they were fools. Stay sharp. After the monster uses its skill, that's our best chance to strike. Go. The dominant guild indeed had some skill, gradually regaining their footing, but taking down the boss still seemed uncertain. Zhou Ming took the opportunity to retreat, hiding among a pile of beast bones at the side, waiting for his stealth skill to recover. He didn't plan to make any moves until his stealth was back, so he opened his backpack to check his loot. The spider venom gland was categorized as a medicinal material, with a basic effect of serving as a component for potion making. Additionally, applying the venom from the gland onto a weapon could add 50 points of poison damage, with a 20 chance to poison the target, causing them to lose 20 health points per second for 20 seconds. Meanwhile, the Fong necklace was a black iron-grade equipment, with attributes of strength 50, accuracy 50, and an additional effect of adding 50 points of poison damage to attacks, requiring level LV10. Indeed, there's poison material, and I managed to steal it directly, ha! Zhou Ming was secretly delighted. With the poison, his poisoning skill could be put to good use, significantly boosting his combat power. Soon, footsteps were heard outside, as another dozen players rushed in, responding to dominant Little Silver Spear's call for reinforcements. With this group's arrival, the situation changed instantly, and the boss's health began to steadily decrease. Zhou Ming wasn't concerned. To him, the boss was already his mobile treasure, and even if these people managed to kill it, who knows how much loot they would actually get. Because he didn't plan to steal just once and leave. As soon as the 20 seconds were up, his stealth skill was back, and Zhou Ming sprang into action again. Everyone was focused on the boss, completely unaware of his presence. Using his superior stealth skills, he quickly maneuvered to the back of the boss, using its body as cover, ensuring he was mostly safe from attacks. Then, he reached out and stole again. Successful theft, skill proficiency increased by another 20. Zhou Ming obtained another spider venom gland 1 and a black iron grade equipment 1. Haha, once again he managed to snag 2 items at once. Screw struggling. I'll take the easy way, I'll walk the road less traveled, and it feels great. Zhou Ming laughed inwardly, especially at the thought of Little Silver Spear and his group working hard to tackle the boss, unaware that he had already swooped in and effortlessly swiped their spoils. After succeeding, Zhou Ming didn't immediately hide away. After his previous attempts, Zhou Ming realized that the boss wouldn't notice him even when provoked, so he boldly hid in the back. His stealth skill lasted for 120 seconds, during which he could use the steal ability multiple times, given its cooldown was only 10 seconds. Soon, Zhou Ming struck again and embarked on his thieving spree. Steal. Success. Success. Failure. Success. As important items continued to disappear, the venomous spotted spider went nearly mad, and its attributes actually started to decline. However, its intelligence couldn't comprehend what was happening, so it could only unleash its fury on those attacking it. Despite casualties on the aggressive side, the boss's health was steadily decreasing. Zhou Ming kept repeating his cheeky maneuvers, sneaking and stealing before hiding again, happily counting his spoils, and then continuing to steal. One by one, he snatched out venomous glands, equipment, basic potions, and even coins. The poor boss had practically become his mobile treasury. Zhou Ming figured that even if someone did manage to kill it, it wouldn't drop much loot. After some time, Zhou Ming was ready to cash in again. Once his stealth skill was restored, he emerged from the pile of bones, hands in pockets, leisurely approaching the boss as if he were heading to a bank rather than committing theft. The unfortunate boss had become a walking ATM. The same scene played out again, with Zhou Ming stealthily nearing the boss, flashing a bright smile as he reached out, seizing the moment to get rich. Steal successful, skill proficiency 20. He acquired a spotted venom gland 1. Just as Zhou Ming was about to check his inventory, the venomous spotted spider let out a piercing roar. The sharp sound waves seemed to carry endless resentment and grievance. Zhou Ming and the others, including the domineering Xiao Yinxiang, were startled, halting their actions as they cautiously observed the boss. They noticed that some of the vibrant spots on its abdomen had disappeared, and its ferocious aura had intensified, yet it exuded a sense of desperate struggle, as if severely wounded. Zhou Ming quickly opened his inventory to examine the special venom gland. Spotted venom gland. Herb grade. Basic. Effect 1. Can be used as a potion ingredient. Effect 2. Apply the venom to a weapon for an additional 300 poison damage, with a 50 chance to poison the target, causing a loss of 100 health per second for 60 seconds. Oh man, I've stolen its lifeline. Zhou Ming finally understood why the boss had gone berserk, akin to a man having his kidney stolen who wouldn't be furious. At that moment, a rapid game notification sounded in everyone's ears. Warning, the venomous spotted spider is in a state of intense grief and rage, has lost its sanity, and is more aggressive. Proceed with caution. Don't panic, it's in its death throes, hold steady. The experienced Xiao Yinxiang shouted, urging the warriors and shield guards to charge forward with full force, while the priests focused all their efforts on the front line, ignoring others. For safety, Zhou Ming decided not to steal again and hurriedly circled back to the bone pile to observe. As he moved, the boss went on a rampage. It raised its head high, gathering white liquid in its mouth before suddenly spewing it out. Whoosh! Strands of white silk shot from its mouth, rapidly weaving into a massive web that descended upon them. The boss had activated its skill, the inescapable web. Whoosh! A strand of web suddenly shot towards Zhou Ming. The boss hadn't noticed, it was just an unintended attack. Zhou Ming's face changed, and he quickly sidestepped to dodge. Luckily, he was in stealth mode, which increased his speed, allowing him to narrowly avoid the attack, and then quickly hide in a pile of bones in the corner. Through the gaps in the animal bones, he peeked at the battlefield. The massive web had ensnared everyone, rendering them immobile. Zhou Ming silently thanked his quick reflexes for avoiding such a powerful skill. At this moment, the venomous spotted spider, having exhausted its skills, had lost most of its markings and looked weakened, as if the skill Heavenly Web had drained it significantly. It lunged angrily at the trapped members. The members of the domineering guild, bound by the web, couldn't evade. Worse, The web was laced with poison, causing their health to steadily decline while inflicting negative effects. The massacre began. The enraged venomous spider used its sharp legs to kill each member, including the guild's Little Silver Spear. Before dying, Little Silver Spear cursed. Damn, why didn't you use this skill earlier? If he had known the boss was this powerful, he wouldn't have been careless and would have waited for more people before attacking. Zhou Ming was the only one left standing. The boss, after using Heavenly Web, seemed greatly weakened, with only a few thousand health points remaining. This was his chance. Zhou Ming quickly took out a spider's venom gland, cut it open, and smeared the venom on his blade. The boss had not yet recovered much health. Perfect, the advantage was his. Zhou Ming decisively charged forward, swiftly closing in from behind. The venomous spider was visibly startled, not expecting anyone else to be there. Zhou Ming seized the moment to get within stealing range, following his usual routine to profit first. Steal. You have obtained a hidden item, Spider Silk Ring 1. Zhou Ming was surprised. He hadn't expected the boss to have hidden treasures. Hiss. The boss seemed to understand what had happened and became furious, lunging at Zhou Ming with its sharp legs. How dare you? As my cash cow, how can you hide things from me? You need some proper discipline. Zhou Ming smirked mischievously, unperturbed. As the boss attacked, he swiftly moved behind it. Backstab. The blade, coated with poison, glowed with a deadly blue-black hue. The blade flashed and thud. A massive critical hit number appeared above the boss's head. A backstab with a 100 critical hit. In contrast, the poison damage, weakened by the boss's high poison resistance, seemed glaringly insignificant. No wonder you specialize in poison. Your resistance is maxed out, Zhou Ming quipped. The boss, on the brink of death, turned angrily, shooting a web at him. Stealth. Zhou Ming's figure vanished instantly. The boss lost its target, fear evident in its eyes. An invisible enemy is often the most terrifying. It retreated a few steps, attempting to flee. Do you think you can escape? Zhou Ming, still in stealth, followed closely. 15 seconds later, his backstab skill ended, and Zhou Ming struck again. Unveiling strike. With this move, his form was revealed. The boss whipped around, firing web at him, but the scene repeated itself. Zhou Ming mysteriously slipped behind the boss and launched a backstab. Critical hit. Boom. With a resounding thud, the body of the LV-10 venomous spotted spider collapsed helplessly to the ground. You successfully killed the Black Iron boss, earning 35,000 experience points and 300 reputation. This first boss kill awarded you a special bonus, 3 free attribute points. Instantly, several upgrade lights flashed around Zhou Ming. Since all the players who had previously attacked the boss were dead, the system determined that Zhou Ming killed the boss solo, allowing him to claim all the experience and level up to 10 in one go. What a thrill, haha. Zhou Ming felt invigorated. Leveling up was just that simple. He quickly gathered the loot dropped by the boss and found a dark corner, using the cave rocks to hide. Soon, footsteps echoed in the cave. A group of players from the Fatian Guild rushed over, stunned by the scene before them. A boss. What a pity. Someone's already taken it down. They lingered near the boss's corpse, realizing there was no benefit to gain, and left disappointed. Zhou Ming didn't emerge immediately. Instead, he opened his backpack to inventory the loot. The haul was considerable, including a dozen spider venom glands, a powerful venom gland, several pieces of level 10 gear, many of which were black iron grade, plus 15 gold coins, silver coins, and several basic potions. A major profit. Just in time, having reached level 10, he could swap out his equipment. Zhou Ming carefully sorted through the gear, selecting suitable items to equip. There was the shadow robe with black iron attributes, adding 500 to health, 100 to physical defense, and providing a 20 damage boost when attacking from concealment. The shadow bracers, also black iron grade, added 50 to strength and accuracy, with an effect of ignoring 50 defense points when attacking from hiding. Lastly, the spider silk ring, another black iron item, added 30 to strength and accuracy, and had the unique skill Spider Silk, capable of shooting a tough, sticky silk strand up to 20 meters, controllable to retract or extend, and firmly adhering to targets for up to 120 seconds with a 60-second cooldown. These items were perfect for a rogue, with the Spider Silk ring being particularly unique. Zhou Ming equipped all the items, not forgetting the Poison Fang necklace he had previously acquired, which was also a valuable piece. His current attributes were Player Zhou Ming, Class Rogue, Level 10, Health 1900, Mana 1200, Attack Power 297, Spell Power 20, Physical Defense 260, Magic Defense 90, Movement Speed 100, Accuracy 168, Dodge 15, Constitution 20, Strength 20, Intelligence 150, Endurance 20, Agility 20, Spirit 75, Endurance 20. He tested the Spider Silk skill. Whoosh. A strand of silk shot out from the ring, adhering to the cave ceiling. Retract. With a thought, the silk retracted, pulling him upward. This hidden boss gear was indeed exceptional. Zhou Ming looked down from above, Anyone passing by would never suspect someone was lurking overhead. Now he was a true wall-climbing rope, haha. Extend. Zhou Ming extended the silk, descending smoothly and conveniently. Observing his surroundings, he noticed shadows moving nearby. But this seemed to be the cave's deepest part, likely devoid of other bosses. With this in mind, Zhou Ming entered stealth mode and quietly left. Along the way, he encountered a group of players rushing back, none other than the domineering ones. Soon, a heart-wrenching scream echoed in the cave. Who stole my boss while I was away? Zhou Ming smirked mischievously in stealth, leaving gracefully. After exiting the cave, Zhou Ming quickly dashed into the forest, hiding in the mid-mountain area. He was puzzled as to why those guilds couldn't make it up there. The area was so vast, if overt access was restricted, couldn't they sneak in secretly? Zhou Ming thought that perhaps sending a rogue to stealthily reach the summit could work. Even if the monsters were densely packed, they couldn't possibly guard every corner. However, other rogues didn't have his level of stealth, and might not evade high-level monsters. Was this why they hadn't figured out the situation yet? Maybe things weren't as simple as he thought, so he decided to go up and take a look. He activated his stealth and moved upward. Along the way, the regular monsters he encountered were around level 10. As he ventured deeper, he noticed a significant decrease in the number of guild members. Only the top players from Maple Leaf Town could level up here, so naturally, there weren't many. Zhou Ming cautiously snuck around, deliberately avoiding detection by any teams and steering clear of wild monsters. Before he knew it, he was alone. Near the summit, he slowed his pace. Rumor had it that a powerful silver-level boss, the Flame-Winged Tiger, resided here. The guilds Feitian, Badeo, and Huahua had all been wiped out by this boss before, so Zhou Ming dared not be careless. A prompt sounded in his ear. You are about to enter the summit area of Solitary Wind Mountain. The silver-level boss, the Flame-Winged Tiger, does not allow humans to approach. If discovered, other monsters will attack, and the Flame-Winged Tiger will be alerted. Proceed with caution. Zhou Ming suddenly understood why no one could reach the base of the Solitary Wind Cliff. The Flame-Winged Tiger was so troublesome that it left no chance for players. Ordinary rogues couldn't hide from the monsters here, even with level 3 stealth. Besides, who else but him had trained stealth to level 3? Interesting, he thought. He wanted to see what was really going on here. Zhou Ming concealed himself and began to move. Other rogues might be detected, but he was no ordinary rogue. He was confident that even the Flame-Winged Tiger wouldn't notice anything before he made his move. As he officially entered the summit area, Zhou Ming was taken aback. The monsters here displayed a different level of discipline compared to those below. They patrolled their territories, and, even when they met at the edges, they didn't fight with each other. There were even goblin patrols specifically tasked with monitoring the wild zones, led by level 13 elite goblins. Truly, the tiger was king of the mountain, Zhou Ming thought in awe. Clearly, the monster's discipline was closely linked to the presence of the Flame-Winged Tiger. With such vigilance, Zhou Ming had to be extremely cautious. Once his stealth ended, he couldn't afford to hide under bushes or trees due to the high risk. He had another method, thanks to the newly acquired spider silk ring. Whoosh! A strand of spider silk shot out, adhering to a tree, pulling Zhou Ming up into its branches. Using the tree as cover, he avoided the monsters below. Then, all he needed to do was quietly wait in the tree for his stealth skill to recharge before continuing his exploration. Based on Zhou Ming's observations, the mountain had very few bird-like creatures, and those that were there were well hidden in the trees, making them harder to spot than if they were on the ground. Using his stealth and web skills, he carefully approached the mountain's peak. Finally, a steep cliff came into view. This was the famous Lone Wind Cliff. Zhou Ming hid behind a lush tree, crouching and using its leaves for cover. Through the foliage, he could see a terrifying figure lurking below the cliff, a tiger over 10 feet tall, with wings on its back, golden fur, and an aura of faint red flames, exuding an imposing presence. It lay lazily at the base of the cliff, surrounded by several fierce-looking tiger-like guards, clearly not to be trifled with. Zhou Ming thought to himself that those who had lost to it weren't to blame, as he couldn't see the boss's information from this distance, but could sense its formidable power, which was obviously beyond his current ability to handle. Moreover, with the blazing winged tiger's guards on alert, Zhou Ming had no desire to get caught in a dangerous situation. After observing for a moment, he concealed himself and quickly descended the tree, running towards the side of Lone Wind Cliff to avoid the blazing winged tiger as much as possible. Guided by the map, his direction was precise. A few minutes later, Zhou Ming arrived at the side of Lone Wind Cliff, narrowly avoiding danger. This area was close to the mountain's back, where the terrain was steep, and a fall would be fatal. Even here, there could be small creatures patrolling, so he had to act fast. Whoosh! Zhou Ming shot out a web, sticking it to a protruding rock on the cliff face. Retract! The web contracted, and Zhou Ming's body swiftly ascended. Suddenly, a dim-witted goblin appeared, inspecting Zhou Ming's previous location. His heart raced as he clung to the cliff, suspended in midair by the web's adhesive power. The goblin looked around but saw no intruder, then glanced up at the cliff. Stealth. Luckily, his stealth skill reactivated at that moment, causing Zhou Ming to vanish. The goblin only saw a strand of web waving in the wind, lost interest, and wandered off to patrol elsewhere. Exhilarating, I love it. Zhou Ming hung in the air, the biting cold wind brushing against his face. Any mistake could lead to a deadly fall, heightening the thrill. Yet, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he felt exhilarated. This sense of real danger brought a wicked smile to his face. Indeed, a game is more fun when it's thrilling. After a while, the web skill cooled down. Zhou Ming tightly gripped the web with his left hand, used his ring to sever the web, then lifted his right hand to shoot a new strand. This time, it connected directly to the cliff top. Repeating his previous maneuver, Zhou Ming's body steadily approached the peak. 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters. With a shout, as he neared, Zhou Ming grabbed the web with both hands, pushed off a protruding rock with his feet, and successfully climbed onto Lone Wind Cliff. On the cliff of Lone Wind Cliff, there was a small clearing. As Zhou Ming took in the scene before him, his eyes lit up. About 7 or 8 meters ahead, a beam of light hovered, emitting subtle energy waves and occasionally flickering with a strange brilliance that reached into the distance. This was the source of the mysterious glow from Lone Wind Cliff. Beneath the portal of light lay a golden treasure chest. Shining with a dazzling golden hue, it was unmistakably a golden treasure chest. Zhou Ming was overjoyed, congratulating himself on being the first to reach Lone Wind Cliff and start his exploration. He felt lucky, not only because he could complete his task and obtain a silver tier set, but also because he had the chance to open a golden treasure chest with unknown rewards. It was truly exhilarating. Cautiously surveying the area to ensure there were no monsters, Zhou Ming then jogged over. The golden treasure chest exuded an irresistible, noble glow. Despite the temptation, he didn't rush to open it, but instead focused on the floating light portal behind the chest. Information appeared around the portal, revealing details about the dungeon. It was a gate of good and evil type, with no level requirement, allowing entry for one person or a team. The entrance fee was a good and evil crystal, obtainable from monsters within the Maple Town area. The higher the monster's level and grade, the greater the drop rate. Rewards included equipment ranging from level 10 to 20, substantial experience points and money, and the chance to open a completion chest. The description mentioned that within the gate of good and evil, every decision was a battle between good and evil, affecting the final outcome. This was an outdoor dungeon, and Zhou Ming breathed a sigh of relief, knowing there was no danger here, allowing him to confidently open the treasure chest. Just as he was about to proceed, a game notification sounded. Congratulations, you have discovered the outdoor dungeon atop Lone Wind Cliff, the first dungeon in the game. You receive a special reward, 10 free attribute points. Zhou Ming was thrilled and suddenly realized a crucial point. Although there had been announcements about first kills of Black Iron and Bronze level bosses, there seemed to be no news about the first dungeon completion. He understood why the dungeon was hidden in this location, and no other adventurer towns had reported it, indicating certain trigger conditions must be met for it to appear. For now, Zhou Ming set aside thoughts of the peculiar dungeon and refocused on the treasure chest. The lucky chest was of golden grade, with effects that included randomly obtaining 1 to 2 treasures upon opening, a 98 chance of items matching the chest's grade, and a 2 chance of items exceeding it. The description stated that finding a lucky chest meant you were fortunate. Indeed, it was a golden grade chest, and Zhou Ming was thrilled, suddenly struck by a bold idea. Could he use his theft skill on the chest? If possible, he could continuously acquire treasures from it, as treasure chests are typically linked to an unknown pool of treasures. He immediately attempted to use the theft skill, but it resulted in an invalid operation. The skill didn't work on lucky chests. Zhou Ming shook his head with a wry smile. Although his attempt failed, he was still in high spirits after all. This was a free treasure chest, and any gain was a win. He decided to open the chest. As the chest slowly opened, a radiant glow spilled forth. Zhou Ming opened the golden treasure chest and was thrilled to discover he had obtained a Tier 5 skill book and a Tier 4 skill book. He couldn't help but laugh out loud as the appearance of the Tier 5 skill book filled him with immense joy, signifying that he had acquired an item surpassing the chest level. Golden chests typically correspond to Tier 4 skills, so the emergence of a Tier 5 skill was exhilarating. He quickly opened his backpack and saw the 2 skill books, emitting a faint glow, lying quietly inside. The first book was Eye of True Sight, a passive Tier 4 skill. Its effects included granting true sight to the eyes, allowing him to see invisible targets and units, enabling night vision, and doubling his field of view. Additionally, certain hidden information would be revealed under his gaze. The second book was Clone Technique, an active Tier 5 skill requiring LV10500. Its effects allowed him to use mana to create an identical clone, lasting 180 seconds. The clone could independently use equipment skills and other abilities, but not the clone technique itself. It consumed 800 mana and had a cooldown of 10 minutes. Zhou Ming felt no particular excitement upon reading the description of Eye of True Sight, but he was thrilled when he saw clone technique. This skill was nothing short of divine for him. He realized that using the clone technique not only added an additional output unit, but, more importantly, allowed him to use the clone for theft while he remained safely hidden. The clone could also help him practice skill proficiency and even increase in number to surround enemies. Filled with anticipation, Zhou Ming learned both skills, especially the clone technique. He attempted to create a clone, channeling mana from his body, which quickly formed an identical figure, like a twin brother. Zhou Ming examined the clone closely, trying to control it. Initially, he struggled, making the clone's movements awkward, but he soon adapted. The clone had a simple autonomous action mode and became more agile, almost indistinguishable from a real person, when deliberately commanded. Disappear, he thought, and the clone instantly dissolved into a cloud of mana. Content: Zhou Ming prepared to find the mayor to complete his task, eager for the silver equipment reward. Although curious about the gate of good and evil dungeon, he lacked the key to enter. He understood the mystery of the strange glow on the cliff and planned to report it truthfully to the mayor. As he turned to leave, a peculiar plant emerged among the weeds at his feet, displaying special information. Zhou Ming realized that with the passive effect of Eye of True Sight, he could now see some hidden information. This discovery excited him further as he prepared for more exploration. Zhou Ming crouched down to closely examine the Xixian grass. This herb is classified as a basic level, with one use as a material for potion making and another as a potent poison. Its juice can be extracted using professional techniques to create a toxin. Recognizing it as a poisonous plant, Zhou Ming decided to pick it, thinking it might be useful in the future. After all, he possessed the skill to apply poison, so it was natural for him to collect it when he encountered such a plant. He thought to himself that he should keep an eye on his surroundings, and, with the help of his true sight ability, he might discover more rare herbs. Taking a few steps along the cliff, Zhou Ming found several more Xixian grass plants, which he gathered up. Then, using his spider silk ring, he quietly descended the cliff. Once he landed, Zhou Ming immediately entered stealth mode and slipped into the forest. At this point, he intended to return to Maple Leaf Town to claim his task reward from the mayor. As he approached the base of the mountain, he heard a commotion, as if something was happening. Zhou Ming swiftly climbed a large tree to get a better view. Below, a chaotic battle was unfolding with a dense crowd of people fighting fiercely. Curious, he quickly opened the chat screen and saw messages flashing. Brothers, Qing Shan is in trouble. Everyone hurry to support. I've had enough of the domineering and fireworks guilds. Today, we're going to fight them to the end. I'm going to back Qing Shan. Damn it, yesterday those flying bastards took over the wild boar forest and drove us out. Today, I'm going to reclaim the place. Count me in, brothers. Zhou Ming skimmed through the records and understood the situation. It turned out that while the domineering and other guilds were plotting in Lone Wind Mountain, Qing Shan led a large group of independent players to develop peacefully in the western marshlands. Displeased with the guilds, he rallied the independents to confront the three major guilds, demanding a share of the resources in Lone Wind Mountain's wild areas and participation in hunting the flame-winged tiger. However, the three well-known guilds in Maple Leaf Town were not about to compromise easily, leading to a chaotic battle among the four groups. Finding the situation uninteresting, Zhou Ming decided not to get involved in the conflict. Let them fight amongst themselves. He had no interest in meddling in affairs that brought no benefit. Choosing a less crowded path, he avoided the chaos and continued his stealthy journey. Upon returning to Maple Leaf Town, he headed straight for the mayor's house. Hello, I'm here to report to the mayor. Zhou Ming explained to the guards at the mayor's residence and was then led into the reception room, where he met Mayor Slater. Slater greeted Zhou Ming with a neutral tone. Adventurer, hello. Have you investigated the anomaly at Lone Wind Cliff? Yes, it turns out that up there. Zhou Ming explained the situation in detail, though he didn't mention finding a golden treasure chest. Slater visibly relaxed upon learning it was merely an entrance to a wilderness dungeon, posing no threat to the town's safety. He thanked Zhou Ming. Adventurer, you've worked hard. This is your reward. Zhou Ming completed the task and received 10,000 experience points, 100 gold coins, and a set of silver-grade defensive equipment for resolving the anomaly at Lone Wind Cliff. Instantly, his inventory gained 100 gold coins and 2 pieces of equipment, and his experience bar reached halfway. Indeed, only halfway. After reaching level 10, the experience required for leveling up increased significantly, with 20,000 experience points needed to advance from level 10 to 11. Completing this task wasn't even enough for Zhou Ming to level up. He opened his backpack to check his gear. The Maple Guardian helmet, part of the Maple Guardian set, was of silver grade, with attributes of double defense 200, evasion 50, and an additional effect of 2 defense after being attacked, stackable up to 10 times, requiring level 10. The Maple Guardian pants, also part of the set, had a silver grade, attributes of physical defense 240, magic defense 180, constitution 30, and an additional effect of a 5 chance to restore 500 health points when attacked, also requiring level 10. The combination effect of these two pieces was 1000 health, and an additional skill called Guardian's Power, which could release a 2-meter radius defensive barrier to resist 5000 total damage points, with a cooldown of 4 minutes. Overall, the equipment was decent, but Zhou Ming wondered, are there only these 2 pieces? Mayor, is this set really only 2 pieces? He was somewhat speechless, expecting at least a 5-piece set, or even 3. But there were only 2, far below his expectations. After all, this was silver-grade equipment, so having 2 pieces was already quite good. Slater flashed a sly grin. Mayor, I went through a lot just to climb up the lonely wind mountain. Zhou Ming thought to himself that the busy mayor seemed unwilling to say more. Adventurer, if there's nothing else, please feel free to go about your business. Zhou Ming chuckled inwardly and turned to leave. He had originally planned to make a big move in the town after completing the Lonely Wind Mountain task, but unexpectedly acquired the doppelganger skill. With this skill, his practice efficiency would greatly improve, so he decided to be more cautious and delay his actions. Next, he planned to visit the pharmacy to buy some basic mana potions and then head to the profession hall, as he could learn level 10 professional skills once he reached level 10. The thought of dealing with the crafty old man at the pharmacy made Zhou Ming uneasy. The old man was quite ruthless. However, he vowed to himself that he would get back at him someday. At the foot of Lonely Wind Mountain, the chaos was gradually subsiding. With continuous casualties on all sides, the 3 major guilds finally realized they had underestimated Qingshan Egyo Zai and the resentment of solo players towards guild groups. Originally, Baki Wushuang and others thought the battle would end quickly, and they would suppress the solo players with absolute strength. However, not long after the battle began, more and more solo players and small groups joined Qingshan Egyo Zai's camp. Among them were those who hated the big guilds, those who were simply hot-blooded and eager for chaos, and many who sincerely admired Qingshan Egyo Zai and wanted to follow him. In short, the situation exceeded expectations, and continuing the fight would only lead to mutual destruction. Stop. There's no point in continuing this fight. Soon, the leaders of the 4 factions almost simultaneously proposed negotiations. Blood Rose, Baki Wushuang, and the Flying Sky Guild's Flying Sky Prince and his sister Flying Sky Princess stepped forward to discuss with Qingshan Egyo Zai. So what do you want? Flying Sky Prince spoke first. He was a mage, dressed in a white robe, with handsome features, and his sister was a beautiful young woman. They were like a golden couple, clearly from an extraordinary background in reality. Simple. Qingshan Egyo Zai replied in a gruff voice. Our solo player alliance wants the freedom to level up in and around Lonely Wind Mountain without interference, and we want to split the loot from the flame-winged tiger equally. In your dreams. Baki Wushuang sneered, looking disdainfully at the solo players in front of him. He was always domineering and had no intention of accepting such terms. They had planned for a long time to explore Lonely Wind Mountain, sacrificed many people, and were about to reap the rewards. Why should they give up a share? If you don't agree, then we'll fight until you do. Just as tensions were rising, Blood Rose noticed something, her expression changing dramatically. Strange, why did my task for Lonely Wind Mountain disappear from my task list? Her sister, Firework Sword Dance, asked in surprise. Sister, are you joking? The information in Blood Rose's words was so significant that everyone stopped negotiating to check their task lists. My task disappeared too. It was the public task about the anomaly at Lonely Wind Mountain. My task disappeared too. What's going on? The leaders of the factions, who had been haggling moments ago, were all shocked. A task suddenly disappearing meant only one thing. Someone had rushed up to Lonely Wind Cliff and completed the task while they were still in conflict. It was simply unbelievable. The little prince of the sky looked up at the flaming winged tiger on the mountaintop with reluctance, thinking to himself, at this moment, no one can defeat that boss alone. How did that person complete the task? Yet, the mission had indeed disappeared. The little princess of the sky showed surprise. Could it be that the boss was really defeated? Impossible. Blood Rose shook her head, knowing that it was a silver-level boss, and no one in the game had triggered an announcement for the first kill of a silver-level boss. It must still be alive. Who could it be? We can't even get up there, so how did he do it? Dominant and unmatched wore a sullen expression, feeling extremely irritated. Being outpaced by someone else was a blow to his high self-esteem. He had originally considered the Lonely Wind Mountain as his for the taking, but someone had beaten him to it, rendering the efforts of him and Blood Rose's team meaningless. At this moment, Dominant and Unmatched was filled with a sense of defeat. It must be that elusive guy. Firework Sword Dance suddenly thought of someone, a mysterious guy who had ambushed her before. Are you talking about the mysterious guy? Dominant and Unmatched's companion, the overbearing Silver Spear, suddenly recalled. It was possible. That guy's stealth technique was very different and bizarre. Could he have used it to sneak up? He had fought against the mysterious guy before and knew that his stealth technique was indeed mysterious. However, the monsters on Lonely Wind Mountain were dense and high-level. Wouldn't his stealth be detected? The little prince of the sky still found it hard to understand. Even if he could sneak in, he would still have to climb Lonely Wind Cliff once at the top, and the flaming winged tiger and its minions wouldn't let anyone go easily. Forget it. The mission on Lonely Wind Mountain has disappeared. There's no point in dwelling on it. But the silver boss is still there, and the reward for the first kill can't be missed. At this point, Blood Rose showed her strong-willed nature, looked at Evergreen, and was the first to state, "I agree to let you join. We'll split the loot from the flaming winged tiger, and as for who gets the first kill, it's up to our abilities." Hey, are you serious? Seeing Blood Rose agree, Dominant and Unmatched was displeased. He was always arrogant and couldn't tolerate the threat of a solo player. But then, the little prince of the sky also stated, "I agree with Blood Rose's view. Other towns might have already started tackling the silver boss. If we hesitate any longer, we'll lose even more." Seeing Blood Rose and the little prince express their opinions, Dominant and Unmatched had no choice but to grudgingly accept. Time was pressing, and Dominant and Unmatched and his group's levels had reached 12, with a few top players at 10 and mid-level members at 7 or 8. The three factions joining forces were now qualified to challenge the flaming winged tiger again. In fact, if not for Evergreen's sudden move, Dominant and Unmatched group would have started their action already. So, the four groups reached an agreement, began to rest, gather, and prepare to tackle the boss. Meanwhile, in Maple Town, Zhou Ming walked out of the profession hall with a dark expression. Just moments ago, he had gone in to purchase the level 10 rogue skill book Phantom Flash only to spend 20 gold coins. These NPCs were beyond greedy. Zhou Ming grumbled internally, took out the skill book, and learned it. "You have learned the skill Phantom Flash." Zhou Ming's figure flickered like a phantom as he activated the skill Phantom Flash. He dashed 10 meters in any direction at an astounding speed, slicing through targets along the way and dealing damage equal to 600 plus 140 of his attack power. As his movement speed increased, his dashing speed became even more rapid. This skill also had a 10 chance to inflict a bleeding wound on the target, causing them to lose 100 health points per second for 10 seconds. It consumed 50 mana points and had a cooldown of 40 seconds. For a rogue, this was an extremely practical skill for both movement and attack. Zhou Ming immediately bound this skill to his talent, allowing it to grow infinitely. He then headed to the apothecary. The shop owner, Warenji, personally saw him to the door. Zhou Ming wore a grim expression, having purchased a large quantity of basic mana potions and poison. Including the cost of skill books, he was left with less than 10 gold coins. The shop's prices left him feeling helpless. A single basic mana potion cost 2 silver coins. Zhou Ming quietly lamented, "These Blackheart merchants make me feel inferior." He chuckled coldly, thinking to himself, "Next time I come here, I'll make sure you're the one to collapse." Just then, a regional announcement appeared. "The Green Mountain still stands. Fellow adventurers, I have reached an agreement with the guilds Ba Dao, Hua Hua, and Fei Tian to jointly tackle the blazing winged tiger. Interested brothers can join in. Profits depend on your ability." As soon as the message was out, players in town sprang into action. Zhou Ming was surprised to see the influential leader Qingshan Yizhou joining forces with the three major guilds to tackle the blazing winged tiger. He had expected these guilds to be at odds, but they had quickly reached a consensus. Zhou Ming understood that this might be due to him completing the Lone Wind Mountain quest, causing other guilds to feel threatened. He resolved to rush to Lone Wind Mountain. As the tiger there was his mobile treasure, and he wouldn't let anyone else claim it. Originally planning to practice his skills, he changed his mind and activated stealth, heading towards Lone Wind Mountain. On the way, he connected to a live streaming platform to check on other towns. As expected, other towns were also beginning to tackle silver-level bosses. After watching for a while, Zhou Ming closed the stream. He speculated that once the silver bosses were defeated, dungeons would appear in the game, sparking a new wave of competition for first clear achievements. As he traversed the forest at the foot of the mountain, Zhou Ming saw a crowd moving in the distance. More people emerged from various parts of the forest, rushing towards the summit. The area at the top was filled with the sound of battle, as Qingshan Yizhou led a group of independent players, and the guilds Ba Dao, Hua Hua, and Fei Tian formed 3 streams of people, fiercely fighting the monsters on the mountain. The elite teams of Qingshan Yizhou, Ba Qi Wu Shuang, Xue Megawei, and Fei Tian Xiao Wangzi advanced the fastest, while others moved more slowly, gradually approaching Lone Wind Cliff. Zhou Ming chose a path with fewer people and ascended the mountain from the side. Using stealth, he swiftly bypassed countless players and reached the mountainside. The mountain was densely populated with monsters, and the commotion had attracted a multitude of them. Many curious adventurers were stopped in their tracks, and even some members of the 4 elite teams were temporarily separated from their groups by the monsters. The closer they got to the summit, the denser the monsters became, and stopping even for a moment would attract more monsters to engage them. As Zhou Ming neared Lone Wind Cliff, he continued to use a combination of stealth and his web skills, progressing smoothly toward his target. Finally, he stopped 200 meters from the cliff, where the roars of beasts and the shouts of players mingled into a chaotic symphony. Whoosh! In stealth mode, Zhou Ming shot out a strand of web and leapt gracefully onto a nearby tall tree. Pushing aside the branches that obstructed his view, he was stunned by the battle before him. A flame-winged tiger, 8 bronze-level tiger guards, and a horde of goblins, silver-scaled serpent monsters, and forest violent apes were all engaged in a fierce fight. A towering blue-skinned goblin, enveloped in an icy aura, casually waved its hand to unleash a barrage of ice spikes, instantly freezing the warriors and shield guards in front or slowing them with frost. This was the bronze-level boss, the Frost Goblin. Meanwhile, a massive serpent with a waist as thick as a barrel reared its head, spitting out silver venomous needles that poisoned and felled its victims in succession. This was the bronze-level boss, the silver-scaled Serpent King. Under the command of the Flame-Winged Tiger, these bosses and the 8 tiger guards launched a frenzied assault on the players. The players were divided into 4 groups, with the largest number, about 500, being led by Qingshan Yijio. The combined members of the 3 guilds, Ba Dao, Hua Hua, and Fei Tian, numbered only around 1,000. Though these guilds had more members, they only selected high-level players to tackle the boss. The coordination among the teams was seamless, and despite the ferocious onslaught, they managed to repel the attacks repeatedly with constant firepower support from the rear. In contrast, on Qingshan Yijio's side, many players were hastily assembled, leading to uncoordinated efforts and a higher casualty rate. However, overall, the monsters were dying at a faster rate. Many in these teams had mastered skills at level 5 or even 10, resulting in a qualitative improvement in strength. Particularly for the priests, level 5 and 10 skills included abilities like small area healing, shields, and enhanced defense, significantly boosting their effectiveness. Mages, having learned new skills, were delivering even more powerful attacks. Thus, despite the overwhelming force of the monsters, the players remained undaunted. At that moment, a fearsome roar echoed from behind the monsters, imposing and terrifying. A figure with wings appeared. It was the flame-winged tiger in action. It soared into the sky, enveloped in flames like a fiery cloud. Then, a scorching pillar of fire descended from above, sweeping across the crowd. Priests, be ready. Bachi Wushuang and others shouted in unison. Swish, swish, swish. Healing skills and defensive light shields descended upon the shield guards in front, who raised their shields and employed defensive skills to withstand the attack. Boom. The flames exploded, and the monsters on the ground seized the opportunity to attack, causing the players at the front to fall instantly. Attack. Instantly, fiery red fireballs, azure wind blades, and brilliant blue energy arrows soared into the air in a dazzling display. Boom, boom, boom. The flame-winged tiger, under heavy attack, was forced to land. At this point, Zhou Ming finally discerned the attributes of the flame-winged tiger. A silver-level boss with 280,000 health points, 1540 attack power, and 1510 spell strength, possessing skills such as fire element attack, flame column, fireball volley, wind fire blade, low altitude flight, flame tail whip, wind fire impact, and berserk. Described as the ruler of Lone Wind Mountain, it detests intruders in its territory. As soon as the flame-winged tiger entered the battlefield, it unleashed wind fire blade and fireballs. The battlefield was engulfed in a combination of fiery red flames and fierce winds, cutting through the chaos as fireballs exploded thunderously. The players were forced to retreat, and the elite tanks quickly stepped forward to engage the flame-winged tiger. With shouts and commands, well-equipped shield guards and warriors from 4 different factions rushed out. These were the elite tanks that had been assembled by Baki Wushuang and others even before the battle began. Their sole mission was to keep the flame-winged tiger occupied. If left unchecked, the tiger's rampage would be too much for any number of players to handle. The elite tank group launched their attack, supported by a team of priests dedicated to healing them, and managed to hold back the flame-winged tiger. Meanwhile, the rest of the players seized the opportunity to attack the 8 tiger guards and the bronze-level bosses like the frost goblins. Dealing with the smaller monsters was futile. As long as the flame-winged tiger remained alive, more minions would continuously emerge to support it. However, once the bronze-level bosses were defeated, they couldn't respawn immediately, allowing the players to focus their efforts on taking down the flame-winged tiger. Indeed, as the tiger's movements were restricted, the situation began to stabilize. Now, it was time for me to act. Zhou Ming finally confirmed it was safe. With the flame-winged tiger and other monsters under attack, he no longer needed to stay so far away and could move closer to take action. Zhou Ming climbed down from the tree and stealthily moved forward. He stopped about 20 meters from the player's base, once again choosing to hide among the trees using spider silk, ensuring he wouldn't be attacked by passing monsters. Then, a surge of energy burst from his body, twisting into a humanoid Shopee clone. Go, get to work. Zhou Ming commanded the clone, which shot out a strand of spider silk, swinging far before landing and running towards the camp of Qingshan Yijio Zai, blending in seamlessly. Since the camp was filled with many scattered players, outsiders were not unwelcome. As the battle progressed, people frequently rushed up from the mountainside to join, so no one suspected Zhou Ming. Thus, Zhou Ming's clone mingled with the crowd and reached the front lines. The clone could only last for 3 minutes, and Zhou Ming's goal was to use this time to approach the flame-winged tiger and steal from it. Why not go himself? That's obvious, it was too dangerous. On the battlefield, players had activated a cooperation mode where their attacks only affected monsters, not teammates. But with so many monsters and attacks flying around, getting hit would reveal Zhou Ming's stealth, leading to certain death. However, using a clone for the plan eliminated this risk. If the clone died, he wouldn't care. Moreover, the stealing skill wasn't an attack skill, so it wasn't affected by the clone's reduced attributes. Even with only half of the original's attributes, the success rate of stealing wasn't impacted. In this situation, using a clone to steal from the boss was the perfect strategy. Neither Qingshan Ejiu Zai, Baki Wu Shuang, nor anyone else imagined that an extraordinary presence had quietly infiltrated the player's stronghold. When the clone reached the front line, half of its time remained. Stealth mode activated. The clone entered stealth. With many thieves on the battlefield, no one questioned his stealth mode. Zhou Ming then noticed glowing circles on the ground ahead, the trap set by hunters to help the tanks resist monster charges. Additionally, many players of Zhou Ming's thief class were also in stealth, waiting to strike. Thanks to Zhou Ming's true sight ability, he could clearly see all the hidden thieves and traps on the ground. He easily bypassed the front line, brushing past many invisible thieves without alerting anyone. In the midst of the battle, swordsmen, warriors, shield guards, and thieves engaged in fierce melee combat with the monsters. Zhou Ming paid them no mind, carefully avoiding areas with many monsters and players as he made his way towards a golden-red fiery figure, the location of the flame-winged tiger. At this point, only 10 seconds of stealth remained. Finally, with only a few seconds left in stealth mode, Zhou Ming quietly slipped behind the flaming winged tiger, standing calmly 4 meters away. Taking advantage of the fact that the tiger was preoccupied with numerous melee players, he quickly stretched out his hand, thinking to himself, "Who says you can't touch a tiger's backside? I love doing it." However, the theft attempt failed. Zhou Ming paused in surprise, reflecting that since his theft skill had surpassed level 40, he had rarely encountered a failed attempt. As expected, the silver grade boss's rank bonus was extraordinary. At the moment the theft failed, the flaming winged tiger suddenly shuddered and turned its head. Zhou Ming locked eyes with those golden pupils, sending shivers down his spine, his heart tightening. Can it see me? No, it must be relying on instinct. Swish. As he pondered, he saw the tiger's tail whip around, transforming into a fiery lash that swiftly struck towards him. Zhou Ming made a quick decision to deactivate his clone technique. Since the clone's duration was nearly up, there was no need to maintain it. Boom. The fiery whip missed Zhou Ming and instead hit an unfortunate swordsman nearby, instantly killing him. Zhou Ming, hiding in a tree, let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, a silver-grade boss is indeed formidable. However, I'm in the shadows while you're in the open. How many theft attempts can you withstand? He flashed a sly smile, patiently waiting for the next opportunity to strike. The cooldown time for the clone technique was 10 minutes. Though his innate ability reduced it to 5 minutes, it still felt somewhat lengthy. But Zhou Ming wasn't in a hurry. At this point, players had yet to focus their attacks on the flaming winged tiger, still dealing with the bronze-grade boss. At this rate, it would take at least half an hour to clear them out. Even if the bronze-grade boss was defeated, the flaming winged tiger would not be easy to handle. The main effective and consistent damage dealers were archers and mages, with only about 700 players in these roles, and they had to allocate some to handle the minions to relieve pressure on others. After a round of focused attacks, they could only reduce the boss's health by 2,000 to 3,000 points. Afterwards, both mages and archers would enter a skill cooldown period. Warriors and shield bearers primarily served to distract, with negligible damage output. Swordsmen and rogues needed to time their attacks carefully, otherwise a single hit from the boss could be fatal, greatly limiting their attack capability. Even if everything went smoothly, it would take another hour or so to wear down the flaming winged tiger after defeating the bronze-grade boss. Therefore, Zhou Ming wasn't worried at all. While waiting for his clone technique to recharge, he even connected to a live streaming platform to check on other towns. In Wushan Town, the Xingye Guild was leading an attack on the corpse poison lich boss in Wushan Dungeon, calling for onlookers. In Qingchuan Town, the Mingwe Pavilion Guild was besieging the silver-grade boss, the blue-winged demon wolf, inviting spectators. As soon as he entered the Douyu platform, Zhou Ming saw various livestream titles about boss strategies and chose one to watch. This was a livestream under the Xingye Guild, featuring the guild leader, Xingye Mingzhu, teaming up with other small guilds to attack a boss. The stream included commentary, with the main screen showing the game action and a man and woman on the side discussing game-related topics. The man was one of the leaders from the Xingye Guild, Xingye Liuguang. The woman was a signed streamer on the Douyu platform, known for her stunning looks. With the rise in popularity of the game, Divine Awakening, Zhou specifically trained several streamers. During major guilds boss raids, these streamers were strategically placed in the guild's live streams to boost viewer engagement. When Zhou Ming entered the live stream, the female streamer was asking Xingye Liuhua, "Your guild seems well prepared for this raid. Are you confident?" Xingye Liuhua replied, "Absolutely. We're determined to take down the corpse poison lich as it's crucial for being the first to clear the dungeon." The female streamer probed further, "A dungeon? The game hasn't even introduced dungeons yet. Does Xingye already have clues?" Xingye Liuhua nodded. "If our analysis is correct, defeating the corpse poison lich will grant us the key to the deep dungeon in Wushan Crypt. We welcome everyone to watch our stream and witness Xingye's first clear." The female streamer remarked, "That's exciting. As a veteran guild, Xingye seems poised to make a big impact in Divine Awakening." Zhou Ming watched for a bit before exiting the stream to check out others. The content was largely similar, either showcasing boss strategies or discussing related topics. By the game's third day, dungeons had been spotted in various towns, intensifying the race. The first to defeat a silver-tier boss could not only claim the first kill, but also enter the dungeon ahead of others, potentially achieving a first clear. The value of this first clear was significant since no one had completed a dungeon yet. Before long, Zhou Ming disconnected from the platform, his expression turning serious. Clone technique. With a surge of magic, he created a clone, stealthily blending into the players. Thanks to his previous experience, Zhou Ming's control over the clone's agility had greatly improved. This time, it took him only 2 minutes to maneuver the clone past numerous obstacles to reach the blazing winged tiger. Conveniently, the cooldown for stealth had ended, allowing Zhou Ming to blend into the crowd, activate stealth, and quickly approach the boss from behind. "Oh, this tempting tiger backside. It'd be a waste not to touch it a bit," Zhou Ming thought as he reached out to steal. Theft successful. Skill proficiency 20. You've obtained hidden equipment blazing battle blade, gold tier 1. He was thrilled, having snagged a piece of gold tier equipment, which was immensely satisfying. Roar. In the midst of battle, the blazing winged tiger suddenly roared, its eyes filled with fury. It had been robbed and was enraged. Boom. The tiger's wings flashed, unleashing fiery wind blades that forced the players in front to retreat. Its tail rose high, snapping down into a 20-meter-long flaming whip, sweeping towards the rear. "Calm down, tiger bro, the fun's just beginning. It wouldn't be exciting if you break down now." Zhou Ming had anticipated this and quickly dropped to the ground, successfully dodging the attack, finding the situation amusing. Thud, thud, thud. The flaming whip missed him but hit some unfortunate tanks behind, causing them to cry out in pain. The attack's intensity was enhanced by the scorching flames, and if not for the shields granted by priests, those players might have been in serious danger. Fortunately, there were multiple teams from 4 factions engaging the blazing winged tiger, and another team quickly stepped in to replace the fallen ones. After the flame-winged tiger's attack, it turned its head and spat out fireballs, its angry gaze undiminished. As a powerful silver-tier boss, it instinctively felt that the person who struck from the shadows was not dead. Damn it! The flame-winged tiger could only vent its anger aimlessly. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming crouched on the ground, carefully avoiding the attacks, waiting for his stealing skill to recover, feeling anxious inside. He risked approaching again, made a decisive move, and attempted to steal. Failed. No worries, there will be another chance. As he made another move, the flame-winged tiger immediately sensed it, and the flames of anger surged on its body. That damn thief was indeed still around. Yet, it was entangled and couldn't spot the thief's figure, feeling helpless and furious. The surrounding players vaguely sensed the boss's increasing fury and thought to themselves, if it were them being besieged by a group of robbers, who wouldn't be angry? But soon, these doubts were dispelled by their companions. Indeed, if they were being surrounded, they would surely be furious too. In this way, besides the flame-winged tiger, no one noticed Zhou Ming's presence. 10 seconds later, he made another move, successfully stole, and his skill proficiency increased by 20. You obtained equipment X1. You obtained gold X1. Ha ha ha, success, another success. Although the stolen gold was disappointing, the overall gain was substantial. With 3 minutes almost up, Zhou Ming chose to dismiss his clone, feeling immensely satisfied. On the other side, Zhou Ming's true self was grinning mischievously. He only wanted to make some quick money to make ends meet, but unexpectedly obtained a piece of gold-tier equipment. While checking his loot, he opened his backpack to find a shimmering short dagger with a golden flame sheen. It was the Flame Battle Blade, a short dagger weapon of gold-tier quality, with 500 attack power, 30 attack speed, and an additional 300 points of flame damage. It also had the additional skill Flame Slash, which could harness the power of flames to unleash an 80-meter flame blade, dealing 3,180 attack power and flame damage to the target hit, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Level requirement, LV15. Zhou Ming was secretly amazed. This is incredible. 500 attack power, with additional flame damage and an area attack skill. it's practically unbeatable. Looking at the other piece of equipment, the Lone Wind King Waistguard, a silver tier item, it provided 1300 health, 30 agility, and 10 damage when fighting alone, also requiring level LV15. Zhou Ming was very satisfied, thinking that once he reached level 15, he could replace his current belt and weapon. Next, he just needed to patiently wait for his clone skill to recover. As time passed, the battlefield situation changed. The Frost Goblin boss, which had been casting spells continuously, finally fell under the player's attacks, significantly reducing the player's pressure. At this time, Zhou Ming's clone skill cooled down once more, and he activated it again. The clone moved out, continuing to steal. Successful theft, skill proficiency 20. You obtained a basic health potion X1. Successful theft, skill proficiency 20. You obtained an item, Flame Tiger Fur X1. Roar. The Flame Wing Tiger was raging. Tiger, stay calm. I'll dare again next time. Zhou Ming dodged attacks with a sly grin. Failed theft, skill proficiency 10. Successful theft, skill proficiency 20. He acquired equipment 1, gold 1. Hang in there. Tiger, I need you to help me get rich, you can't go down. With his clone as a distraction and using numerous players for cover, Zhou Ming eagerly continued his thieving spree. Since he always made his clone vanish in stealth mode, no one noticed a thief frequently lurking around the boss to steal. Finally, with a wail, the last bronze-level tiger guard fell. The players prepared to launch an attack on the Flamewing Tiger. At this moment, one of Zhou Ming's clones once again reached out to the Flamewing Tiger in stealth mode. Ahem, Tiger, we're bothering you again, sorry about this. Theft activated. Theft successful, skill proficiency 20. You acquired hidden equipment Fiery Meteor Boots, gold level 1. Another hidden item? That's 2 now. These are great rewards for the first boss kill. Zhou Ming was ecstatic. The Flamewing Tiger, currently in battle, suddenly trembled and let out a furious roar that echoed through the forest. Alert! The Flamewing Tiger has been intensely provoked, unleashing hidden potential with increased aggression. Be cautious. What the heck is happening? The players were stunned by the alert. The Flamewing Tiger soared into the air, its flames intensifying, resembling a small sun. The next instant, wind and fire converged into a massive fiery column sweeping across the battlefield. Quickly evade. Commanders of various teams shouted frantically. It was clear that the boss's attack this time was more ferocious than before. Retreat. The elite tanks responded swiftly, but the fiery column moved even faster. Boom, boom. Wherever the fiery column passed, whether tank or squishy, they were all instantly killed, including Zhou Ming's clone. The players were in chaos, suffering heavy casualties. However, after the fiery column's rampage, under the command of Evergreen Mountain and 3 guild leaders, the players regrouped and launched another assault. This time, without the interference of numerous bronze-level bosses, the Flamewing Tiger was hit repeatedly. Countless arrows and spells wove a dazzling web in the air, raining down continuously. Though each attack dealt little damage, the accumulation was like ants biting an elephant, visibly reducing the boss's health bar. Come on, brothers. This tiger is nothing to fear. Seeing this, the players' confidence soared, and they fought even harder. The Flamewing Tiger charged through the crowd but couldn't escape the entanglement of numerous shield bearers, warriors, and sword and rogue players. Additionally, many hunters laid traps around, constantly slowing or immobilizing it whenever it stepped on one. Even though the control time was short, it caused significant trouble. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the players defeated it, though it might cost more lives. Indeed, there's strength in numbers, and even such a formidable boss is helpless against the crowd. From a distance, Zhou Ming couldn't help but marvel as he hid behind the throng. He then shifted his gaze and opened his backpack. A pair of dazzling boots caught his eye, sparkling with tiny embers, a truly impressive sight. These flaming meteor boots are of gold quality, boasting remarkable stats, 200 movement speed, 150 evasion, and 40 agility. They also provide an additional effect of 300 fire resistance, reducing fire elemental damage by 300 points. The skill Flaming Meteor allows him to move instantly like a fiery meteor within a 100-meter range, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. The level requirement is LV15. Zhou Ming was thrilled, thinking, let's go, time to fly. This gear came with an incredibly powerful mobility skill, perfect for a rogue like him. He felt grateful to Brother Hu, considering him to be truly reliable and generous. Zhou Ming was so excited he could hardly contain himself. Next, he continued to lurk, sending out his clone to steal. However, possibly due to the boss's unusual state, Zhou Ming's success rate in stealing noticeably decreased. As a silver-level boss, he started to pilfer bronze-level items or just potions and coins. He thought to himself, could it be that I've stolen this guy into poverty? Nevertheless, overall, he was quite satisfied. The others were fighting tooth and nail but had gained nothing so far, while he was already profiting greatly. So, with a leisurely attitude, he continued to send his clone into action. As time went on, the Flarewing Tiger's health dwindled. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zhou Ming suddenly heard a notification. Steal successful, skill proficiency 20. You have obtained a special item, Flame Core 1. He immediately perked up. Suddenly, flames surged ahead, and the flare-winged tiger roared furiously at the sky. Oh no! Zhou Ming sensed this might have something to do with him, so he quickly checked his backpack. The flame core, categorized as an intermediate material, contained abundant fire elemental energy, useful for pharmaceuticals, alchemy, and as a power source. He realized. This must be important to it, which explains why it's so enraged. Just then, another notification confirmed his suspicion. The flare-winged tiger, in extreme anger, has lost its sanity and activated its berserk skill. For the next 3 minutes, its attributes will skyrocket, after which it will enter a weakened state. Be careful. Oh no, the boss has gone berserk. Zhou Ming's heart tightened as he quickly shouted, hang in there, everyone. Get through this wave, and victory will be ours. Seeing the boss berserk, the players were both frightened and excited. After all, a silver-level boss on its first kill might drop higher-tier equipment, possibly gold gear. However, the flare-winged tiger proved that their excitement was premature. It soared into the air, flapping its wings, sending blades of wind and fire sweeping in all directions. This time, the boss's attacks were even fiercer, with a massive increase in range and intensity. Boom! The fiery wind blades sliced through, and even as the priests desperately cast protection, dozens of tanks were instantly slain. Following that, 5 pillars of flame, a fiery whip, and numerous fireballs descended from the sky. Retreat. Avoid its onslaught. It's too fierce. Suddenly, the player's camp was ablaze with flickering flames, scorching heat waves, and flashes of death, creating a truly terrifying scene. Zhou Ming watched from the back with a smug grin. Although the boss was incredibly powerful, its skills had a long cooldown period. After a ferocious barrage, about a third of the players had been wiped out. Now, it was time for the players to strike back. The mages raised their staffs, chanting spells and unleashing powerful magic. Archers drew their bows, firing armor-piercing arrows, concussion arrows, and chain arrows in quick succession. Boom! The flaming winged tiger was instantly dealt a heavy blow. In its berserk state, its defense dropped, and the player's damage output increased. Charge, brothers! Excitement gleamed in the players' eyes. Warriors, rogues, and even hunters rushed forward, replacing the fallen tanks and keeping the boss at bay. The battlefield was filled with the sounds of battle, and the tension was palpable. As 3 minutes passed, the flaming winged tiger regained some of its skills and launched a counterattack. This round of assault cost the players nearly a quarter of their numbers. However, the boss was now in a weakened state, its energy depleted, and its movements significantly slowed, unable to fly anymore. Its health had dropped below 50,000. Charge, brothers. The first kill is mine. Whoever can, take it, but I'm going first. The players' morale soared as they charged forward. The flaming winged tiger roared in fury, its flame-covered claws claiming lives with each strike. Yet, everyone could see this was just the boss's last stand. Once mighty, it was now about to become easy prey. At this moment, Zhou Ming's eyes sharpened. He chose not to release his clones, but instead focused entirely, ready to make his move. He wanted to claim the boss's first kill too. Soon, the boss's health dropped to around 20,000. Move! Zhou Ming swiftly emerged, rushing toward the back of the crowd. Clone technique. He simultaneously released his true form and a clone, targeting players from the Domineering and Flying Sky guilds. From Zhou Ming's observation, these two guilds had the most surviving priests and mages, so they needed to be dealt with first. Hey buddy, are you lost? A player from the Domineering guild asked, puzzled as Zhou Ming sped toward him. He assumed Zhou Ming was from the other side, mistakenly heading in the wrong direction. Guilds were not random groups. Members' names were not hidden and had specific prefixes. Zhou Ming didn't respond to the question. He simply acted. A flash of his blade, and swoosh. The player was instantly killed, becoming the first blood. Zhou Ming charged at the enemy. Damn, this guy is attacking us. Someone stop him. Screams erupted from the back of the Domineering guild. In a flash, Zhou Ming turned into a phantom, dashing 10 meters ahead, leaving a trail of black blade light. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wherever the blade passed, squishy mages and priests fell instantly. Zhou Ming's blade was coated with the venom of the spotted poison gland, lasting 10 minutes. Coupled with his skills and attack power, taking down squishy players was a breeze. Meanwhile, commotion arose from the Flying Sky Guild side, as his clone began causing trouble there too. Ba Qi Wushuang stood at the front of the guild crowd. Noticing the commotion behind, he asked in a deep voice, Boss, someone's attacking us. They must be trying to steal the boss. Beside him, Ba Dao Xiao Chong urgently shouted, It's that damn mystery guy. Take some people and eliminate him right now. This is a critical moment, and we can't let him disrupt us. Understood. Ba Dao Xiao Chong immediately led a group to the rear. At this moment, Zhou Ming instantly took down a dozen fragile players, terrifying the surrounding players who scrambled to escape. A tank player arrived first, wielding a shield and a war hammer, launching an attack on Zhou Ming. This was a Shield Guardian's control skill, with a chance to stun if it hit. However, Zhou Ming dodged at the last moment, appearing behind the player and delivering a backstab. The backstab was a guaranteed critical hit, and with Zhou Ming's equipment effects, it instantly killed the Shield Guardian. "Oh my god," gasped the crowd, clearly shocked by Zhou Ming's damage. "Who are you? And why are you attacking us?" someone demanded. "No, it's him, the mystery guy it must be. This guy has finally shown himself." Just then, Ba Dao Xiaoyin Chong and his group arrived in a rush. "So, you're the despicable, sneaky one." Ba Dao Xiaoyin Chong glared at Zhou Ming. "Surround him." Zhou Ming heard this and smirked coldly before suddenly vanishing. "Be careful, he's gone invisible," someone warned. "No need to panic," Ba Dao Xiaoyin Chong shouted. "Mages, activate Magic Eye. Archers, fire scout arrows." Immediately, the sky lit up with arrows and magical eyes. But as they expected Mystery Guy to be exposed by these revealing skills, reality hit them hard. Zhou Ming's stealth had been upgraded beyond basic skills, rendering the Magic Eye and Scout arrows ineffective. "This doesn't make sense." Ba Dao Xiaoyin Chong was baffled. The ranged players, ready to unleash control skills and spells, were stunned as well. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the crowd. They looked and saw a priest turning into white light, dead. They only caught a glimpse of a black blade flash, but not the person who struck. Zhou Ming seized this chance, weaving into the midst of the priests, launching a massacre. Each strike triggered a stealth-breaking attack, dealing massive damage. Not only priests, mages, and archers, but even some clever rogues trying to stealthily position themselves were seen through by Zhou Ming's true sight, and were successively killed. After each quick kill, the shadow kill effect activated, keeping Zhou Ming invisible, leaving them helpless. "Everyone listen, as soon as Mystery Guy attacks, aim your attacks in that direction. We have a cooperative mode, so there won't be any friendly fire." In the crisis, Ba Dao Xiaoyin Chong ordered loudly. Spells and arrows immediately flew towards the spot where a teammate had died. However, Zhou Ming had anticipated this, and after each kill, he would immediately change position while still invisible. He has maxed out his agility, making him unmatched in speed while in stealth mode. The random attacks from others couldn't touch him. Meanwhile, Feiqian's clone also went into stealth, harassing the ranged players like a gorilla. With Zhou Ming causing chaos, the rear of Ba Dao suffered heavy casualties and fell into disarray, which weakened their attack on the boss. The flaming winged tiger at the front seized the opportunity to counterattack, and the situation quickly became unpredictable. "Ba Qi Wushuang, what are you doing?" The players from Feiqian and Ba Dao noticed something was wrong, and Shui Mei Gawei and Qingshan Ijo questioned through friend messages. "Ba Qi Wushuang, it's that mysterious guy? He's harassing us," Feiqian's little prince said angrily. "That guy is so annoying, always invisible. I have no idea how he does it." Shui Mei Gawei's expression turned cold, and she decisively said, "Ignore him. Quickly focus on killing the boss." "That's easy for you to say, but that guy can even one-shot our tanks. I'm losing people over here." The situation began to spiral out of control, especially for Ba Dao, where the chaos was constant, making it impossible to stabilize through command. Amidst the turmoil, Ba Dao's little silver spear was killed by Zhou Ming, leaving Ba Dao's rear in complete disarray, with everyone fearing for their lives. As Zhou Ming continued his killing spree, he moved closer to the front, thinking to himself, "Capture the leader first, take down Ba Qi Wushuang, and see how they manage without a head." At this moment, Zhou Ming moved forward in stealth. Although his stealth skill's duration had long expired, the shadow kill effect granted him more invisibility time. Even if an accident forced him to reveal himself, he could immediately activate stealth again to avoid exposure. For a rogue class, shadow kill was practically a divine skill. Seeing the chaos at the rear, Ba Qi Wushuang couldn't organize an effective attack and had to angrily abandon the boss, leading a group of elite members back. They ran right into Zhou Ming, who immediately circled behind him and delivered a backstab. Ba Qi Wushuang felt a sudden chill in his back. Death. Zhou Ming, like the Grim Reaper delivering a verdict, struck with a backstab 100 critical hit, and even the well-equipped Ba Qi Wushuang could only fall with regret, as Zhou Ming vanished once more. The boss is dead. This mysterious guy is so disgusting. Damn, who will command now? Amidst the panic, a new change occurred at the front. With Ba Dao's firepower lacking, the flaming winged tiger saw an opportunity, launching a wind-fire impact that scattered the front line and charged into Ba Dao's ranks. Instantly, flames surged and waves of fire engulfed them, causing numerous casualties. This was excitement. Zhou Ming laughed heartily, quickly retreating to the outskirts to continue hunting down fragile players, taking them out one by one with glee. During Ba Dao Guild's turmoil, Shui Mei Gawei and Qingshan Ijo struggled to maintain their attack on the boss. Seeing the boss with only a little over 10,000 health left, they quickly led their people to pursue. On Feiqian's side, with Zhou Ming's clone duration ending, they reorganized their offensive to join the fray. Perfect timing. Seeing this, Zhou Ming abandoned Ba Dao's people and slipped into Feitian Guild's ranks. In the crowd, Feitian's little prince and his sister, Feitian's little princess, were unaware of the approaching danger. Feitian's little prince raised an exquisite silver staff, preparing to cast a spell, while his sister released arrows beside him. Suddenly, a black blade flashed. Shoo! Feitian's little prince's health bar vanished instantly, and he turned into white light. Ah! Feitian's little princess and those around her were startled, immediately realizing that guy had struck again. Run! Damn! Forget the boss. This mysterious guy is just too disgusting. With their leader gone, Feitian Guild fell into chaos. Zhou Ming quietly approached Feitian's little princess from behind amidst the confusion, gave a devilish smile, and his blade slashed across the little beauty's throat. Death! Feitian's little princess also turned into white light and disappeared. Leaderless, Feitian Guild plunged into chaos. The blazing winged tiger suddenly sensed a noticeable decrease in the enemy's offensive and launched a full-force counterattack. The player's camp was gradually losing control, with flashes of death flickering across the battlefield. Seeing this, Zhou Ming swiftly changed direction, heading towards the ongoing battle between Qingshan Yizhou and the Huahua Guild. Sister, Feitian Prince, and his sister are dead too. Huahua Sword Dance, from the Huahua faction, said anxiously. She was friends with Feitian Princess and had already heard the news. At this moment, Blood Rose frowned, looking at the rampaging, blazing winged tiger with unwillingness in her eyes. Without the combined firepower of Badeo and Feitian, the boss's health was not depleting quickly. Sister. Blood Rose hesitated when her sister beside her suddenly screamed as she was ambushed and killed. Mysterious bro, you've gone too far. Our 3 guilds won't let you off. Blood Rose, usually composed, was pushed to the brink. In all her gaming experience, she'd never been so disgusted by someone. It was unbearable. However, the only response she got was the silent flash of a blade, sending her back to Maple Leaf Town and plunging the Huahua Guild into chaos. So close, Qingshan Yizhou noticed the commotion in the Huahua Guild and immediately understood the situation, sighing deeply. He said to those around him, "We won't be able to take down this boss today. Let's leave quickly." A player who admired him greatly was shocked and asked, "Boss, are you serious?" Qingshan Yizhou replied, "Mysterious bro is too tricky. He's taken down Baki Wushuang and others. I'm definitely his next target. If I don't leave now, I'm dead." With that, he decisively left. Those who followed him hesitated for a few seconds before many chose to do the same. Qingshan Yizhou not only left, but also issued a regional announcement. "Qingshan Yizhou here. Mysterious bro, impressive tactics, I salute you. I don't want the boss anymore. Please let me go, much appreciated." This announcement triggered a chain reaction, causing many who still harbored hopes for the boss to lose heart and flee. If even someone like Qingshan Yizhou had given up, what were they struggling for? This guy was indeed decisive, worthy of standing against 3 guilds truly capable. Zhou Ming, who was about to assassinate Qingshan Yizhou, showed a look of admiration, then changed his mind, turning to target those stubborn players still trying to compete for the boss. By now, the field was leaderless. Players were either dead or fleeing, with over 300 still unwilling to leave, foolishly entangled with the boss. The survivors dared not approach, staying far away, afraid of being stabbed by mysterious bro. Zhou Ming continued his actions, like the Grim Reaper roaming the battlefield, taking a life with every strike. "Screw it, I'm scared. Mysterious bro, you're amazing. I'm done with this." After a while, more people were scared off, abandoning unrealistic fantasies and fleeing. Roar. Perhaps seeing hope in the sudden turn of events, the blazing winged tiger, which had been using its skills sparingly due to weakness, suddenly gathered all its strength to flap its wings and unleashed 3 pillars of flames. In an instant, flames surged forth and white light flashed. Zhou Ming, caught too close, was hit by a fire pillar and his speed dropped sharply. As the flames surged, he urgently shouted, "Power of protection!" Zhou Ming's body suddenly erupted with a brilliant light, forming a shield that enveloped him entirely. This was the added skill from the Maple Leaf Guardian set, Power of Protection, capable of absorbing 5,000 points of damage. From a distance, players were battling nearby roaming monsters while glancing towards the bottom of the Lone Wind Cliff. They saw 3 pillars of fire engulfing many individuals and couldn't help but wonder if that mysterious guy was also dead. The flames soon subsided, leaving the flame-winged tiger devoid of its previous vigor, with its fiery coat reduced to mere embers, seemingly exhausted. Within 100 meters around it, not a single living person remained. Only the bizarre light shield, the glow of the power of protection, indicated that Zhou Ming was still alive. The boss's magical attack was indeed formidable, but it only managed to strip away over 4,000 points of the shield, leaving the barrier intact. However, due to the impact of the attack, Zhou Ming's stealth had been disrupted. He was the mysterious guy, quite the sly fox, hiding so well. Players in the distance quickly activated their recording functions to capture the mysterious guy's figure. "There aren't many of us left?" This situation is a disaster. I'm out of here. The players who had narrowly avoided being swept up by the pillars of flame were utterly terrified and fled. There was no other choice. The boss's counterattack had already killed over 100 people, and the remaining few were no match for the mysterious guy. Expecting to defeat the boss was pure foolishness. What a chance. Zhou Ming's eyes gleamed. With everyone else forced to retreat and out of combat, and the surrounding monsters all dead from the earlier battles, he only needed to kill the boss to claim all the experience points for himself. Excitedly, Zhou Ming charged at the flame-winged tiger. The tiger's eyes were filled with reluctance as it raised a claw to strike at Zhou Ming. Whoosh! A gust of wind pressure swept over. Even in a weakened state, the boss's attack was still formidable. A phantom flickered. Zhou Ming's body turned into a phantom as he dashed forward, effortlessly dodging the attack and slicing past the boss's side. The first clash seemed insignificant, as the boss still had about 10,000 health points. But Zhou Ming wasn't worried, as his blade had already poisoned the boss. Even with resistance reducing the damage, the venom from the mottled poison gland would still drain 50 health points per second for 60 seconds, totaling 3,000 points of damage. And Zhou Ming had other attack methods. The boss, in pain, turned to pounce directly at him. Backstab. Zhou Ming sidestepped, leaping to the flame-winged tiger's back, and thrust his knife down. In its weakened state, the boss's defense had dropped significantly, and Zhou Ming's attack, combined with a 100 critical hit, dealt terrifying damage. Then, with a light leap, he entered stealth midair. The boss could only attack wildly, unable to hit him. This mysterious guy is incredible. He's single-handedly controlling the flame-winged tiger. It's not fair. We've been fighting for our lives, and now he's going to take the victory? Players recording from afar could only smile wryly, shocked at how strong the mysterious guy actually was. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming, still in stealth, kept close to the boss, ensuring it couldn't target him. Now he only needed to wait for his backstab to cool down, then unleash a combo of his stealth-breaking attack and backstab, and the boss would be done for. Suddenly, a series of regional announcements appeared. Dominating unmatched, I won't be a pawn, Zhou. You dare touch the flame-winged tiger, and I'll ruin you, both in reality and the game. Bloodrose, no matter how strong you are, you're still just one person. Our 3 guilds together will make you regret it. Be smart and hold the flame-winged tiger until we arrive, and there's still room to negotiate. Flying Prince, name your price, leave the boss to me, and consider our grudges settled. These announcements were made by Dominating Unmatched and others after their on-site members informed them of the situation, each issuing threats in their urgency. As for how they knew Zhou Ming's ID, it was because he had openly killed people from the start, and those he killed naturally learned his ID. Ridiculous. Zhou Ming didn't take their threats seriously at all. Soon, his backstab was ready again. Zhou Ming circled to the boss's front, staring into its eyes, and struck down. Stealth-breaking attack. Before the boss could react, he leaped onto its back with a backstab. Fatal strike. Boom. At that moment, the boss's body collapsed heavily, followed by a series of notifications. You have defeated the silver-level boss, the flame-winged tiger LV-15, earning 200,000 experience points and 1,000 reputation. You achieved the first kill of a silver-level boss, receiving special rewards, 20 free attribute points, and a beginner's mystery box 1. You are also the first player to reach level 15, ranking first on the server's leaderboard. As the boss fell, a glow of leveling up enveloped Zhou Ming, allowing him to level up 5 times in a row, making him the top player on the server. He couldn't help but laugh heartily, feeling immensely proud. However, Zhou Ming didn't expect the flame-winged tiger to leave behind a small pile of loot. He quickly picked it up, choosing not to hide his name, making a bold decision. After this spectacle, his appearance and ID were surely noticed, so hiding was pointless. Besides, with his current strength, there was no need to hide. The boss was truly dead. He felt secretly pleased, thinking how everyone else had worked so hard, only for him to reap the rewards. How amusing. Big Shot Qingshan and several guild leaders were probably furious by now. Zhou Ming thought to himself, someone pinch me, is this real? As the boss fell, announcements rang out, and players reacted differently, some envious, some jealous, others curious. After all, this Zhou person had appeared out of nowhere, with no prior mention in the game. At that moment, players who had recorded the event rushed to the forums to post about it. Explosive news. The top forces of Maple Leaf Town had gathered to attack the flame-winged tiger, only for a rogue to claim the first kill. The 3 major guilds were made to look like fools. Who exactly is this never work Zhou, the strongest dark horse in Maple Leaf Town? Meanwhile, in the Wushan Town's Wushan Dungeon, Xingye Mingzhu, the leader of the Starry Night Guild, was leading over 1,000 players in an assault on the silver-level boss, the Corpse Poison Lich. The battle was nearing its end, with the boss's health reaching a critical level. In Clear Spring Town, the Minghua Pavilion Guild was also teaming up with other small guilds to attack the Green-Winged Demon Wolf, with the battle about to conclude. Similar scenes were playing out across other towns, as everyone raced to seize victory. Suddenly, a game announcement echoed across the server. Congratulations to Maple Leaf Town player, Never Work, Zhou for completing the first kill of a silver-level boss, earning a special reward. Soon after, another announcement followed. Congratulations to player, Never Work, Zhou for reaching level 15 first, ranking first in levels. Finally, the announcement declared. The level leaderboard is open, and the server-wide chat channel is now available. These announcements were like a bolt from the blue, shocking players in all towns. What? In the Wushan dungeon, Xingye Mingzhu's beautiful face was filled with astonishment. Despite all her preparations and efforts, she had failed. Moreover, the announcement mentioned an individual, not a team. Could it really have been a solo boss kill? How could that be possible? Her heart was filled with doubt and frustration. Simultaneously, the newly opened server-wide chat channel exploded with activity. Who is this Zhou person? Can someone really solo a silver boss first kill? Damn, we have over 1,000 people here struggling. How did he manage it? Shouldn't the officials explain this? It must be cheating. Players were actively discussing and questioning the legitimacy of it all in the channel. Under the lonely wind cliff, Zhou Ming heard the game announcement and was secretly curious. He opened the global chat channel and indeed saw the situation he anticipated. Despite the uproar among players, he had no intention of explaining anything and even felt it beneath him to do so. He knew that soon enough, players from Maple Leaf Town would post the details on forums or online platforms, so there was no need for him to step in. At that moment, Zhou Ming opened his inventory to assess the loot from his recent encounter. As expected, the tiger was quite wealthy, yielding a good amount of valuable items. Besides the golden and silver equipment he had previously stolen, the boss's death dropped 2 more silver pieces and 2 skill books, along with a fair amount of coins and potions. After tallying up, the blazing winged tiger had provided him with 2 golden pieces, 6 silver pieces, and 8 bronze pieces of equipment. Truly a treasure trove. However, the 2 skill books were the 3rd tier Wind and Fire Blade and the 2nd tier Fireball Barrage, both of which were mage skills that he couldn't use. In his inventory, Zhou Ming also found a magnificent rainbow chest and a black and white crystal. The crystal was a good and evil crystal, which, when activated, allowed entry into the good and evil gate dungeon for trials, with 2 uses remaining. The chest was a special reward for being the first to kill the boss, and the strange crystal was the key to the good and evil gate dungeon. Considering how tough it was to kill the blazing winged tiger, Zhou Ming doubted he could clear the dungeon solo. Perhaps he could use this key for something else. With this in mind, Zhou Ming decided not to use the key for now and instead focused on selecting the right equipment. Having reached level 15, he could now equip the items obtained from the blazing winged tiger. He ultimately chose several pieces: the blazing warblade, meteor fire boots, and the lonely wind king's belt silver. Additionally, he selected 3 silver-level items: the fiery shoulder guards, fiery bracelet, and fiery ring. The fiery shoulder guards had attributes of defense 250, stamina 55, and fire resistance 100, requiring level 15. The fiery bracelet offered strength 80, accuracy 80, and fire resistance 100, also requiring level 15. The fiery ring provided strength 75, accuracy 70, and a 20 chance to deal 500 fire damage on attack, with the same level requirement. The remaining equipment wasn't suitable for a rogue, so Zhou Ming planned to dispose of them, but he definitely wouldn't sell the spider silk ring and shadow blade, keeping them as backups. He equipped all his gear, and his attributes were as follows: player Zhou Ming, class, rogue, level 15, health points, 100, mana points, 4850, attack power, 1750, spell power, 750, physical defense, 25, magic defense, 870, movement speed, 440, accuracy, 405, evasion, 303, attack speed bonus, 241, constitution, 30, strength, 55, intelligence, 230, stamina, 25, agility, 80, spirit, 205, talent, 25. Zhou Ming possessed an SS level skill with unlimited potential, along with rogue class traits: secrets of strength and speed, short blade mastery, steel tier 1 LV 42, stealth tier 1 LV 35, backstab tier 1 LV 30, poison coating tier 1 LV 15, phantom flash 2 tiers LV 1, true sight I 4 tiers, doppelganger technique 5 tiers LV 1. At this moment, players in the distance began to stir, filled with curiosity about Zhou Ming's abilities and perhaps a bit envious of his earlier performance. However, Zhou Ming's impressive power deterred them from approaching recklessly. Unfazed, Zhou Ming opened his backpack and selected a beginner's mysterious chest. The chest was of beginner grade, with effects that were extremely enigmatic, and its corresponding treasure pool was beyond imagination, though it only yielded 1 item. The higher the grade of the chest, the greater the chance of obtaining valuable items. The chest's description read, "I am the epitome of mystery." Resolute, he decided to open it. Instantly, a dazzling light flashed. Congratulations. You have obtained one fountain of wisdom from the beginner's mysterious chest. The chest vanished, replaced by a transparent crystal bottle containing a light blue liquid. The fountain of wisdom was of epic grade, with the effect of randomly enhancing one of the class's traits, passives, or skills upon consumption, with one usage available. Epic item. Zhou Ming stared at the item interface before him, a wave of surprise surging in his heart. The treasure pool of this mysterious chest truly lived up to its reputation. It even contained an epic item. Unfortunately, it wasn't equipment. Otherwise, he could have made a fortune. Zhou Ming consumed the spring water, and instantly, an incredibly refreshing sensation spread throughout his body. He felt completely invigorated, and a notification sounded in his ear. You have consumed the spring of wisdom. Your class traits, the essence of strength and speed, have been enhanced. Essence of strength and speed type, rogue class trait effect. For every 2 points of agility, attack power 1. This is amazing. Zhou Ming's eyes lit up, feeling his attributes rapidly increase and his attack power slightly rise. It was indeed an epic item, with extraordinary effects. Although it could only be used once, it was a significant boost for him. He originally planned to play as a full agility rogue, worried about lacking damage. Now, with his class traits enhanced, even with full agility allocation and better equipment, his damage wouldn't fall behind. At that moment, Zhou Ming looked around and noticed many players reluctant to leave in the distance. As the chaos subsided, monsters began to roam below the lonely wind cliff. Seeing this, Zhou Ming immediately activated stealth and slipped down the mountain. Simultaneously, he opened the regional chat channel and spent gold to post an announcement. No work Zhou here. There will be an auction at the base of Lonely Wind Mountain. If you want to know what the flaming winged tiger dropped, come and see. After speaking, Zhou Ming's lips curved slightly, as if he could already see a flood of gold coins coming his way. Wow, he's actually going to hold an auction at the base of the mountain? That's insane. It's like he's slapping the 3 major guilds in the face. The surrounding players were abuzz with discussion, and even nearby players who were leveling up abandoned their activities to join the excitement. This guy is so brazen. In the wild area outside Lonely Wind Mountain, Baki Wushuang was rushing over in a hurry and almost exploded with anger upon seeing the announcement. Those were supposed to be his items, and this bastard dared to auction them openly? Never before had he been so blatantly disregarded. Did they think he was invisible? He immediately ordered everyone to gather, determined not to let Zhou get away. Meanwhile, Blood Rose also led the resurrected members of her guild towards Lonely Wind Mountain. Hearing the announcement, her expression turned cold. Sister, I know. Blood Rose thought to herself, this guy is truly audacious. They had only brought elite members to climb the mountain quickly before, but now she decided to gather everyone. Surely, Baki Wushuang would do the same. She wanted to see how Zhou Ming would handle it. The sheer number of players could be terrifying in any game. As Blood Rose predicted, the flying siblings made similar arrangements. Lonely Wind Mountain quickly became the focal point for players from Maple Leaf Town. At the base of the mountain, when Zhou Ming appeared, nearly 1,000 people had already gathered. Many of them were those who had previously joined Qingshan Egyo in tackling the boss. Since Zhou Ming hadn't attacked them, most of them were still alive, along with some players who had come over after hearing the commotion nearby. The mystery man is here. As a mysterious figure suddenly appeared, the crowd immediately perked up, staying alert. Don't act rashly. Qingshan Egyo leaned in and whispered to the people around him, then led his companions towards Zhou Ming, exclaiming, Mysterious brother, I must say, I'm impressed. I never expected that after all that effort, we would end up being just your backdrop. He started the conversation, making it clear he had no ill intentions. Wow, he's the mysterious brother, that's incredible. The crowd scrutinized Zhou Ming, wondering, how did he single-handedly suppress the blazing winged tiger? Everyone was puzzled, questioning if they were even playing the same game. A spirited young man touched his head confidently, clearly not convinced. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, No way, he's the rabbit brother. It's definitely him. I can't be mistaken. Now that they were closer, everyone realized that the mysterious brother and the rabbit brother were indeed the same person. This revelation caused a stir, leading people to speculate if the mysterious brother's prowess was somehow related to the rabbits, though it seemed a bit bizarre. You don't understand? This is a game, not reality. Who knows, maybe playing with rabbits boosts combat power, someone suggested. Amidst the shock, another person connected the dots. Rabbit brother trained diligently with rabbits and became the formidable, mysterious brother. Among the crowd, some clever individuals quickly made a strange connection. Spread the word, secure the bunny zone quickly, seize this opportunity. Our future play depends on this. The message spread rapidly through the chat channels. I'm going back to find some rabbits to train with. Someone else hurriedly left, ready to take action. The revelation that mysterious brother and rabbit brother were the same was too much for most people. Zhou Ming cleared his throat, interrupting the crowd. Stop with the rabbit brother and mysterious brother titles. I am who I am, a unique spark. He smiled confidently. Tormenting rabbits won't help you. My strategies are not for you to imitate. Qingshan Egyo chimed in at the right moment, steering the conversation. Since you're hosting an auction, could you show us the items? Zhou Ming agreed readily, sharing an infographic of the extra items dropped by the blazing winged tiger, along with previous loot. Among these were items he had collected from defeating Baki Wushuang and others, which Zhou Ming was now selling without waste. Wow, the crowd gasped. How much did he get from the boss? Tier 3 skill books. If we could get our hands on those, our combat power would skyrocket. Instantly, players looked on with eager eyes. Mysterious brother, no gold tier equipment? Qingshan Egyo, while tempted by the silver equipment Zhou Ming displayed, wanted more. Zhou Ming shrugged, feigning ignorance. No luck with gold tier equipment, but I did get something interesting. He then shared the information about the good and evil crystal with Qingshan Egyo. A dungeon key. Qingshan Egyo's eyes widened, and he earnestly requested, "Please, take me with you." Before Zhou Ming could respond, a loud rumble echoed as 3 groups emerged from the forest, heading downhill. The 3 major guilds were assembling. I want to see who dares to buy my stuff. Zhou Ming thought coldly to himself. The spoils from the blazing winged tiger belonged to the 3 major guilds, and anyone who meddled would face dire consequences. Before the people arrived, the voices of Shui Meigui and Baki Wushuang rang out. Not good. The big guilds are coming back. The onlookers were startled and quickly stepped aside. Zhou Ming squinted, observing the scene. Wow, there must be at least 2,000 people. Yet he remained unfazed. As the crowd approached, Baki Wushuang signaled, splitting the guild members into 3 groups to occupy the lower perimeter, walking over with cold expressions. Welcome to my auction. Freshly dropped boss equipment, discounted prices, no tricks, limited time 20 off sale. Facing the cold stares, Zhou Ming calmly asked, did everyone bring their money? The moment Baki Wushuang saw Zhou Ming's calm demeanor, he lost his composure. Enraged, he charged forward and swung his blade, which howled with a chilling wind as it sliced through the air. This was a warrior's skill gale slash. The fierce blade wind approached, but Zhou Ming deftly sidestepped it, easily evading the attack. He was secretly amazed, realizing that his movement speed of 405 points was indeed impressive. Only now did he understand how fast he truly was. Baki Wushuang couldn't even touch him. So fast. Feitian Xiao Wangzi, who had been silent until now, couldn't help but express his amazement. Didn't you say you'd cripple me before? Zhou Ming sneered as he rushed toward Baki Wushuang. Boss, watch out. Attack. Ba Dao Xiao Yinxiang hastily commanded, and dozens of ranged attacks immediately targeted Zhou Ming. You guys are crazy. Some nearby players cursed as they hurriedly retreated. Zhou Ming, however, charged forward swiftly, reaching Baki Wushuang just as the attacks came. Backstab. In a flash, Zhou Ming appeared behind his opponent, leaving Baki Wushuang bewildered as he looked ahead. Where did that guy go? In the next instant, the blazing warblade pierced Baki Wushuang's back, killing him instantly. Baki Wushuang didn't even know how he died. Such high damage. Qingshan Egyo gasped in shock. How do you have such high output? Shui Meigui could hardly believe it. Although surprised, her resolve remained firm. You're indeed strong. If you had come to me initially, I would have welcomed you with a starting annual salary of 1 million. But unfortunately, you're too arrogant. You'll pay for your actions. With that, Shui Meigui and her team retreated in unison, and the army in the rear prepared to attack. Mages raised their staffs, and archers gathered energy to form arrows. Trash. Our boss said he'd kill you back to level 0. Someone from Ba Dao's side couldn't hold back any longer. When Baki Wushuang attacked, Ba Dao Xiao Yinxiang had already prepared to support. But since Zhou Ming instantly defeated Baki Wushuang, he couldn't save him and could only attack first. Seeing this, Zhou Ming fully unleashed his movement skills and rushed toward them. Phantom Flash. Zhou Ming turned into a blur. This skill is related to one's movement speed. The higher the speed, the faster the burst. Swoosh. The spectators only saw a blurry shadow pass by Xiao Yinxiang and his team, instantly dealing a series of damage, turning them into white light and disappearing. Impressive, my mysterious brother. This move, which instantly defeated several opponents, immediately won over the observing players. Boom, boom, swoosh, swoosh. Next, energy fluctuations in the sky indicated that the guild army's attack was about to fall. Meteor firestorm. Flames surged beneath Zhou Ming's feet. Riding a cloud of fire, he flew 100 meters in an instant, charging directly to the enemy front. What? This unbelievable scene made Shui Meigui and her team turn pale. Flying 100 meters in an instant. Are you even human? The frontline shield guards and warriors reacted, raising their shields and blades against Zhou Ming. But Zhou Ming was faster. Holding his blade behind him, the flames on it blazed fiercely, dazzling and eye-catching. Blazing slash. He swung his blade, and golden firelight illuminated the scene. In an instant, the flames reflected in everyone's eyes. Boom. An 80-meter-long blaze swept through the crowd with Zhou Ming's slash, consuming every life in its path. White flashes flickered among the people as enemies fell one after another, including high-ranking members of guilds like Blood Rose and Flying Prince. Nearly 200 people turned to ashes in an instant, leaving a charred landscape, with flames still burning. At that moment, a strange silence fell over the base of Lone Wind Mountain. Everyone held their breath, not daring to move. The other guild members, who had been ready to encircle, seemed frozen in place, their eyes filled with fear. The scene was silent until Zhou Ming pointed his sword forward and coldly said, "Anyone else not convinced, step forward." His voice echoed in all directions, but no one dared to respond. Finally, as Qingshan Egio and others snapped back to reality, they collectively gasped in shock and disbelief. 200 people incinerated with one strike. It was terrifying. Oh my god, what kind of skill is that? It's so cool, truly amazing. I'm so envious why isn't such a powerful and dazzling skill mine. If I were that cool, I'd have more admirers than I could count, they thought to themselves. Zhou Ming had not shown such formidable power when fighting the flame-winged tiger earlier. It was clear he had gained something from the boss. "Zhou, you're my idol from now on. Not even Jesus could change my mind." After the initial shock, exclamations of awe and envy erupted. At that moment, the figure wielding the flaming blade appeared godlike in their eyes. "Forget it. I'm not fighting this monster. I don't want to lose levels. Retreat. Retreat. I can't afford this. Everyone, I'm getting out of here." The remaining guild members were terrified by Zhou Ming's single strike, unwilling to lose levels in vain. If there was hope of defeating him, they would follow orders, but facing such overwhelming power knowing it would mean certain death was not bravery, it was foolishness. Zhou Ming's fiery slash left a psychological scar on them. They scrambled in panic, desperately fleeing. "Why run? I'm not a devil," Zhou Ming remarked, not bothering to chase them as he had more important matters to attend to. He sheathed his weapon and made a regional announcement. "No work for Zhou. Apologies for the earlier incident. The auction continues, and a dungeon key will be available. A friendly reminder, the first dungeon, Gate of Good and Evil, is located atop Lone Wind Cliff. First come, first served with the key. By the way, overbearing, unmatched, Blood Rose, and the little one who wants to fly, you can join too. I'm not a devil, not that petty." So the dungeon had appeared, and the mysterious guy had the key. I'm impressed. Just how much more is Zhou hiding? He's unfathomable. After the announcement, players were once again surprised and engaged in heated discussions. "Are you sure you want to sell that dungeon key?" Qingshan Egio asked with an increasingly respectful tone, fearing Zhou Ming might kill him with a flick of the wrist. "Yeah, might as well make some money while it's hot," Zhou Ming replied casually. Qingshan Egio felt a bit disappointed. As a seasoned gamer with a team and considerable savings, he knew he couldn't compete with the big guilds. The dungeon key was likely out of his reach. In Maple Leaf Town, Blood Rose and others gathered silently in the town square. Their confrontation with Zhou ended in a crushing defeat, leaving them humiliated. Having died twice, their levels had dropped to 10, and their expressions were grim. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. "That guy actually has a dungeon key and is going to auction it?" Faitian Little Prince exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the announcement. He quickly realized this was a golden opportunity. That shameless commoner stole their stuff, and now brazenly makes them pay to get it back? Baki Wushuang's face turned dark, his heart burning with anger. Victory or defeat, it seems they underestimated the opponent's strength. Unlike him, Blood Rose calmly acknowledged this fact, even with a hint of envy in her voice. "I really can't understand how a lone player could have such power." Her words echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Despite Baki Wushuang and others' impressive appearances, they knew their actual abilities weren't as dazzling as they seemed. It's not that they were weak, but external aids significantly boosted their performance. From the start, they had people helping them level up, subordinates gathering resources to quickly assemble gear, and they easily dominated leveling areas, something ordinary players couldn't compete with. But how did someone like Zhou manage all of this? Baki Wushuang shouted outwardly, but felt uneasy inside. The opponent's backstab was unbelievably powerful. Should they attend his auction? Faitian Little Princess asked, looking frustrated. She believed she hadn't offended Zhou, yet he killed her twice. Do you know how painful it is for a 17-year-old girl to lose levels? Every boy she'd met before had been at her beck and call. She'd never suffered such grievances. This Zhou is simply inhuman. "I'm going to the auction," Blood Rose said and started to leave. "Hey, are you really going?" Baki Wushuang panicked, his face turning pale. "The secrets of the game. Don't tell me you haven't heard. Why play dumb?" Blood Rose didn't look back as she left with her team. "Of course, you know too." Baki Wushuang and Faitian Little Prince exchanged glances, understanding each other. "I'm off, you decide for yourself." Faitian Little Prince resignedly accepted the situation. In truth, they weren't entirely clear about the so-called game secrets. But as heirs in the elite circles of Longhua, they had heard from their families that the game, Shinchi, supposedly developed by a coalition of nations, had incredible potential and could significantly impact the future of Longhua, or even the global landscape. In fact, their entry into the game was supported by their family businesses. Despite his dissatisfaction, Baki Wushuang had to concede. The game's first dungeon was crucial. If his family found out he messed it up, the consequences would be dire. I'll remember you. Don't let me find you in the real world. He muttered, taking a deep breath, eyes cold, as he headed towards Lonely Wind Mountain. At the base of Lonely Wind Mountain, the auction had already begun. Zhou Ming showcased a variety of equipment, with players eagerly bidding. The highest bidder wins. To Zhou Ming's surprise, he underestimated the players' desire for equipment. After auctioning off all the black iron and bronze gear, he had nearly 1,000 gold coins. Of course, no player had that much money on them at this stage. These coins came from group players pooling their resources to bid, ultimately ending up in Zhou Ming's hands. The game has yet to enable the exchange of RMB for in-game currency, which has led to an unusually high gold price, reaching a ratio of 1 to 300. Zhou Ming couldn't help but reflect on his initial decision to play as a rogue, which was partly driven by a carefree and nonchalant attitude. However, life is full of surprises, and he gradually realized that making money might not be as difficult as he once thought. In fact, if he wanted, he could convert his gold into cash right now, enough to live comfortably for years. But he wouldn't do that. Unbeknownst to him, his mindset had shifted. When he had no money, he lived frugally, longing to get rich. Now that he had the ability to earn, money seemed less appealing. Deep down, he yearned for something else. More than wealth, he looked forward to the adventures the game had to offer. Boss, we're running low on gold, said Qingshan Egio, interrupting Zhou Ming's thoughts. With no other choice, Zhou Ming decided they would use RMB to bid for items. Although the game doesn't allow direct exchange between RMB and in-game currency, players can still trade using RMB with ease. They simply need to top up the corresponding game account and transfer funds directly without sharing bank information or worrying about revealing their real identities. Thinking about the upcoming income, Zhou Ming remained calm. For him, the key was to live freely, happily, and spontaneously. Of course, earning money was still important. No one would complain about having too much, as both life and gaming require funds. However, this was no longer his primary goal. Zhou Ming's new objective was to fully explore the joys of the game. As the auction continued, Zhou Ming presented a piece of equipment to the crowd. Level 15 silver equipment, Crimson Flame armor, with impressive defense and health stats, starting bid at 10,000. He spoke nonchalantly. No one questioned the price because, at this stage, level 15 silver equipment was worth every penny. I bid 20,000. Qingshan Egio immediately raised the offer. I bid 25,000, 28,000. With the introduction of silver equipment, the atmosphere heated up. The first silver item sold for 32,000, the second for 30,000, and so on with the third, fourth. By the time all the silver items were sold, Zhou Ming found his account had over 200,000. At that moment, an area announcement interrupted the auction. Blood rose, Zhou. I admit defeat. Let's settle our differences. I want the dungeon key. Let's discuss the price. Flying Prince, you're impressive. Keep the dungeon key. I'm on my way. Unmatched dominance. Money is no object. I'm determined to get the dungeon key. The announcement surprised everyone. Could it be true? 3 guilds conceding so quickly? It's understandable for Flying Prince, but unmatched dominance and Blood Rose have been renowned in the gaming world for a long time. I can't believe it. I've been gaming for years, and it's the first time I've seen a solo player turn the tables on guilds, especially 3 at once. As players expressed their surprise, hurried footsteps approached from afar, and unmatched dominance, and his group returned. This time, they brought fewer people and lacked their previous aggressive demeanor, appearing instead deliberately low-key. Zhou is incredible. Someone behind Qingshan Egio chuckled upon seeing this. Qingshan Egio nodded in agreement. This isn't just a slap in the face, it's like riding over them. Watching the group approach with anxious expressions, Zhou Ming didn't mock them. Instead, he gave a mischievous smile and said, "Welcome. This time, did you bring the money?" "Yes, I did bring it." When asked the same question again, Baki Wushuang's response was completely different this time. He forced a smile, though it looked more ghastly than cheerful. This almost made Qingshan Egio and others burst into laughter. He thought to himself, why didn't you just do this from the start? Why pretend? Do you really have the dungeon key? Can I take a look? Fei Tian Zaiwangzi asked. Realizing he might have sounded too eager, he quickly added, "It's all a misunderstanding, boss. As long as you sell me the dungeon key, the Fei Tian Guild will always be your ally." Baki Wushuang's mouth twitched slightly, thinking, this kid is shameless. But he reminded himself that a real man can adapt to circumstances, so he replied, "The misunderstanding is behind us. If you sell me the dungeon key, I'll give you a satisfactory price. No rush, I still have 2 skill books to auction." With that, Zhou Ming displayed the information on the skill books. Tier 3 skills. Fei Tian Zaiwangzi's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "I'll offer 100,000. I'll offer 150,000. Blood Rose immediately bid. Zaiwangzi retorted, "You're not even a mage. Why do you need this?" Blood Rose smiled sweetly. "I may not need it, but my people can use it." Thus, a fierce bidding war began. It must be said, the scale of large guilds is incomparable to smaller groups. Once Baki Wushuang and others joined in, there was no room for anyone else. Ultimately, the Tier 3 skill, Windfire Blade, was bought by Xiaowangzi for 250,000, while the Tier 2 skill, Fireball Barrage, went to Blood Rose for 160,000. This was even after the three guilds gave each other face. Otherwise, the prices could have been higher. Zhou Ming suddenly pocketed a massive 410,000. At this moment, he thought, these filthy rich people. Seeing these people with their lavish spending, Zhou Ming felt displeased and thought, just wait, I'll outsmart you all. Taking advantage of the situation, Zhou Ming shared information about the good and evil crystal. Good and evil crystal can enter the door of good and evil. It was indeed the dungeon key. Finally, Blood Rose and the others were convinced. Starting the auction now, with a minimum bid of 200,000, Zhou Ming didn't give them time to ponder, urging, I'm busy, buy it quickly. Wow, starting directly at 200,000. I'm stunned. Is money really this easy to earn? The onlookers were envious. They knew the good and evil crystal was merely an entry ticket. What lay inside the dungeon, or even if it could be cleared, was still uncertain. Yet, Blood Rose and others didn't hesitate to raise their bids. 250,000, 270,000, 300,000. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the price of this item skyrocketed at an unbelievable pace. Witnessing this, Qingshan Egio felt a twinge of regret. With his financial power, how could he possibly compete with these ultra-rich second-generation heirs? The first dungeon was destined to elude him. The bidding surged to the 600,000 mark. Hey, we can't just let him fleece us like this. Fortunately, Baki Wushuang realized this and discreetly communicated with Blood Rose and Xiaowangzi. Indeed, in their excitement, they almost got swayed. The dungeon can be entered as a team. There's no need for us to compete. We can just team up and enter together. This guy is an oddball, so we need to act naturally and not let him know we've discussed this. Otherwise, it could cause trouble. Let's let Little Prince handle it. The three quickly reached an agreement. I'll offer 700,000. What do you say, guys? Little Prince suddenly suggested. Domineering unmatched and Blood Rose pretended to hesitate. Zhou Ming looked at the three, feigning ignorance, and said with a smile, in that case, the price is set. All right, boss. Little Prince beamed, immediately initiating the transfer without hesitation, sending 700,000 to Zhou Ming's game account. Then he whispered, boss, shouldn't you give me the dungeon key now? The key? What? Zhou Ming blinked at him, pretending not to understand. The onlookers perked up. What's going on? Is Zhou Ming going to break his promise? If that's true, his reputation in the game would be ruined, like a rat crossing the street. Come on, buddy. Little Prince couldn't help but feel irritated. They're all prominent figures. Surely he wouldn't go back on his word? Of course not, Zhou Ming chuckled. Since I've taken your money, I'll definitely let you into the dungeon. It's 700,000 per spot. Join my team now. With that, Zhou Ming sent over a team invitation. Instantly, the atmosphere turned awkwardly silent. Domineering unmatched, Blood Rose, Little Prince, and their crew were all frozen, their minds almost shutting down. What the heck? Domineering unmatched finally broke the silence. Are you kidding me? 700,000 just for a team spot? Do you think we're fools? The crowd immediately erupted in chatter. Wow, that's outrageous. 700,000 for a spot. That's crazy. No way they'd agree to that. Ignoring the surprised crowd, Zhou Ming looked innocently at Domineering unmatched and the others. Who said I was selling a dungeon key? I never mentioned that. I was always planning to sell a team spot. How else would I get in? Gosh, Blood Rose and Little Prince gasped, seeing Zhou Ming's earnest expression. Selling a team spot for 700,000. Even for these wealthy second-generation heirs, it felt unacceptable. They were being ripped off. At first, I thought you were an oddball. But you're not. You're a devil. Even as a rich kid raised by capitalists, I need to learn from you. Blood Rose and Little Prince both had similar thoughts at that moment. You dare mess with us? Domineering unmatched felt a rush of anger, his eyes blazing. Who's messing with you? You just didn't understand. Not my fault. Zhou Ming's eyes turned cold, and with a flick of his hand, a blade appeared. 700,000 per spot. Take it or leave it. I'm not here to serve. For a moment, the scene was tense. Zhou Ming smirked inwardly, not worried at all. To be honest, he'd take the money if he could, but it wasn't crucial. What mattered more was tormenting these people, especially Domineering unmatched, which was extremely satisfying. Even if they didn't agree, so what? The dungeon key could be used twice. He could go in himself to check it out. If he couldn't defeat the boss, he could sneak around. Getting the first clear wasn't a big deal. But for Domineering unmatched and his crew, it was different. If they didn't act fast, they might fall behind other guilds in the town, which would be hard to swallow for those who always considered themselves superior. That guy is so bad. Little Princess hid behind her brother, peeking fearfully at Zhou Ming. Firework Sword Dance stood behind Blood Rose, grinding her teeth in frustration, but could do nothing. In the end, Blood Rose made up her mind and quickly communicated with the other two through her friend contacts. Although she was displeased, the 700,000 profit was a drop in the bucket compared to the first clear of the dungeon. Was she really willing to be manipulated like this? Dominating Unmatched was furious, almost ready to roar. But what else could he do? The little prince said irritably. You also have to answer to the family, right? You won't get away with not achieving anything. Anyway, I've already paid, so you two figure it out. Dominating Unmatched cursed inwardly. Damn it. I will definitely hunt him down and torment him to death. His harsh words implied submission. In the midst of everyone's astonished gazes, Blood Rose was the first to agree. As you said, 700,000 per spot. I'll take 3. What the heck? Seriously? They agreed to this. The players were stunned. Then, the little prince added, I'll add another 700,000 for a spot for my sister. Wow, the players were already numb. Next was Dominating Unmatched, who said darkly, I'll take 3 spots too. The leaders of his guild were dumbfounded. The players were completely overwhelmed. In this short time, that person made 5.6 million by selling dungeon spots. 5.6 million. How many people could earn that much in a lifetime? Just now, right in front of their eyes, this person earned it effortlessly. It's not fair. I can't take it. It's unfair. Why is he so lucky? I'm not convinced. I'm frustrated. I feel like life has lost its meaning. At this moment, intense envy and jealousy filled the area, almost becoming tangible. Amazing, amazing. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Qingshan Egyo witnessed the whole scene and was in awe, giving repeated thumbs up to Zhou Ming. Compared to this person, his so-called expertise in gaming seemed like a joke. All those years of gaming felt wasted. You're too kind, Zhou Ming said calmly, though he was secretly delighted inside. Blood Rose transferred 2.1 million renminbi to him. Flying Little Prince transferred 700,000 renminbi to him. Soon, he heard the notification of the funds being credited. Thank you for your patronage. Now, let's join the team. Zhou Ming added them to the team one by one. Then, he realized one spot was still open. In the game, a team could have up to 10 people. There were currently 9, leaving 1 spot. Without hesitation, Zhou Ming looked at Qingshan Egyo and casually said, There's 1 spot left, it's yours. Me? Qingshan Egyo was startled and pointed at himself. Boss, I don't have that kind of money. In truth, he did have the money, but he didn't think it was worth it, as he wasn't a second-generation rich kid. I like you, it's free. Zhou Ming sent a team invite. Huh? Thank you, boss. After the shock, Qingshan Egyo was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. He had given up hope, but unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him, and nothing could stop it. This scene made Dominating Unmatched, and the other two feel unbalanced. We all paid. Why is he free? Dominating Unmatched couldn't hold back his displeasure and finally voiced it. Zhou Ming immediately retorted, Because I want to. Do you have a problem? And so, the 10-person team was formed. Besides Blood Rose and her sister, the Flying Little Prince and his sister, and Dominating Unmatched, there were Zhou Ming and Qingshan Egyo. At the peak of Lonely Wind Cliff, Zhou Ming met with senior members of the Huahua Guild, Huahua Qingyu, and representatives from the Overlord Guild, Overlord Little Silver Spear, and Overlord Journey. Zhou Ming, unwilling to travel with them, chose to temporarily part ways. He activated stealth mode, instantly boosting his speed to over 700, and moved up the mountain like a phantom. His invisibility allowed him to avoid detection, and anyone witnessing his swift movement would have been astounded. After climbing 3 times, Zhou Ming's strength had significantly increased, allowing him to become the first to reach the summit of Lonely Wind Cliff effortlessly. Nearby, members of the Overlord Guild were leveling up and waiting. Soon, a group of 9 set off together. Zhou Ming checked his game account, finding a total of 6,248,000 renminbi. After a brief consideration, he decided to withdraw 300,000 to his long-empty bank account. He planned to use this money to buy a game pod to enhance his gaming experience, leaving the rest untouched for now. He wasn't trying to hoard money, but was cautious about withdrawing too much at once, fearing it might attract attention, especially from the Overlord Guild, who might use bank transactions to trace him. Sitting at the cliff's edge, Zhou Ming gazed down at the scenery below, feeling pleased. Soon, Blood Rose and others arrived at the base of the cliff and began their ascent. Facing this challenging dungeon location, Overlord Unparalleled complained as he climbed, feeling frustrated since meeting Zhou Ming, who had continually outsmarted him. Little Prince chimed in. It must be randomly generated. Let's hurry up. After a while, Zhou Ming stood up and equipped the spider silk ring. Whoosh! A strand of spider silk shot out, landing precisely on the fastest climber, Qingshan Egyo. Startled, Qingshan Egyo exclaimed, What's happening? Pull me up. Zhou Ming exerted force, and the spider silk swiftly retracted. Qingshan Egyo was pulled up, lying on the ground in shock, but quickly exclaimed with excitement. Wow, that was thrilling. No wonder you knew the dungeon was here. You have this amazing skill. Impressive. Blood Rose noticed this and quickly shouted, Pull me up, please. The girl struggled with climbing and moved slowly. Zhou Ming calmly replied, 60 seconds. After a minute, whoosh. The spider silk flew out, pulling Blood Rose up. She calmly surveyed the area, quickly drawn to the glowing portal of the dungeon. Subsequently, Zhou Ming helped everyone else up, leaving only the members of the Overlord Guild. Overlord Unparalleled, dissatisfied, asked, "Hey, why don't you pull us up?" Zhou Ming coldly replied, 5,000 each. Overlord Unparalleled was taken aback, internally cursing, "Why do they get a free ride, but we have to pay?" Zhou Ming responded without hesitation, "Because you're ugly." Although Overlord Unparalleled was inwardly fuming, he ultimately conceded, "You're good. I'll pay." 3 minutes later, everyone had gathered. Zhou Ming stood before the portal, took out the good and evil crystal, and chose to use it. The crystal emitted a brilliant light, shooting into the portal. A prompt appeared. "You have opened the gate of good and evil. Enter." Without hesitation, Zhou Ming chose, "Enter." Instantly, everyone was drawn inside. Inside the gate of good and evil, everyone faced choices that would alter their righteousness or evil values. The scene shifted, and a prompt sounded in their ears as a large river with a bridge connecting the opposite bank appeared before them. The prompt instructed, "Carry an axe across the river to trigger the plot." Everyone found a rusty axe in hand, puzzled by the absence of monsters. Overlord Unparalleled looked around, confused. Blood Rose nodded and looked at Zhou Ming. "What do you think?" Zhou Ming, having no other ideas, decided to follow the prompt. As he walked to the middle of the river, his axe suddenly flew out of his hand, falling into the river. Everyone else's axes soon followed suit, leaving them stunned. Boom. A water column rose from the river. A prompt appeared. "Answer the river god's question within 10 minutes. A kind old man, holding a golden axe and a silver axe, stood atop the water column, smiling as he asked, "Young man, did you drop this golden axe or this silver axe?" Everyone was stunned by what they witnessed with Wang Defa. It was as if their brains had frozen. Honestly, after years of gaming, this was the first time they encountered such an inexplicable scenario in a game. Are all game quests this bizarre? The flying little princess jumped up excitedly, waving to get everyone's attention. I know. This reminds me of a story I heard as a child, where a woodcutter accidentally drops his axe into a river. The river god appears and asks if he lost a gold or silver axe. Because of his honesty, the woodcutter gains the god's favor and ends up retrieving his axe along with the gold and silver ones. She earnestly concluded, "This is a story about honesty, teaching people to be truthful and not to lie out of greed." Her words made Huahua Jinwu roll her eyes, thinking, seriously, who would use such a well-known story to test people? It's too simple. There must be more to it. Flying Little Princess considered the viewpoint reasonable, while Blood Rose furrowed her brow slightly, quietly observing Zhou Ming. At that moment, Zhou Ming was silent, his eyes fixed on the kind-looking river god and the gold and silver axes in his hands, sensing something strange. Everyone knew they should answer honestly, but was it really that simple? Zhou Ming, naturally skeptical, felt the old man had ulterior motives. Everyone. As the group hesitated, Baki Wushuang confidently spoke up. "Doesn't this remind you that the quest is called the Gate of Good and Evil? The current situation clearly tests our honesty, aligning with the theme of good and evil. I think there's no need for doubt. We just need to showcase human virtues, which I believe is the core challenge of this quest." Before others could react, Ba Dao Xiao Yinchang immediately agreed. "As expected of the boss, your analysis is spot on. The boss is awesome and strong. What he says makes sense." Another member of the Ba Dao Guild, Ba Dao Jing too, gave a thumbs up. "Now that you mention it, it does make sense." Flying Little Prince stroked his chin, pondering. The river god asked the group again, "Young people, did you drop the gold axe or the silver axe?" His voice was ethereal and distant, echoing through the area, with a peculiar magic that made people feel at ease. "Sir, I dropped neither the gold axe nor the silver axe." Baki Wushuang answered first. "It was a rusty axe, have you seen it?" The river god smiled with satisfaction, his eyes showing admiration. "You are an honest person." With that, a shadow flew from his sleeve and landed in front of Baki Wushuang, revealing the rusty axe he had lost. Boom. A white light suddenly descended from the sky, infusing Baki Wushuang. The system message indicated, "Player Baki Wushuang has gained the river god's approval, justice value 100, received the blessing of justice, damage and defense 10, lasting until the end of the quest." "Ha, I told you it was like this, and you didn't believe me?" Baki Wushuang laughed heartily, feeling satisfied with his unique insight. "Looks like we overthought it," Huahua Jinwu said with a wry smile, and Blood Rose also relaxed a bit upon seeing this. "Ladies and gentlemen, it seems that the dungeon's mechanism is such that as long as we uphold qualities like kindness and justice, we will receive corresponding rewards. This appears to be an effective way to increase our chances of passing, or even doing so quickly." Baki Wushuang wholeheartedly agreed, feeling secretly proud. He believed that although using the mechanism to clear the dungeon quickly might reduce the final rewards, This could be an opportunity to achieve the global first clear of the dungeon, which would outweigh the disadvantages. Shui Meguei analyzed this, and everyone was intrigued after hearing it. To be fair, Baki Wushuang and others were not genuinely virtuous, but if there was enough benefit, they were willing to pretend to be good people. So, one by one, they stepped forward, answered the river god's questions obediently, and received the blessing of justice. What do you think, boss? Qingshan Egyo was considering stepping forward to answer, but wanted to seek Zhou Ming's opinion first. After all, Zhou Ming had brought him in, and Qingshan Egyo felt indebted to him. Zhou Ming still looked puzzled and didn't respond to anyone. With no other choice, Qingshan Egyo decided for himself, stepped forward, answered the river god's question, and also received the blessing of justice. In the end, only Zhou Ming hadn't answered. Hey, why are you hesitating? Everyone was waiting for Zhou Ming, making it seem like he was very important, which annoyed Baki Wushuang. If he hadn't made a decisive choice earlier, everyone might have made the wrong decision, leading to problems. Young man, did you drop the golden axe or the silver axe? The river god asked Zhou Ming again. Zhou Ming stared at him with a playful look in his eyes. Zhou, aren't you going to answer the question? Huahua Jinwu asked impatiently. Get it straight, we're not obliged to accommodate you. Don't waste our time. Can you be straightforward, like a man? Bad Xiaoyinchang also urged impatiently. I had some concerns before, but now it seems the dungeon mechanism is as Baki Wushuang said. Don't hesitate, Shui Meguei advised. Zhou Ming nodded, thinking it was time to decide. He suddenly smiled, a mischievous glint in his eyes, and coldly shouted at the river god. Old thing, did I drop the golden axe and silver axe? You know the answer. Are you trying to steal my treasure? Hurry up and return it. Instantly, Shui Meguei and the others were shocked into silence. A notification sounded. Player Jubu Dagong. Zhou made an evil choice. Evil value 100. Are you out of your mind? Baki Wushuang couldn't hold back. Zhou Ming could choose to be good or evil, but he shouldn't hinder them from getting the first dungeon clear. Zhou Ming chuckled coldly. Can you fix it? Are you seeking death? Baki Wushuang, unable to control his anger, charged forward and punched Zhou Ming, but his attack passed through Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming disdainfully said, You think you can attack a teammate ignoring the rules? Are you crazy? Huahua Jinwu angrily questioned. Did you consider the consequences of your actions? Zhou, you're a menace. Are you trying to get us killed? The Feitian siblings were equally upset. Why? Shui Meguei looked at Zhou Ming in confusion, feeling speechless. Zhou Ming ignored them and turned his gaze to the river god. At that moment, the once benevolent-looking river god now had a stern expression, trembling with anger, and said, Evil, evil. You are a wicked person. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden and silver axes flew uncontrollably toward Zhou Ming, instantly merging into his body. Zhou Ming immediately noticed two new items in his inventory. A notification sounded. You've triggered a hidden condition and obtained exclusive dungeon items. Golden Axe 1, Silver Axe 1. The Golden Axe is a dungeon-exclusive item, increasing damage by 100, effective only within the dungeon. The Silver Axe is a dungeon-exclusive item, increasing defense by 100, effective only within the dungeon. Zhou Ming was delighted, thinking these were excellent items, though only usable here. Just as he was celebrating, the river god let out a series of roars, his face contorted, and black evil energy emanated from him, transforming into a tall, blue-skinned humanoid monster, with the name, Corrupted River God, prominently displayed in red, indicating danger. Warning: the river god has been corrupted by evil forces. Defeat it within 10 minutes to earn the highest reward, or you will only receive the basic reward. Upon seeing the monster, Zhou Ming felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively taking a few steps back. Damn it, the river god has gone rogue. Baki Wushuang looked grim as he pointed at the river god and asked Zhou Ming, You bastard, are you satisfied now? Zhou Ming glanced at the items in his backpack and replied calmly, I'm very satisfied. What's wrong with that? This guy is just a menace. Even Baki Zhao Yinqiang and Baki Zhengtu couldn't help but curse. No time for arguing. Blood Rose suddenly shouted. Boom. The river god began its attack, sending a massive hand of water crashing down. Everyone scrambled to dodge. With a flash, Zhou Ming was already prepared, using his skills not to attack, but to teleport across the river. He ignored the commotion behind him and was the first to reach the shore. Soon, everyone had desperately made it to the bank. The river god, seemingly having lost its mind, continued to attack the bridge even though no one was there. Zhou Ming locked his gaze on the river god. Type: Special Monster, Health, 250,000, Attack Power, 1,400, Magic Strength, 1,420, Skills. Damn, you can't even see its skills. Huahua Qingyu, the shield guardian from the Huahua Guild, saw the river god's attributes and clicked his tongue in disbelief. He looked at Zhou Ming with frustration. If we had been a bit slower, I might have fallen into the water. Are you deliberately trying to mess with us? Zhou Ming sneered. Everyone makes their own judgments based on their skills. Who are you to demand that I answer according to your preferences? While watching you was momentarily speechless. You're just making excuses. The facts show that doing things my way is better. Baki Wushuang glared at Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming chuckled. In my opinion, my way is the right one. Dungeons should have challenges and monsters. It would be abnormal if they didn't, right? Doesn't this situation prove my point? Everyone felt he was being unreasonable, but for the moment, they couldn't find a way to argue back. Baki Wushuang paused, then shouted angrily. Leaving the dungeon aside, can't you be a bit more kind? More moral? In that situation, any normal person would have answered straightforwardly. Zhou Ming almost laughed out loud. Kindness? Morality? Do you rich folks have any self-awareness of what you've done in the game? You do all sorts of bad things and expect me to be kind? Screw that. I'm choosing to enjoy a life of mischief. Baki Wushuang, fuming, swung his sword at Zhou Ming, but his attack missed again. Boss, we're in the same team. You can't hit him, Zhao Yinqiang reminded him. Boom. At that moment, a commotion came from the river, interrupting their argument. The bridge collapsed as the river god destroyed it and began marching toward them with a menacing aura. The surging water swirled around it. Oh no, the river god is coming. Run. Everyone dashed forward in panic. But they didn't get far before encountering an invisible barrier. The dungeon rules prevented them from straying too far from the riverbank. Sinners. Boom. A surge of water roared beneath the river god's feet as it leaped across the river, charging at Zhou Ming with incredible speed. Suddenly, it launched a punch at Zhou Ming, gathering water in front of its fist, rapidly expanding the attack range. Zhou Ming quickly leapt to the side, keeping pace with the river god's swift movements. Boom. The river god's attack hit the ground, sending powerful waves rippling outwards. Zhou Ming flipped in midair, landing steadily with his hand bracing against the ground, and immediately summoned his battle blade to strike back. Thud! The blade collided with the water wave, sending a shiver through Zhou Ming's body, his grip trembling slightly as he thought to himself, what immense strength. He steadied himself with a firm step, flames swirling around his blade, and unleashed the blazing slash. Boom! The fiery blade arc descended, and the river god roared, conjuring a water curtain in front of it. The fiery blade clashed with the water curtain, creating a misty haze as fire and water countered each other. The flames evaporated the water, weakening in power, yet still managed to break through the curtain, sending the residual force towards the river god. Boom! The river god was forced back several steps. Zhou Ming was surprised, thinking that even with the 100 damage boost from his golden axe, he could only inflict such limited damage, likely unable to defeat it. Seeing this, Baki Wushuang and the others felt a sense of relief, while Huahua Jinwu had a sudden thought. Let the river god kill him. That way, we can get rid of this guy. The little prince siblings agreed. They had entered the instance as a team, meaning no one could leave voluntarily without being ejected. However, if a player was killed by a monster and wasn't revived by a priest, they would naturally be sent out. Qingshan Egio shook his head in resignation from the side, acknowledging the river god's overwhelming strength, and doubted Zhou Ming could escape this ordeal. The river god steadied itself and charged at Zhou Ming once more. Zhou Ming decisively fled along the riverbank. The river god pointed its hand, causing intricate magic patterns to appear, and Zhou Ming found himself standing on a glowing magic array, feeling a surge of powerful energy. Meteoric flight. Zhou Ming shot forward 100 meters, aiming for the opposite bank, landing steadily across the river. Whoosh! Just as he left, countless water arrows erupted from where he had been standing, creating a terrifying spectacle. Unfortunately for the river god, they missed him. Undeterred, it pursued him relentlessly, stepping onto the waves and quickly reaching the other side to chase Zhou Ming. Simultaneously, a vortex formed above the river god's head, transforming into a water column aimed at Zhou Ming. With a flicker of phantom step, Zhou Ming dodged, his movements swift as he closed in on the river god, executing a backstab skill to strike from behind. Backstab. Seeing the minimal damage inflicted, Zhou Ming leaped back to avoid the river god's counterattack, slipping into stealth mode. He abandoned the idea of killing the creature, realizing that even with the backstab and 100 damage boost, he couldn't deal over 10,000 damage, making it impossible to defeat it within 10 minutes. Unlike the river god, Zhou Ming had limited health and defense, and lacked knowledge of the river god's abilities. The river god could afford numerous mistakes, but a single error on his part could be fatal. Most frustratingly, the river god's recovery rate was incredibly fast, possibly due to its mastery of water powers, regaining over 100 health points per second. Zhou Ming realized that defeating it alone was unlikely, especially with a time limit. So, he remained in stealth, causing the river god to lose its target and randomly release water attacks. Zhou Ming took the opportunity to sneak behind it and attempt to steal. Steal failed. No matter, try again. Steal successful. You've obtained a basic mana potion and 1 silver coin. Zhou Ming couldn't help but remark, for a self-proclaimed river god, you're surprisingly poor. Unyielding, he continued to steal. Steal successful. You've obtained 1 silver coin. I refuse to believe it. Again, steal successful. The target has nothing left to steal. You haven't obtained any items. Zhou Ming exclaimed in shock. Seriously? What kind of river god are you? More like the god of poverty. Darn it, that guy went into stealth mode, and the river god can't find him. On the opposite bank, Baki Wushuang and his group watched in disappointment as the river god failed to take down Zhou Ming. The little prince frowned and said, "Isn't stealth a first-level skill? Even a bronze-level boss of the same level can usually detect it. It's really strange that a monster like the river god can't see through it." Everyone agreed, recalling how Zhou Ming had been elusive with his invisibility tactics during their previous encounter with the blazing winged tiger, leaving them helpless. However, just 2 minutes later, Zhou Ming's figure suddenly reappeared. "Hey, he's visible again," someone exclaimed. "Strange, wasn't he able to stay invisible indefinitely before?" Ba Dao Xiao Chong sneered. "Let him be cocky. This time he hit a brick wall, didn't he? The river god must have used some trick." Before the words were fully spoken, the river god had already locked onto Zhou Ming, launching a powerful punch. Instantly, countless torrents surged forth, transforming into a dense barrage of water arrows. Phantom flash. Zhou Ming muttered as he swiftly retreated and raced along the riverbank. With full agility points and golden boots, his speed was slightly superior to the river god's. But this attack was far more intense than expected. Zhou Ming managed to dodge some of the water arrows, but the rest quickly surrounded him. "Ha ha ha, he's done for." The people across the river gloated. At that moment, a silvery white glow emerged from Zhou Ming's body, forming a shield around him. Equipment set skill, Guardian Force. The water arrows shattered against the barrier, producing a cracking sound. The shield, which could withstand 5,000 points of damage, quickly crumbled, but it bought Zhou Ming enough time to escape the attack range. "You all seem to really want me dead, huh?" Zhou Ming glanced at the opposite bank with a mischievous smile as he ran. The river god pursued relentlessly, but Zhou Ming's high movement speed allowed him to dodge left and right, avoiding direct confrontation as much as possible. Moments later, Zhou Ming appeared from stealth again, prompting the river god to cast a large area skill. Water patterns formed under Zhou Ming's feet. "Flying meteor," Zhou Ming shouted, leaping 100 meters in an instant, skimming across the river and narrowly evading the terrifying barrage of water arrows. This leap brought him directly towards Baki Wushuang and his group. "Scatter. The river god is after him. We shouldn't get involved." Baki Wushuang and his group quickly dispersed. "Why are you running away as soon as you see me? That's hurtful." Zhou Ming smirked as he dashed towards Baki Wushuang. "Little twin, you kept talking about me earlier. You must have missed me. Stay away from me." Baki Wushuang shouted in a panic, breaking into a run. But as a warrior, his speed was no match for the all-agility rogue, and Zhou Ming caught up in the blink of an eye. "Damn it, get away from me." Baki Wushuang roared in frustration. Zhou Ming just chuckled. Hee hee. At that moment, Baki Wushuang wished he could tear him to pieces. The river god surged forward on the waves, raising a hand to conjure a massive water sphere, hurling it downward. Phantom flash. Zhou Ming deftly dodged. Boom. The water ball crashed down suddenly, creating a large pit in the ground and sending water arrows flying in all directions. Zhou Ming quickly dodged, almost escaping unscathed. On the other hand, Baxi Wushuang wasn't so lucky. He used a minor displacement skill, Fearless Charge, as the water ball descended, avoiding the direct impact but unable to dodge the splashing water arrows. His speed and agility couldn't withstand it. At the critical moment, a holy light descended, granting him protection. It was Shuem Meigui, coming to his aid. As the team's only priest, her equipment was quite impressive. She continuously cast shields, enhanced defenses, and healing skills, barely keeping Baxi Wushuang alive. Zhou Ming intended to continue targeting Baxi Wushuang, but the river god followed closely, forcing him to activate stealth and quietly leave, causing the river god to lose its target. Seeing this, the other team members fled one after another. Zhou Ming used stealth and displacement skills to evade the river god's pursuit, while looking for an opportunity to divert the danger. Finally, as time passed, a scream echoed. An unlucky player got caught in Zhou Ming and the river god's battle, becoming the first casualty. It was Huahua Qingyu, a shield guard from the Huahua Guild. "You troublemaker." Huahua Jinwu gritted her teeth in anger. Seeing this, Zhou Ming immediately ran toward her. "Help." Huahua Jinwu's face turned pale with fear. Just then, the river god's body suddenly stopped, and Zhou Ming, surprised, paused to observe carefully. The evil aura on the river god gradually dissipated, returning to its original form. "Wicked one, don't let me see you again," the elder shouted angrily, then vanished into the river, leaving everyone bewildered. Hint: the river god has regained sanity. This stage is over. Hint: failed to defeat the corrupted river god. Basic rewards received for this stage. With a roar, a portal of light appeared out of nowhere behind everyone. Is it over? Finally safe? They almost got killed by that guy. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Light appeared in front of each person, revealing floating treasure chests. Stage treasure chest type. Dungeon stage chest effect. Receive corresponding rewards based on performance. The better the performance, the higher the chance of obtaining rare items. Wow, treasure chests. Open them quickly. Hint. Player Huahua Jinwu received an iron grade equipment 1, 10,000 experience points from the chest. Hint. Player Qingshan Ejiozai received a tier 1 skill book 1, 10,000 experience points. Haha, I got a level 10 silver equipment. Baxi Wushuang laughed suddenly, showing everyone a silver spear. This equipment was much better than the bronze grade long knife he was using. Unbelievable, my loot is trash, just a few potions. Same here, only experience points are decent. Except for Baxi Wushuang, no one else got anything good. At this time, Zhou Ming opened his chest. Hint. Player Jubu de Gong Zhou Mao Run received a tier 2 skill book 1, 10,000 experience points. What? Hearing this hint, everyone except Qingshan Ejiozai felt a mix of emotions. Why? This troublemaker actually got a tier 2 skill book. It's unfair. Facing the questioning, Zhou Ming calmly replied, is it strange? The chest rewards are based on performance, which means I performed better than you. Shui Meigui thought about it and found it reasonable. Zhou Ming indeed held off the river god for a full 10 minutes, and his performance was indeed better. Don't be fooled by him. Baxi Wushuang shouted angrily. This stage doesn't require fighting. Just answer the river god's questions correctly according to the mechanism. I got silver equipment because I answered the river god's question first. That's the best proof. He pointed at Zhou Ming and scolded. This guy messed everything up, almost causing us to wipe out. Hearing this, Shui Meigui and others felt it made sense. Not necessarily. Qingshan Ejiozai whispered. I think Zhou Dalao's analysis might be possible too. Huahua Jinwu gave him a fierce glare. By now, their group had developed deep dissatisfaction with Zhou Ming. Not only because of past grievances, but Zhou Ming's actions seemed to be hindering their team from achieving the dungeon's first clearance. I thought you were just a fool. Didn't expect you to be so naive. Zhou Ming ignored their anger and said to Baxi Wushuang, use your brain. Do you think simply answering a question would give you such huge benefits? Is there such a thing as a free lunch in this world? Believe what you want, but I only follow my instincts. If you have the ability, kill me. If not, shut up. With that, Zhou Ming walked toward the entrance to the next stage, determined to go his own way. This person is definitely trouble. Huahua Jinwu snorted coldly, eyes fixed on Zhou Ming's back, thinking to himself how unfortunate it was to encounter this guy. Blood Rose shook her head, no longer wishing to understand Zhou Ming. The truth was, he was too much of an oddity, bluntly speaking, a bad apple. Yet, everyone was helpless against him for now, and could only follow, hoping he'd accumulate some good karma in the next level. Taking advantage of the break before the next stage, Zhou Ming opened his backpack to check the skill book obtained from the treasure chest. The preview of the skill book, Flowing Wind, showed. Type active skill, tier 2nd tier, LV10200. The effect was to channel the power of the flowing wind throughout the body, increasing all 3 speeds by 20 for 120 seconds, consuming 100 mana points with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Learning requirements included melee professions such as warriors, swordsmen, and thieves. The description read, I am a very fast man. Simply put, a quick man. Zhou Ming's eyes lit up. This skill seemed ordinary with just a 20 speed boost, but he saw its potential. If it could grow infinitely, it would be greatly beneficial. This speed skill not only increased movement speed, but also attack speed and casting speed simultaneously, which was truly wonderful. He clicked learn and allowed the skill to grow infinitely. As soon as he finished, the group had already reached the entrance of the next level. I'll go first. Baki Wushuang shouted, charging in. Yes, we'll head in first, you go last. Several others rushed in ahead. Zhou Ming shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, I kindly reminded you all about the treacherous nature of people, but you dismissed my good intentions. Truly, this world is unworthy. He wasn't in a hurry and watched the others go ahead. Did you discover some crucial information, so you're doing the opposite? Qingshan Ejio asked opportunistically. Zhou Ming shook his head. No, I'm just trusting my instincts. Qingshan Ejio was speechless, having thought Zhou Ming had a strategy, only to find he was acting purely on intuition. The two of them entered together in the end. A flash of light appeared, and their vision cleared. They found themselves on a road in a small village. The village seemed peaceful, with neatly arranged houses, but the air was filled with the strong scent of blood. Look, Blood Rose walked up to a house, her face pale, pointing to the door. The group gathered and discovered that the house was full of corpses. As they checked along the street, they found that nearly every house in the village contained bodies, as if a bloody massacre had occurred before their arrival. This is terrifying. Flying Little Princess couldn't help feeling scared. A prompt sounded. Second level. You have received the instance exclusive item, Life Guardian Potion 1. Each person found a bottle of potion in their backpack. The Life Guardian Potion was an instance exclusive item, with Effect 1 being status resistance 1000, effective only within the instance. Effect 2 increased max HP by 2000 and life recovery speed by 100, also effective only within the instance. Wow, this potion is strong, Flying Little Princess exclaimed. Upon entering, they were immediately given a potion, which was quite unusual for a dungeon, and this was the first time Zhou Ming had encountered such a scenario. Ba Dao Xiaoyin Chong scratched his head, looking somewhat puzzled. In the distance, they heard cries of help, help. Could there be survivors? Everyone hurriedly followed the sound. Zhou Ming, seeing the scene before him and recalling the earlier dungeon hints, began to suspect that this dungeon was filled with dark humor. Boss, let's go check it out too, Qing Shan Yijiu urged from the side. Whatever, I'm in no rush, Zhou Ming replied, walking at the back, glancing around thoughtfully. Xue Meigui and the others followed the cries and arrived at the well behind the village. The area was in disarray, with signs of a struggle, and the cries for help were coming from the well. They pulled up the bucket from the well and found a wounded girl, her clothes stained with blood, curled up inside. As soon as she was pulled up, she burst into tears, her cries filled with sadness and fear. She began to recount her story. Just a moment ago, a demon rampaged through the village, killing everyone. My parents were killed trying to protect me. I got injured and hid in the well. I thought I would be killed, but it seemed a hero arrived. The demon fought with him, and after a while, the sounds of battle faded. I was too scared to make a sound, but the pain from my wounds was unbearable. How pitiful, Fei Tian Xiaogongzhu said, her eyes reddening with sympathy. Don't worry, sister, your brother will protect you. Ba Qi Wushuang naturally supported the girl, his eyes lingering on her tear-streaked, innocent face, feeling a bit restless. Zhou Ming watched quietly, saying nothing. At that moment, the dungeon prompt sounded again. The demon's power lingers in the girl's injured body and must be suppressed with the Life Guardian potion. The girl appeared in pain and collapsed into Ba Qi Wushuang's arms, looking extremely fragile. This isn't good, we must save her. Ba Qi Wushuang was the first to take out a potion and feed it to the girl. Prompt. Player Ba Qi Wushuang's righteousness value 300, received righteous blessing, damage, and defense 30. Hearing this prompt, Ba Qi Wushuang was even more convinced that by showing righteous and kind qualities, they could receive benefits, effectively reducing the dungeon's difficulty. Thank you. You're a good person. The girl tearfully expressed her gratitude but still felt unwell. It must not be enough. Ba Qi Wushuang looked at the others, saying proudly, everyone, it's clear that this level tests our kindness. Let's all take out our potions to save her, and we'll surely pass. That makes sense. Fei Tian Xiao Wangzi agreed. Zhou Ming suddenly interjected. Do you really believe this nonsense? Ba Qi Wushuang was quite displeased by this. My point is simple. So far, this dungeon isn't testing good or evil, but intelligence. He pointed at Ba Qi Wushuang's head and laughed. Clearly, you're severely lacking in that department. You're talking nonsense. Of course, Ba Qi Wushuang wouldn't admit to any lack of intelligence. This is the second level, and it's clear that my analysis is spot on. It's you who have been obstructing us. There's no point in reasoning with this cold-hearted beast. Let's save her first. Yes, as long as we offer the potion, we can get a 30 boost in damage and defense, stacking with the 10 justice blessing from the previous level to make 40. It will surely come in handy for the final level. Feitian's siblings, Huahua Jinwu, Badeo Zhao Yinqiang, and Badeo Zhengtu quickly took out the potion and gave it to the girl, not forgetting to belittle Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming merely gave a cold smile. Cold-hearted? Perhaps, but at least since entering the game, he hadn't been as overbearing as these people, bullying lone players. This group wasn't much better. Bad people are always like this, strict with others and lenient with themselves. Even if they're not great themselves, it doesn't stop them from using moral righteousness to criticize others at certain times. For bad people, morality is a tool to restrain others, set aside when they do wrong, and picked up as a weapon when needed. This is the logic of bad people, and it perfectly aligns with the behavior of this group. Qingshan Yijio looked at Zhou Ming, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow the crowd. Even the usually cautious Blood Rose unwaveringly supported Ba Qi Wushuang's actions this time, without a hint of hesitation. The girl gratefully said, "Thank you all, I feel much better." However, the evil force seemed not fully controlled, and her gaze occasionally drifted toward Zhou Ming, clearly indicating the potion's effect was still lacking. "Hey, Mr. Zhou, can't you be a good guy for once?" urged Badeo Ziyinqiang. "We're just one potion short of passing this level. Contribute it to save her, and let everyone pass. Stop disgusting us." "Save her?" Zhou Ming remained unmoved. "With such a powerful potion, why shouldn't I save it for myself instead of using it on a stranger? Are you a cold-blooded animal?" Huahua Jinwu angrily condemned. "Look how pitiful she is. Even if it's a game, can't you have a little compassion? You're so heartless." Feitian Princess glared at Zhou Ming, fuming. "Right? I have no compassion, but you all do." Zhou Ming shrugged and sneered. "So occupying leveling spots isn't about greed or bullying weaker players. but about preventing ordinary players from getting addicted to games and helping them quit gaming addiction, right? He gave them a thumbs up, astonished at how warm-hearted the reasoning behind the big guild's monopolizing of leveling spots turned out to be. Blood Rose finally lost her patience and cut through the arguments to state the obvious. Saving the girl was the only way to clear the level. However, Baki Wushuang took the opportunity to criticize Zhou Ming harshly. Zhou Ming's eyes showed disdain, as if he was looking at a fool. He didn't want to explain further and instead turned to the girl, saying, I have two doubts. If you can answer them, I'm willing to use a potion to save your life. First, almost everyone here died inside the house or near the door, with no signs of a struggle. I suspect some evil force put them into a deep sleep and killed them in their dreams. You say you survived because your parents protected you, but logically, you and your parents shouldn't have been able to resist. How do you explain that? Second, you claim you escaped to the bottom of the well after being injured. There should be blood traces nearby, but there's none even by the well. How do you explain that? After Zhou Ming finished, the scene fell silent. I don't know. The girl trembled weakly in Baki Wushuang's arms, sobbing softly. I heard my family's screams in my sleep and woke up. I ran here. Hey, don't you feel ashamed for making things so hard for a girl? Baki Wushuang seemed moved by the girl in his arms and started to express dissatisfaction with Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming replied coldly. Compared to gentlemanly conduct, it's more disgraceful to lack intelligence, isn't it? Your mother. Ever since meeting Zhou Ming, Baki Wushuang's swearing had increased. Blood Rose interjected. The girl mentioned a hero drove away the demon. Maybe the battle erased the blood traces. Honestly, Blood Rose didn't really care about the girl's fate, but if helping her could avoid a fight, she naturally wanted to clear the level quickly. Or maybe she hid in the well, and the injury worsened, but she wasn't bleeding much before. Flying Princess added. Zhou Ming nodded. What you said is possible, but my doubts are also reasonable. Therefore, I won't save her. At this point, the girl's expression of pain intensified, and she pleaded, Adventurers, please save me. I want to avenge my family. I can't die yet. Are you even human? It's just a potion. Why are you being so stingy? Fireworks Sword Dance scolded, agreeing with Baki Wushuang that saving the girl was the way to clear the level, so there was no need for unnecessary trouble. The girl pleaded again, I don't want to die. Save me, and I will repay you. Zhou Ming still shook his head. A hint of resentment flashed in the girl's eyes. If you don't save me, I'll become a vengeful ghost and never let you go. Baki Wushuang couldn't take it anymore and shouted, You're wasting our time. Every town is racing to be the first to clear the level. Every second we delay increases the chance we'll miss being the first. Do you realize that? He voiced everyone's concerns. Even Qingshan Egyo tried to persuade. Boss, aren't you being too suspicious? Zhou Ming remained unmoved, his attitude resolute. As he gazed at the pile of corpses, he thought to himself, how could there possibly be a lone survivor without a reason? If she can't answer my questions, I won't save her. Zhou Ming always acted on his own whims, not believing that upholding justice and kindness would help them clear the level quickly. Trust or don't, it's up to you. The girl, upon hearing this, seemed to be provoked by some demonic force, her eyes reddening. Just because everyone else is dead, does that mean I should die too, to make it seem fair? Zhou Ming replied calmly. From an objective and rigorous perspective, not necessarily. A prompt sounded. Player absolutely won't work refused to save the girl. Sin value 300. Oh. The girl suddenly screamed in agony, blood streaming from her eyes, creating a horrifying scene. A ghost. Overwhelmed. Overwhelming power pushed her away, abandoning any semblance of gentlemanly conduct. Boom. A malicious aura emanated from the girl's body, twisting into a ghostly figure. Type, Special Monster. Health points, 280,000. Attack power, 1,640. Magic strength. Skills. Oh my god, she really turned into an evil spirit. Zhou Ming's heart tightened as everyone scattered in fear. Zhou Ming reacted the quickest, having already taken a lifeguarding potion when the girl showed signs of abnormality. He retorted, how do you know saving her would clear the level? She was possessed by an evil spirit all along, ready to kill us after deceiving us for our potion. How dare you argue? Blood Rose and the others were furious. The dungeon mechanics allow us to choose whether to fight, and the previous River God level proved we can pass without fighting. You're just being difficult. It's infuriating. Needless to say, this level would enter battle mode again. How annoying. The vengeful spirit still resembled the girl, but her face was ghostly pale, and her expression was ferocious. Her mouth suddenly opened wide in an exaggerated manner, followed by a heart-wrenching wail that echoed outward. Boom. Everyone was affected, even Zhou Ming, although he only lost health points, while some others were stunned. This was clearly a group attack and area control skill. Fortunately, Zhou Ming's lifeguarding potion increased his resistance to abnormalities, preventing any negative status. Shut up. In a critical moment, Zhou Ming used Phantom Flash, darting forward at lightning speed. His blade flashed, striking the spirit's throat and interrupting her attack. The spirit roared in anger, her pallid, shadowy arms attacking him repeatedly. Zhou Ming swiftly maneuvered behind her for a backstab. After landing the hit, he immediately retreated. The spirit pursued him, but Zhou Ming felt a breeze coursing through him, increasing his speed. He continued to dodge and parry with his blade. Meanwhile, Blood Rose planted her staff into the ground, sending a wave of holy light to cleanse everyone's status. Then she proceeded to heal, reinforce defense, and boost damage. Blade of Wind and Fire. Whoosh! A fiery wind blade sliced through the air, striking the vengeful spirit. The capable mage Little Prince of Flight joined in, and others followed suit, attacking as well. As the formidable shield guardian, Ba Daozheng too charged alongside the warrior Ba Qi Wushuang. This wasn't out of the kindness of their hearts, but rather because Zhou Ming had previously led the corrupted river god to them, leaving them with a deep psychological scar. To avoid a repeat of that situation, they were forced to join forces and counterattack. After all, with each team member lost, their chances of clearing the level diminished, and losing more members would make it impossible to pass the final stage. This group was smart enough to understand that. Seeing this, Zhou Ming also cooperated, using his speed advantage to maneuver around the malevolent spirit, waiting for the right moment to strike. The malevolent spirit's attacks were unpredictable and its skills eerily coordinated, with extremely high attack power. However, it was outnumbered, and as everyone worked together, the situation gradually stabilized. Suddenly, the spirit turned and transformed into a black mist, flying out of the village. A prompt appeared. The vengeful spirit has chosen to flee. Please vote to either pursue or let it go. Note: pursuing involves risk but offers greater rewards. Letting it go grants current rewards and advances you to the next level. Upon hearing this prompt, everyone was overjoyed. Haha, we survived, the spirit ran away. Let it go? Let it go. None of them wanted to continue dealing with this bizarre creature. Prompt: player Zhou Ming, who never works for others, has chosen to pursue. Zhou Ming. The group collectively gritted their teeth. Fortunately, only Zhou Ming chose to pursue, so the majority ruled, and the team cleared the level successfully. The voting concluded, and a loot chest appeared in front of each person, with the spirit completely disappearing. What good does intentionally increasing the difficulty of the quest do for you? Ba Qi Wushuang, not even glancing at the chest, angrily asked Zhou Ming. If we can't pass, do you think you can? Zhou Ming gave an innocent smile and replied, it doesn't really benefit me. But as the saying goes, seeing you succeed is more painful than losing money myself. Just the thought of you clearing the level makes me uncomfortable, dear. You. Zhou Ming chuckled. Stop. Blood Rose's voice cut through the argument, calmly stating, arguing is pointless. Guilds from other towns are also trying to clear the dungeon. We must make haste. Hearing this, Baki Wushuang took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and walked over to open a treasure chest with a sullen face. Blood Rose turned to Zhou Ming with a serious expression and said, making enemies is unwise. Zhou Ming responded with a cold laugh. Huh. As if you would spare me in the future. Blood Rose didn't have a retort, snorted, and turned to open her own chest. I got a level 15 silver equipment and 20,000 experience points. Baki Wushuang exclaimed after opening his chest, obviously pleased with the result. Despite being constantly annoyed by Zhou Ming in the dungeon, his luck seemed to be holding up. I only got experience points, such bad luck, complained a player next to him. I got a first-tier skill book. I leveled up, so it's all good. Except for Zhou Ming, everyone else leveled up. Due to previously dying at Zhou Ming's hands, Baki Wushuang and his group were only at level 11. Zhou Ming, having reached level 15, required 50,000 experience points to level up, so he didn't level up this time. His luck wasn't great either, as he didn't get anything worthwhile. The group gathered, preparing to enter the third stage. Baki Wushuang sarcastically remarked, Humph, let's hope some people accumulate some good karma. Zhou Ming, unfazed, chuckled and replied, I genuinely hope some people invest in their intelligence. It became clear that verbal attacks had no effect on Zhou Ming, and Baki Wushuang, realizing this, entered the next stage first with a scowl, followed by the others. A flash of light enveloped them, and once it faded, they found themselves in a vast underground palace. The palace was expansive, dark, and eerie, with gemstones embedded above that emitted light, illuminating the surroundings. Below, massive black stone pillars were spaced widely apart, each carved with grotesque demon reliefs, creating a chilling atmosphere. Demons, prepare to die. A loud shout suddenly echoed. The group looked towards the end of the palace, where flashes of light and strong energy fluctuations indicated a fierce battle. A prompt sounded. Final stage, the hero battles the demon. Feitian Zhaigongzhu paused, instinctively glancing at Zhou Ming, thinking, could it be the hero and demon the girl mentioned earlier? Baki Wushuang chimed in. It must be. There's no way it's just a coincidence. Others also looked at Zhou Ming, complaining, look at the mess you've caused, Zhou. They felt secretly relieved, finally having their suspicions confirmed. Facing these accusations, Zhou Ming wasn't angry. He smiled slightly and muttered a colorful insult under his breath. Blood Rose gestured for everyone to calm down. It's the final stage. Let's see how we can clear it. The group immediately moved towards the end of the palace. Zhou Ming followed leisurely, thinking to himself, interesting, what else does this dungeon have in store? In no time, they reached the battlefield, where a tall young man was fiercely battling a humanoid demon. The young man was strikingly handsome, with blonde hair and blue eyes. He wore gleaming armor and wielded a massive sword. As he swung it, the blade flashed brilliantly, his attacks swift and powerful, with bursts of energy shooting forth. In stark contrast, the demon he faced was grotesque, sporting a single red horn on its head and covered in black fur. It was a classic battle between a hero and a demon. This was the very demon that had been terrorizing the village. While Baki Wushuang and his companions looked righteous, Zhou Ming appeared indifferent, seemingly uninterested in the battle before him. Did you know this demon has been wreaking havoc in the village? The hero noticed their arrival, stepped back, and exclaimed with delight, "Great, adventurers! You must be here to hunt down this malevolent demon." Exactly, Baki Wushuang and the others quickly replied, increasingly confident in their judgment. It's none of my business, Zhou Ming said coldly, causing the others to flare up in anger. Blood Rose quickly blocked the hero's view of Zhou Ming and sincerely offered, "Hero, do you need our assistance?" "Of course, I've been struggling to defeat this demon." "Thank you," the hero gratefully responded. A prompt appeared, inviting the adventurers to aid the hero. Would they accept? I agree. Zhou Ming, however, coldly retorted, "Get lost." The group exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, beams of light erupted from each of them. A prompt informed them that Baki Wushuang had chosen to join the hero's side, gaining 600 justice points and the blessing of justice, increasing damage and defense by 60 until the end of the quest. Similar prompts continued to sound for the others. "Haha, this is awesome," Baki Wushuang exclaimed with excitement, feeling his damage and defense double due to the blessing. "Me too." The others also felt their strength surge. But then, an unexpected change occurred. A prompt informed them that their justice points had reached 1,000, triggering a self-sacrificing effect, where they automatically contributed 90 of their attributes to the hero, leaving them in a weakened state that couldn't be restored until the quest's end. "What?" The prompt echoed in their ears, sending chills down their spines. Streams of energy flew from their bodies into the hero. "What immense power, adventurers, thank you so much." The hero's body was suddenly infused with formidable strength. "I won't let your sacrifice be in vain," he roared, charging at the demon. "What the heck is this?" The group, who moments ago felt elated, were now dumbfounded. All their attributes, including health and mana, were reduced to just 10, with no way to recover. This self-sacrificing setting was infuriating. Feiqian Wangzi was on the verge of tears. "Ha ha ha, this is hilarious." A mocking laugh echoed among them. Blood Rose and the others looked extremely displeased at the sound. Zhou Ming laughed so hard he was shaking, though he tried to control himself. "Sorry, it's just too funny. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh." Unable to hold back, he said gleefully, "Sorry, I know I shouldn't laugh, but I can't help it. I warned you to be careful, but you didn't listen. How do you feel now? You really deserve a beating." Huahua Jinwu glared at him with disgust. "Everyone, don't panic. We've given our strength to the hero, and he's sure to defeat the demon." Blood Rose tried to calm the group. Just then, a loud boom sounded as the hero, exuding divine might, struck the demon to the ground. The demon let out a screech, sprouting a pair of wings from its back as it desperately tried to dodge and escape the fight. As it evaded, it glanced back at the crowd, its eyes filled with meaning. A prompt appeared, inviting them to join the demon in fighting the hero. Another prompt specifically invited the player Zhou Ming to join the demon's side. These simultaneous prompts left everyone pale with fear. Amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, Zhou Ming flashed a wicked smile and made a decisive choice. "I'm in." System notification, player, never working. Zhou Ming has joined the demon faction, sin value 600. Warning, players from different factions can attack each other. Be careful. "Oh no, run." Baki Wushuang screamed and fled for his life, and the others quickly scattered. At this moment, they were all in a weakened state and no match for Zhou Ming. This cursed dungeon was truly a trap. Everyone felt helpless and regretful, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Ming transformed into a shadow and charged straight at Baki Wushuang and his two guild members. Fearless charge. Baki Wushuang activated a skill, but instead of attacking Zhou Ming, he tried to dodge. Flash, flash, flash. The flash of blades, blood splattering, and three figures fell to the ground. A triple kill. Zhou Ming's shadow and his incredibly fast speed left Baki Wushuang and his companions with no escape. Then, he dashed towards the nearest sisters, Huahua, Jinwu, and Blood Rose. Given their current state, Zhou Ming caught up with them in mere seconds. You despicable, vile scum, you'll get what's coming to you. Huahua Jinwu roared, seeing no way out, and turned all her anger into venomous words. Zhou Ming gave a cold smile, raised his blade, and instantly killed Huahua Jinwu. Blood rose, witnessing this, was terrified and frantically called out. Oh brave one, please save us. However, the hero was locked in battle with the demon and paid her no mind. Ultimately, Blood Rose was also slain, followed by the Flying Sky siblings. In the end, only Qingshan Ijiu remained. Impressive, I truly bow to you. Qingshan Ijiu remarked with a bitter smile, having stayed put and watched Zhou Ming's massacre. If I had known, I would have made the same choice as you. Alas, I was led astray by them. His tone carried a hint of regret. Zhou Ming approached, blade in hand, and said, in that case, you can go peacefully. Qingshan Ijiu calmly replied, it's all free anyway, so I have nothing to lose. Good luck, boss. The blade flashed, leaving only Zhou Ming standing. Adventurer, come and help me kill this disgustingly virtuous hero. The demon, thrilled to see the other adventurers dead, eagerly sought Zhou Ming's assistance. Zhou Ming casually declined. Sorry, I pulled a muscle with all that action earlier and need a break. You carry on. He leaned against a stone pillar, adopting a spectator's stance. The demon, not giving up, tried to tempt him again. Adventurer, help me kill him, and I won't let you down. Please, come over. Yet Zhou Ming remained unmoved. After a while, the fight between the demon and the hero suddenly stopped, showing an uncanny understanding between them. System notification. You have killed all the Justice faction players, and your sin value has reached 1,000, fulfilling a hidden condition and entering the dungeon's ultimate mode true evil. Zhou Ming was slightly taken aback, feeling a bit of regret. It's a pity, I wanted to wear you both down a bit more. At this moment, both the demon and the hero turned their cold gazes towards Zhou Ming. The demon whispered, you're truly an anomaly, with a chilling tone. It's a shame I couldn't deceive you, but with only you left, what difference does it make? After the hero spoke, both he and the demon wore sinister smiles, as if they had already secured victory over Zhou Ming. However, in the next second, their expressions froze abruptly because Zhou Ming, instead of panicking, returned an even more cunning smile. So you two are indeed in cahoots. Zhou Ming's eyes darted between them. I was just speculating before, but now it's confirmed. And it's not just the two of you. He squinted. The river god earlier, and that vengeful spirit, they were all part of your group, weren't they? The slight change in the expressions of the two confirmed Zhou Ming's suspicions. He couldn't help but applaud and laugh. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. First, you have the river god confuse those fools with trivial moral questions, then use the village tragedy to strengthen the trap. Finally, both of you appear, making them firmly believe their judgment is correct and willingly join the hero's ranks. This way, their righteousness naturally meets the selflessness condition. Those idiots, all played like puppets by you. There's one thing you got wrong. The demon suddenly spoke. What is it? It's not we. The demon's voice turned icy. It's me. Boom. A surge of dark energy erupted from the demon's body. Immediately, the hero transformed into a beam of light and merged into the demon. At the same time, the space behind the demon twisted, revealing a teleportation array from which the river god and vengeful spirit emerged. Like the hero, they too turned into streams of light and entered the demon's body. With black energy swirling around, the demon's form rapidly changed. When the black mist cleared, standing before Zhou Ming was a gaunt human wearing a black robe. Type: Gate of Good and Evil Ultimate Boss. HP: 650,000. Attack: Magic Power. Skills. Description: An evil entity within the Gate of Good and Evil, skilled in deception and manipulation. Hint: If the Dark Archmage is not defeated, the Gate of Good and Evil will remain in ultimate mode until completion. Interesting. Zhou Ming observed the ultimate boss with keen interest. The Dark Archmage, emaciated and wielding a staff topped with a skull, wore a chilling smile. You are an intriguing individual, the Archmage said. If possible, why don't we become friends? And you can just leave. Scum, Zhou Ming sneered. To be my friend, you're not worthy. You're courting death. The Archmage roared, raising his staff towards the ceiling. Thunder immediately rumbled above the underground chamber. Zhou Ming was prepared. The moment the Archmage moved, he dodged aside. Boom. A dark purple lightning bolt struck, blasting a crater where he had stood. Wind of speed. Zhou Ming enhanced his speed, quickly closing in on his opponent. At the same time, the blade in his hand ignited, flame slash. A dazzling blaze sliced through the chamber's gloom, like a rainbow across the sky. Dark barrier. The Archmage's body surged with black energy, his robe billowing as he raised his hand to form a semi-transparent black barrier. Boom. The flame slash struck the barrier, leaving only a few cracks on it. Useless, you're no match for me. The Archmage trailed off. Suddenly startled Zhou Ming had vanished. You've lost a gold coin, a piece of bronze equipment. What? The Archmage was furious, immediately turning around to find Zhou Ming had somehow gotten behind him. Dark Hand. The Archmage swung his hand, conjuring a massive magical hand of black energy to grab Zhou Ming. But Zhou Ming's figure disappeared again. Backstab. Zhou Ming reappeared behind the Archmage, thrusting his weapon. Although it didn't break the barrier, it shook the shield violently. The Archmage quickly counterattacked, the skull staff igniting with purple magical fire, sending a flame shooting towards Zhou Ming. Fire meteor. Flames danced at Zhou Ming's feet as he dodged, but he controlled the distance, not straying far. After a few maneuvers, he attempted another theft. Theft failed. Well, you do have some skill. Zhou Ming had to admit the ultimate boss's power. It's rare for a creature to resist his theft attempts. The Dark Archmage lived up to his reputation. Outside the Gate of Good and Evil, on the isolated Wind Cliff, a group of players with cold, grim expressions gathered at the entrance of the dungeon, their faces etched with anger and frustration. Blood rose, overbearing unmatched, and others had just suffered a devastating defeat, resulting in a complete wipeout. That bastard really messed us up. Blood Rose gritted her teeth, her red lips slightly trembling with fury. Overbearing unmatched clenched his fists. Good thing this is just a dungeon. Dying here doesn't make us lose levels, or we'd really be at a loss. The group exchanged angry glances, secretly hoping the person who stayed behind in the dungeon wouldn't escape unscathed either. Suddenly, Blood Rose's eyes lit up. Quick, check the forums and live streams to see how other towns are doing with their strategies. Eagerly, they connected to the forums and streaming platforms, expecting to see other players facing similar setbacks. However, the news that appeared left them stunned. The Mingwe Pavilion Guild was wiped out in the Earth Dragon's nest. The Starry Night Guild was struggling in the Tomb of the Undead. Even the Royal Dragon Guild had announced a pause in their raid efforts. Each message revealed a harsh reality. The initial dungeons in all towns were surprisingly difficult. This game's starting dungeons are just insane. Flying Prince couldn't help but complain. Blood Rose frowned, analyzing. The forums say you need to be at least level 15 as a team, and the main attacker needs 3 pieces of silver equipment to clear it. Overbearing Unmatched let out a sigh of relief, a slight smirk of schadenfreude appearing on his face. No way that guy can clear it alone. Serves him right. Blood Rose suggested. Let's not worry about anything else and focus on leveling up. We should hunt bosses while grinding. The dungeon keys will drop eventually. The group agreed, deciding not to dwell on their earlier failure, and quickly dispersed. Green Mountain still didn't join them. He waited at the gate a little longer, and seeing that Zhou Ming hadn't emerged, he left alone. Meanwhile, inside the Gate of Good and Evil, an intense battle was unfolding in the underground palace. Damn thief! The Dark Archmage's roar echoed through the shadowy, vast catacombs. He was incredulous that he, a distinguished Archmage, had been repeatedly targeted by a thief's stealing skill. How can such a low-level skill affect me? This is absurd. The Archmage's fury reached its peak. Corrosive Rain. He unleashed a powerful spell with a vengeance. Zhou Ming looked up to see a massive black cloud envelop the area, countless black water arrows shooting down like a torrential storm. Power of protection. Zhou Ming had no time to dodge and could only fully activate his defensive skill. The black rain of arrows hammered against the protective barrier, emitting a piercing corrosive sound. Under the relentless assault, the barrier wavered, on the brink of shattering. A glint of icy malice flashed in the Dark Archmage's eyes, as if he could already envision Zhou Ming's downfall. In this critical moment, Zhou Ming remained calm and composed. Come forth, my clone. Energy waves surged around him, instantly forming into a doppelganger. Suddenly, Zhou Ming's clone raised its right hand high, and a protective barrier instantly unfolded in midair, gleaming with golden light. This was a repeated use of a set skill, executed independently by the clone without affecting the original body. The Dark Archmage stared wide-eyed in shock, a hint of envy flashing through his gaze. Clone skills were considered rare treasures in the realm of magic, and a clone capable of independently using skills was even more extraordinary. Although the Archmage possessed the ability to create clones, he could only do so by relying on the rules of the Gate of Good and Evil, unable to wield them freely. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Ming stood shoulder to shoulder with his clone and swiftly dashed out of the range of the corrosive rain. Together, they shot towards the Archmage like arrows released from a bow. The clone swung its weapon, and a blazing slash roared forth. The Dark Archmage turned into a wisp of black smoke, narrowly dodging the attack. As soon as he reappeared, the clone was already upon him like a meteor, instantly activating the backstab skill. With a boom, the dark barrier trembled violently. Taking advantage of the moment, the clone extended its small hand, quietly activating the theft skill. Success! You've obtained bronze-level equipment 1. The system notification chimed. You despicable thief! The Dark Archmage roared, furious at being treated like a walking treasure trove. He swung his skeletal staff, black flames entwined, smashing it fiercely towards the clone. The clone deftly evaded with a swift movement. Zhou Ming's original body seized the moment, maneuvering behind the Archmage and suddenly activating the backstab skill. With a crash, the seemingly unbreakable dark barrier shattered inch by inch. Zhou Ming pressed the advantage, attempting another theft. Although unsuccessful, his blazing warblade was already pointed at the Archmage's throat. "Get out!" the Archmage bellowed, unleashing a tide of dark power from within. Zhou Ming and his clone were simultaneously blasted 20 meters away, suffering severe injuries. In this critical moment, Zhou Ming and his clone instinctively activated stealth. The Archmage hurriedly cast Magic Eye, a giant eyeball hovering in the void, searching relentlessly. Yet Zhou Ming and his clone remained hidden without a trace. The Archmage was utterly baffled. Who was this human thief? Not only could he steal through barriers, but even the fully leveled Magic Eye couldn't detect him. While the Archmage was momentarily stunned, Zhou Ming and his clone stealthily closed in. "You're the first to experience double theft. I hope you can handle it," Zhou Ming thought with a cold smile, as he and his clone simultaneously activated theft. "You've obtained mid-level mana potion 1. You've obtained gold coin 1, the system notification announced. Zhou Ming was quietly disappointed, having only stolen some worthless items. The Archmage felt two invisible hands sweep over him, being robbed once more. He erupted in fury, black aura surging from his robes. Death's lullaby. A sinister shadow emerged behind him, and a haunting song swept across the surroundings. With a boom, the sound wave swept through. Zhou Ming, relying on the high dodge rate of his stealth state, narrowly escaped disaster. But the clone wasn't so lucky, instantly vanishing and revealing its true form. Zhou Ming held back, waiting patiently for 10 seconds. When the time was right, he once again stealthily approached the Archmage and activated theft. Success. You've obtained Hidden Item Skill Book. Death Mark 1. The system notification flashed. Zhou Ming felt a surge of joy. He had finally stolen something valuable. A gleam of wild joy flashed in Zhou Ming's eyes as he finally stole the coveted treasure, the Death Mark skill. This 5th-tier active skill not only applies a death mark lasting 120 seconds during an attack, but also records and unleashes accumulated damage, making it a divine ability for single-target attacks. Zhou Ming eagerly learned the skill, imbuing it with limitless growth potential. At that moment, the Archmage let out a heart-wrenching wail. His precious skill book had been stolen, driving him into madness. With a furious wave of his staff, a barrage of wide-area spells poured down like a storm. Corrosion Rain, Magic Thunder Surge, and Dark Fire Assault covered dozens of meters, aiming to utterly destroy Zhou Ming. However, Zhou Ming was far more cunning than the Archmage anticipated. He cleverly used his stealth skill, boosting his speed by 80, and skillfully dodged attacks while invisible. Each time his theft skill cooled down, he would strike decisively, then swiftly retreat from the attack range. Theoretically, he could steal 12 times within the 120-second stealth duration, but the need to evade attacks slightly reduced his attempts. As his stealth time was about to run out, Zhou Ming seized his last chance, carefully maneuvering behind the Archmage. From 4 meters away, he extended his nimble hand once more. This time, fortune favored him. The theft was successful. A hidden skill book titled Life Devour appeared in his hand. Zhou Ming quickly scanned the effects of this 5th-tier skill book. It not only inflicts additional damage, but also permanently increases his maximum health upon killing a target. The acquisition of this skill filled Zhou Ming with ecstatic joy, as it not only enhanced his offensive capabilities, but also significantly bolstered his survivability. However, as Zhou Ming reveled in his newfound joy, the Dark Archmage's fury reached its peak. His Death Lullaby skill had finally cooled down, and the malevolent sound wave struck again. Caught off guard, Zhou Ming was hit, became visible, and fell into a sleep state. The Archmage seized this rare opportunity, flashing in front of Zhou Ming. His eyes burned with endless hatred, as if he wanted to devour Zhou Ming alive. In this moment, Zhou Ming's situation was perilous, facing an unprecedented test of life and death. He swung his staff, engulfed in black flames, wildly as if possessed, aiming it at Zhou Ming's head. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sound of impact was accompanied by sharp pain and a rapidly depleting health bar for Zhou Ming. Watching the usually composed old mage now behaving like a berserk warrior, Zhou Ming couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This is something he could brag about for a year. In his final moments, Zhou Ming wasn't disheartened. Instead, he felt a tinge of pity for the old mage who had lost his senses. As the last blow fell, a system notification sounded. You have been killed by the source of sin, Dark Archmage. Instance clear failed. You will now exit the gate of good and evil. The instance items, Golden Axe and Silver Axe, will remain until the instance is cleared. Zhou Ming's body dissolved into a beam of white light. In the blink of an eye, he was back standing on the Lone Wind Cliff, facing the entrance to the gate of good and evil. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air outside Maple Leaf Town, Zhou Ming stretched, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. This run was a huge win. A simple instance key brought him tremendous returns. Now, he had achieved financial freedom in real life, and his in-game gains were equally staggering. Awesome, he couldn't help but shout. After the excitement, a wave of fatigue washed over him. It was the end of the third day in the game, with the fourth about to begin, and Zhou Ming hadn't rested for a full day. He initially planned to practice some skills with a clone and then deal with some matters in town. Unexpectedly, he got an instance key, which delayed him until now. At this point, Zhou Ming wasn't in a hurry. He decided to log off and rest. He slept soundly, waking up 7 or 8 hours later. Although the game, Godly Revelation, didn't overly tire players, Zhou Ming's long sleep was purely due to laziness. Leisurely, he ordered some takeout. While enjoying his meal, he turned on his old, foreign junk computer and started browsing the forums. To his surprise, he had become a celebrity. Each newbie town had its dedicated forum section. Zhou Ming clicked into the Maple Leaf Town section and found that nearly all the pinned posts were about him. No work Zhou. One-man show against 3 major guilds. Top teams in Maple Leaf Town gather to tackle Silver Boss, only to be outdone by a rogue. Who needs Mystery Man or Bunny Guy? He's the cheat guy. One man outmatches the Flame-Winged Tiger. Instant slot sold for 700k? Zhou is unbelievable. Who exactly is Zhou? Could he be a plant from the developers? There were countless posts about Zhou Ming, with their popularity rivaling major guilds and other trending game content. Zhou Ming didn't mind. Skimming through, he noticed that discussions about the instance had dwindled, with no one having completed the first clear yet. Players seemed to realize that the starting instance in each town was a significant challenge from the game, not easily cleared. However, whoever managed to clear it first and trigger the first clear reward would be handsomely rewarded. Thus, major guilds were now focused on leveling up to claim the glory of the first instance clear. It seemed that the instances in other towns were also quite challenging, and no one was likely to succeed soon. After browsing for a while, Zhou Ming exited the Maple Leaf Town forum and switched to the international section. To be honest, it was Zhou Ming's first time seeing a game forum with a dedicated international section. It appeared that this was specially set up by various countries to promote global player interaction. This was one of the reasons Godly Revelation was a global sensation, not just because of its high realism, but also due to strong support from various national authorities. Zhou Ming clicked into the international section mainly out of curiosity, wanting to see how players from other countries were progressing in the game. The international section was bustling with activity, as players from all over the world engaged in lively discussions. Zhou Ming casually browsed the forum while enjoying his takeout. Suddenly, a headline caught his attention. It wasn't about the game content, but questioned the very nature of the game Shinchi. Zhou Ming paused his chewing, recalling his own gaming experiences. Indeed, the realism of Shinchi was astonishing, especially the NPCs, who were indistinguishable from real people. Driven by curiosity, he clicked on the post. The poster was a player from Beixiong, who narrated his observations in detail. Before Shinchi was officially launched, he had learned about the game through special channels and believed it was anything but ordinary. He claimed that after the game opened, he used his intelligence network to discover that many countries had sent personnel into the game to develop their presence. Zhou Ming's eyes were glued to the screen, as if etching every word into his memory. The post detailed the unusual actions of various countries. Beixiong was heavily supporting established guilds and even selecting elites from the military to join. Mika was even more extreme, sending special forces to form a new guild and providing substantial financial support to the Paradise Guild, relocating its headquarters to the Pentagon. Most astonishingly, Mika's president, Tebakapu, had personally joined the game, appearing under the ID Donga Tebakapu. The post included a photo, allegedly taken by a passerby, showing Tebakapu's in-game character, a smiling foreign man. Zhou Ming frowned. This seemed too blatant. The comments section was full of mixed opinions. Some dismissed the post as overly sensitive, while others agreed, but only concerning the economic impact of the game, viewing other aspects as overinterpretation. Zhou Ming closed his computer, lost in thought. He had always trusted his instincts, and now they told him that the player's suspicions might be correct. Although the information available was limited, making it impossible to draw definitive conclusions, this only piqued his interest further. It seemed that his upcoming gaming journey would be even more thrilling. A few hours later, Zhou Ming stood in a newly rented apartment, watching workers carefully move in a brand new gaming pod. This apartment was much more spacious and bright than his previous dingy place. Besides the gaming pod, he stocked up on a large amount of food bread, instant noodles, canned goods. All sorts in the refrigerator was packed to the brim. All this preparation was for one purpose: to immerse himself fully in the game, free from the distractions of the real world. With everything set, Zhou Ming laid down in the gaming pod, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in the fantastical world of Shinchi. Unknown adventures awaited him, and he was ready to face every challenge. In a flash of light, Zhou Ming appeared on the lonely wind cliff. Taking a deep breath of the crisp mountain air and feeling the refreshing breeze on his face, Zhou Ming felt invigorated. Ah, This world is far more interesting, he mused. He walked slowly to the edge of the cliff, surveying the scene below. The Lonely Wind Mountain was dotted with more players than before. With their increased strength, they were no longer hindered by guilds, which were busy leveling up and had no time to interfere. However, the summit was still sparsely populated, with most players confined to the lower slopes for leveling. How's my rank now? Zhou Ming recalled his previous position at the top of the leaderboard and quickly opened the virtual ranking. A light screen appeared before him. Dragon Nation level rankings. First, absolutely no work Zhou, LV 15. Second, Iron Horse Ice River, LV 14. Third, Starry Night Pearl, LV 13. Fourth, My Heart Eternal, LV 13. These guys are relentless, playing nonstop since yesterday? Zhou Ming thought, impressed. I need to step up my game too. Closing the leaderboard, he swiftly activated stealth mode, put on his spider silk ring, and effortlessly slid down from the cliff. He roamed the summit for a while, and soon found an isolated spot to practice his skills. The ordinary monsters here were at least level 13, with over 10,000 health points, making them ideal practice targets. Zhou Ming locked onto a wandering goblin, swaying its head, and immediately used his clone technique. An identical figure materialized beside him. Phantom Flash. Zhou Ming and his clone simultaneously flashed to the goblin's back, delivering a backstab to its vital point, along with a death mark. Before the goblin could react, its health plummeted to a critical level, black skull marks of death appearing on its body, exuding a chilling aura. As the goblin angrily raised its iron club to counterattack, Zhou Ming and his clone vanished into stealth. In stealth mode, he wasn't in a rush to kill but rather synchronized with his clone to use poison coating, flowing wind, and steel skills, doubling the proficiency rate. At this point, he could have detonated both death marks to guarantee the monster's death, but Zhou Ming only detonated one, leaving the goblin on the brink of death. Suddenly, he emerged from stealth with a devastating attack to the goblin's throat, enhanced by the life drain effect. With a pained cry, the goblin fell lifeless. A system notification popped up. You have slain a wandering goblin LV-13, EXP-80. Life drain activated, absorbing one of the target's health. Your maximum health permanently increased by 120. Nice, Zhou Ming thought with satisfaction. Although he was already level 15 and the experience gained from these monsters was minimal, his main goal was skill practice, not experience. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Life drain can be added to any attack. I should do this. In the next moment, Zhou Ming's agile figure darted through the forest. Using his extraordinary agility, he struck each monster he encountered and then quickly retreated. The attacked monsters could only roar in frustration, futilely chasing after him. In just a few minutes, he had gathered dozens of various monsters. With the moment right, Zhou Ming conjured his clone again, and both leaped high into the air. Flame slash. Two scorching blades of fire sliced through the air, sweeping across the monster horde. Boom, boom. Explosions echoed as all the monsters staggered back, engulfed in flames. Zhou Ming and his clone moved like phantoms among the monsters, precisely leaving each one in the same weakened state. 120 seconds passed. The clone's duration was still active, and Flame Slash had cooled down. Flame Slash. Life Drain. Once again, two even fiercer fiery blades swept through the area, now with the terrifying Life Drain effect. Boom. With a deafening explosion, all the lured monsters fell, and Zhou Ming's health surged like a flood. Zhou Ming's figure flickered in the secluded area at the mountaintop, fully engrossed in practicing his skills. As system notifications chimed, a satisfied smile spread across his face. You have slain a patrol goblin LV-13, experience 80. Life Devour activated, consuming one of the target's life, permanently increasing your maximum health by 120. Another notification followed. You have slain a green-scaled python LV-13, experience 85. Life Devour activated, consuming one of the target's life, permanently increasing your maximum health by 125. Zhou Ming was secretly delighted, relishing the thrill of consecutive kills. He quickly calculated. At this rate, reaching 50,000 health points is a breeze. By then, the additional damage from Life Devour will be at least 10,000, and even in group attacks, it can deal 5,000 damage, which is quite impressive. He continued to focus on his practice, noticing that with the help of his clone skill, the upgrade speed of other skills was indeed much faster than before. However, the only downside was that the progress of the clone skill itself was relatively slow. Zhou Ming understood this was because he needed to use the clone to practice other skills, unlike stealth, which could be cancelled immediately after activation, allowing the skill to enter cooldown and be used again quickly. The difficulty of upgrading higher-tier skills far exceeded that of first-tier skills. Zhou Ming recalled, first-tier skills at LV1 require 100 proficiency points to upgrade, increasing by 100 points per level. Second-tier skills at LV1 require 200 points, increasing by 200 points per level. He realized that as a fifth-tier skill, the clone skill was destined to progress the slowest among all skills. Immersed in the pleasure of skill training, Zhou Ming embarked on a solitary, rigorous training regime at the mountaintop. Meanwhile, in the dim canyon of Moonlight Town, a team-member team was besieging a level 15 bronze-ranked boss. This was a leveling area for players around level 15, and not many players dared to venture here. Even guild groups only risked it with well-equipped elite teams. This team was the core members of the emerging Yulong Guild in Moonlight Town. They moved decisively, focused and coordinated. With a full complement of classes shield guard, warrior, mage, archer, and priest, they managed to suppress the boss with just 10 people. Before long, the boss fell with a crash. A middle-aged man with the ID Iron Horse Ice River, the guild leader of Yulong Guild, said expectantly, "Let's see if it dropped any silver equipment. First kill, let's hope for some luck." "Boss, it dropped a silver greatsword," a team member exclaimed excitedly. Iron Horse Ice River was overjoyed at the news, hurriedly stepping forward to inspect the sword. "It's indeed a level 15 weapon," he said with excitement on his face. "This will give us more confidence in clearing the Dark Knight Forest dungeon." "Boss, that dungeon is way too hard." A nearby team member couldn't help but complain. Iron Horse Ice River replied sternly, "If it wasn't difficult, why hasn't anyone cleared the initial dungeon yet? Stay focused, we're soldiers." "Yes," the group responded in unison, their expressions instantly turning serious. The members of this team were all former soldiers of the Dragon Nation, ordered to enter the game and actively develop. Even Iron Horse Ice River wasn't clear why such orders were given from above. He only knew that countries worldwide had implemented similar strategies, fiercely competing in the game's progress. In addition to the official forces, major consortiums are investing heavily, either by creating their own gaming teams or collaborating with top guilds, to delve into this highly anticipated game. At this moment, these hidden forces within the game are all focused on the imminent first dungeon completion, with every party actively preparing, creating an undercurrent of tension. Time quietly passed, and soon it was the next day. Zhou Ming was still immersed in his training at Lone Wind Mountain, showing no signs of fatigue. Compared to his previous experience, his patience had noticeably improved. The comfort provided by the gaming pod allowed him to become even more engrossed, and the assistance of his clones significantly accelerated his skill improvement. Occasionally, he would open the regional and global chat channels or connect to streaming platforms and forums to keep up with the latest in the gaming world. These small diversions effectively alleviated the monotony of his training. Suddenly, Zhou Ming instinctively reached into his inventory for poison, only to realize he had run out. He sighed softly, feeling a touch of mental fatigue. He decided to review his skills, and if conditions allowed, take some action. Otherwise, he would continue his training. Zhou Ming opened his skill panel and carefully examined the details of each skill. Steel Active Skill, Tier 1 LV 5440-5400. Effect 1. 85 chance to steal 13 random items from a target, including bound items. Effect 2. Increases skill activation range by 10 meters. Effect 3. When stealing stackable items, randomly increase quantity, still considered as one item. Cost, 20 mana. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Stealth Active Skill, Tier 1 LV 44-1304-400. Effect 1. Enter a superior stealth state. Hiding form, scent, sound, and energy fluctuations. Increases movement speed by 110 for 180 seconds. Ends upon taking or dealing damage. Effect 2. Breaking Stealth deals 300-0160 attack power damage. Effect 3. Increases dodge by 1000 while in stealth. Cost, 40 mana. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Backstab Active Skill, Tier 1 LV 4030-4000. Effect 1. Instantly teleport to within 5 meters behind the target and stab, dealing 350-0180 attack power damage. Effect 2. Increases backstab critical hit rate by 120. Effect 3. Increases backstab critical damage by 30. Cost, 50 mana. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Poison Coating Active Skill, Tier 1 LV 3350-3300. Effect 1. Coat weapon with poison. Effect lasts 28 minutes. Can be removed at any time. Effect 2. Increases poison damage by 48. Effect 3. Poison reduces healing effects by 30. Cost, poison materials. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Flowing Wind Active Skill, Tier 2 LV 1230-2400. Effect 1. Wind energy flows through the body, increasing all speeds by 42 for 120 seconds. Effect 2. Increases dodge by 500. Cost, 100 mana. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Zhou Ming carefully analyzed these skill details, contemplating his next course of action. Phantom Flash. Type, Active Skill. Tier, Level 2 LV 1510-3000. Effect 1. Dash 40 meters in any direction at a phantom-like speed, slicing through targets along the way and dealing 1500-150 attack damage. The faster your movement speed, the quicker the dash. Effect 2, 30 chance to inflict a wound tear on the target, causing them to lose 200 health points per second for 30 seconds. Effect 3, during the dash, you can choose to create an additional phantom besides your main body. The phantom deals 80 of the main body's damage and disappears once the dash ends. Cost, 50 mana. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Death mark. Type, active skill. Tier, level 5 LV 870400. Effect 1, adds a layer of death mark during an attack, lasting 160 seconds. After hitting, the mark transfers to the target. In group attacks, it only affects one target. Effect 2, any damage dealt to the target is recorded by the mark. When it is manually detonated or expires, the mark unleashes the total recorded damage at once. Cost, 800 mana. Cooldown, 150 seconds, starting from the mark's disappearance. Life Devour. Type, active skill. Tier, level 5 LV 7803-500. Effect 1, inflicts an additional Life Devour effect during an attack, dealing extra damage equal to 15 of your own health. In group attacks, this damage is halved. Effect 2, if this attack kills the target, you devour 5 of the target's health, permanently increasing your own maximum health by the same amount, up to a maximum of 55,000 health already maxed out. Cost, 800 mana. Cooldown, 150 seconds. Clone technique. Type, active skill. Tier, level 5 LV 3201-500. Effect 1, creates a clone identical to yourself using mana, lasting 200 seconds. You can make the clone disappear at will. Effect 2, the clone possesses 60 of the main body's attributes, shares vision with the main body, and can independently use equipment skills and other main body skills. Effect 3, any controllable skills released by the clone can be controlled by the main body. Effect 4, the clone cannot use the clone technique. Cost, 800 mana. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Woohoo. Taking off. Zhou Ming's eyes were fixed on the skill panel in front of him, a smile creeping onto his lips. He gently scrolled through the panel, meticulously reviewing each skill's enhancements, and his sense of satisfaction soared. Overall, the improvements across his skills were quite remarkable. He was particularly thrilled with the changes in his stealing skill. Although the increase in stealing probability had slowed due to reaching a bottleneck, he could now steal stacked items, which the system still considered as a single item, significantly boosting his efficiency. What excited Zhou Ming even more was that the core feature he had long awaited was finally realized. His stealing ability could now nab bound items. This was an unexpected bonus brought about by skill mutation. He couldn't help but marvel internally. Unlimited potential brings unlimited growth. Truly legendary. Zhou Ming's gaze continued to wander over the panel, noting that the maximum health that could be stacked with the Life Devour skill had also increased with the level, another pleasant surprise. While practicing his skills, he hadn't neglected leveling up, and despite some delays due to his focus on skill enhancement, he had successfully reached level 16. During this process, the effects of Life Devour had long been maximized. Zhou Ming's health had seen a remarkable boost, now totaling 59,960 points. Looking at this number, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. I've turned myself into a tanky rogue. Is there someone here? The leaves suddenly rustled as a player walked over, catching a glimpse of Zhou Ming's back just before he vanished into thin air. The player rubbed his eyes, utterly confused. Where'd he go? You must have seen it wrong. Not many people come here to level up anymore, said a companion who followed behind, urging. Let's hurry and level up while those guilds are too busy to bother us. The drop rate for monsters here is much higher than below, but I swear I saw someone. The mage player was unconvinced and immediately used a magic eye skill to scan the surroundings, finding nothing. By this time, Zhou Ming had already activated stealth and the wind flow, boosting his movement speed by 152 to over 1,000. Like an invisible whirlwind, he weaved through the forest, undetected by any monsters thanks to his stealth. He raced towards Maple Leaf Town, plans forming in his mind. First, stir up some trouble in the town, then challenge that dark archmage, and consider heading to the main city afterward. After all, no one had yet conquered the dungeons first clear, and Zhou Ming found the idea quite tempting. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he noticed many players leveling up. Just as his stealth ended, he was immediately recognized. Look, that's Big Boss Zhou. It really is him, my idol. Boss Zhou, do you need an apprentice? I won't let you down. Zhou Ming didn't give them a chance to chat him up. He activated the wind flow again and vanished from their sight in an instant. Wow, he's so fast. Could he be an all-agility rogue? An all-agility build with such strong attack power. Are we playing the same game as the boss? A group of novice players watched in awe, chattering amongst themselves. Soon, Zhou Ming returned to Maple Leaf Town and headed straight for the pharmacy. The unique scent of herbs wafted from the pharmacy, accompanied by noisy arguments. What? Are you crazy about money, old man? Selling basic mana potions for 50 copper coins each? Have you no conscience? Buy it if you want, otherwise scram. Zhou Ming saw a few lone players leave the pharmacy grumbling. So greedy. I spent all my hard-earned game currency. Ridiculous. How's a mage supposed to play early game without potions? The potions in this game are way too expensive. The players passed by Zhou Ming, lamenting their woes. Zhou Ming smirked mischievously, choosing not to enter the pharmacy. Instead, he ducked into a shadowy corner of a nearby house, pretending to rest. Few players ventured here. Once Zhou Ming confirmed he was alone, he conjured a clone. Stealth. The clone used stealth to vanish, dashing towards the pharmacy at top speed. Inside, through the clone's eyes, Zhou Ming saw the shopkeeper, Warenji, savoring tea at the counter with delight. Business has been booming since the adventurers arrived. Potions are in high demand. Maybe I should raise the prices. The old man mused, his eyes gleaming with greed. You sly old fox, even greedier than me, huh? Zhou Ming chuckled to himself, maneuvering the clone past the counter to the rows of potion cabinets. These cabinets were enchanted with mana runes. Only Warenji could open them, but Zhou Ming didn't need to. He just extended a small hand. Steal. Success. You obtained Resurrection Potion 1. The rare grade effect of the Resurrection Potion left Zhou Ming ecstatic. This magical elixir can automatically revive any target below level 40 once within 30 minutes, restoring half their health and mana, with only an hour's cooldown. Zhou Ming couldn't help but laugh maniacally. What a fantastic start. Meanwhile, Old Wu was leisurely sipping tea in the shop, completely unaware of the threat behind him. Zhou Ming's clone moved effortlessly, collecting precious materials like the Azure Serpent Gall and Seven-Leaf Lotus Root. He skillfully used his stealth abilities, slipping back in as soon as the cooldown was over, continuously exploiting Wu Renji's resources. As Zhou Ming reveled in his thieving spree, Wu Renji habitually checked the virtual inventory. Suddenly, the old man shuddered, his eyes wide with disbelief. After repeatedly confirming, he finally realized the mysterious depletion of his materials. However, Zhou Ming's actions didn't cease. Steal. The system notified him that he had acquired a mid-level speed potion. Wu Renji could no longer hold back, leaping up and rushing to the medicine cabinet. Zhou Ming watched with amusement as the old man frantically opened each cabinet, his expression shifting from shock to anger. My lifeblood. Wu Renji roared. Who dares to oppose me? Show yourself. Zhou Ming remained unfazed, focused on his work. I steal. I steal again. I steal yet again, he thought triumphantly. Wu Renji went into a frenzy, drawing a staff to cast a magic eye spell. Zhou Ming was inwardly impressed by the apothecary's versatility, but stayed calm. The magic eye scanned the area but failed to reveal anything, leaving Wu Renji even more perplexed. At that moment, Zhou Ming's stealing skill cooled down once more. He guessed that the real treasures might be on Wu Renji himself, so he boldly made his move. You have obtained a powerful resilience potion 1. The system notification filled Zhou Ming with joy. Wu Renji was struck as if by lightning, wildly swinging his staff, sending ice spikes flying and destroying numerous cabinets. Zhou Ming easily dodged and quickly checked his backpack. The exceptional effect of the powerful resilience potion delighted him. Immunity to various abnormal states for 60 seconds, greatly enhanced resistance and toughness, and the ability to recharge for repeated use. You old fox, hiding treasures are you? Hand over everything you've got. Zhou Ming thought gleefully, reaching out again. This time, he acquired the precious Centennial Blood Ginseng and 7 Fragrance Orchid. Wu Renji finally broke down, abandoning his search for the thief and dashing for the door. Seeing this, Zhou Ming immediately had his clone vanish, while he himself went into stealth mode and followed closely behind. Haunted. Maple Leaf Town is haunted. Someone help me. Wu Renji shouted as he burst out of the shop, running and calling for help. Zhou Ming grinned mischievously. Keeping up the chase, this game of cat and mouse was far from over. Why is old man Wu acting so erratically? Ever since the adventurers arrived, his business has been booming. He was all smiles yesterday, so what happened today? Passers-by stopped in their tracks, their eyes fixed on a disheveled and frantic old man. It was Wu Renji, a merchant known for his shrewdness and efficiency, now careening through the streets like a madman. Hey, there's a ghost in this town, a real ghost. Wu Renji's raspy voice shattered the town's tranquility. His bloodshot eyes darted around, as if searching for an invisible enemy. Suddenly, he grabbed the collar of a passing young man, his voice trembling. Some damned ghost keeps stealing my things, and I can't catch him. The crowd erupted in surprise, with someone asking, What? Did a thief break into your house? That's no thief, the old man shouted, his face contorted with anger. That's a robber. Damn it. At that moment, Zhou Ming silently slipped behind Wu Renji. Even with several onlookers between them, it didn't hinder his work. Zhou Ming chuckled to himself, his fingers twitching as he activated his remote stealing skill. Just a little stretch of my hand. Zhou Ming thought to himself. In an instant, 2 skill books appeared in his hand. Skill book, Advanced Herbalism 1, Skill book, Apothecary Techniques 1. Wu Renji, in the midst of his lament, suddenly shuddered as if struck by something. The next second, he let out a heart-wrenching wail. The damn thief is still here. It's a ghost. It must be a ghost. The old man was completely out of control, looking around wildly, his beard trembling with agitation. Calm down, old man Wu. The surrounding NPCs tried to soothe him, but to little avail. I can't calm down, Wu Renji roared. He just stole from me again. Now, the crowd was even more alarmed. A thief bold enough to strike in broad daylight? Driven to madness, Wu Renji began accusing everyone around him. He seized an innocent young man, demanding, "Tell me, are you the thief?" "I'm your father, you greedy old man. Have you lost your mind?" The young man retorted angrily. Just as the situation seemed about to spiral out of control, a commanding voice boomed through the street. "Stop!" Zhou Ming's heart skipped a beat as he quickly slipped to the side of the street. Everyone turned to see a 20-man patrol squad passing by, led by a captain with Patrol Captain Cohen floating above his head. "Captain Cohen, you're just in time." Wu Renji rushed over, his face a mask of despair, and recounted his ordeal in detail. Captain Cohen, hearing this, was taken aback, anger flickering in his eyes. Humph! No resident of this town would dare do such a thing. It must be those adventurers, emboldened by their powers, acting recklessly. With that, Cohen produced a talisman, infusing it with magic. The talisman emitted a brilliant light, soaring into the sky. "Reveal!" Cohen shouted. Instantly, the light from the talisman spread, forming a large circle that enveloped the area within 100 meters. This was a one-time use item known as a revelation talisman, designed to counter invisibility skills, more powerful than magic eyes or scouting arrows. Cohen and his men quickly spread out, watching every corner vigilantly. Since Wu Renji claimed someone had just acted against him, the culprit should still be nearby. To everyone's surprise, they found nothing. Only the guards and a dozen ordinary residents were present, with no suspicious figures in sight. What's going on? Cohen was puzzled. Could the talisman have failed? That shouldn't be possible. The scene grew awkward. Seeing this, Zhou Ming quietly breathed a sigh of relief and subtly moved closer to Wu Renji, activating his stealing skill once more. "You have obtained Intermediate Health Potion 12. The system notification echoed in Zhou Ming's mind. He's done it again. Wu Renji suddenly screamed in despair. "The town is haunted. Maple Leaf Town is haunted. Bold scoundrel." Captain Cohen's face darkened as he urgently ordered, "Protect old man Wu." The guards sprang into action, forming a protective circle around Wu Renji, their eyes scanning the surroundings, ready to confront an invisible enemy at any moment. The peace of the small town was shattered as an unseen storm brewed. Kun was furious but helpless. He gritted his teeth and said to Wu Renji, "I'll take you to see the captain. Let's ask for his help. Let's go." Wu Renji, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, nodded eagerly, wishing he could grow wings and fly away immediately. The group hurried off, their footsteps fading into the distance. Zhou Ming smirked slightly, but did not give chase. Taking advantage of his stealth skill still being active, he quickly left the scene. Before long, he found himself near the weapon shop. The street was bustling with NPCs and players, bustling and lively. Zhou Ming cautiously stopped in the shadows about 20 meters from the weapon shop. After ensuring no one was watching, he released his clone. The clone activated its stealth and drifted towards the weapon shop like a ghost. Soon, a game notification sounded in Zhou Ming's ear. "You have obtained a bronze-level equipment 1. Meanwhile, a furious shout erupted inside the weapon shop. "Boss, there's a thief." "What?" A loud voice responded. "Damn it, which blind thief dares to cause trouble in my shop? Lock the doors." With a bang, the weapon shop's door slammed shut. "We're not involved. We haven't even left yet." Several players inside, who were browsing equipment, stared in shock. What's going on? NPCs imprisoning players? Is this game really that shady? The thought sent shivers down their spines. Zhou Ming ignored the commotion, focused on his own actions. He controlled his clone, repeatedly using the theft skill on the weapon display cases. "Damn thief, reveal yourself." The shop was in chaos, but their efforts were in vain. They couldn't locate Zhou Ming's clone. Zhou Ming's gaze locked onto the weapon shop owner, and a theft skill hit its mark. "You have obtained a gold-level equipment execution greatsword 1. You scoundrel, you're dead." The weapon shop owner was enraged, drawing a sharp sword and unleashing a fierce sword aura. However, Zhou Ming didn't need to get close to steal, rendering the owner's attack futile. Zhou Ming pressed on. "You have obtained a silver-level equipment patrol guard shield 1. You have obtained a gold-level equipment crystal staff 1. Damn it, you lot, help me out." The owner was hopping mad. "But we can't see anyone." The shop assistants were at a loss. "Forget it, just attack. He must be here somewhere. I refuse to believe he can stay invisible forever." "Yeah, everyone attack." The shop descended into chaos. The unlucky players trapped inside were mistaken for thieves, and the owner, without any hesitation, swung his sword at them, quickly knocking them to the ground. Zhou Ming's clone remained unscathed. Hidden in the shadows, it was easy for him to evade their attacks. As the 3-minute duration was about to end, Zhou Ming reluctantly dismissed his clone. With the weapon shop's door firmly shut, he couldn't send his clone back inside. This was why he hadn't entered himself, feared being trapped inside. However, the haul from this operation was substantial. He had stolen over a dozen weapons from the shop owner, 5 of which were gold level. Satisfied, Zhou Ming set his sights on the next target, the tailor shop. Minutes later, Zhou Ming quietly approached the tailor shop. Soon, screams echoed from within. "Help, there's a thief. Lock the doors, don't let him escape." A familiar scene unfolded once more. Zhou Ming stayed outside, delighting in the continuous system notifications. "You have obtained a bronze level equipment platinum copper shoulder pad 1. You have obtained a silver level equipment crocodile skin belt 1. Suddenly, an unusual notification caught Zhou Ming's attention. "You have obtained a functional equipment Shumi backpack 1. Zhou Ming was startled. Functional equipment? It was the first time he had encountered such a term. He immediately opened his inventory to check. Shumi backpack. Type, functional equipment. Grade, diamond level. Effect 1, contains a 1000 cubic meter space for storing items. Effect 2, bound, non-tradable, does not drop upon death. Level requirement, none. As Zhou Ming excitedly examined this rare equipment, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the tailor shop owner. "This is a real treasure." Zhou Ming's eyes sparkled as he clutched the newly acquired Shumi backpack, a wave of joy surging through him. With only 100 slots in the default player inventory, he'd long been troubled by the lack of space. Now, that problem was completely solved. This must have been stolen from the tailor shop owner. Zhou Ming thought to himself as he quickly stuffed all his items into the Shumi backpack. After organizing everything, he patted the bag and looked toward the distant buildings. Next stop, the profession hall. As he passed the church, Zhou Ming noticed something unusual. The usual annoying chants were absent. Instead, a large crowd of NPCs had gathered outside the church, and even within the fence, there were throngs of people. A few players were mixed in, seemingly there for the spectacle. "What's going on?" Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow and approached the crowd, tapping a lively young man's shoulder. "Hey, can you tell me why everyone's gathered here?" The NPC turned, his voice tinged with excitement. "Adventurer, word is that under the insistence of Mayor Slater and the townsfolk, Father Martin has decided to hold an exhibition. They're going to display something unearthed from the ruins for everyone to see." Ruins? Zhou Ming's eyes lit up, sensing he had stumbled upon some crucial information. Seeing Zhou Ming's interest, the young man eagerly launched into an explanation. Zhou Ming listened intently, quickly piecing together the story. It turned out that beyond Maple Town, past the treacherous wild zones like Lone Wind Mountain, lay many unexplored and dangerous areas, including what was believed to be an ancient battlefield. Legend had it that this place was a site where ancient gods battled evil demons, leaving behind many relics. Recently, Father Martin led an expedition to these ruins and returned with an item believed to be divine. This item, however, was said to be heavily tainted and of unknown purpose, so the father hadn't reported it, opting instead to investigate its origins secretly. Today, after much urging from the mayor and townsfolk, Father Martin agreed to publicly display the divine item. Preparations were being finalized inside the church, and soon the father would unveil it for all to see, with the mayor and other town dignitaries in attendance. Hearing this, Zhou Ming felt a surge of uncontrollable excitement. He had already planned to target the mayor. Someone who could easily offer silver-tier equipment as a quest reward must have valuable items. And now, not only the mayor but also Father Martin and the mysterious divine item were within his reach. "I can't miss any of this. It's like heaven-sent opportunity," Zhou Ming thought, committing this news to memory before quickly leaving the crowd. The immediate task was to head to the profession hall. About 10 minutes later, Zhou Ming stood outside the profession hall. Instead of going straight in, he followed his usual routine, finding a hidden corner to release his clone. The clone activated its stealth skill and slipped into the hall. Inside, the voluptuous and languid rogue mentor was impatiently dealing with the flirtations of other mentors. Zhou Ming controlled his clone to silently approach her, executing a deft pickpocket move. "You have obtained silver-tier equipment, Plum Blossom Dart 1. You have obtained skill book, Flower Picking 1. The system notifications flashed before Zhou Ming's eyes, nearly making him jump with joy. "Nice, that's some good loot." In that instant, the female mentor, who was chatting idly, suddenly stiffened, her expression changing abruptly. "Who dares to take advantage of me?" She spun around, delivering a loud slap to the warrior mentor sitting behind her. Smack! The crisp sound echoed as the warrior mentor took a solid hit, bewildered as he rubbed his reddened cheek. "Miss, what's that for? I didn't do anything to offend you." "No, it wasn't you." The rogue mentor quickly realized her mistake. She understood that she hadn't been taken advantage of, but rather, someone had stolen from her, and it was her treasured high-level skill book. That's a skill she hasn't even mastered herself. "Thief! Someone just stole from me." The female thief instructor's face was flushed with anger, nearly losing her composure. She anxiously scanned the room, her eyes sharp as a hawk's, but found no suspicious figures. The instructors in the hall exchanged glances, then erupted into friendly laughter. Sister Thief, you're taking this joke too far. One instructor chuckled, shaking his head. You're the thief instructor. What thief would dare steal from you? Exactly, and causing trouble in the professional hall. They must have a death wish. The instructors assumed she was joking, their faces full of good-natured teasing. I'm serious. The female thief instructor stamped her foot in frustration and turned to the mage instructor. You with the spells, use your magic eye. In this brief chaos, Zhou Ming acted again, his fingers gliding silently like a fish. You have obtained silver tier equipment. Combat instructor's leather armor top 1. You have obtained silver tier equipment. Combat instructor's leather armor pants 1. You have obtained silver tier equipment. Combat instructor's leather armor belt 1. Oh, something seems off. Zhou Ming couldn't help but chuckle at the system prompt. This was quite a haul, 3 pieces of equipment, all worn by the female thief instructor. While she was conversing with her colleagues, the thief instructor suddenly felt a chill. Looking down, she found herself wearing only the basic garments that barely covered her, as if prepared by the system for female players. Her striking figure was almost entirely exposed to the room. Ah, she screamed, instinctively covering her chest with her hands. Whoa, what's going on, sister? The instructors were shocked, their eyes flickering. The warrior instructor was dumbfounded, then grinned knowingly. Sister Thief, is this what you meant? Were you trying to signal me earlier? Silly me. Let's find a room now, haha. Enough. The female instructor was flushed with embarrassment and anger. There really is a thief. I'm not joking. The priest instructor frowned, sensing something was wrong. This isn't right. Use the reveal skills. Jokes aside, the situation was indeed unusual, and the other instructors stopped laughing, adopting serious expressions. Magic eye. The mage instructor waved his staff. Scout arrow. The archer instructor notched an arrow on his bow. The illuminating scout arrow lit up the entire hall, and a magical screen unfolded in the air. Yet, there's no one here. The scholarly-looking mage instructor looked around in confusion. Impossible, someone is definitely here. The thief instructor quickly donned spare gear, drew a sharp dagger, and vanished into stealth mode. She vowed to show no mercy once she found the audacious thief. The other instructors grew tense, revealing their weapons and standing guard. You want to catch me? Dream on. Zhou Ming smirked, his eyes shifting to the priest instructor nearby, fingers twitching. Steal. Ah. Another scream echoed through the hall, easily misunderstood. The priest instructor had also fallen victim, her fair skin barely concealed in the light. Oh, priest sister, you too? The group was startled, but the warrior instructor's eyes gleamed, a grin spreading across his face. Drop dead. The priest sister was furious, cursing while seeking cover. The hunter instructor spoke gravely. Something's off. A skilled thief is targeting us. He quickly set up traps around the area. Hunter traps were effective against thieves, forcing them to reveal themselves if triggered. But for Zhou Ming, they were useless. His true sight allowed him to see every trap, avoiding them effortlessly. Close the doors. Let's see how long he can hide. The doors slammed shut, but the hall still echoed with angry shouts and gasps. In his stealth mode, Zhou Ming targeted random instructors each time his skills cooled down, though he focused mainly on the thief instructor. After all, gear from the same class was more likely to suit him. As his stealth was about to end, Zhou Ming disengaged his clone, sparing the disheveled instructors. That was satisfying. He emerged from his hiding spot, stretching with a contented smile. Next, let's check out the church and see what this so-called divine artifact is all about. Zhou Ming activated his stealth skill again, his form gradually vanishing as he headed quietly toward the town's church. A bustling crowd gathered in front of the town church. Zhou Ming stood outside the fence, his gaze fixed on the stage 10 meters away. Seated at the front were Mayor Slater and Captain Charles of the Guard, along with several other dignitaries, all wearing expressions of anticipation. Zhou Ming felt a twinge of apprehension, wary of Charles, who was rumored to be quite formidable. As he pondered his next move, a group hurried over shopkeepers and professional mentors whom he had previously visited. Zhou Ming's nerves went taut for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. He discreetly slipped into a secluded corner and sent out a doppelganger to stealthily scout the area. The doppelganger swept like the wind near the mayor and others, overhearing Yurenji and the others tearfully accusing the lawless thief. The mayor's expression was unreadable, while Charles was astonished that the thief could evade detection skills. The tailor shop owner was particularly distraught, lamenting the loss of even bound equipment. Everyone urged the mayor to take immediate action, but Slater insisted on waiting until after the divine artifacts were displayed before using special authority to investigate. Although the crowd was dissatisfied, they had no choice but to relent for the time being. Zhou Ming retracted his doppelganger, deep in thought. The mention of the mayor's special authority heightened his alertness. It seemed that the theft saga was far from over, and a larger storm was brewing. Zhou Ming was secretly amazed. He had never revealed his true identity, yet somehow, someone had seen through him. This situation was baffling, but regardless of whether the other person was telling the truth or not, he had no way out. As a thief, fleeing at the critical moment when the treasure was about to appear would be a betrayal of his profession. Before the divine artifact appeared, Zhou Ming decided to take stock of his gains. He focused his mind into the space of his Sumera bag, as if entering a strange dimension. In front of him was a pile of various potions and spiritual herbs, and he began to inspect them carefully, one by one. When he saw the items clearly, he almost laughed out loud. Old Wu had hidden such a wealth of rare treasures. 100-year-old blood ginseng, 7 fragrance orchid, wind-chasing grass, blood sunflower. These were all top-grade spiritual herbs. Not only could they be used as ingredients for making potions, but consuming them directly could permanently enhance one's attributes. To his delight, there were also 2 precious skill books, a 7th-tier pharmacology mastery, and a 5th-tier potion crafting. Without hesitation, Zhou Ming learned both skills from the books, and the system promptly informed him that he had mastered them. Eagerly, he took out the spiritual herbs that could permanently boost his attributes and consumed them all at once. Instantly, Zhou Ming felt a warm current surge through his body, and his attributes increased rapidly. His maximum health increased by 500 points, his maximum mana by another 5,000, and both his agility and strength attributes rose by 100 points each. This surge in power filled him with an exhilarating sense of joy, as if he could float away. Zhou Ming took a deep breath to calm his excitement. He knew that the real challenge was just beginning, and these unexpected bonuses certainly added a lot of confidence to his upcoming actions. Zhou Ming stood in the guild hall, his eyes scanning over the freshly acquired spoils. A myriad of equipment and skill books lay piled together, each emitting a glow of varying intensity, dazzling to behold. He quickly picked out 2 of the most intriguing skill books, precious items obtained from the female rogue mentor. Flying flower, plucking leaves, and weak point break echoed in his mind. Zhou Ming examined the skill descriptions closely, excitement flickering in his eyes. Weak point break is a 4th-tier passive skill, allowing for an additional 50 damage when striking an enemy's vital points. Flying flower, plucking leaves is a stunning 6th-tier active skill, capable of transforming any object into a projectile, launching 5 at a time, with an impressive range of 1,000 meters. However, his excitement cooled slightly upon seeing the learning requirements. Flying flower, plucking leaves demanded not only a level 30 character, but also 1,000 points in agility. Such high demands made Zhou Ming wonder if even the female rogue mentor had mastered it. Reluctantly, he carefully stored these 2 precious skill books in his spatial backpack for future learning. Next, Zhou Ming began to inventory the equipment borrowed from the weapon and tailor shops. A spectrum of colors flashed before his eyes, like a visual feast. He decisively ignored any gear below silver tier, focusing on selecting higher quality treasures. Ultimately, 4 pieces of gold tier equipment caught his attention. The Lone Walker robe not only provided significant health and defense boosts, but also increased damage by 20 when fighting solo. The cruel bloodthirsty shoulder guards offered defense and a chance to drain the enemy's health during attacks. The Lone Walker belt granted additional health and agility enhancements. Finally, the ethereal stone pendant was Zhou Ming's most favored item, not only increasing strength and accuracy, but also offering a valuable 120 points in mental attributes. Zhou Ming understood the importance of mental attributes. They not only accelerated mana recovery, but also enhanced resistance to mental debuffs. More critically, a high mental attribute allowed him to maintain rapid mental processing in complex situations, enabling quicker and more accurate decisions. He swiftly donned the new gear, feeling the power coursing through him. Although there were many pieces of equipment he couldn't use yet, Zhou Ming knew this was just the beginning. As his level increased, those temporarily unusable treasures would eventually come into play. At this moment, he was eager to test the might of his new equipment. After activating stealth and the wind of flow, Zhou Ming's speed increased dramatically. As he sprinted, his brain quickly processed changes in his surroundings, compensating for his low mental stats. He swiftly equipped 4 items, and his attribute panel updated. Player: Never Work Zhou Maoren. Reputation: 1,500. Class: Rogue. Level: 16. Health: 67,060. Mana: 6,860. Attack power: 1526. Spell power: 26. Physical defense: 1461. Magic defense: 1111. Movement speed: 569. Accuracy: 634. Evasion: 273. Attack speed bonus: 30. Constitution: 56. Strength: 511. Intelligence: 26. Endurance: 101. Agility: 369. Spirit: 146. Ready, Zhou Ming occasionally sent out a clone to stealthily observe the church's movements. Before long, a commotion arose at the church entrance. "Father Martin is here," someone whispered in the crowd. "Is that the rumored divine artifact?" Zhou Ming sprang into action. Clone technique. Stealth. Wind of flow, he murmured, his figure swiftly gliding towards the church like a phantom. His clone, still in stealth, quickly approached the large iron gate connected to the church's wall and slipped inside. A dense crowd of at least 200 or 300 people gathered at the church entrance. Zhou Ming skillfully avoided the crowd, quietly moving along the inside of the wall towards the entrance. He crept closer to the main door, hugging the elegant white wall. About 7 or 8 meters from the entrance, Zhou Ming saw an object wrapped in golden silk cloth on a platform at the front of the crowd. Though he couldn't see it clearly, he noticed a glow emanating from within. For church attendants stood vigilantly around the platform. Below, Father Martin, clad in monk's robes, wore an unmistakably proud expression. Ladies and gentlemen, Father Martin raised his voice. What you're about to see is a mysterious artifact discovered in the ruins of an ancient battlefield. He gestured, and the people on the platform unveiled the golden silk. At that moment, everyone held their breath, including Zhou Ming and Mayor Slater, all eyes fixed on the platform. Within a pale golden barrier stood a pair of strange wings. These wings, nearly as tall as an adult, were entirely black, stained with dark brown blood, and exuded an unsettling aura. Wow, are those the legendary angel wings? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Impossible, another voice countered. Angel wings should be filled with divine aura. These are clearly demonic wings, terrifying. The crowd buzzed with astonishment, eyes glued to the bizarre wings. Among the NPCs, players' eyes gleamed, secretly wondering if a hidden quest might emerge. A flicker of greed passed through Mayor Slater's eyes, quickly concealed. No need for wild guesses. Father Martin signaled for silence. This artifact is indeed heavily tainted with evil. We don't yet know its true nature. However, according to my research of ancient texts, it might very well be the legendary angel wings. Really? Came an excited murmur from the crowd. Father Martin explained with a smile. I can't be 100% sure, but the possibility is significant. We just need to cleanse the corruption. Once confirmed as a divine artifact, it will be handed over to the Holy Order. The Order will surely reward us. The entire town will experience tremendous changes under the Order's favor. Speaking passionately, Father Martin spread his arms wide, a look of longing on his face as if already envisioning the town's prosperous future. The crowd erupted in excitement. Father Martin's words were like a shot of adrenaline, infusing hope into everyone's hearts. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, their breaths quickened, as if they had already glimpsed a brighter future. The Holy Order, a name that resonated across the continent like thunder. Legends spoke of its founders being inspired by ancient gods, tasked with spreading their faith. Even the mighty empire of Tianyu, which ruled over Maple Town, dared not challenge such an entity. If Father Martin truly managed to attract the Order's favor, the fate of the small town would change forever. However, among the crowd, Mayor Slater smirked secretly. He stood there, expressionless, yet inwardly scoffing at these gullible fools. Handing over the sacred artifact to the Order? Pure fantasy. Slater had long coveted the mysterious wings, eager to claim them for himself. In truth, Slater and Father Martin had been quietly competing for some time. Today's forced exhibition of the artifact by the priest was the mayor's handiwork. He cleverly stirred the townspeople's curiosity, compelling the priest to bow to public demand. Now, the two were deadlocked. Father Martin deliberately withheld the news, refraining from reporting to the Order, yet he dared not rashly claim it for himself. Any action would prompt Slater to report to the capital, resulting in Martin's persecution by the Order. Likewise, the mayor dared not act recklessly. Reporting to the capital might allow the main city to seize the artifact from the Order, but Slater would be left empty-handed. Their eyes met briefly in the crowd, a silent understanding passing between them, each with a faint, knowing smile. Zhou Ming stood among the crowd, listening to the discussions around him, gradually piecing together the situation. He resolved that today, he would succeed no matter what. He cautiously maneuvered to the back of the display platform, taking advantage of the priest's distraction as he explained ancient legends to the crowd, and quietly extended his hand. Theft. Failed. Zhou Ming was stunned. His theft success rate was a remarkable 85. Even against higher-level targets, he shouldn't have failed. His gaze fell on the faint golden barrier surrounding the wings, and a sense of foreboding crept in. Focusing his mind, he activated the true sight. Information appeared beside the barrier. Light Guardian type, defensive barrier effect, blocks damage, weakens certain special attack effects. Zhou Ming's heart sank. Could his theft skill be considered a special attack? This explained why Father Martin dared to boldly display the artifact. 10 seconds later, he tried again. Another failure. At that moment, Mayor Slater, standing at the front of the crowd, suddenly frowned. He stared at the black wings, a hint of doubt flickering in his eyes. Just now, he thought he saw the barrier ripple slightly. The fluctuation was so subtle that, had he not been watching closely, he might not have noticed it at all. As the mayor, Slater was well acquainted with the Light Guardian barrier before him. This powerful defensive measure, originating from the sect of the God of Light, not only repelled attacks, but also weakened special spells. Martin, a lower-ranking holy priest, shouldn't have been able to deploy it, clearly relying on a barrier scroll. Slater watched the barrier intently, puzzled. By all accounts, this layer of protection should be as solid as a rock, impervious even to the fiercest winds. Yet, he thought he'd seen the barrier tremble slightly. Was it just his imagination? Meanwhile, Martin was enthusiastically painting a rosy picture for the townspeople, oblivious to the anomaly behind him. The others were also absorbed in his speech, noticing nothing unusual. Moments later, Slater detected another subtle disturbance in the barrier. This time it was even fainter, leaving him unsure if it was a mere illusion. The old mayor began to doubt his eyesight. Behind the platform, Zhou Ming glared at the light guardian barrier in frustration. Since leaving the mountains, he had never felt so defeated. It was a disgrace. If he couldn't steal from them, he'd find another way to make his mark. Zhou Ming cast a vengeful glance at Father Martin and the mayor, but held off on acting, as he needed to dispel his clone with only 3 minutes left. The clone technique required a 5-minute cooldown, forcing Zhou Ming to wait patiently. The mayor, still perplexed, kept his eyes fixed on the wings. When nothing happened for a while, he sighed in relief, assuming he had been overthinking. Little did he know, the peace was only because the thief had temporarily ceased his actions. Finally, someone asked the crucial question, "Father, how can we purify the filth and reveal this divine artifact's true form?" Father Martin replied, somewhat regretfully, "It's unclear at the moment. However, since this artifact was found in the ruins, perhaps examining the site again could provide clues. I plan to revisit the ruins soon for a thorough investigation." Suddenly, Warenji stepped forward from the crowd, confidently declaring, "Father Martin, I know of a potion that might cleanse the pollution." His statement immediately captured everyone's attention. Warenji stood tall, adopting the demeanor of an experienced healer, and explained proudly, "There is a potion called Jade Purifying Elixir, specifically designed to cleanse corrupted items. Using it on these wings will surely remove the pollution." The crowd buzzed with excitement. Father Martin eagerly asked, "Jade Purifying Elixir? Do you have it?" Warenji shook his head. "No, I only know the formula. It's a legendary level potion, and with my 5th-tier alchemy skill, the success rate isn't high. It's worth a try though," he added, "provided you can gather enough materials, and, of course, there'll be an additional cost for my services." Mayor Slater quickly spoke before Martin could respond. "No problem. I'll have a list made, and I'll send people to gather what we need. We can also issue a task to adventurers to collect the materials." Hopeful chatter erupted among the people. Someone remarked, "Great. With the mayor's help and the adventurers' aid, we can surely do it." "Yes, adventurers can revive after dying. They can venture deep into the wilds to find the right materials," another agreed. Passing players in the crowd were also thrilled, thinking there might be a quest to undertake here. At that moment, Zhou Ming's clone moved again. Having learned from his previous attempt, he skillfully maneuvered to the side of the platform, standing 10 meters away, smirking at Mayor Slater. "Huh, everyone's happy, right? Let's add to the celebration." Zhou Ming extended his hand, using his theft skill. System notifications flashed. "You have obtained Lucky Dice 3. You have obtained Dark Gold Equipment. Mastery, Bracelet 1. In the midst of his conversation with Father Martin, Mayor Slater suddenly shuddered, instinctively roaring the next second, "You brazen thief! How dare you steal from me?" The mayor's angry shout was like a thunderclap, instantly casting a silence over the entire scene. Zhou Ming, however, remained unfazed by the commotion around him. His decoy was safe, so he had no fear of being caught. Eagerly, he opened his backpack to examine his latest haul. The first thing that caught his eye was a lucky die, its legendary quality truly astonishing. Zhou Ming studied its effect carefully. Upon use, it would yield a number between 1 and 6, with a corresponding luck bonus of that number multiplied by 10, lasting for 10 minutes. Even more exciting was the fact that this luck bonus could stack with other probability-related activities, though it could only be effective once per duration. Next, he discovered a dark gold-level pinnacle craftsmanship bracelet. Although it didn't boost any attributes, its special effect piqued Zhou Ming's interest. It granted an extra point of proficiency when a skill was used. Zhou Ming immediately realized the bracelet's true value. It was made for skill training. For Zhou Ming, this bracelet was a perfect fit. His skills could be upgraded infinitely, and this bracelet would significantly enhance his training efficiency. Given his limitless growth potential, each skill use could earn him at least 20 proficiency points, and if he succeeded in a theft, he could gain as much as 40 points. Zhou Ming was elated, secretly marveling at the mayor's wealth. As Zhou Ming basked in his joy, the people around him finally reacted. Captain of the Guards, Charles, Yurinji, and the various professional mentors turned pale. "Mayor, were you robbed too?" Yurinji asked, trembling, his voice filled with unease. Slate didn't answer directly but instead swept a fierce gaze around, coldly stating, "Such audacity, you're courting death." This statement confirmed everyone's suspicions. Oh my, the thief actually came. Utterly lawless, even daring to target the mayor. That cursed scoundrel. A wave of anger surged through the crowd. Everyone was indignant, looking around as if each person was a suspect. Several professional mentors drew their weapons, ready to teach the audacious thief a harsh lesson. A thief? Seriously? Quick, use the reveal skill and drag him out. As the news spread, the situation began to spiral out of control. Father Martin was taken aback and hurriedly jumped onto the platform, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Captain Charles felt utterly humiliated. Through gritted teeth, he said, "Such a brazen thief, daring to commit misdeeds right under my nose." With that, he brandished a peculiar token engraved with runes, which flew into the air, emitting a dazzling light. It's Captain Charles's revealing token. It's much more powerful than a regular reveal charm. Let's see how that sneaky thief hides now. Block the entrance, don't let him escape. The crowd spontaneously rushed to the large iron gates, watching cautiously. Zhou Ming also curiously glanced at the token in the sky, pondering to himself, could this thing break through his stealth? With his stealth skill now at level 44, Zhou Ming was confident that it could rival even 4th or 5th tier skills. However, when the reveal spell was cast, the outcome was unexpected. Nothing appeared. This scene left everyone present utterly astonished. Charles and Slater exchanged incredulous glances. Even the reveal spell didn't work? Typically, a rogue stealth technique is just a 1st tier skill, while the reveal spell is stronger than a 3rd tier reveal skill. How could it fail? As everyone was puzzled, whispers spread among the players who had gathered. Wait a minute, why does this seem so familiar? Zhou Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, looks like I'm safe. He quickly opened his backpack and used the lucky dice without hesitation. A dice shadow, visible only to him, appeared above his head, spinning continuously. At that moment, the mayor suddenly realized something and shouted angrily, "No! They might be after the sacred artifact. Quickly, take it to my residence." Father Martin immediately countered, "No way. The church's defensive barrier is stronger. There's no need to take it to your place. Hurry, bring it back." The priest knew well that the sacred artifact was protected by a barrier and couldn't be stored in a backpack-like space. He ordered several servants to pick up the light barrier and dash towards the church's entrance. Seeing this, Zhou Ming was anxious. A system prompt soon appeared. You used the lucky dice, rolled a 6, and gained a 60 luck chance boost. Fortune favors me. Zhou Ming was ecstatic. Considering the original 85 success rate of his theft skill, even with a reduction, failure was unlikely. He sprinted forward, reaching out to activate his theft skill. Theft successful, skill proficiency 20. You obtained a contaminated mysterious wing 1. Nice. Zhou Ming was thrilled, quickly dispelling his clone and sprinting towards the town square's teleportation array. Just as he moved, Father Martin's anguished scream echoed from the church's direction. Impossible. The sacred artifact. My sacred artifact. My angel wings. Chaos erupted outside the church. Everyone was in disbelief and furious. Mayor Slater was particularly alarmed, his mind blank. Father Martin rushed to the mayor, eyes red, and roared, "Slater, use your authority. Seal off the teleportation array. As long as that person doesn't use the teleportation array to leave, we can definitely catch them." Slater acted immediately, quickly operating the virtual light screen in front of him. Soon, an announcement echoed throughout Maple Leaf Town and beyond. Area announcement. The mayor of Maple Leaf Town has closed the teleportation array. No one can leave through the teleportation array without permission. This sudden news left players inside and outside the town utterly stunned. What the heck? What's going on? A player shouted angrily, his voice echoing through the streets of Maple Town. Is the mayor out of his mind? Why would he block the teleportation array? The surrounding players chimed in, their voices full of frustration and discontent. One player complained, "I finally reached level 15, and now I have to walk all the way to the main city?" Another player gritted his teeth and said, "These NPCs are really pushing it. It's bad enough they're overcharging us, but now they've shut down the teleportation array, trapping us in this place." Maple Town was in chaos as players were filled with rage. Some even shared their terrible experiences at the weapon shop. The NPCs closed the doors for no reason and attacked me out of nowhere. I can still feel the pain. The anger spread like wildfire. Some players took to the server-wide chat to voice their complaints, while others posted on forums, demanding respect and action. The game's developers must address this, one player shouted. Amid the uproar, Zhou Ming approached the town square. Hearing about the teleportation array being shut down, he stopped in his tracks, thinking, this is a miscalculation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhou Ming realized the gravity of the situation. With the teleportation array closed, their next step will be to hunt me down. I don't know if they have the means, but to be safe, I must leave the town immediately. With that in mind, Zhou Ming didn't hesitate. He entered stealth mode and activated the wind flow skill. His figure blurred, resembling a gust of wind as he sprinted towards the gates of Maple Town. As he fled, Zhou Ming took a closer look at the mysterious wings. Upon closer inspection, he noticed unsettling details. The wings were entirely black, covered in an unknown sticky black substance and bloodstains, exuding a nauseating stench, almost unbearable to look at. A system prompt appeared. Polluted mysterious wings. Type. Grade. Attributes. Description: a pair of heavily polluted wings. Perhaps cleaning the filth will reveal their original form. True to its mysterious name, it's full of question marks. How fitting. Zhou Ming mused. Despite the uncertainty, he had no regrets about acquiring the item. Although its purpose was unclear, his intuition told him it was extraordinary. Meanwhile, inside the mayor's mansion, an urgent meeting was underway. Mayor Slate had just used his authority to block the teleportation array and was issuing new orders. Charles, organize the guards to patrol the town day and night. If you find anyone suspicious, apprehend them immediately. Understood, Charles replied, his footsteps quickly fading down the corridor. The mayor turned to another subordinate. Slate, you must activate the surveillance device and locate that person as quickly as possible. Father Martin reluctantly agreed. The surveillance device, a rare artifact born from the convergence of earthly forces and adventurers' presence, was only effective in adventurer towns and was under the mayor's control. Yes, we must not let this thief escape. The shopkeepers and class trainers echoed. We want to see what this little thief looks like. Hearing this, Slate frowned slightly. He had intended to handle the matter alone, and if he caught the culprit, the artifact would naturally be his. But seeing the group's anger, he reluctantly agreed. The surveillance device is in my study. Follow me. Soon, the group arrived at the mayor's study. This was Slate's private space, housing many important devices exclusive to the mayor, including the surveillance device. A crystal-like sphere soon appeared before them. Under the mayor's operation, the crystal emitted a faint glow, projecting an image. Slate gently manipulated it, switching the view to the church and rewinding time to a moment earlier. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the crystal ball, eager to catch the audacious thief. Under the surveillance monitor, nothing remains hidden. Even if someone is invisible, they appear on the screen. The crowd's eyes turned icy, like predators locking onto their prey. Little thief, we've found you. Zhou Ming's heart pounded wildly. He knew he had to escape immediately. He dashed out of Maple Leaf Town like the wind, sprinting towards the wilderness. Wild grasses lashed against his legs, and the howling wind filled his ears. Although he had temporarily evaded capture, he knew the danger was far from over. Just as he stepped onto the edge of the wild zone, a series of piercing regional announcements echoed across the sky, nearly knocking him off balance. Regional announcement. Mayor Slater of Maple Leaf Town has issued a bounty on the player, absolutely not working Zhou. This player has repeatedly committed heinous acts within the town, a disgrace to adventurers. Anyone who kills or captures him and brings him back to the town will receive 3 pieces of dark gold equipment, a large amount of experience points, and 100,000 gold coins. Then, an even more chilling notification sounded. Surveillance tracking feature activated. A tracking mark has appeared on the target, making it impossible to log off or hide through invisibility. Every 10 minutes, the surveillance will report the target's location to all players and town residents for 2 hours. During the existence of the tracking mark, if anyone discovers the target, the guards will be automatically notified. If the guards successfully capture him, the discoverer will receive additional generous rewards. Please actively participate in the pursuit. Effective immediately, the teleportation array in Maple Leaf Town is closed to absolutely not working Zhou, while other players can use it as usual. Zhou Ming shuddered all over and looked down to see a glaring red mark on his chest that couldn't be erased. Even if he used his invisibility skill, this damned mark would reveal his location. The mayor had such power to issue a server-wide bounty. Zhou Ming couldn't help but imagine countless NPCs and players frantically pursuing him, guards brandishing gleaming swords, players searching everywhere with greedy eyes. The scene was so intense, the prospects so grim. Yet, in the face of such peril, Zhou Ming felt not fear, but an unprecedented thrill. His blood boiled, a surge of indescribable excitement coursed through him, as if electricity was dancing across his skin. Yes, that's it. Zhou Ming grinned, his feet still moving as he continued to sprint forward. The fierce wind tousled his hair and blew away the last of his worries. So this is the thrilling life I truly crave. I absolutely love this game. Meanwhile, inside the town, the players were momentarily silent. But soon, an overwhelming wave of chatter erupted. Oh my god, did I hear that right? A bounty mission? A 100,000 gold reward? Someone pinch me, am I dreaming? What on earth happened? What did this Zhou do to incur such wrath? The players were completely baffled. First, the teleportation array was closed, followed by an unprecedented bounty mission and a teleportation blockade targeting a single player. Especially the rewards, so generous they were staggering. Dark gold equipment, a massive amount of experience, plus 100,000 gold. Soon, someone in the chat channel explained the whole story in detail. My goodness, this guy even dared to steal from the mayor? How did he manage that? Aren't the thief's stealing skills notoriously terrible? Not just the mayor, he cleaned out the weapon shop, the potion shop, the tailor shop. I heard he even made off with some important item from the town. I'm impressed. I've been gaming for years and never seen anyone so audacious. It's like he's pushing the game's limits. As the truth came to light, everyone couldn't help but gasp. This was truly lawlessness. They had long known Zhou had a big ego, but they never imagined he could be so brazen. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed anyone could be so reckless in a game. Wow, that's incredible. The announcement spread like thunder through the gaming world, leaving players wide-eyed and fingers frozen on their keyboards. A player named Zhou Ming had dared to target a wealthy NPC merchant, completely shattering everyone's expectations. Ha ha, impressive. I always thought those NPCs were filthy rich, but I never had the guts to do it. I can't believe he actually dared. One player jumped up, eyes gleaming with admiration. After the initial shock, the gaming world split into two factions. Some held Zhou Ming in high esteem, flooding the chat with messages like, "Respect. He's my idol." But soon, another voice gained traction. "But I still have to ask who's teaming up with me to take him down?" Faced with the lure of rewards, moral scruples crumbled. The chat was soon filled with recruitment messages. "Brothers, we've got a job. Hunt down Zhou. Target worth 100,000 gold coins, and there's epic gear up for grabs. This could be our ticket to luxury. Justice for the wrongdoer. Let's move out, brothers." 10-year gaming team seeking partners for a mission. Capture Zhou and split the rewards evenly. Admiration aside, the promise of such rich rewards led most players to prioritize their own interests. In no time, the town and its outskirts buzzed with activity as players abandoned their quests to search for Zhou Ming. On the summit of Solitary Wind Mountain, a group of high-level players gathered. Among them were Blood Rose and Invincible Dominance, both at level 13, waiting for the Flame-Winged Tiger to respawn. Suddenly, a series of system announcements disrupted their vigil. They stared at the screen, taking several seconds to fully process the news. "That guy's a total lunatic." Invincible Dominance jumped up, his keyboard clattering. He suddenly realized why losing to Zhou Ming was no disgrace. How could a normal person compete with a madman? "It's insane, daring to take on an NPC," Flying Prince stammered in shock. "Should I call him awesome or just brainless?" Fireworks sword dance and Little Princess clapped their hands in delight upon hearing the news. "This is great. NPCs are so powerful, they'll definitely catch him. Attacking the town mayor is more than just being killed back to level 0. Exactly, that guy's so annoying. This time, he'll get what he deserves." Little Princess added excitedly, envisioning Zhou Ming's punishment as sweet revenge. Blood Rose pursed her lips, contemplating for a moment before speaking. "This is an opportunity. We shouldn't get involved ourselves. It'll just waste our leveling time. But we can instruct our subordinates to do it. This time he has to pay." "Great idea." Invincible Dominance's eyes lit up. "If all goes well, we'll hit level 15 and clear the dungeon first, while that pesky Zhou gets reduced to level 0 by the NPCs. Perfect." "Haha, well said." The group chorused in agreement. Meanwhile, elsewhere on Solitary Wind Mountain, Evergreen turned to his companions with a serious expression upon hearing the announcement. "Listen, don't go after Zhou." "Are you serious?" A player with the ID Silent Sky was clearly unconvinced, challenging Evergreen with a defiant stare. "Sure, he's good, but he's doomed this time. With the town guards and so many players after him, once caught, his account is finished." Evergreen didn't immediately argue back. He slowly surveyed the group, which included over 80 people, some from his own studio who had landed in the same town, and others who had joined him in-game. Silent Sky, once his right-hand man, now showed signs of rebellion. Taking a deep breath, Evergreen addressed him earnestly. "If you trust me, stay put. Don't ask why." Silent Sky sneered. "I think you're just scared of him." Song Tianbuyu let out a cold, disdainful laugh and turned to the others, his voice dripping with scorn. "Cowards will always be cowards. 100,000 gold coins is no small sum. If you've got the guts, follow me. If you want to hide like a turtle, stay here." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone exchanged uncertain glances. Eventually, a dozen or so brave players stepped forward and followed Song Tianbuyu. The scene shifted to the Maple Leaf Forest. A system tracking alert suddenly popped up. "Wanted target Zhou Mao has appeared in the Maple Leaf Forest. Coordinates 897,942. Zhou Ming had barely escaped here when the surveillance device issued its first warning. The next moment, a cacophony of noise erupted in the distance, like countless people running. "They're here." Zhou Ming felt a chill and immediately entered stealth mode. However, the glaring red tracking mark remained clearly visible, unaffected by his stealth. "Look, that's the wanted mark. Guys, he's here." Zhou Ming had just dashed out of the forest when he ran into a group of freelance players. They immediately issued an alert in the area channel. "Hold him, we're on our way. Everyone nearby, circle around and block him. Once the NPC guards arrive, he's done for." Players coordinated fervently in the chat channel. Zhou Ming intended to ignore them, but realized they had already spread out, forming a human wall to block his path. Courting death. He snorted coldly and launched his skill instantly. Phantom Flash. Zhou Ming and his phantom streaked past, two blinding red blade slashes flickering in an instant. "Ah!" The players blocking his way barely had time to react before Zhou Ming and his phantom struck, and they fell dead in a flash. Meanwhile, the sound of approaching footsteps intensified from both the front and back, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Catch Zhou Mao, and we'll all prosper. More players surged out of the maple leaf forest, shouting excitedly. In the blink of an eye, hundreds had emerged, chasing the striking red figure. Ahead, even more people were closing in, numbering around 700 to 800. The Overlord Guild is here to support. The Flying Sky Guild is here to support. The Fireworks Guild is here to support. The players blocking his path were mainly from 3 major guilds, clearly seeking revenge. Besides them, there were many freelance players lured by profit, including Song Tianbuyu and his group, who hurried over. Surround him, attack. Everyone, switch to cooperative mode. Avoid friendly fire. Fireballs streaked through the sky, wind blades howled, and countless energy arrows rained down on Zhou Ming. Boom, boom, miss, miss. After a furious bombardment, the damage dealt left them exasperated. Zhou Ming had lost less than 1,000 health points. What the hell? Is he that tough? And his health bar is massive. Damn, he must be wearing some top-tier gear stolen from NPCs. I'm so envious. We can't let him go now. Their envy and resentment boiled over. A bunch of trash. Zhou Ming sneered inwardly, ready to clash with the crowd ahead. Shield guards, prepare to control. Warriors, charge. Ranged units, attack. Among the crowd, the Overlord Guilds, Xiao Yinxiang loudly commanded the players sent to intercept Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming ignored them, charging forward swiftly. As the distance closed, he drew his blade. Flame slash. An 80-meter-long fiery blade swept across the crowd. Boom. Flames roared, and white light flashed as those caught in the blade's path fell dead instantly. Zhou Ming's strike took out over 300 people. This beast is fierce. Don't panic, his skill is on cooldown. Just hold him. The guards are almost here. Right. Once the guards arrive and capture him, we'll get rewarded too. The remaining players charged forward, attempting to block Zhou Ming. Clone technique. Zhou Ming created a clone. What the hell? There are 2 of him, someone shouted in panic. It must be some trick. Focus on the one with the red mark. That's the real one. But their words died in disbelief as the clone also raised its blade, flames dancing along its edge. In an instant, another flame slash swept across. What the hell? Boom. The fiery blade cut through, leaving few survivors. Those chasing from behind were startled. Seriously, bro? You used such a powerful skill twice in a row. No wonder you dared to take on NPCs. You're truly something else. Stop, thief. As Zhou Ming broke through the blockade ahead, a thunderous shout pierced the air. The players gasped. It's Captain Charles of the Guards. A figure riding a large canine beast darted like an arrow through the crowd, pursuing Zhou Ming with incredible speed. The newcomer was indeed Captain Charles. His mount and battle companion, the Scarlet Fang Spirit Dog, boasted a base speed of 1,000 and became lightning fast when using its skills. This allowed him to outpace others in the chase. Naturally, Zhou Ming didn't stop. He stomped the ground, activating his Fire Cloud Burst skill. Flying Meteor, he shot forward like a meteor, leaving behind a clone to hinder Charles. As Charles closed in, he was momentarily taken aback by the clone but quickly sneered, just a low-level clone. Before he could finish, the clone executed Phantom Flash, turning into 2 figures that attacked Charles. The sudden assault made Charles's pupils contract. So fast. Slash. Caught off guard, Charles was hit. The attack included the extra damage from Life Devour, making it devastating. How can you deal such damage? Charles was astonished, waves of shock crashing through his mind. How could this adventurer, who had only arrived a few days ago, possess such power? He was a level 30 swordsman with all golden equipment, yet this opponent could inflict such harm. It was unbelievable. Not daring to underestimate him any longer, Charles dismounted and drew his sword. A fierce sword aura slashed toward Zhou Ming's clone. Swish! The clone used Backstab, moving in an uncanny curve to appear behind Charles, aiming for a critical hit. Boom! A surge of sword energy erupted from Charles, blocking the clone's backstab. Star Chaser slash. Charles turned, his sword releasing a streak of light, like a meteor across the sky. The clone was heavily damaged, but not destroyed. Not dead. Charles was even more surprised, attacking while demanding. Who are you? How do you have such power? By now, a large group of players had arrived. Ignoring the battle between the clone and Charles, they continued their pursuit, determined to capture Zhou Ming's main body. The clone charged at Charles again, its goal simply to delay him and give the main body a chance to escape. Charles wielded his sword masterfully, surrounding the clone with a web of sword energy. Suddenly, the clone reached out and activated the steel skill. To his shock, Charles's sword vanished into thin air. What? He was dumbfounded. This person could steal a weapon he was using? What kind of ability was this? What kind of monster are you? For the first time, the steadfast captain was furious. Though his sword was gone, as an experienced swordsman, Charles continued to execute his techniques. Boom. Boom. Sword energy struck the clone repeatedly, yet it successfully kept Charles occupied. This won't do. Those adventurers can't catch him. I must pursue. Charles thought urgently, retrieving another weapon. Sensing his intention, the clone launched a frenzied attack. 10 seconds later, the clone used steel again. This time, Charles's captain's coat disappeared. Thief! The usually composed captain was now livid. At that moment, a golden lightning bolt descended from the sky, striking the defenseless clone with precision. A high damage number appeared, leaving the clone critically wounded. Charles seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword forward. In its final moments, the clone smirked coldly. Death mark, explode. Boom. A sudden surge of powerful energy erupted from the black mark on Charles's body. The unexpected assault caught him off guard, nearly causing his attack to fail. Though he managed to destroy the clone with a single strike, a look of shock and horror appeared on his face. The clone's dying blow was indeed unervingly strange. At that moment, Mayor Slater, Father Martin, and several professional mentors arrived on horseback, the sound of hooves echoing in the open space. Charles, are you all right? The mayor asked anxiously, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. That person was able to injure you? Before he finished speaking, a mentor who looked like a priest cast a healing spell on Charles, enveloping him in a warm light. Charles took a deep breath, his tone becoming unusually grave. That adventurer is not to be underestimated. What we just killed was only his clone. What? The crowd gasped, their faces filled with shock. Father Martin's eyes turned icy, as if freezing the very air. He had thought the ambush successful and the opponent insignificant, only to discover it was merely a clone. This person is truly dangerous, Father Martin said through gritted teeth. We must capture him and lock him away forever. Upon hearing this, the group immediately spurred their horses into pursuit, leaving a trail of dust behind. In the distance, a large number of guards were also rushing over, though at a slower pace. Suddenly, a tracking alert sounded. Target is now located at coordinates 741,988 at the base of Lonely Wind Mountain. Please proceed to capture. The group had barely covered some distance when the alert sounded again. Slater's face changed, and he shouted urgently, "Damn, he's crossed Lonely Wind Mountain. If he keeps going, he'll enter those unknown dangerous areas." Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grim. The areas around the adventurer town were mostly explored, with known types and levels of monsters. However, beyond the town lay vast uncharted territories, including an area suspected to be an ancient battlefield. It was from there that Father Martin had retrieved the mysterious wing. The place was fraught with peril, and even experts like them dared not tread lightly. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming was running for his life. Whenever his stealth and flowing wind skills recovered, he used them immediately. He pulled out agility and intermediate speed potions stolen from the pharmacy owner and drank them without hesitation. The agility potion boosted his agility by 100 points for 10 minutes, while the speed potion increased his movement speed by 30 for 5 minutes. Passing by Lonely Wind Mountain, many players tried to intercept him. However, against Zhou Ming's formidable attributes, they were like paper, unable to withstand him. His speed was astonishing, and with displacement skills like Meteor Strike, even the concerted efforts of the players were in vain. After leaving Lonely Wind Mountain, Zhou Ming continued to sprint until he noticed a vast dark area on the map. The system notified him that he had left the adventurer town's boundaries and entered an unknown dangerous zone. Here, he couldn't see his surroundings on the map and had to explore to gradually fill it in. You have entered the Forsaken Wilderness, where wandering spirits roam. Be careful. The system's warnings were frequent, but Zhou Ming ignored them, focused only on running. He lost track of how many wild zones he crossed, only knowing he kept sprinting forward. During this journey, he even encountered monsters over level 20, all highly aggressive. Fortunately, Zhou Ming's health was high, so a few hits didn't matter. By creating some distance, he could leave the monsters behind. With the aid of his stealth skills, he faced little trouble along the way. In contrast, Charles and his group, with their larger numbers, became easy targets for monsters in the unknown regions, wasting precious time. If not for the monitoring device updating Zhou Ming's location every 10 minutes, they would have struggled to maintain their pursuit direction. Anxiety crept into their hearts. The monitoring device's tracking only lasted 2 hours, and once the time was up, they would have to wait 2 days to use it again. Moreover, the tracking function required the target to be in a known region to plant a tracking mark. Failing to capture him this time would complicate matters significantly. As Zhou Ming ventured into another unknown area, a distinct system alert sounded. You have entered the Frost Glass Plains, a former battleground of ancient gods and demons. Residual traces of gods and demons remain, fraught with danger. Be cautious. This special alert instinctively made Zhou Ming halt and cautiously survey his surroundings. The Hanli Plains, an ancient battlefield? Zhou Ming cautiously scanned his surroundings. This desolate land was suffused with a faint, ominous aura. The cold wind howled across the ground, leaving a thin layer of frost. In the dim sky, a few snowflakes gently drifted down. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the silence. Heavy footsteps echoed from afar, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Zhou Ming swiftly entered stealth mode and quickly moved away from his spot. Three massive creatures charged forward, their faces twisted and hideous. These canine-like monsters were taller than an average person, blood-red from head to toe, with bristling fur along their backs, evoking a chilling fear. Zhou Ming hid beneath a dirt mound, cautiously observing. A system alert popped up: Blood Prison Demon Dogs LV. HP. Attack. Skills. Description: a species mutated by the blood of ancient gods and demons, incredibly ferocious. Zhou Ming's heart skipped a beat. The question marks in their attributes spoke volumes about their power. He silently thanked his luck for hiding in time. The demon dogs sniffed the air carefully, their eyes full of confusion. They seemed to sense something, but couldn't pinpoint a target. Eventually, the creatures shook their heads and left. Zhou Ming breathed a sigh of relief and began cautiously exploring the perilous land. He quickly realized that the monsters here were generally of high level, with their specific values hidden. However, the number of creatures was not overwhelming compared to the vast expanse of the plain. As he ventured deeper, Zhou Ming encountered more unsettling sights. Collapsed, oddly shaped structures lay scattered, long reduced to ruins. Giant pits dotted the plain, the soil within a dark brown, exuding a nauseating stench of blood. Tall, incomplete skeletons were strewn about, silently narrating the tale of a colossal battle that once took place here. While Zhou Ming was cautiously exploring, a system alert suddenly appeared. Time's up. The tracking mark on you has vanished. Relieved, Zhou Ming could finally let his guard down a bit. He decided to continue exploring this mysterious plane, as returning now was not an option without a teleportation array. He began to release his clones, letting them randomly use skills to increase proficiency while he remained vigilant. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Hanli Plains, a group of exhausted pursuers finally arrived. The mayor and his party were worn out from the interference along the way. Charles gazed at the endless plain filled with a foreboding atmosphere, his expression wary. That bastard is really bold, daring to enter the Hanli Plains. The female rogue mentor gritted her teeth and said, he has powerful stealth skills, but the monsters in the Hanli Plains are quite formidable. His stealth might not fool the senses of higher-tier creatures. Someone hesitantly asked, do we still need to keep chasing? The priest mentor gazed at the distant landscape with a hint of fear. His voice trembled slightly. That person is an adventurer who can revive after death. We don't have that luxury. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere around them grew tense. The mentors exchanged glances, their eyes filled with hesitation. They had been pursuing their target relentlessly, and exhaustion was evident on their faces. Sweat drenched their clothes, and their muscles ached. That thief is despicable, but is he really worth risking our lives for? This thought spread like a plague among the mentors, each showing signs of reluctance. The mayor, noticing their changing expressions, quickly stepped forward, his voice tinged with urgency. Please, lend me your aid. I assure you, you won't be unrewarded. Seeing their indecision, he added, besides, the target has offended the likes of Old Wu and others. Capturing him would earn you their gratitude as well. You can deliberate here as long as you like, but I'm moving on. Father Martin showed no hesitation, turning and striding into the depths of the Hanliuan, his silhouette soon swallowed by the white mist. The mentors were left in contemplation, their brows furrowed. Finally, the warrior mentor shook his head. Forget it, this place is too dangerous. It's not worth risking our necks. Let's just consider it a loss and move on. With that, he turned and walked away, his determined steps underscoring his decision. The remaining mentors exchanged looks, and after a moment of hesitation, they too abandoned the chase. The rogue mentor angrily glared in the direction of Hanliuan before leaving, muttering, damn thief, you'd better hope we don't cross paths again. Only the mayor and Charles remained. The mayor looked at his last hope with resignation. Charles, will you accompany me? Charles sighed. I can spare you 2 hours. After all, he couldn't refuse his superior. Charles first issued orders for the guards to return, then stepped into the fog of Hanliuan with the mayor, continuing their search. Meanwhile, in another part of Hanliuan, a deafening crash echoed as dirt and rocks flew in all directions. Zhou Ming clambered up from the ground, his clothes covered in dust, his face scratched. He quickly used his duplication technique, creating a perfect clone, while he himself fled in the opposite direction. The clone charged fearlessly at the grotesque, humanoid Creaturian Ice Reaper. Zhou Ming couldn't ascertain its level or skills, only knowing from game descriptions that it was a human mutated by divine and demonic energies, feeding on corpses, with unnaturally blue skin and hollow eyes. Earlier, Zhou Ming had attempted to steal from it. After his theft skill landed, the creature seemed to sense his presence and launched a vicious attack. Zhou Ming was caught in an area attack and forced to reveal himself. He left the clone to tangle with the creature while he gulped down a crimson potion and fled the battlefield, his breath rapid and heart-pounding. In truth, Zhou Ming had encountered many creatures capable of sensing his presence along the way. Most of them only sensed him if he attempted theft, and he could usually avoid danger by steering clear. But he couldn't resist his thieving instincts. After all, the creatures here were peculiar, mutated beings, and it was a shame not to attempt a theft. He had faced many close calls like the recent one, as evidenced by the wounds on his body. Unfortunately, he hadn't managed to steal anything valuable. Despite their uniqueness, the creatures seemed to have little to offer. Huh, what's that? Not long after escaping danger, Zhou Ming squinted, spotting a deep canyon ahead. Strange figures moved back and forth at the entrance. He patiently waited for his duplication skill to cool down before cautiously approaching. As he reached the canyon entrance, Zhou Ming activated stealth, blending seamlessly into the surroundings as he advanced silently. Warning, you have discovered Ant Canyon. Proceed with caution. The game notification sounded just in time. The Hanliuan region was vast and filled with numerous sub-areas, something Zhou Ming had become accustomed to. He continued his stealthy approach, finally discerning what those moving figures near the canyon were. They were bizarre ants, each the size of a small crocodile. With 6 legs on the ground and constantly twitching antennae, their hard shells gleamed with a metallic luster under the sun. The system interface displayed health, attack, skills. Description: descendants of ancient creatures. Their bloodline has thinned over time, but they still possess self-destructive abilities. Their intelligence is low, and they should not be provoked, as they will fight to the death. A self-destructing creature? Zhou Ming was intrigued. This behavior was unlike anything he'd encountered in his adventures. The Frostglass Plains indeed held many surprises. After a moment of thought, Zhou Ming cautiously moved near the canyon, eventually choosing a grassy knoll as his hiding spot. He crouched low, letting the dense foliage perfectly conceal his form, and then released a clone. You, go and take them on, Zhou Ming ordered the clone. The clone activated its stealth skill and dashed toward the canyon entrance at a speed exceeding 600 points. Even for a clone, this speed was sufficient to reach the destination quickly. Soon, the clone arrived at the entrance, where it spotted several self-destructing demon ants foraging nearby. They continuously waved their black antennae, seemingly using them to sense changes in their environment. Zhou Ming controlled the clone to approach, yet the ants remained oblivious, still focused on finding food. Thankfully, my stealth can mask my scent, Zhou Ming thought with relief, directing the clone to boldly enter the depths of the canyon. Inside, the canyon stretched far, with countless demon ants bustling about. Some carried dead leaves, while others dragged decaying food from unknown sources, all moving toward the canyon's end. Observing this, Zhou Ming had the clone move closer. Confirming that the ants were still unaware of his presence, he decisively used the theft skill on one of them. A system notification flashed. Success. You obtained rotten meat 1. You obtained copper coins 17. That's it. So poor, Zhou Ming muttered to himself. Yet, in the next moment, the stolen from ant became agitated, frantically waving its antennae and lunging toward the clone's direction. As expected, using theft alerts these sent sensitive creatures to my presence. Seems like my stealth needs an upgrade, Zhou Ming realized. The monsters here were of such a high level that he couldn't even see their stats, making any unusual occurrences unsurprising. The clone dodged the attack, only to see the self-destructing demon ant suddenly glow with a surge of energy. Then boom, it exploded. The terrifying shockwave instantly obliterated the clone, dealing damage of 100,000 points. What? Zhou Ming was stunned. Seriously? Just like that, it explodes without warning? And 100,000 damage? Are you kidding me? These creatures are bizarre. After this probing attempt, Zhou Ming felt a bit disheartened. Since entering the Frostglass Plains, he hadn't encountered a single normal creature. More frustrating was how poor the monsters were. The loot was scarce, and the coins even more so. Zhou Ming's enthusiasm for adventure was nearly extinguished, and he considered leaving the area. The tracking mark had vanished, so there was no need to linger. As for potential pursuers on the way back, he wasn't too worried without a tracking mark. As long as he was careful, they would find it difficult to catch him. Just as he was about to stand and leave, a thought suddenly struck him. Wait, ants are social creatures, right? They should have a leader, like a queen ant. At least, that's how ant colonies were usually organized in his memory. It's not surprising that the minions are poor, but the leader should have some loot, right? Leaving empty-handed isn't my style. With this thought, Zhou Ming's excitement rekindled. He immediately changed his plan, deciding to move in personally rather than using the clone, activating his stealth skill and heading deeper into the canyon. This time, Zhou Ming ignored the demon ants at the entrance and went straight through. The ants in the canyon were either focused on foraging or transporting collected food somewhere. Zhou Ming keenly observed their movements and quickly deduced they must be delivering the food to the demon ant's nest, likely where the queen ant resided. This discovery further solidified Zhou Ming's suspicion that there must be a ruler-like entity within the demon ant colony, likely hidden deep within the nest. He held his breath, carefully following the trail of the ants transporting food, moving forward slowly. Along the way, Zhou Ming's eyes continuously scanned the surrounding terrain, memorizing every potential hiding spot. The canyon was quite deep, and his time for stealth was limited, so he had to be prepared for any sudden developments. As his stealth was about to end, Zhou Ming quickly took cover in a pre-selected hiding spot. After a brief rest, he stealthily moved out again. The canyon was teeming with ants transporting food, making it easy for Zhou Ming to find a target and continue tracking. In this manner, he repeatedly traversed the canyon, drawing ever closer to his goal. After multiple repetitions of this process, Zhou Ming finally discovered a deep cave entrance. It was located beneath a mountain on one side of the canyon, with ants occasionally going in and out. There's definitely a nest, Zhou Ming thought with a sense of excitement. Having identified his destination, Zhou Ming quickly surveyed the surroundings. He noticed that an area a few hundred meters to the left of the cave entrance was temporarily free of ant activity. Seizing the opportunity, he sprinted quickly and took cover under a large boulder covered with vegetation before his stealth ended. The surrounding weeds and shrubs provided additional concealment, making his hiding spot more secure. Once hidden, Zhou Ming immediately used his duplication technique. He directed his duplicate to stealthily approach the ant nest. Sending the duplicate ahead to scout the unknown dangers was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Zhou Ming then switched to the perspective of the duplicate, observing the interior of the nest through its eyes. The interior of the cave was unexpectedly spacious, with glowing unknown crystals embedded in the walls, dispelling the darkness. Looking deeper into the cave, Zhou Ming saw a colossal figure about 100 meters away, where ants were delivering food. Could it be the boss? Zhou Ming wondered, directing his duplicate to cautiously approach. As the distance closed, he finally saw the creature clearly. It was a gigantic humanoid monster. Its upper body resembled a human, with skin of a reddish hue, while its lower half was a grayish-brown ant body, supported by several sturdy ant legs, with a swollen abdomen. Beneath it, countless freshly laid ant eggs were being meticulously organized and categorized by busy ants. Some ants climbed onto its abdomen, feeding it. Zhou Ming attempted to check the creature's attributes, but all information appeared as the only certainty was that this was the ruler of the explosive ant colony, responsible for the propagation of the entire colony. Due to its heavy abdomen, it was immobile and relied on the colony to gather food. It is indeed the boss, Zhou Ming thought with excitement. No matter its rank, let's go for a steal first. He boldly directed his duplicate toward the queen ant. However, when the duplicate was still more than 20 meters away, the queen ant suddenly looked up, eyes filled with suspicion and ferocity. Can it sense my presence? But it probably can't pinpoint the exact location. Get a little closer. Zhou Ming judged and continued to direct his duplicate forward. Just then, the queen ant let out an angry screech, its abdomen convulsing violently, and began launching ant eggs. Boom, boom, boom. The eggs shot out like cannonballs, exploding in midair and releasing crimson energy. Zhou Ming's duplicate didn't have time to react before being blown to pieces by the sudden attack. Outside the cave, Zhou Ming was stunned. Whoa, this boss has such a wide attack range and high alertness, quite tricky. The ground trembled with a continuous rumble at the edge of the Hanli Plains. A towering figure made of flames swung a fiery whip, relentlessly pursuing a fleeing silhouette. Each strike of the whip left a long, charred crack on the ground, sending chills down one's spine. The figure being chased ran for their life, finally breaking out of the Hanli Plains and sprinting forward. Only then did the fiery figure halt, ceasing its pursuit. This damn place has a flame demon, Father Martin muttered, looking disheveled and cold. He couldn't help but glance back towards the Hanli Plains, hesitating. You didn't find him either? Asked Mayor Slater, appearing behind Martin with an ornate staff in hand. As for Charles, he had already left, leaving Martin to wait there unwillingly. No, it seems neither did you, Martin replied irritably. Slater felt slightly relieved, knowing Martin hadn't caught the person, which meant he still had a chance. As he turned to leave, Slater suggested, Hey, why don't we work together and continue the search? Not interested, Martin immediately refused. On second thought, the person couldn't hide forever, unless they didn't want to develop in the main city. The town was too far from the main city, and one had to use the town's teleportation array to get there. He would return eventually. Once Slater left, Martin, though unwilling, also left. In the ant canyon of the Hanli Plains, Zhou Ming had already devised a plan as his cloning technique recovered. The same scene played out again. He released a clone and stealthily charged in. This time, Zhou Ming took a few steps, released flames beneath his feet, and soared into the air meteor fire. He leaped 100 meters. The Death Ant Queen sensed something was amiss and hurriedly shot ant eggs in attack, but it was too late. Zhou Ming had already reached the theft distance, and before the ant eggs exploded, he extended his hand in midair to steal. Theft. Failed. Boom. The explosion echoed, and the clone was blasted to pieces again. Zhou Ming wasn't surprised. As the opponent was an unknown level and grade boss, failure was expected. The clone could recover, and he could continue. A few minutes later, Zhou Ming repeated the same maneuver. A roar echoed inside the cave, and the clone was once again destroyed. Still failed. No worries. I'm a patient man. Let's see how many times you can withstand this. Soon, Zhou Ming charged into the cave for the third time. This time, he found the front of the Ant Queen surrounded by a dense swarm of magic ants. However, it didn't matter much, as Zhou Ming was there to steal, not to kill the boss. Surrounding the boss was meaningless to him. Meteor fire. Zhou Ming rode the fire cloud towards the Ant Queen. Whoosh, whoosh. The magic ants surrounding the Ant Queen leapt into the air at her command, their bodies glowing with a blood-red energy, a sign of imminent self-destruction. Unfortunately, they were a step too slow. Zhou Ming entered the theft range first and used his theft skill. Boom. The sound of self-destruction rang out. Theft successful, skill proficiency 20. You have obtained a hidden item skill book, Super Self-Destruct Technique 1. Zhou Ming was thrilled it was a hidden item prepared for the first kill, truly rewarding. Just as he was about to check his loot, a shrill, angry roar echoed from the ant cave. Instantly, the entire canyon began to shake. What the heck? Zhou Ming was startled. Zhou Ming stealthily peeked out and saw a swarm of demon ants rushing in as if summoned. Soon, the entrance to the cave was surrounded by these ants. More ants emerged from the cave, waving their antennae as they began a thorough search of the area. The situation was dire, and Zhou Ming couldn't help but feel nervous. These demon ants were dangerous, capable of self-detonation with devastating effects. He absolutely couldn't afford to die now. If he did, he would resurrect in Maple Leaf Town, where the respawn point was likely heavily guarded by NPC soldiers, ready to trap him. Stealth. Wind of Agility. Speed Potion. Zhou Ming quickly entered stealth mode, combining it with Wind of Agility and a speed potion, boosting his movement speed to 1604 points. With a whoosh, he dashed 20 meters away in an instant. To an unknowing observer, it might seem like he used a skill, but it was just a sprint. With such speed, Zhou Ming raced towards the canyon entrance. Along the way, he saw more demon ants responding to the call, searching everywhere. He was terrified. If any one of them spotted him, a single self-detonation could end him. Fortunately, he was much faster than the ants. As his stealth was about to end, he broke through the ant encirclement and quickly found a cover to hide. Luck was on his side. No ants had searched this area yet. 20 seconds later, Zhou Ming re-entered stealth and sprinted with all his might, narrowly escaping danger. Once he confirmed the area was clear of any monsters, he opened his backpack. A skill book with a dazzling glow caught his eye, making his breath quicken. That color indicated the skill book was at least tier 7. He had previously obtained a tiers even skill from stealing from the old pharmacist Wu, but it was a secondary skill, not very useful for someone not practicing secondary professions. This skill book, on the other hand, seemed to be an active type. He immediately checked it. Skill book, Super Self-Destruct Technique. Type, active skill, tier 7, level 10700. Effect 1, detonate one's own life energy, causing an explosion with a 1,000-meter diameter, dealing true damage equal to 100 of the user's maximum health within the explosion radius, resulting in the user's death. Effect 2, for every 100,000 maximum health, the explosion radius increases by 10, up to a maximum of 100. Cost, life, cooldown, none, learning requirement, maximum health of 50,000. Description, life and death are trivial. If you're not satisfied, just go for it. If there's a disagreement, go down together. What? This is the skill. Zhou Ming shook his head in disbelief. Due to the earlier chaos, he hadn't realized what he had stolen. Now, seeing it made him laugh and cry at the same time. It's undeniable that the skill is powerful, with impressive range and damage. The problem is, this approach means mutual destruction. Using it means dying each time, which is unbearable. Wait a minute. Zhou Ming suddenly realized something. That's not right. He had the clone technique. There was no need for him to self-destruct all the time, but his clone could. If the clone died, it didn't matter. His eyes lit up, and a flash of inspiration hit him, sparking a series of ideas. Wow, this is amazing. Dark Archmage, I'm coming to see you soon, huh? His excitement was uncontrollable. He first mastered the Super Self-Destruct technique. The requirement was a maximum health of 50,000, which was no problem for Zhou Ming. After learning the skill, he activated Stealth and Wind Flow, rushing at full speed towards the outskirts of Hanli Plains. It was time to leave. He wondered if those NPCs would try to block him. If they dared, Zhou Ming was ready to show them the power of self-destruction. As he was on his way, a terrifying roar suddenly echoed from the distant sky. The sound was long and filled with immense authority. Zhou Ming's heart skipped a beat as he looked in that direction. In any game, dragons were typically a powerful race, synonymous with strength. Could there be a dragon over there? His eyes gleamed with excitement, but after a moment's thought, he restrained his impulse. While traveling, he had checked the chat channel and connected to the live streaming platform to gather information. More players were reaching level 15, with some even reaching level 16. These high-level players were beginning to attempt dungeon raids, still failing, but gradually understanding the mechanics. If he delayed any longer, he might miss the chance to be the first to clear a dungeon. With that in mind, Zhou Ming dismissed the idea of adventuring and continued running. Soon, he reached the edge of Hanli Plains, finding no one around. He pressed on, encountering only monsters and no other players. It seemed those guys had given up. However, the mayor's bounty quest had no time limit, so he had to stay cautious to avoid being spotted by players who might report him to the NPCs. An hour later, Zhou Ming returned to the wilderness outside the adventurer's town. He moved stealthily, avoiding contact with others as much as possible, hiding whenever his stealth was on cooldown. Eventually, he entered Lone Wind Mountain, heading towards Lone Wind Cliff. At this point, there were even more players in the mountaintop area than before. Using stealth, Zhou Ming managed to reach the base of Lone Wind Cliff without alerting anyone. He circled to the side, donned the spider silk ring, and easily climbed up the cliff. He quickly approached the gate of good and evil, and chose to use the crystal of good and evil. My dear Archmage, here I come. Zhou Ming transformed into a beam of light and entered the portal. Inside the instance, he found himself in the underground palace. Since no one had cleared the dungeon, the gate of good and evil remained in its ultimate mode, with the Dark Archmage at its center. It's you. The Dark Archmage, seeing Zhou Ming appear, couldn't remain seated. He clearly remembered this person. Oh, did you miss me? Zhou Ming smirked mischievously, immediately opening his backpack to use a powerful resilience potion and a resurrection potion, and applied poison to his weapon. You deserve to die. The Archmage, frightened, quickly cast a spell. A sinister shadow appeared behind him, releasing sound waves with the lullaby of death. The sound waves attacked, but instead of dodging, Zhou Ming used Meteor Strike to rapidly close the distance. Boom. Zhou Ming took the hit, but did not fall asleep. The powerful resilience potion granted immunity to negative states for 60 seconds, and his ethereal stone necklace reduced the chance of falling into mental negative states. The Archmage skill must be of a high grade, but it couldn't control Zhou Ming. Clone technique. As he landed, Zhou Ming conjured a clone, both bodies emanating wind flow. Flowing wind. Phantom flash. The original and the clone split into 4 phantoms, launching an attack on the Archmage. Such speed. The Grand Mage's eyes narrowed sharply as he instantly transformed into a shadow to dodge to the side, but he was still caught up. In a blink, the phantom rushed forward with incredible speed. 4 figures simultaneously launched an attack. Dark barrier. Crack. Crack. The barrier shook violently. Zhou Ming and his clone simultaneously flashed behind the Grand Mage, delivering a backstab. The dark barrier shattered like a mirror, with 2 attacks landing on the Grand Mage simultaneously. At this moment, both Zhou Ming and his clone were imbued with Death Mark and Life Devour. A series of damages erupted. The Grand Mage felt immense pain, horrified to discover 2 layers of Death Mark on himself. With the enhancement of the dungeon-specific item, the Golden Axe, all damage Zhou Ming inflicted was doubled. Dark energy burst. Boom. Black mana rippled out from the Grand Mage, pushing Zhou Ming and his clone away. Flame slash. Zhou Ming and his clone simultaneously unleashed fiery blade lights. The Grand Mage's displacement skill hadn't recovered yet, leaving him no choice but to take the hits heeded. As he retreated, he cast spells, with black mana slithering on his staff like a venomous snake. Corrosion rain. Arrows rained down from the sky. Magic thunder surge. Black fire assault. Immediately, black flames ignited on the ground, and thunder appeared in the void. Zhou Ming and his clone were severely wounded, yet they both wore eerie smiles. Blood-red patterns emerged on their bodies, as if a powerful force was about to erupt from within. I acknowledge your formidable magic skills, but if, and I mean if, I decide not to live any longer, how would you handle that? He and his clone lunged forward simultaneously. Boom. Boom. Both bodies exploded at once. 2 intense surges of blood-red energy swept through the catacombs like a storm, leaving the Grand Mage with nowhere to escape. The surging life energy even consumed the black fire on the ground. The Grand Mage could only howl in the violent explosion. 2 high damage numbers appeared above the Grand Mage's head. The explosion came and went quickly. The Grand Mage, heavily injured, retreated repeatedly, looking around in pain. Where is that lunatic? Did he die? Earlier, he clearly saw the man and his clone self-destruct simultaneously. What a madman. He lifted his staff and cast a healing spell on himself, recovering 1 health per second for 50 seconds. Just then, a red glow gathered not far away, revealing Zhou Ming's figure. He had revived. Death Mark detonate. As soon as he appeared, Zhou Ming launched his final strike. Stop. At this moment, the Grand Mage truly felt the shadow of death. Boom. Boom. The 2 death marks on him radiated black light, and the black energy, symbolizing death, instantly engulfed him. At that moment, Zhou Ming demonstrated a skill called Health Bar Vanishing Art. The Grand Mage's health bar was emptied at an unbelievable speed, turning him into a corpse within the black energy. I can only say, simply effortless. Zhou Ming flashed a devilish smile. Subsequently, a series of notifications sounded. You have independently cleared the dungeon gate of good and evil, gaining 300,000 experience points, 1,500 reputation, 1,000 gold coins, 8 pieces of equipment, and a golden tier completion chest. This is the first completion of the Gate of Good and Evil dungeon, earning you the first completion reward with the chest upgraded from golden to dark gold tier. This is also the first global dungeon completion, earning you the global first completion reward, an intermediate mystery chest. With the notifications, Zhou Ming's body erupted in a glow of level up. But it didn't end there. Following the personal notifications came server-wide and world announcements. In Moonlight Town, within the Dark Knight Forest dungeon, the leader of the Yulong Guild, Taima Bing He, was leading his guild members in a full-scale assault on the boss. At this point, every member of the team had reached level 15, with Taima Bing He himself at level 16. Just hours earlier, he had broken through to level 15, but due to inadequate equipment, the team had to spend time outfitting each member with a full set of silver gear. Now, with both level and equipment enhancements, their confrontation with the boss had significantly improved. The frontline members were finally able to withstand the boss's attacks, and with the priest's defensive boosts and healing skills, they managed to hold the fight steady, ensuring the backline could safely deal damage. Wind slash. Taima Bing He shouted as he wielded his heavy sword, striking down hard on the headless horseman boss and landing a critical hit. As a warrior, he not only ensured durability but also delivered considerable damage, thanks to his level talent, Blood Attack. This talent increased his attack power by 1 for every 10 points of maximum health, with a cap at 10,000. Leveraging this talent, he focused solely on increasing his constitution during level ups, and all his equipment added constitution points. Combined with the warrior class's traits, he had both a substantial health pool and impressive damage output. The captain's Blood Attack talent really complements the warrior class, a teammate exclaimed from behind. Keep it up, everyone. In another hour, this boss will be down. Taima Bing He encouraged his team while attacking. Nearby, a young team member excitedly reported, "Boss, I just checked the streaming platform, and other towns aren't progressing as quickly as we are." Hearing this, the team's spirits soared. They had been relentlessly battling since entering the game, with little rest, and now victory was within reach. Meanwhile, in other towns within the Dragon Kingdom region, such as Wushan Town and Qingchuan Town, players were also racing to complete the dungeon. This phenomenon wasn't limited to the Dragon Kingdom. Players from other countries were equally determined. In the Northern Bear Kingdom region, in a ghostly cemetery, the Glory Guild leader, Laps, was directing his team against the undead general boss. "Everyone, let's keep up the pace. Every country is pushing forward. We can't afford to be careless," urged a burly man nearby. Laps, without any dissatisfaction, immediately ordered the attack pace to quicken, as the man was from the Northern Bear Kingdom's military. Before the game's launch, Laps Guild had received secret support from the military, gaining substantial funds and many military personnel joining, which left him both honored and cautious. He realized that the game, Divine Revelation, was far more complex than it seemed. At the same time, in the Mika Kingdom region, Chief Special Agent Tubocorp was personally leading a team, fighting alongside members of the Veteran Paradise Guild in a dungeon. Tubocorp mainly played a supervisory role, while the battle command was handled by Paradise Guild's leader, Yimot. Just as I expected, Tubocorp observed the battle, nodding. Everyone switched to full silver gear, and with guild leader Yimod's level attack talent equipped with a golden bow, our progress is indeed ahead. Yimod thought to himself, "Isn't that obvious?" However, he still managed a flattering smile and said, "Everything is under the chief's plan. We will definitely claim the first clear of the dungeon." Tabukapi gave a trademark reliable smile, as no one understands the Divine Revelation game better than him. In the Sakurajima district, in the town of Matsushita, the renowned Sakura Guild of Sakura Island was led by their guild leader, Sakuraji Qianlu, as they strategized against the dungeon boss. Surprisingly, aside from Sakuraji Qianlu and his 9 elite members, there was a female NPC dressed in a monk's attire present. This NPC frequently cast powerful attack and defense enhancement skills, with remarkably evident effects. From the beginning of the attack until now, the entire team had not faced any danger, which was truly incredible. At this moment, the boss's health had dropped to about 10, entering a critical phase. The guild leader is truly wise and capable, managing to persuade the hidden church NPC from the town to enter the dungeon. What a great help. A member couldn't help but flatter. Hearing this, Sakuraji Qianlu showed a self-satisfied smile. The initial dungeon had few restrictions, and when he first connected with this NPC, he thought of this possibility, and it actually worked out. The first dungeon clear in Divine Revelation will belong to Sakura Guild. No other guilds can lay claim. I will lead you all to conquer the Dragon Kingdom and dominate the world in Divine Revelation. Sakuraji Qianlu declared boldly. Thinking of the secret rumors he'd heard about the game, His eyes gleamed with ambition. His heart surged with excitement. The guild leader is mighty. Long live Sakura Guild. The guild members were deeply inspired and equally excited. Guild leader, I just checked the forums and live streams, and our guild's progress is way ahead. A quick-witted member quickly reported. Great. Sakuragi Qianlu was even more pleased. Let's push through and finish the dungeon. I won't let anyone down. Sakura Guild is the strongest, and so is the guild leader. Sakura Guild will lead Sakura Island to become the world's strongest. The members were on cloud 9, almost euphoric. Suddenly, a world announcement echoed, shocking everyone globally. World announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom player, absolutely not working Zhou Mao, for clearing the gate of good and evil dungeon, achieving the first global dungeon clear, and receiving a special reward. At this moment, Sakuragi Qianlu and his team froze as if under a spell, showing disbelief. What did I just hear? A Dragon Kingdom player cleared it first? This can't be. Why of all people, a Dragon Kingdom player? I can't accept this. Overwhelmed with shock, their attack rhythm slowed, allowing the boss to counterattack, causing chaos. You fools. How could you let a Dragon Kingdom player surpass us? I demand you commit seppuku to atone. Just moments ago, calm and composed, Sakuragi Qianlu now appeared transformed, his face twisted with jealousy. He was so close. How could it be snatched away? How would he sleep in the coming days? Simultaneously, in the Mika Kingdom region, Tabukapi's smile vanished instantly, stunned. In the North Bear Kingdom region, Laps was about to issue an order when the announcement left his mind blank, mouth agape, unable to speak. Other countries like the Kimchi Kingdom and 3 India were equally stunned by the sudden announcement. Dragon Kingdom region. I can't accept this. At Solitude Peak, unrivaled Overlord roared to the sky. After being defeated twice by Zhou Ming, their levels lagged, making the first dungeon clear impossible. They had hoped to at least clear the dungeon before heading to the main city. Just now, everyone reached level 15, and they had already obtained the dungeon entry ticket, ready to act, when the news of the dungeon being cleared reached them. And the one who cleared it was their most despised person. Unrivaled Overlord felt numb. Blood rose and others wore cold expressions, unable to utter a word. In Moonlight Town, Dark Forest. It's him again? Iron Horse Glacier and his team were deeply affected and utterly astonished. Boss, is there something wrong with this game? A member said helplessly. How can anyone be faster than us? And clear it solo? I can't accept this. Never mind. Let's kill the boss first. Iron Horse Glacier took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his agitated emotions, and stabilized the team's rhythm. Meanwhile, in Wushan Town, it's him again. How is it possible? How can he always be ahead alone? Starry Night Pearl looked at the dungeon boss with 20 health remaining, his previous joy gone, and was so angry he wanted to hit something. Is it him again? Who exactly is this mysterious Zhou? Defeating a silver-level boss single-handedly was already shocking, but now he has cleared a dungeon on his own? There's definitely something fishy going on. I'm reporting this. Zhou must be cheating. As Zhou Ming's dungeon clearing announcement echoed, the chat channel across the entire Long Kingdom server erupted with excitement. The chat channel in Maple Town was equally restless. Isn't Zhou a wanted man? How dare he sneak back and even clear a dungeon successfully? Here's our chance, let's catch him. However, some shook their heads, saying, that guy is not human. I don't want to throw my life away. Whoever wants to go can go. He won't be arrogant for long. Right now, he can't teleport to the main city and will soon be surpassed by others. Brothers, let's level up and head to the main city. Unlike last time, some people were now hesitant and did not join the pursuit of Zhou Ming. Players had come to deeply understand his extraordinary power. Now that he has returned and cleared a dungeon, his strength is evident. Of course, not chasing him is one thing, but some still chose to report to the mayor's mansion. Meanwhile, the international forums were also buzzing. Players from countries like Korea, America, Russia, and Japan flooded the international section, posting protests, voicing doubts, and expressing strong dissatisfaction. Long Kingdom players are cheating. They wouldn't even dare eat cow dung. How could they claim the first dungeon clear? Long Kingdom players are thieves, even stealing first clears. Despicable Long Kingdom players, using such means to snatch the first clear from our Sakura Empire. How can that Long Kingdom player clear a dungeon alone? There must be something wrong. This is not democratic, not scientific, not free. We strongly demand a reasonable explanation from the Long Kingdom server. Faced with such doubts, Long Kingdom players were equally baffled. They didn't know what was going on either. But confusion aside, they couldn't tolerate these shameless remarks from foreign players. Type away. Brothers, let the battle of words begin. Suddenly, the international forums were ablaze with heated arguments, full of tension. On the lonely wind cliff, a figure emerged from the gate of good and evil. It was Zhou Ming, the instigator of the uproar. As soon as he appeared, he went into stealth mode, put on the spider silk ring, and headed down. He hadn't opened the dungeon clear chest or the mysterious chest. He couldn't take the risk. Being wanted meant any triggered announcement would cause a sensation. He had to escape quickly, or else those NPCs would come after him relentlessly. Indeed, there was a commotion on the mountain. In stealth, Zhou Ming narrowly avoided several approaching teams. After a while, he created a clone and sent it in another direction, then revealed himself. There he is. Get him. Zhou, you're guilty beyond redemption. Surrender now. Soon, the clone drew much attention, allowing Zhou Ming to escape down the mountain. Fortunately, the NPCs hadn't arrived yet, either because they were too late or hadn't received the news. Zhou Ming didn't dare to slack off. He used all his speed potions and wind flow abilities, rushing towards unknown areas. He ran until he reached the edge of Hanli Plain. Only then did he dare to stop, hiding in a concealed, bushy area. Once he confirmed it was safe, Zhou Ming let out a long sigh of relief, a smile spreading across his face. In this exhilarating moment of triumph, Zhou Ming finally basked in the glory of clearing the level. He single-handedly completed the challenge, earning 300,000 experience points, instantly leveling up 4 times and reaching level 20. Eagerly, he checked the equipment he received upon clearing the level, and 5 pieces of gear gleaming with a golden hue caught his eye. However, what truly captivated him were the 2 chests in his backpack, one dark gold clearance chest and one shimmering intermediate mystery chest. The dark gold clearance chest promised exciting rewards, offering 1 to 2 treasures with a 98 chance of obtaining items matching the chest's grade, and a 2 chance of acquiring rare items surpassing the chest's grade. This chest was a generous reward for clearing the level. As for the intermediate mystery chest, its treasure pool was even more alluring, yielding only 1 item, but the higher the chest's grade, the greater the chance of obtaining a valuable item. Zhou Ming recalled the beginner mystery chest he obtained after defeating the silver grade boss, the Flame-Winged Tiger. This intermediate chest undoubtedly held higher expectations. He decided to open the clearance chest first. As the chest slowly opened, a soft glow flickered, and Zhou Ming received a skill book disguise technique 1. Although he didn't obtain an item surpassing the chest's grade, Zhou Ming felt a twinge of disappointment, as luck can be fickle. Upon examining the skill book in his hand, he was taken aback. The details of the skill book, disguise technique were clear. It was an active skill, tier 6, LV10, allowing the user to change their appearance, voice, attire, physique, scent, name, and other information at will for 60 minutes. As long as he was careful not to add friends while disguised, his true identity would remain hidden. For a lone wolf like him, this skill was a godsend. Without hesitation, Zhou Ming learned the disguise technique and set it for unlimited growth. Upon trying it out, his appearance, voice, and attire instantly transformed, turning him into the likeness of Mayor Slater. The transformation astounded him, and he looked down at his new appearance, even mimicking the mayor's tone, joking. Charles, you haven't done your job well, failing to capture Zhou so far. The voice, demeanor, and appearance were indistinguishable from the mayor's, even fooling himself. Satisfied, Zhou Ming deactivated the disguise technique and eagerly anticipated opening the intermediate mystery chest. The beginner mystery chest had enhanced his professional traits last time, and he believed this intermediate chest would not disappoint. Just as Zhou Ming was eagerly about to open the mysterious treasure chest, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, his heart tightening. Wait, how could I forget about this? He couldn't help but feel speechless. All this time, he had been on guard against being hunted, and he had forgotten about this valuable item. He quickly opened his backpack and took out a peculiar die, the lucky die he had stolen from Mayor Slater. He had stolen 3 in total, used 1 to increase his success rate, and successfully stole those mysterious wings. Now, he had 2 left, just enough to open the mysterious treasure chest. Without hesitation, Zhou Ming threw the die, silently praying for the goddess of luck's blessing. The die rolled in the air and finally settled, showing the number 5. This result made him relax, as a 5-point luck bonus meant his chances of obtaining a rare item from the chest increased by 50. Zhou Ming was completely satisfied with this outcome. Now, only 1 lucky die remained in his backpack to be used on another occasion. He immediately chose to open the intermediate mysterious treasure chest. As the notification, "You are opening the intermediate mysterious treasure chest," sounded, the luck bonus effect took hold, and Zhou Ming's heart began to race. Congratulations. He opened the chest and received a primordial lotus 1. The chest vanished instantly, leaving a peculiar lotus in his hand. The lotus emitted a holy glow, its petals a mix of green and white, unfolding layer by layer, enveloping the seed pod, and releasing a refreshing fragrance that seemed to purify his body and mind. Zhou Ming's curiosity was instantly piqued, and he hurried to check the information on this extraordinary item. Primordial Lotus, type, ancient spirit item, grade, mythical 9-star. Effect 1. Upon consumption, talent grade 1. Effect 2. If the talent grade is at the highest level, it cannot be increased further but will enhance the talent's effects. The description mentioned that this rare treasure appeared in ancient times and is now almost extinct. Zhou Ming looked at the azure lotus in his hand, hardly daring to believe it, thinking to himself, This is like hitting the jackpot. Indeed, the mysterious treasure chest is reputed to have a vast pool of treasures, and to open something as extraordinary as this is amazing. Of course, the luck bonus from the die played a crucial role. After all, the reward pool is vast, but there are plenty of worthless items too, and obtaining a rare item ultimately depends on luck. His talent was already at the highest SSS level, so while consuming the lotus wouldn't increase the grade, it could enhance the talent's effects. Filled with excitement, Zhou Ming decided to consume the primordial lotus. Instantly, he felt an indescribable power growing and flowing within him, as if both his body and soul had been elevated. You have consumed the primordial lotus, and your infinite potential talent has been enhanced. The delightful sensation came and went quickly. Coming back to his senses, Zhou Ming felt a tinge of reluctance, immediately opening the talent interface to check. Infinite potential, type, trait, talent grade, SSS. Effect 1. Can designate 10 active skills to have unlimited growth potential, with skill levels having no upper limit, and each level up having a 20 chance to mutate, providing additional benefits. Effect 2. For every 3-level increase in personal level, the number of skills that can be designated for unlimited growth 1. Zhou Ming was captivated by the new talent information flashing before his eyes, his gaze shimmering with excitement. The SS level talent, named Effect 4, granted him an unimaginable ability to designate an already infinitely growing skill to transform into one with super infinite growth, increasing its proficiency growth rate by 100 times. Zhou Ming thought to himself how incredibly powerful this potential could be. He noticed an increase in the number of skills he could designate, but more importantly, he could bestow super infinite growth on a particular skill. After some contemplation, Zhou Ming decisively chose the clone technique. Among all his skills, the clone technique undoubtedly held the greatest potential, yet its long cooldown had always slowed its improvement. Now, with the opportunity for super infinite growth, he immediately assigned it to the clone technique. After completing this, Zhou Ming eagerly checked the equipment he had gained from clearing the dungeon. He recalled having a few golden items, and it was the perfect time to upgrade his gear. Opening his inventory, he was greeted by the sight of 8 pieces of equipment gleaming with gold and silver hues. After careful selection, he chose a few pieces that caught his eye. Helmet of the Dark Defiler, gold level, double defense 700, evasion 300, strength 100, with an additional effect of evasion 800 when in dark shadows or stealth mode, requiring level LV20. Pants of the Dark Defiler, gold level, physical defense 800, magical defense 520, constitution 120, requiring level LV20. Ring of the Echoing Dark Whispers, gold level, strength 250, intelligence 220, spirit 280, accuracy 200, with the additional skill Death Lullaby, which can deal 400,0180 of spell power as damage within a 300-meter diameter, with a 50 chance to put targets to sleep, cooldown 180 seconds, requiring level LV20. Bracelet of Dark Energy, gold level, strength 300, intelligence 210, spirit 300, accuracy 240, with the additional skill Dark Barrier, which can create a 5-meter range defensive barrier, blocking 2,000 user level total damage, cooldown 180 seconds, requiring level LV20. Zhou Ming observed that the equipment obtained from the dungeon seemed to be more magic-oriented, likely due to the final boss being a mage. Nevertheless, he found 4 pieces suitable for himself, especially the bracelet and ring. One provided area damage and potential crowd control, while the other offered a shield-type defensive skill, both of which would be highly beneficial in future battles. Equipping all the gear, Zhou Ming experienced a slight boost in his attributes, now reaching level 20. He also needed to learn the passive skill, Weak Point Break, which he had stolen from the rogue mentor, as it would greatly aid his damage output. Next, he decided to practice his skills in the dangerous regions near Hanli Plains. Since he was still a wanted man, the teleportation array in Maple Town had been disabled for him, leaving him temporarily stranded there. However, Zhou Ming remained unfazed, knowing that the unexplored areas of Hanli Plains held many suitable leveling spots. Moreover, this mysterious place was yet to be fully explored, and he was confident that with a bit more time, he could dominate those NPCs. Who would dare stop him then? For now, he planned to use the Mastery Bracelet and Super Infinite Growth to train his skills. With the Mastery Bracelet, each successful theft would grant him 40 proficiency points, while casting the clone technique would yield 200 proficiency points. Zhou Ming left the border of Hanli Plain and ventured to the nearest leveling area, the Forgotten Wasteland. This time, he decided to focus on his favorite skill, the doppelganger technique. The sky was gloomy, and the cold wind howled, making the surroundings particularly eerie. In the distance, ghostly figures of monsters roamed the wasteland, sending chills down one's spine. These were ordinary monsters with 38,860 health points and 1,020 attack power, possessing skills like physical attack weakening, Phantom Assault, Wailing Cry, and Shadowbind. They were the vengeful spirits of those who had died tragically here long ago. As Zhou Ming approached, a wraith floated towards him, muttering strange incantations with its hair disheveled, presenting a terrifying sight. However, this horror was merely an unsightly presence to Zhou Ming. He thought to himself, doppelganger technique, and immediately conjured a clone. Steal. Before the wraith could get close, Zhou Ming and his clone preemptively struck, delivering a double dose of wealth acquisition. The theft was successful, skill proficiency 40. He obtained 3 silver coins. Another successful theft, skill proficiency 40. This time, he acquired 3 basic mana potions. Unfortunately, these ordinary monsters didn't yield much, but the increase in proficiency lifted Zhou Ming's spirits. Next, he and his clone simultaneously cast Flowing Wind, transforming into 4 phantoms to attack the wraith. Swoosh. The wraith staggered back 2 steps, 2 death marks appearing on its body. It transformed into a shadow and seeped into the ground, aiming to strike Zhou Ming's main body. But Zhou Ming and his clone vanished simultaneously, leaving the wraith to reveal itself, bewildered. In stealth mode, Zhou Ming and his clone didn't attack immediately, but instead used poison coating to add toxicity to their weapons. After finishing the poison application, they took out herbs and used alchemy. Alchemy successful, skill proficiency 20, obtained 1 basic health potion. Alchemy successful, skill proficiency 20, obtained 1 basic mana potion. As for the ingredients for making potions, Zhou Ming had looted a large amount of spiritual herbs and various potions from the apothecary owner, Warenji, all stored in his Sumera backpack. Zhou Ming practiced alchemy to purify the corrupted mystic wings, aiming to restore them to their original form. He had learned a 7th-tier passive skill, Pharmacology Mastery, and mastered a potion recipe called Jade Dew Elixir, which had the effect of cleansing impurities and evil. Although this was a legendary potion, his current success rate in alchemy was low, and he hadn't gathered all the recipe ingredients. Thus, Zhou Ming decided to practice alchemy in preparation for the future. After finishing the alchemy, Zhou Ming and his clone simultaneously changed their appearances using disguise technique. With a change in appearance, they immediately reverted to allow the skill to cool down quicker. Then, they launched their attack. Backstab, Life Drain, Death Mark, Detonate. Boom. The wraith was engulfed by the damage from the 2 layers of death marks, dying instantly. Go over there and self-destruct. Zhou Ming pointed to a few wraiths wandering nearby, and the clone, in Flowing Wind state, rushed towards them. Suddenly, a blood-red energy enveloped the clone. Boom. The clone self-destructed. Zhou Ming defeated a level 22 wild phantom, earning 520 experience points. Once again, he took down another level 22 wild phantom, gaining another 520 experience points. Around him, over 30 phantoms were instantly vanquished. Following this, his duplication skill entered a cooldown period, so Zhou Ming patiently practiced on his own, waiting for the skill to be ready again. This was a strategy he had planned from the start. As soon as his clones appeared, they quickly used their skills and were then immediately dismissed, rather than staying until the time ran out. This approach was aimed at maximizing the speed at which his duplication skill leveled up. For several days, Zhou Ming operated solo in the wilderness, logging off to rest when tired, and leisurely practicing his skills in the game in the meantime. The combination of his super explosion skill and duplication was indeed a powerful tool for defeating enemies. With a single clone self-destruct, all monsters within a 1,000-meter radius were affected. Even without intentionally grinding, Zhou Ming's leveling speed remained undiminished. Now at level 24, he comfortably held his position at the top of the leaderboard, unmatched by any other player. Occasionally, he would check forums and streaming platforms to see what other players were up to. Through these channels, Zhou Ming learned that many players had reached the secondary main city, and there were even some exciting developments. For instance, a certain guild had discovered a hidden dungeon, and a skilled player had acquired a special class through a hidden quest news that was overwhelming in its abundance. Among these, a forum post caught Zhou Ming's attention. The Holy Order was inviting players to join and become followers of the gods, gaining a special class in the process. Zhou Ming was intrigued, recalling that he had previously heard about this order when his clone stole the corrupted mystic wings. It seemed Father Martin was associated with the Holy Order. He remembered witnessing a conversation between the priest and the town mayor, where the mayor encouraged the townsfolk to demand a display of the mysterious wings from the priest. It appeared there were underlying motives between Father Martin and Mayor Slater. Martin, being a member of the order, should have reported such an artifact, yet he didn't, likely due to greed and uncertainty about its value. Meanwhile, Mayor Slater had his own agenda, and their silent struggle ended with Zhou Ming stepping in. Zhou Ming began to understand that the Holy Order was more complex than it seemed. He clicked on the post to examine it closely. The post was detailed, first explaining that players could reach the secondary main city through the town, and these cities belonged to the Tianyu Empire, the sole empire within the Dragon Nation region, known for its strength. However, the Holy Order's power seemed to surpass even that. Through interactions with the Order's branches in various main cities, players learned a lot. It was said that the Holy Order had a long history, founded by ancient warriors who had received divine revelations. Historically, the Order had fought against dark forces multiple times, helping the Empire and humanity through numerous crises. Now, they aimed to befriend adventurers, with their branches open to the public. Players could enter the halls, admire the statues of the gods, and pray sincerely. The Order claimed that prayers could grant random buffs, experience bonuses, and even a chance of divine attention, leading to immense success. Furthermore, the Order frequently issued tasks with generous rewards. The post specifically mentioned that several members of the Overbearing Guild had joined the Order, with their leader, Baki Wushuang, receiving favor from a high-ranking saint within the Order, greatly enhancing his strength. It was only then that Zhou Ming realized the post was written by a member of the Overbearing Guild, promoting their leader. This order seemed somewhat cult-like, quite complementary to the Blood Rose faction. Zhou Ming quickly skimmed through the post, not taking it too seriously. He wasn't sure how powerful the order truly was, or what benefits Baki Wushuang and others were gaining. All he knew was, if you stand in my way, I'll steal until you crumble. As time passed, Zhou Ming found himself with not just one clone by his side, but two. This was the result of a skill mutation following the upgrade of his clone technique. Zhou Ming was secretly delighted and continued to focus on practicing. 2 days later, a series of system notifications flooded in like a tide. The stealing skill proficiency is full, skill upgraded, mutation triggered. The clone technique skill proficiency is full, skill upgraded, mutation triggered. Stealth skill proficiency is full. On the wasteland, Zhou Ming stopped his actions and let out a long breath. There was a hint of fatigue in his eyes. The days of practice had pushed the monotony to its limit. That'll do for now. Time to get things moving, he murmured to himself. At this point, Zhou Ming had reached level 27. His explosive technique, combined with various other skills, made his leveling speed astonishingly fast. However, more than his level, he was eager for the changes in his skills. Zhou Ming opened his skill panel and carefully examined the new changes in each skill. Stealing Tier 1 LV80. 95 chance to steal 1 to 8 random items from the target, can steal bound items. Skill activation range increased by 25 meters. Significantly increases the quantity when stealing stackable items. 5 chance to steal unconventional items such as attributes or skills. Consumes 20 mana, cooldown 20 seconds. Stealth Tier 1 LV65. Completely conceals oneself. Movement speed 152, lasts 300 seconds. Break stealth attack deals 18,200 attack power damage, 50 crit chance. In stealth, evade 3,000. Consumes 40 mana, cooldown 40 seconds. Backstab Tier 1 LV62. Instantly flashes behind the target, dealing 30,300 attack power damage. Backstab crit rate 150, crit damage 60. Consumes 50 mana, cooldown 30 seconds. Poisoning Tier 1 LV50. Poison lasts 62 minutes, can be wiped off at any time. Poison damage 82, includes 50 reduced healing effect. Consumes poison materials, cooldown 30 seconds. Wind of Flow Tier 2 LV35. Speed 88 in all 3 aspects, lasts 300 seconds. Evade 1,500. Consumes 100 mana, cooldown 60 seconds. Phantom Flash Tier 2 LV43. Dashes 300 meters in any direction, slicing targets along the way. Deals 4,180 attack power damage. The higher the speed, the faster the dash. Consumption not displayed, cooldown not displayed. Zhou Ming carefully reviewed these skill changes, planning his upcoming action strategy. Zhou Ming carefully examined the skill list in front of him, each description making his heart race. His gaze lingered on Shadow Clone Technique for a long time, his eyelid twitching involuntarily. The power of this 5th-tier skill was astounding. It could create 5 clones identical to the original, lasting up to 500 seconds. Even more impressive was that these clones not only possessed 100 of the original's attributes, but also shared vision, and could independently use equipment and skills. Zhou Ming could even control the clones to release controllable skills. His mind was already envisioning various tactical possibilities. 5 equally powerful clones meant his combat strength would instantly increase 5-fold. In team battles, this would be a massive advantage. The only limitation was that the clones could not use the clone technique again, but this seemed like a reasonable balance. Besides the Shadow Clone Technique, other skills were equally compelling. Death Mark could attach a mark during an attack, recording damage dealt to the target and causing 120 of the recorded total damage upon detonation. Life Devour not only dealt extra damage, but also permanently increased the maximum health by killing targets. Super Self-Destruct would result in self-death, but its range and damage were formidable. Disguise offered an excellent choice for stealth and identity concealment. The combination of Pharmaceutical Technique and Shadow Clone Technique opened up endless possibilities for Zhou Ming. Each skill held immense potential, and Zhou Ming's mind raced as he thought about how to maximize the use of these skills. 5 clones, 5 different tactical configurations, combined with the support of other skills, he could already envision himself being invincible on the battlefield. He didn't always check every time he heard about a skill mutation, given that he already possessed quite a few skills, and checking each one could be tedious. However, he never expected that the final mutations of his stealth and duplication skills would be so powerful. Typically, skill mutations result in a slight increase in certain attribute values or add new skill effects. This time, stealth gained an extraordinary effect that allowed him to steal unconventional items. In the future, he could even steal attributes and skills. The final mutation of duplication was even more surprising, increasing the number of clones to 5. Once the clones were activated, Zhou Ming's stealing ability and combat power would greatly improve. Indeed, investing in infinite growth opportunities for duplication was the right choice. Zhou Ming closed the skill panel with satisfaction, opened the function interface, and checked the leaderboard. On the leaderboard, he still held the first position. The second place was someone named Wang Yuegongzi, at level 25. Others weren't far behind, but compared to before, there was a significant reshuffling below the first rank. Zhou Ming speculated that this was due to these players reaching the main city, which undoubtedly had resources far superior to those of a small town. With various opportunities, and as more people leveled up, their talents became more apparent, allowing them to catch up. After closing the leaderboard, Zhou Ming opened the equipment ranking. This list had been available since he reached level 20, but the announcement of the first dungeon clear had overshadowed it, causing players to temporarily overlook it. Upon opening the list, the top item was a dark gold weapon owned by the leaderboard's second place, Wang Yuegongzi. His dark gold pinnacle craftsmanship bracelet was in second place. Third and fourth were Zhou Ming's golden ring, Echo of Dark Whispers, and golden dark energy bracelet. All the top 10 spots were filled with golden equipment. Zhou Ming estimated that he must have been first when the list opened, but as players poured into the main city and began enjoying its abundant resources, maintaining the top spot became challenging. Of course, when the list opened, it defaulted to hiding the owner's name and equipment attributes, only showing the equipment's name and grade. Only those who wanted fame would reveal their information, which Zhou Ming wasn't interested in. If dark gold equipment could take first place, it seemed the resource development in the main city was not progressing quickly. He decided to seize the time and not remain stuck there. Exhaling lightly, Zhou Ming's eyes flashed with sharp determination. In the next moment, he vanished, activating the flowing wind. Whoosh! His speed reached an astonishing 1800, racing towards the Hanli Plains. The nearby wilderness lacked good resources, and he hadn't encountered a single golden-level boss yet. But Hanli Plains was different. Zhou Ming planned to enter it to improve himself before returning to the town. As he traveled, his body suddenly split into 5 streams of light, forming 5 clones. Duplication. Even while traveling, Zhou Ming didn't forget to practice skills, since he could leave it to his clones. Once the 5 clones appeared, they immediately used all available skills. Finally, the 5 clones rushed in different directions, executing self-destruction. Boom. You have slain Wild Soul LV22, EXP 400. You have slain Wild Iron Bull LV23, EXP 520. For sound waves echoed, instantly killing the affected monsters, with experience flowing in like a tide. Zhou Ming couldn't help but smile. He could level up while traveling. How delightful. He rushed back to Hanli Plains. This time, Zhou Ming's stealth was undetectable to any monster. He casually tested with a few monsters, and regardless of how he stole, they could only rage helplessly, unable to see him. Zhou Ming was completely reassured. He returned to the Magic Ant Canyon, as he remembered. To his surprise, the Death Ant Queen hadn't recovered from the previous theft's shadow. A group of magic ants still guarded the entrance of its nest, giving no intruder a chance to enter. Forget it. These magic ants were quite poor and probably didn't have much to offer. He decided to explore elsewhere. Zhou Ming left the canyon and wandered around. During this time, he came across several collapsed ancient ruins, but gained no benefits from them. As time passed, Zhou Ming felt a bit disappointed but didn't give up. He recalled the dragon roar he heard that day and, unwilling to waste more time, began searching based on a vague impression. Dragons are inherently powerful creatures, and if there were indeed dragons here, he was sure to gain significant benefits from them. Deep within the Hanli Plains, Zhou Ming had been searching for most of the day, but found nothing. Just as he began to question whether he'd gone in the wrong direction, a deafening dragon's roar echoed from the sky. Instinctively, Zhou Ming activated his stealth and vanished into thin air. Moments later, he sensed a massive shadow accompanied by a powerful gust of wind rushing past. Startled, he looked up to see a black dragon soaring through the dim sky, its wings spanning over 200 meters, clutching 2 helpless blood-prisoned demon hounds. A dragon indeed. Zhou Ming's eyes narrowed with admiration for the dragon's might, but without hesitation, he pursued in the direction it flew. Although he moved at full speed, He couldn't match the dragon's pace in the sky. However, with the direction now clear, this mighty dragon would not escape him. As he tracked the dragon, Zhou Ming occasionally encountered wandering monsters, yet none could see through his stealth. Whenever his stealth entered cooldown, he would stop and hide until he could vanish again after 20 seconds. An alert sounded. You have entered the cataclysmic dragon domain, an extremely dangerous area within the Hanli Plains. Proceed with caution. An hour later, another alert reached his ears. The dragon domain? This must be the dragon's lair. He needed to be extra careful. Zhou Ming steadied himself, observing the peculiarities of the cataclysmic dragon domain. The ground bore scorch marks from flames, mixed with blood, creating a foreboding dark brown. In the distance, chaotic energy waves accompanied by tremors and beastly roars could be faintly heard. Soon, Zhou Ming spotted a creature rushing towards him and quickly entered stealth to observe. It resembled a dinosaur, standing about 10 meters tall, with scales gleaming like cold iron and flames coursing along its back. As it moved, its jaws opened and closed, revealing sharp, blade-like teeth. Type: Dragon Beast. Common monster. Health. Description: one of the dragon beasts within the cataclysmic dragon domain, possessing a faint dragon lineage, naturally violent and bloodthirsty. Zhou Ming muttered. I'm already level 27, yet I still can't see the levels of these creatures. That's absurd. He approached swiftly, and indeed, the earth dragon was oblivious to his presence. Within 20 meters, he quickly reached out and successfully stole. You obtained 2 silver coins. He thought wryly. Are all the creatures here this poor? Since entering the Hanli Plains, his biggest find was the super self-destruct spell, which was far from his expectations. Unwilling to give up, he decided to delve deeper into the dragon domain to find that intriguing dragon. Zhou Ming turned towards the depths of the dragon domain, encountering more dragon beasts with mixed dragon blood along the way, each appearing formidable. His focus was clear. He had no interest in these dragon beasts, instead creating multiple clones to search separately. After much effort, he finally reached a massive valley. According to his and his clone's search, the dragon should be within. He observed cautiously, noting the valley's emptiness and the absence of dragon beasts near the entrance, though an unsettling aura emanated from within. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ming had a premonition that this dragon was the real deal, not the hybrid dragon beasts he'd encountered. Facing such a formidable presence, he couldn't afford to be careless. At that moment, he distanced himself from the valley, finding a concealed spot amidst the bushes a kilometer away to hide. With a wave of his power, 5 clones materialized out of thin air. Zhou Ming commanded, "Go to work." The 5 clones quickly initiated stealth and wind flow, their speed suddenly increasing as they flew towards the valley. At this point, the duration of the clone technique had reached 500 seconds, enough time for them to delve deep into exploration. Soon, the 5 clones charged into the valley, and as expected, there was no sign of any dragon beasts. The clones spread out slightly, eventually discovering a massive nest entrance at the far end. The closer they got to the nest, the more suffocating the sense of unease became. Undeterred, the clones rushed inside. The nest, which appeared dark from the outside, was actually spacious inside, with glowing minerals embedded in the ground and stone walls, providing high visibility. Zhou Ming, possessing the eye of true sight, was unaffected even in low-light conditions. The clones charged forward and eventually entered a spacious stone hall. In the center of the hall, the floor was covered with gemstones and gold coins, and a gigantic black dragon lay atop them, its eyes tightly shut. Scattered nearby were blood-stained animal bones, suggesting it had just fed and was now lost in a dream. It was the ruler of the cataclysmic dragon domain, a descendant of the ancient Shadow Evil Dragon clan, a terrifying existence. Zhou Ming thought to himself, as expected, it's here. He cautiously maneuvered the 5 clones closer. Just as he took a few steps, the sleeping Shadow Evil Dragon suddenly opened its eyes. Zhou Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he decisively commanded the 5 clones to use Phantom Flash. In an instant, the clones had rushed within the range to execute a theft. Steal. Failed. Failed. Success. You obtained 210 gold coins. After 4 failed attempts, the final try succeeded. Roar. The evil dragon erupted in anger, unleashing dragon flames that turned the hall into a sea of fire. Zhou Ming's 5 clones were instantly obliterated with no chance to resist. In disbelief, Zhou Ming, a kilometer away from the valley, learned everything through the final vision of his dying clone. His theft success rate had reached 95, nearly 100. Yet, out of 5 attempts, only 1 succeeded? He couldn't help but wonder about the opponent's level and rank that could suppress him to such an extent. However, Zhou Ming was even more exhilarated. The greater the challenge, the higher the likelihood of precious treasures. What is one failure? I've got all the patience in the world. He quietly waited for his skills to cool down. Meanwhile, inside the nest, after spewing a dragon breath, the Shadow Evil Dragon found no remains on the ground. It looked around in confusion, but found nothing unusual. Although it sensed something had been stolen, seeing no intruder, it lay back down. After all, losing a bit of gold coins was not a concern. That little thief was probably incinerated to ashes by its dragon flame. 5 minutes later, Zhou Ming created 5 more clones. They activated stealth and wind flow, fearlessly charging towards the valley. This time, familiar with the route, they quickly reached the outside of the nest. Then, they dashed forward, and as they neared the hall where the evil dragon resided, the clones decisively used Phantom Flash to rush inside. Whoosh, whoosh. The distance closed instantly, allowing them to attempt theft. The evil dragon vaguely sensed something amiss, instinctively opened its eyes, but it was too late. 5 small hands brushed lightly over it from a distance. Failed, failed. A series of alerts sounded, and Zhou Ming was greeted with 5 consecutive failures. Are you kidding me? Zhou Ming was furious. Simultaneously, 2 dissatisfied voices echoed. Zhou Ming was displeased by the theft failures, while the shadow evil dragon was enraged by being mocked. It, a mighty dragon, was being repeatedly provoked. Instantly, flames surged throughout the hall, even extending to the passageway at the nest's entrance. Yet again, it found no corpses. The dragon stood up, inspecting its lair inside and out, growing increasingly puzzled. Was it just a hallucination? Shaking its head, the evil dragon lazily lay back down, thinking, I refuse to believe in bad luck. If I don't succeed this time, I won't call myself Zhou Boppy. Minutes later, Zhou Ming's anger flared once more, his eyes cold as his 5 loyal minions appeared again. With a command, the 5 most diligent workers in history dashed towards the lair of the evil dragon at a speed that even a legendary steed couldn't match. Soon, they entered once again. Using the same strategy, when they were close to the dragon's lair, the 5 clones dashed forward with a flicker, instantly initiating a theft. Failure. Failure. Success. You obtained the diamond-grade equipment. Cataclysmic Breath Shoulders 1. Finally, a success. Zhou Ming was invigorated. After numerous attempts, he finally managed to steal the equipment at this moment. It wasn't easy. Meanwhile, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the dragon's lair. Zhou Ming felt his connection with his clones vanish instantly. Through the dying perspective of a clone, he saw fierce black flames burning. Needless to say, the loyal workers had perished. At this moment, flames boiled in the dragon's lair, with black fire even bursting out of the entrance, a testament to the shadow evil dragon's fury. Then, a dragon silhouette shot out of the lair, flying back and forth over the valley, constantly scanning below. Boom, boom. Black flames, dark purple lightning, and fierce gales wreaked havoc across the entire valley. The ground cracked, and the sky roared. The shadow evil dragon unleashed its fury, creating a terrifying scene. Zhou Ming couldn't help but chuckle, decisively activating stealth and swiftly fleeing. Don't get it wrong. He wasn't giving up. Judging by the commotion from the dragon's attacks, its attack range was vast, so it was safer to keep a distance to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. He sprinted until he was 4 or 5 kilometers away from the dragon's valley before daring to stop. At this range, the dragon shouldn't be able to detect him. Only then did he dare to open his backpack and check his loot. One look and he was speechless. He knew the equipment he stole was diamond grade, but it required level 70 to equip? What a ripoff. In other words, that dragon is at least a level 70 diamond tier boss? Wow, it's quite the fat target. He definitely needs to exploit it more. Although it was a bit disappointing that the stolen equipment wasn't usable yet, Zhou Ming was even more excited. Besides equipment, the dragon should have other treasures. Being at least a diamond tier boss, there should be special items, right? With this thought, Zhou Ming was filled with anticipation. In the dragon's valley, after a round of venting, the shadow evil dragon had blasted its courtyard into ruins and finally calmed down. It scanned the area below with its eyes, but still found no suspicious corpses. As a high-level boss, its intelligence wasn't low, but the current situation was beyond its comprehension. What on earth was bothering it? Was it dead or not? After the commotion, it grew weary. The recent attacks were so swift and terrifying that if the intruder hadn't left, they should be dead by now. Finally, it descended and returned to its lair. Little did it know, the torment had only just begun. A few minutes later, Zhou Ming returned the same way, and when he was 2 kilometers from the valley, his clones reappeared. This time, being further away, it took a bit more time to rush into the valley. However, the remaining duration of the clone technique was more than enough. The same scene unfolded once more. The 5 clones charged into the lair. Dragon, I'm here to visit you again. Steal. Failure. Failure. Success. You obtained the growth-type equipment, Dragon's Tooth 1. Another successful theft. Awesome. Ha. Zhou Ming laughed wildly. In the next instant, all the clones were annihilated. An angry roar echoed once more. Zhou Ming immediately activated his stealth and wind movement skills, desperately trying to escape. He didn't care if the shadow evil dragon's attacks could reach him or if he would be discovered. His priority was to retreat. As he made his move, a thunderous explosion erupted behind him. Glancing back while fleeing, Zhou Ming's heart raced. The shadow evil dragon soared into the sky, wings spread, flying back and forth over the valley. Its body was covered in mystical runes, unleashing terrifying skills one after another. Boom! Dark purple lightning and flames filled with malevolent energy rained down from the sky. Dense black beams appeared in the sky, descending to ravage the land. The intense assault left the valley in ruins, sparing only the dragon's lair. The ground cracked, with fissures spreading from the valley outward, resembling an apocalyptic disaster. Dragon bro, calm down. Zhou Ming moved swiftly, avoiding the attacks, secretly amused. The torment had just begun, it was far from over. He silently urged himself, hoping the dragon would hold on. Once he had run far enough to feel safe, he stopped. A notification had shown that he had stolen a growth-type piece of equipment, which sounded extraordinary. Eagerly, he opened his inventory to find a uniquely designed short dagger. The dagger was predominantly black with red accents, resembling fresh blood. The hilt was crafted in the menacing shape of the dragon's open mouth, intimidating to behold. This was a growth-type weapon known as the Dragon's Tooth, with a bound item grade of common 0100000. Its attributes were attack power 500, spell power 300, attack speed 30, critical rate 10. It included the skill Dragon's Fury, which unleashed a strike imbued with the dragon's power, dealing 5,150 attack power damage to targets within a 100m x 100m area, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. The weapon required no level, was bound, non-tradable, and did not drop upon death. The description read, a weapon forged from the teeth of the shadow evil dragon, possessing rare growth characteristics. Note, growth-type equipment can increase its growth value by consuming other equipment. Once full, it upgrades in grade. Each grade increase requires an additional 100,000 growth value. Growth value is obtained by consuming common equipment, with growth value equal to the equipment level. Each grade increase doubles the growth value obtainable. This equipment can continually grow and improve. Zhou Ming's eyes gleamed as he examined the weapon's details. Even at a common level, its attributes were impressive, indicating high base value and growth potential. If nurtured, it would become something remarkable. Dragon bro, you're incredible, he thought to himself, marveling at the dragon's grandeur compared to a certain tiger sibling. Zhou Ming held the weapon with deep admiration, considering the unused equipment in his inventory perfect for feeding it. He had acquired numerous items from weapon shops, tailor shops, and professional mentor halls, in addition to the loot from leveling up over the past few days. His storage was filled with nearly 200 unused pieces, ranging from common to gold. Without hesitation, he opened his inventory, selected a large batch of equipment, and fed them all to the dragon's tooth without regard for their value. Zhou Ming didn't hesitate to use equipment to boost the growth value of the evil dragon's fang. Consuming a level 20 black iron equipment increased the growth value by 40, while a level 20 golden equipment increased it by 320. As he waited for his cloning skill to recharge, he leisurely fed the evil dragon's fang with equipment. Money no longer satisfied his needs. He craved a more intense thrill. A few minutes later, Zhou Ming closed his backpack and started heading back. He was indifferent to the dragon's revenge, thinking to himself that he would even dare to challenge the creator god of the game. After sprinting for a few minutes, he came upon the devastating aftermath of the dragon's rampage. The scorched and cracked land was littered with dragon beast corpses, a sight both shocking and gruesome. Yet, this only fueled his desire further. Today he not only intended to steal from the dragon's mouth, but also to make the dragon bleed a little. Suddenly, he noticed equipment left behind near the dead dragon beasts. He quickly picked them up. The distribution of monsters in Hanliuan was extreme. Some were extremely wealthy, while others were extremely poor. These dragon beasts clearly belonged to the latter category. Zhou Ming collected equipment along the way, amassing dozens of items, but none exceeded the silver tier. Most were black iron and bronze. He needed these to feed the evil dragon's fang and unhesitatingly stored them in his shumi backpack. Shortly thereafter, he arrived about a kilometer away from the dragon's nest valley. With the help of the true side eye, he was able to glimpse the destruction in the valley. The entire valley was nearly obliterated, though the lair of the evil dragon seemed untouched. Zhou Ming sneered, thinking to himself that it was all bark and no bite, truly disappointing. He released 5 clones again, swiftly turning away as they charged toward the dragon's nest. As they entered the lair, Zhou Ming had already returned to a safe distance. The clones attempted to steal, but all failed, the 5 consecutive failures making him realize the dragon's strength. Soon, a deafening roar emanated from the direction of the lair, and sinister black flames erupted, but this time, as there was no loss, the evil dragon did not pursue. Seeing this, Zhou Ming cautiously returned, sneaking around to the side to collect the dragon beast equipment left on the ground. 5 minutes later, he created 5 more clones, continuing his plan to make a fortune. The result was the same, another 5 failures. What level of creature was this shadow evil dragon? Zhou Ming was puzzled but remained undeterred, patiently waiting for another opportunity. During this time, he carefully cleaned the area ravaged by the evil dragon's attack, adding over 100 pieces of equipment to his backpack, feeling quite pleased with himself. 5 minutes later, the 5 workers set off again. As usual, Zhou Ming made sure to run ahead to ensure his own safety. Soon, a notification sounded in his ear. Theft failed. Theft failed. Theft successful. You have obtained the summoning scroll of the Shadow Evil Dragon Mogs 1. You have gained 100 agility attribute points. Zhou Ming was astonished by the notification. He had succeeded in stealing. Moreover, the 5 chance of acquiring an unconventional item had triggered, granting him a whole 100 agility points. What a thrill! Zhou Ming laughed joyfully, picking up his pace even more. In the dragon's lair, the moment the theft was initiated, the evil dragon immediately sensed it, instantly destroying 5 clones and letting out a deafening roar of anger. That damned little thief not only stole its belongings, but even took a bit of its attribute. Although that tiny amount was insignificant to it, it was an intolerable humiliation. Roar! Hearing the furious dragon roars from behind, Zhou Ming's heart tightened, and he thought, "Oh no, better run." He sprinted with all his might. This time, the shadow evil dragon was even more frantic, flying in the air and blindly unleashing various skills, turning the cataclysm dragon domain into a true disaster zone. Boom, boom. Explosions resounded behind him as Zhou Ming ran for his life until the chaos subsided enough for him to safely stop. He found a place free from monsters, dashed into the bushes, and checked his loot. Inside his backpack lay a scroll, displaying a strange scene of a black evil dragon moving about. The summoning scroll of the Shadow Evil Dragon Mogs was a one-time use summoning item. Its first effect was to summon a clone of the Shadow Evil Dragon Smog for assistance, possessing half the strength of the original and lasting for 30 minutes. The second effect allowed the dragon clone to merge with the user, temporarily granting its attribute bonuses. The description read, "Ever wondered what it's like to have a dragon as a bodyguard? Use it and find out." Staring at the scroll, Zhou Ming had a sudden flash of inspiration. If he returned to Maple Town and summoned the dragon clone, who could stop him? The NPCs would probably be scared stiff. If used wisely, he might even force them to back down and let him leave. Of course, it wasn't time to leave just yet. Thinking of the lone dragon brother, isolated in its lair with no one to accompany it, Zhou Ming felt a pang of sympathy. As a young man of the 21st century, deeply influenced by 9 years of compulsory education, who loved helping elderly ladies cross the street and returning lost money, and who harbored noble ideals of dedicating his life to building his country, how could Zhou Ming bear to leave the dragon brother behind? Caring for the solitary old dragon was everyone's responsibility, and he, Zhou Ming, was willing to take the lead. After a while, things quieted down. Zhou Ming moved again, activating stealth mode and heading towards the dragon's lair. Within 5 kilometers of the lair, the land was in ruins. He couldn't imagine the consequences if the shadow evil dragon's attacks had hit him. It was a good thing he had dodged quickly. Along the way, Zhou Ming picked up another batch of equipment. Clone technique. Upon reaching a suitable location, Zhou Ming repeated his previous tactic, creating 5 clones that charged towards the dragon's lair, while he himself ran back. Closed for business? Soon, Zhou Ming noticed something through his clone's perspective. The shadow evil dragon had somehow moved a pile of earth and stones to block its lair entrance. Moreover, Zhou Ming could sense black energy flowing through the rocks, suggesting it wasn't simple. He attempted an attack. Flame slash. Life devour. Clang. Miss. The boulders enveloped in black energy remained unshaken, displaying damage too appalling to look at. Zhou Ming wore a contemplative expression, realizing the formidable defense he was facing. He decided to have 3 of his clones retreat, leaving 2 to stand by at the cave entrance. At that moment, one clone began to glow with red energy patterns, emitting a suffocatingly terrifying aura. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the clone self-destructed, and the powerful super self-destruction technique blasted open the cave entrance, creating a massive hole. The remaining clones swiftly dove into the opening. Boom. Another deafening explosion followed, sending rocks and dirt flying, creating a small breach. However, Zhou Ming's other 3 clones did not immediately follow. As expected, the instant the breach appeared, black flames erupted from the cave entrance. Zhou Ming was prepared, and the remaining 3 clones skillfully dodged the attack. Roar! An angry dragon silhouette flew out of the cave, scanning the surroundings. Meteor firestorm. Phantom flash. The 3 clones, already prepared, immediately activated their sprint skills, fearlessly charging past the dragon's lair from the flank. Steal. Failed. Failed. Success. Zhou Ming was thrilled to find that he had obtained a piece of growth equipment the furious dragon scale boots won, and he couldn't help but cheer inwardly. Woohoo, jackpot! He had stolen another piece of growth equipment, and his excitement was beyond words. A deafening roar echoed from behind, But Zhou Ming was accustomed to such situations and ran for his life. His speed was already considerable, and with the shadow evil dragon unable to pinpoint his exact location, merely attacking at random, he managed to escape once again. After reaching a safe zone, Zhou Ming hid and eagerly examined his newly acquired equipment. The Furious Dragon Scale Boots are a type of growth equipment, bound to the wearer, with a normal grade. The attributes include movement speed 500, evasion 500, and agility 100. The additional skill is Dragon Shadow Mystique, which allows movement to be as elusive as a swimming dragon, increasing movement speed and evasion by 80 for 300 seconds, with a cooldown of 180 seconds. There is no level requirement. It is bound, non-tradable, and does not drop upon death. The description states that these boots are crafted from dragon scales, with endless utility. Zhou Ming grinned with satisfaction, thinking that the attributes of this equipment were beyond imagination. With a normal grade already providing a 500 boost to movement speed and 100 to agility, plus an acceleration and displacement skill like Dragon Shadow Mystique, it could easily outshine the Meteor Firestorm boots. He immediately equipped the new boots, giving the Meteor Firestorm boots an honorable retirement. Instantly, he felt the surge in speed and agility, his body becoming lighter and more agile. With stealth and wind flow activated, paired with Dragon Shadow Mystique, he would be unbeatable. Zhou Ming patiently waited. This time, the Shadow Evil Dragon had clearly lost its mind, rampaging for nearly 20 minutes before calming down. When the distant commotion finally ceased, Zhou Ming cautiously peeked out. Wow, that's terrifying. He looked far into the distance, seeing craters and crisscrossing fissures on the ground, as if the earth was about to form ravines, a shocking sight. From the deep pits and cracks, black flames and sinister dark purple lightning flickered intermittently, a testament to the terrifying fury of the dragon's earlier outburst. Yet, none of this could intimidate Zhou Ming. With a determined heart, he took a deep breath and activated stealth, wind flow, and Dragon Shadow Mystique, the indescribable lightness filling his entire being. Whoosh! He dashed forward with all his might, and before the sound of breaking through the air could be heard, he was already 100 meters away. This wasn't just a simple movement. It was the result of his full-speed sprint. Zhou Ming laughed heartily. Shadow Dragon Flash. Boom. In an instant, he transformed into a black dragon shadow, spreading his wings majestically and soaring 300 meters away. The Dragon Shadow's leap was grand, but the stealth effect concealed the sound, not disturbing any monsters. Clearly, almost all the nearby monsters had been wiped out by the chaotic attacks of the evil dragon, leaving corpses scattered everywhere. Zhou Ming sighed to himself, acknowledging he was indeed a sinful man. Despite feeling guilty at the sight of the charred monster corpses, it didn't stop him from picking up the equipment left on the ground. Soon after, he reached a spot 2 kilometers from the dragon's lair and created 5 clones. Brother Dragon, if you're not a brother, you're not human. You're so charming, I can't bear to leave you. The 5 clones went on an adventure while Zhou Ming ran back with a sly grin. The clones rushed into the now unrecognizable valley. This time, the entrance to the dragon's lair wasn't blocked by boulders. Just as Zhou Ming thought the dragon had given up resisting, the clones charged into the nest. Dragon Shadow Mirage, Shadow Dragon Flash. The clones simultaneously used their newly acquired movement skill, successfully breaking into the evil dragon's lair. Steal. As soon as he got in, Zhou Ming launched the theft without hesitation. However, the result was a failure. Failure. 5 consecutive failures. Roar. The evil dragon spewed a mouthful of dragon flame, and the clones were instantly annihilated. Zhou Ming was startled, not by the theft's failure, but by an unexpected scene he saw before the clones vanished. The evil dragon was shrouded in a faint black transparent barrier, as if it had long anticipated his arrival, waiting coldly. That barrier could block his theft? Zhou Ming was quite surprised, not expecting the opponent to have this trick up its sleeve. The evil dragon only used this move now, suggesting it's a skill not easily deployed. But how long could it last? If it continued indefinitely, he didn't have the time to waste, as he still needed to head to the main city. This time, the evil dragon didn't rush out to vent its anger. It was clearly planning to hide in the barrier. Seeing the dragon not coming out, Zhou Ming stopped running and began searching the ground for equipment. A few minutes later, he released his clones to try again. Failure. Failure. Another 5 consecutive failures. The clones were killed without suspense. Zhou Ming refused to accept it, his temper flaring. A few minutes later, he tried again, failed. Continued. Still failed. Tried again. Failed again. Repeatedly defeated, he continued to fight on, yet he kept failing. An hour passed, and during this time, Zhou Ming's theft attempts were all unsuccessful. Inside the dragon's lair, accompanied by a roar, the evil dragon unleashed fire once more, annihilating the intruders. Through the clone's perspective, Zhou Ming saw the dragon's eyes, filled with disdain, contempt, and triumph. Pathetic creature, try jumping around for this dragon to see? Zhou Ming seemed to hear the dragon's mockery. From the opponent's eyes, he almost confirmed his suspicion. The barrier's duration likely exceeded expectations, leaving the dragon fearless. "Heh, you're celebrating a bit early, my dear dragon brother." From a distance, Zhou Ming grinned wickedly, suddenly holding an item in his hand, a uniquely shaped die. A few minutes later, Zhou Ming's 5 avatars returned to the entrance of the dragon's lair. One of the avatars took out the lucky dice and gave it a gentle toss. Lady Luck was smiling. The dice spun rapidly in the air before finally landing on a 6. This meant that the success rate of Zhou Ming's next theft attempt would increase by 60. "Go!" Zhou Ming's main body confidently commanded from afar. Boom, boom. The 5 avatars, in stealth and accelerated mode, transformed into black dragon shadows and swiftly charged towards the evil dragon's lair. Steal. Failed. Failed. Success. The avatar using the lucky dice indeed succeeded on the first try. Zhou Ming obtained a skill book, Evil Heart Flame 1, and a Bloodline Crystal, Shadow Evil Dragon 1. As the notifications came in succession, Zhou Ming was overjoyed with his theft gains. He immediately activated Stealth, Flowing Wind, and Dragon Shadow Disguise, and fled desperately. As expected, the evil dragon would surely go berserk. Zhou Ming didn't want to be killed and had no time to check his loot, so he ran for his life. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ming ran a long distance without hearing the dragon's angry roar. He was puzzled but didn't dare to be careless, continuing to escape with all his might. Meanwhile, the dragon's lair was eerily silent. The shadow evil dragon lay motionless on the ground, its head raised high, mouth slightly open, and eyes staring unblinkingly. It was hard to imagine a dragon displaying such an expression, as if it had suffered a severe mental shock, with a stiff, speechless face. The strangest part was its noticeably weakened aura, as if it had suffered significant damage. At one moment, the evil dragon's eyelid twitched, its mouth suddenly opened wide, and its expression became incredibly ferocious. Roar, the dragon's roar, filled with resentment, humiliation, and anger, reverberated through the heavens and earth, lasting a full 10 seconds. The entire dragon lair trembled violently, as if a world-destroying force was about to explode. Crack! In the stone chamber, the evil dragon's eyes turned blood red, and it suddenly stood up, shattering the barrier. Black dragon flames and light waves erupted from its body in all directions. Boom! The entire dragon lair exploded, as the evil dragon broke through its old nest amidst flying debris and soared into the sky, looking down on the land. Destruction. Let everything be destroyed. Buzz. A magical pattern appeared on the ground. In the next instant, a wave of destruction swept across the earth. Everything around the dragon lair turned into a swamp of corruption, rapidly spreading in all directions. In the swamp, dark green toxic gas floated, black evil fire roamed, and thunder roared, creating a terrifying scene. Boom! The swamp continued to devour, and all the dragon beasts caught in its path were trapped, quickly turning into skeletons. Oh no! Zhou Ming glanced back while fleeing, instantly feeling his scalp tingle, and ran desperately. Behind him, the swamp field kept consuming everything. Zhou Ming didn't dare to look back again, and could only push himself to keep running. Fortunately, his acceleration skill lasted a long time, and despite the apocalyptic commotion behind him, it never reached him. Zhou Ming sprinted all the way, finally breaking out of the disaster dragon domain. At this point, his acceleration skill was about to end, and the chaos behind him began to subside. Yet Zhou Ming still didn't dare to relax, continuing to run until he sensed the commotion behind him gradually disappearing. Only then did he dare to stop, feeling grateful and almost out of breath. He exhaled a long breath and cautiously looked back. In the distance, the dragon's domain was faintly visible, now transformed into a marshland, with toxic gases rampant and black flames flickering intermittently. The monsters that couldn't escape in time were trapped, suffering from the swamp's restraints, the onslaught of poison and black fire, and the thunderous strikes, dying in despair. At that moment, the evil dragon flew back and forth above the dragon's domain, relentlessly unleashing its skills. Soon, it burst out of the domain, continuing its bombardment. Run! Zhou Ming retreated far away in fear, hiding to observe secretly. The evil dragon wreaked havoc for a while, then suddenly descended, its aura now weak, seemingly severely injured. It then took flight again, but instead of heading towards its lair, it flew towards other areas of the frost-glazed plains. What's going on? Zhou Ming was shocked, exclaiming in his heart, "Are you leaving? Are you abandoning your home?" Despite all his calculations, he hadn't expected this dragon to choose to flee. But indeed, the shadow evil dragon had decided to retreat. It chose to abandon its lair and live elsewhere. It never wanted to return to this cursed place again. Hey, don't go! Zhou Ming panicked. You're a mighty dragon. How can you surrender so easily? Please hold on a bit longer. I haven't stolen enough yet. He instinctively chased in that direction. Swallow. No, dragon bro. You can't leave. How will I survive without you? Zhou Ming watched as the dragon became a mirror in the distance before disappearing, filled with intense reluctance. Watching the moving treasure fly away, how could he not feel heartache? Unfortunately, the shadow evil dragon couldn't hear him, or it might have spewed a breath of dragon fire at him, along with it, "Don't mess with me." Despite his reluctance, Zhou Ming stopped after a few steps. The dragon was too fast, he couldn't catch up. Previously, he could track it because he was certain it was out hunting and would return to its lair. Now, who knew where the dragon would go to build a new nest? Moreover, if it suddenly turned back, his life could be in danger. With the dragon gone, Zhou Ming's tense nerves slightly relaxed. He looked around, found a hidden spot to hide, and checked the treasures he had just stolen. Opening his backpack, a blood-red crystal and a skill book shimmering with brilliance caught his eye. Bloodline crystal, shadow evil dragon type, bloodline treasure rank, 7-star effect, fusion with the bloodline crystal grants the corresponding bloodline power. He read carefully, secretly amazed. The bloodline power preview showed that effect 1 was an increase of 10,000 HP and 1,000 in abnormal resistance and resilience for each level up. Effect 2 was unknown due to insufficient level for preview. This crystal, condensed from the shadow evil dragon's bloodline essence, was of immeasurable value. The prompt mentioned that the bloodline effects would be enhanced and unlocked as the level increased. In that instant, Zhou Ming couldn't help but hold his breath. Wow, he could hardly believe it. Thinking to himself, this is incredible. The 7-star bloodline power, once fused, could increase so many attributes per level. He was so excited he nearly jumped up. The shadow evil dragon's bloodline power was truly formidable. According to the bloodline crystal's description, once fused, Zhou Ming's HP would soar by 270,000. Moreover, abnormal resistance and resilience would also skyrocket by 27,000 points. At the current game progress, such resistance boosts would make it impossible for any player to control him, not even the NPCs in Maple Leaf Town. No wonder that dragon went crazy. Zhou Ming finally understood that stealing its bloodline was akin to robbing a man of his lifeline. It was no wonder the dragon went berserk. The shadow evil dragon would rather abandon its lair and flee, for another theft of its bloodline would be unbearable. Of course, the dragon had overestimated Zhou Ming's abilities. Being able to steal the bloodline likely wasn't just the result of a lucky dice roll. His luck must have also played a role. In any case, all of this made Zhou Ming incredibly excited, feeling that he had profited immensely. Zhou Ming calmed his excitement slightly and checked his other reward, the skill book, Evil Heart Demon Flame. To his surprise, it turned out to be a 9th-tier skill book. Zhou Ming had only expected to get a 7th or 8th-tier skill book, so this was completely unexpected. It seemed the dragon's rank and level were higher than he had thought. Otherwise, it wouldn't possess such a high-tier skill. Moreover, this skill was exclusive to the Shadow Evil Dragon clan, requiring the bloodline power of a Shadow Evil Dragon and a level of 40 to learn. The bloodline power wouldn't be an issue, as Zhou Ming was about to acquire it. However, his level wasn't high enough, so he decided to store the skill book in his Sumi bag for later use. At that moment, Zhou Ming selected the bloodline crystal and silently chanted, "Fuse." A hum resonated as the bloodline crystal reacted, becoming intensely hot and emitting a blood-red aura. Soon, it transformed into a stream of crimson light, merging into Zhou Ming's body. Instantly, he felt his blood boiling and coursing like a dragon. Roar! In his mind, an uncontrollable vision of a black dragon soaring across the sky appeared, and his aura surged dramatically. As the prompt in his ear informed him of the ongoing fusion of the Shadow Evil Dragon bloodline, Zhou Ming could feel his attributes changing drastically. The fusion completed, and he obtained the Shadow Evil Dragon bloodline. Before long, everything returned to normal. Zhou Ming couldn't help but examine himself. To get a better view, he summoned a mirror. His appearance had changed significantly. Though his face was still recognizable, the details were markedly different. His facial features were now more defined, exuding a remarkable aura. His nose was prominent, lips slightly pursed, and his eyes held a profound depth. He appeared taller, his muscles more toned, and his physique was lean and aesthetically pleasing, a handsome rogue with a devilish charm. With this appearance, he could easily charm any girl. Zhou Ming was quite satisfied. Of course, the change in appearance was insignificant compared to the change in attributes. Zhou Ming, now at level 27, saw his health points increase by 270,000, and both his abnormal resistance and toughness by 27,000 after fusing the bloodline power. He had become a human-shaped boss. Zhou Ming thought of the time when he was chased by Slater and others, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. However, he didn't return immediately. Turning back, he noticed the terrifying swamp area was gradually disappearing as the shadow dragon departed. The skills unleashed by the dragon in its frenzy had an absurdly large range, affecting many monsters, allowing him to collect a haul of equipment. Clone technique. Zhou Ming created 5 clones, quickly heading toward the dragon's domain. Once close, he and his clones spread out, picking up equipment wherever they found it. After more than 20 minutes, the eerie swamp completely vanished. During this time, Zhou Ming and his clones frantically gathered equipment, amassing over 600 pieces of varying quality, in addition to his previous gains. Naturally, he didn't keep these items, feeding them all to the dragon's fawn. Having not returned for so long, it seemed the dragon truly abandoned its lair. After a while, Zhou Ming looked up in the direction the shadow dragon had left, seeing no signs of activity. At this point, he felt reassured. After picking up nearly all the equipment left behind on the ground, Zhou Ming decided to take his next step and head to the lair of the evil dragon. Dragons are known to hoard treasures, Zhou Ming thought, and perhaps the evil dragon's lair contains valuable items. Although he had always wanted to explore the dragon's lair, he hesitated due to the fear of the dragon's sudden return. So, he transformed into a shadow and swiftly made his way to the lair. Due to the evil dragon's rampage, the dragon's domain appeared lifeless, allowing Zhou Ming to reach the original valley unimpeded. The valley was almost unrecognizable now, with cracked ground and fallen rocks everywhere. Zhou Ming navigated through the ruins and soon arrived at the dragon's lair, which had also turned into ruins. Scattered on the ground were glowing ores and shimmering coins. He picked them up, only to find that the ores were just ordinary materials, not meeting his expectations. Unwilling to give up, he began a meticulous search through the ruins. After searching for over 10 minutes, Zhou Ming found nothing. Just as disappointment set in, he noticed something peculiar: a large metal door adorned with magical runes, standing silently amidst the ruins. The space behind the door was shrouded in a gray mist, seemingly imbued with a strange energy. Zhou Ming approached cautiously, and information about the door automatically appeared in his mindit was the evil dragon's treasury, a special space for storing its collections. Zhou Ming felt a surge of excitement. There was indeed hope. He immediately used his duplication technique, summoning 5 clones to prepare for an attack on the door. Evil Dragon's Wrath. Zhou Ming wielded the dragon fang, unleashing the weapon's skill. The dragon head on the hilt glowed with a black sheen, as if coming to life. Black energy surged along the blade, and a dragon shadow emerged, slicing through the air with a flash of the blade. The 5 clones also unleashed Evil Dragon's Wrath, and loud explosions echoed across the land. Following this, Zhou Ming and his clones executed a series of moves: Phantom Flash, Death Mark, Backstab, and Life Drain. The backstab couldn't reach behind the door, reducing the damage, but Zhou Ming was unfazed. He decisively ordered his clones to self-destruct, all of them emitting a blood-red energy before detonating. With a thunderous crash, the metal door shook violently. At this point, Zhou Ming's life force had reached over 350,000, and the self-destruction could cause more than 350,000 true damage. The simultaneous self-destruction of the 5 clones was cataclysmic. But it wasn't over yet. Zhou Ming then triggered the death mark, causing all 6 layers to explode simultaneously. The entire door trembled, cracks appeared, and even a small gap formed. It was working. Zhou Ming felt reassured, especially when he glimpsed through the tiny gap to see a glittering, shifting light inside. What did this mean? Treasure, treasure indeed. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he patiently continued to assault the door. Time passed, and finally, with a resounding crash, the door shattered, revealing the treasury to Zhou Ming. Overwhelmed with excitement, he restrained himself, not rushing in immediately. The potential danger inside was still unknown. Despite his greed, he wouldn't let it overshadow his caution. Peering inside, he saw a vast hall, grand and opulent with golden dragon pillars. The floor was piled with equipment of various hues and scattered coins. Zhou Ming observed for a while and found no apparent danger around, but he still didn't rush in. Instead, he used his duplication technique and waited for the cooldown to end before releasing his duplicates to enter first. The duplicates wandered around the treasury, rummaging through piles of gear and coins without triggering any traps. After several attempts, Zhou Ming finally confirmed it was safe and stepped inside. Wow, this dragon is insanely rich, he marveled internally. Upon entering, Zhou Ming took in the full view of the treasury. The amount of equipment piled on the ground far exceeded his expectations, numbering in the thousands, making it impossible to estimate. As for the coins, they were countless. He and his duplicates spread out to inspect the area, discovering level 50 gold grade tops, level 60 dark gold grade leggings, and even diamond grade equipment. Damn, the level of this gear is ridiculously high. After rummaging for a while, Zhou Ming's excitement turned to frustration. The equipment levels were too high for him to use. Moreover, the sheer quantity of gear was too much for his dimensional backpack to hold. Was he supposed to feed it all to his 2 growth-type items? He hesitated but quickly realized hesitation wasn't his style. If he couldn't use them, they would all be used for feeding. After some thought, Zhou Ming made his decision. Conveniently, his 2 growth-type items required a lot of gear to upgrade. Although it seems like a waste, I believe that when I reach a higher level, I'll have even more powerful equipment, so there's no need to regret this. With this in mind, Zhou Ming sprang into action, dispersing with his duplicates, tossing gear into his backpack for feeding. He didn't overlook the coins either. Consumed a level 50 gold equipment. Evil Dragon's Fong growth value, 800. Consumed a level 55 dark gold equipment. Evil Dragon's Fury Boots growth value, 1760. With Zhou Ming's actions, the gear and coins on the ground vanished like magic. The growth value of the Evil Dragon's Fong was maxed, upgrading to Black Iron Grade. The growth value of the Evil Dragon's Fury Boots was also maxed, upgrading to Black Iron Grade. Zhou Ming felt a rush of satisfaction and intensified his plundering efforts. He wasn't sure how long had passed when the last piece of equipment disappeared before him. He specifically checked his backpack, where the coin section showed the number 1,042,845. Even though he had anticipated it, the amount still amazed Zhou Ming. Over 1,000,000 coins, the Shadow Evil Dragon really wasn't just wealthy. At this point, his backpack held nothing extra except for the specially reserved Peak Skill Bracelet and previously used Spider Silk Ring, Shadow Blade, Flaming Blade, and Meteor Boots. He turned his attention to the two growth items, eagerly anticipating their transformation. The dragon's Fong in Zhou Ming's hand shimmered with a dark golden glow. This growth type, bound dark gold weapon exuded a powerful aura. Zhou Ming carefully examined its attributes: attack power 12,000, spell power 8,000, attack speed 150, critical rate 40, critical damage 20. Most astonishing was its additional effect: each attack absorbed 20 of the damage to restore his health. Zhou Ming gently caressed the weapon, feeling the latent power of the evil dragon within. He murmured to himself, "Dragon's Wrath, what a powerful skill." This skill not only dealt massive damage within a 1,000 meter by 1,000 meter area, but also increased its power by consuming life points. A hint of excitement flashed in Zhou Ming's eyes. Exchanging one life point for one attack power is truly thrilling. His gaze shifted to the Dragon Fury scale boots on his feet. These dark gold boots also boasted astonishing attributes: movement speed 1,000, evasion 2,000, agility and constitution 550 each. Even more delightful was the Dragon Shadow Mirage skill, which significantly enhanced movement speed and evasion. Zhou Ming nodded in satisfaction. Cultivating these two pieces of equipment was worth it. He quickly scanned his attribute panel, and the impressive numbers made him grin with pride. Health points 359760, attack power 13866, spell power 8467, plus the 150 attack speed boost, 40 critical rate, and 20 critical damage boost. Such attributes were terrifying. Who can rival me now? Zhou Ming thought confidently, then commanded his clone to search the treasure vault meticulously. However, to his surprise, the vast vault contained only equipment and gold, with no special items to be found. He mused, perhaps the truly precious items are carried by the dragon itself. Nevertheless, the gains from this venture to Han Li Yuan far exceeded his expectations. After packing up, Zhou Ming decided to return to Maple Leaf Town. He secretly looked forward to the surprised expressions on the familiar faces he would encounter. The scene shifted, revealing the majestic Dawn City. As the secondary main city corresponding to Maple Leaf Town and other adventurer towns, Dawn City was grand in scale, with 4 towering gates reaching hundreds of meters high. The city walls, made from a blend of precious minerals and metals and reinforced with powerful defensive spells, were impregnable. Standing outside the city, Zhou Ming took a deep breath, ready to step into this bustling metropolis. In the eastern district, near the edge of the central area, a majestic cluster of white palaces rises like a sea of clouds, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding buildings. The avenues between the palaces are often lined with statues of angels and celestial maidens, offering a sight for NPCs and players to admire and observe. Monks and nuns, dressed in pristine robes, hold the classic texts of their order, either preaching to others or singing devout hymns to the statues of deities. Their voices are enchanting, ethereal, and far-reaching, making this place seem like a paradise on earth, contrasting sharply with the outside world. This is the renowned branch of the Holy Order stationed in the City of Dawn. In the main hall of the branch, Baki Wushuang, accompanied by Xiao Yinxiang and Badeo Jingtu, along with the Blood Rose sisters and Huahua Qingyu, and the Feitian siblings, stepped into the grand hall together. Baki Wushuang respectfully addressed an elder clad in a simple robe, who had his back to them. "Brother Yage, we have returned from our mission, having fulfilled our duty." The elder turned around, his gaze filled with appreciation, the title above his head reading, "Superior Holy Prayers Master Yage." He smiled slightly and replied, "Well done, even faster than I anticipated." He then proceeded to settle the mission rewards with Blood Rose and the others. "You have completed Yage's mission to promote the teachings, earning mission rewards. Experience 150,000, gold 500, reputation 1,000, order contribution 500. You have completed Yage's mission to aid the believers, earning mission rewards. Experience 200,000, gold 2,000, reputation 2,000, order contribution 1,000. You have completed Yage's mission to recruit followers, earning mission rewards. Experience 400,000, gold 20,000, reputation 5,000, order contribution 20,000. The notification sounded in the ears of Baki Wushuang and the others. Congratulations, you have completed all of Yage's missions, passed the test, and earned the qualification for the Divine Guardian profession transfer. Yage's voice carried a solemn tone. A light screen enveloped the group, and a long cross appeared in Yage's hand, radiating a holy glow. Baki Wushuang and the others were filled with joy, their hearts brimming with excitement. Upon arriving in the main city, their progress was smooth, quickly catching the attention of the Order. The Holy Order's relationship with the Imperial forces of Dawn City was subtle. Although there were underlying tensions, both sides sought to strengthen ties with adventurers. When Baki Wushuang and the others first engaged with the Order, they were immediately noticed by Yage. In the development of the Holy Order, spreading teachings and recruiting believers are of utmost importance, and the task they completed required each of them to recruit 10,000 adventurers into the Order. Yage did not expect them to complete the task so swiftly, let alone simultaneously accomplish other missions. Yage was overjoyed and bestowed the Divine Guardian profession upon them. Congratulations, you have passed the Divine Guardian profession transfer trial and become a Divine Guardian warrior. Congratulations, you have passed the Divine Guardian profession transfer trial and become a Divine Guardian archer. One notification after another rang out. As the light faded, Baki Wushuang and the others' appearances transformed, surrounded by an elusive holy aura, exuding an ethereal and transcendent quality. Divine Guardian warrior, level up once. All attributes 3, free attribute points 10. Baki Wushuang felt the changes within himself, thrilled. And there's an increase in professional skills, wow. This is a 5th-tier skill, he exclaimed excitedly. Me too. The others echoed in agreement. The Divine Guardian profession was indeed powerful. Each person opened their panels and skill bars, feeling satisfied. The rewards aren't over yet. Superior Holy Prayers Master Yage said with a sense of pride, pointing lightly with his right hand. Several streams of light appeared before Blood Rose and the others. As they focused their gaze, their hearts raced, seeing weapons that matched their professions. Mr. Yage, is this? Fatian Prince asked excitedly, his eyes fixed on a crystal longbow radiating a diamond-like brilliance. No need to doubt. These are the weapons prepared for you, one for each of you, Yage replied with a mysterious smile. They are all diamond-grade weapons. Upon hearing about the diamond-grade weapons, Baki Wushuang's eyes widened as he stared intently at the battle sword floating before him. Indeed, with a wave of Yega's hand, the weapons flew into everyone's hands. They were level 25 diamond gear, just perfect. Haha, my longbow has 4,000 attack points and even boosts accuracy. It's a godsend for an archer like me. Faced with the sudden arrival of diamond-grade weapons, Baki Wushuang, Blood Rose, and the others couldn't contain their joy. Initially, they were hesitant upon learning about the secret tension between the Order and the Empire. But now, all doubts were cast aside. The Order was undoubtedly a more powerful ally than the Empire. Not to mention, the newly acquired diamond weapons were a massive surprise. At this stage in the game, acquiring diamond-grade gear was almost impossible, let alone dark gold-grade gear. Once you reached the gold level, the chance of a boss dropping higher-tier equipment significantly decreases. So far, only Mr. Wang Yue from the Mingyue Pavilion had managed to obtain dark gold equipment from a gold-level boss after achieving the first gold-level kill. Others, including themselves, had not triggered higher-tier drops despite defeating various gold-level bosses, highlighting the rarity of dark gold equipment. And diamond-grade gear above that was simply beyond imagination. Not to mention, they had also gained the Divine Guardian profession. Brother Yega, if the Order ever needs our help, we will never refuse. The prosperity of the Order is closely tied to our future, Mr. Yega. We won't let you down. Baki Wushuang and Blood Rose bowed slightly to Yega in unison. This wasn't just for show. Through multiple interactions with Yega, Baki Wushuang and the others had confirmed that this game was a real world. As for why this world appeared in the form of a game, they were still unsure. But they were certain that when the game and reality merged, they would gain unparalleled power by merging their in-game attributes with themselves. Therefore, they had to hold on to the Holy Order as their mighty pillar of support. No need for that, Yega replied with a gentle wave of his hand. Blood Rose and Baki Wushuang immediately felt a magical ripple pass over them, straightening their postures. Yega smiled and said, with your potential, your future status in the Order won't be below mine. There's much to look forward to. After exchanging pleasantries with Yega, the group gradually calmed their excitement. Little did they know, Yega was secretly pleased. Ever since meeting this group, the benefits Yega had gained far outweighed what he had given. As a high-ranking holy prayer priest stationed in this secondary main city, he naturally had tasks to fulfill. Expanding the congregation alone was a headache. Unexpectedly, this was a trivial matter for Baki Wushuang and the others. With a single command, numerous guild members joined, helping Yega effortlessly meet his expansion targets. Compared to this, the benefits Yega bestowed upon them weren't as valuable as they seemed. For instance, the diamond-grade weapons he just granted were of dubious quality. They weren't acquired from monsters, but were crafted by the Order's weaponry workshop. Being crafted, they naturally varied in quality due to various factors. The equipment gifted by Yigu was of rather poor quality, slightly better than dark gold level gear. Yigu was aware of this, but he pretended to be mysterious to please those around him. Everyone was eager to check if their equipment made it to the rankings, especially since it was diamond level gear, and they were confident that they had secured the top spots. Bachi Wushuang was feeling quite smug. However, Shuem Meiguei cautioned, don't celebrate too soon. Wang Wei has caught the attention of the divine priest, Lord Kaluer, and might have received even more powerful gear. At the mention of Wang Wei, everyone couldn't help but show a hint of envy. Wang Wei Gongzi is the president of the Mingwei Pavilion Guild. Yigu once mentioned that he possessed a talent closely aligned with the light god, and was being personally trained by Priest Kaluer. He hadn't appeared publicly for some time, yet he topped the level rankings at level 29. No worries, we're not competing with Wang Wei. It's fine if we're second or third. Fei Tianzai Gongzu was still in high spirits. Everyone excitedly opened the equipment rankings, only to be stunned. What's wrong with you all? Yigu asked, puzzled. What's going on? Bachi Wushuang stared in disbelief at the virtual screen, exclaiming, what the hell? How is the first place a dark gold level item? Evil Dragon's Fong? What is this and why is it first? His confusion resonated with the others. The second place too, Shuem Meiguei said, unable to hide her surprise. Evil Dragon's Fury Boots, dark gold level? We clearly have diamond level gear. Why did we lose to dark gold level? This doesn't make sense. Their joy was replaced by confusion. Yigu shook his head, thinking, this can't be. Even if the diamond level gear he gave away was subpar, it shouldn't lose to dark gold level items. Lord Yigu, could it be that Lord Kaluer gave Wang Yue special equipment? Shuem Meiguei asked. She couldn't think of anyone else who could surpass them, except Wang Yue. Yigu pondered for a moment and replied, it's possible. Lord Kaluer has higher authority within the order than I do, so he might have that ability. Normally, dark gold level equipment couldn't surpass what I gave you, but with the Sacred Order's deep resources, it's not entirely surprising. Hearing this, everyone felt a bit more balanced. Ladies and gentlemen, the divine occupation is just the beginning. Don't think the Order's nurturing ends here, Yigu said with a smile. Of course, we have complete faith in the Order's power. Shuem Meiguei chimed in. Are we sure it's really Wang Wei? Xiao Wangzi asked, sounding more envious than doubtful. Even if it's not him, it might be rewards from other main cities' order branches given to players, Bachi Wushuang said without hesitation. He had his reasons. At the current stage, no one could defeat a diamond-level boss. Diamond-level equipment could only be obtained from NPCs. And only the Sacred Order could offer diamond-level gear as quest rewards. As for the Empire's forces, if the City Lord's quests had such rich rewards, would they have turned to the Order? It couldn't possibly be that Zhou person. Huahua Jianwu suddenly mentioned someone, with a tone full of disdain. Don't mention that guy, his first place was snatched by Wang Wei. Haha, just talking about it makes me laugh. I heard he offended the NPCs in Fengye Town, and the teleportation array is sealed against him. He might never reach the main city. He brought this on himself. Thinking of Zhou Ming, Shuem Meiguei's eyes turned cold. Humph, just a clown. Bachi Wushuang sneered. He must have luckily obtained a talent well suited for the rogue class, which let him get ahead. But these advantages are fading with his reckless actions. If he doesn't come to the main city soon, he won't have a place here. I'll crush him until he breaks. Huahua Jinwu said coldly. I'm just afraid he'll realize he's too far behind and hide in the adventurer's town forever. They all belittled Zhou Ming, feeling immensely pleased at the thought of him possibly being stuck in the adventurer's town for life. While Bachi Wushuang and his companions were still gloating over Zhou Ming being trapped, they were unaware that Zhou Ming had quietly returned to Maple Leaf Town. He walked into the town boldly, unnoticed, because he had completely changed his appearance. Using a disguise technique, Zhou Ming transformed into a middle-aged man with a touch of wealth, dressed as a warrior player, calling himself Li, the boss who provides food and lodging. The upgraded disguise was so effective that the heavy guards at the town gate did not recognize him. Zhou Ming wondered if he could deceive the teleportation array. The mayor had previously used his authority to block Zhou Ming's access to the teleportation array. Now, with his new appearance, could he trick the array? With this thought, he leisurely headed towards the town square. On his way, Zhou Ming noticed the tense patrols of the town guards, yet none of them recognized his true identity. He arrived smoothly at the town's large square, where a teleportation array, 100 meters in diameter, stood at the center, surrounded by 8 resurrection points. Although the square remained lively, few were using the teleportation array, as only players level 15 and above could access it. Zhou Ming bypassed the resurrection points and stepped into the teleportation array. At that moment, a few players were preparing to leave. The system prompted, Would you like to spend 1 gold coin to activate the teleportation array to go to the second-level main city, Dawn City? Zhou Ming paid without hesitation. The teleportation array glowed, revealing magical patterns. However, after 2 seconds, the teleportation did not activate. Zhou Ming and the others were puzzled as to why the array wasn't working despite having paid. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy emanated from the teleportation array. Boom! A shockwave swept through, and Zhou Ming felt an inexplicable force hit him, causing his appearance to uncontrollably revert to his original form. The system notified him. You have been detected by Maple Leaf Town's surveillance device, forcibly restoring your original appearance. The surveillance device has locked onto you, and you cannot change your appearance if you remain within Maple Leaf Town's boundaries. Buzz. The next moment, a huge image of a device appeared in the sky above Maple Leaf Town, surveying the area like a monitor. A regional announcement sounded. Attention, all townsfolk and players. Wanted target Zhou, who is known for not working, has appeared at the town's teleportation array. Please proceed to capture him. It turned out that the teleportation array was linked to the surveillance device, hence its ability to force him to reveal his true form. Zhou Ming realized. Look, it's that Zhou guy? Strange, isn't he wanted? How did he get here? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. The other players snapped back to reality, quickly drawing their weapons and rushing towards Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming was not intimidated. He split into 3 illusions and charged at the players. Swish, swish. In a flash of blades, several weak players were instantly slain by Zhou Ming. The surrounding players exclaimed, that beast is killing again, so brutal. Stop him. The NPCs are coming, and I remember there's a reward for this. Zhou Ming's display of power did not scare them off. Zhou, you've committed so many crimes. Prepare to meet your end, people shouted angrily. The players who were instantly killed resurrected at the spawn point, surrounded by the gleam of other players' skills, attempting to defeat Zhou Ming. Amid the surrounding clamor, Zhou Ming waved his hand, and the ring of dark whispers emanated a chillingly evil aura. Buzz. A shadowy light surged behind him. The space seemed to warp, and a strange silhouette emerged, emitting a haunting sound. Death lullaby. Boom. The sound wave swept across a radius of 300 meters, damage numbers flickering in the air, and the affected players were instantly killed. The spawn point was suddenly overcrowded, and the newly resurrected players scrambled away in a panic. Zhou Ming withdrew his attack with a single move, too indifferent to bother with these novices, coldly saying, "Get lost if you don't want to die." He didn't head to the main city, but displayed such terrifying power that left the players in shock. Just then, silver armor flashed outside the square, the sound of hooves echoed, and the town guards were the first to arrive, quickly surrounding the square. Zhou Ming glanced around casually, noticing over 500 guards present, with more seemingly arriving. Captain Charles led a group of guards pressing towards Zhou Ming, raising his long sword, with the guards behind him raising their spears in unison. Charles looked serious, knowing this opponent was not to be underestimated, and immediately commanded, "Use the combined attack." Boom. Brilliant golden light burst forth from all the guards, the intense magical energy shaking the entire scene. The combined attack wasn't merely a stacking of attacks, but the best way to focus an attack, effectively breaking through strong defenses and inflicting massive damage. Zhou Ming appeared instantly, and Charles dared not be careless, acting decisively. The onlooking players were amazed, thinking to themselves, is this the power of NPC guards? Truly terrifying. They eagerly awaited the moment Zhou Ming would be captured, filled with excitement and anticipation. Golden God Spear. The soldiers thrust their spears in unison, golden energy coalescing into a dazzling spear of light, hurling down with great force. As the spear was launched, it carried an overwhelming momentum, accompanied by a surging wind pressure, making Zhou Ming feel the pressure of the surrounding void, his body becoming heavy. Yet, his eyes remained calm as he grasped the tooth of the evil dragon, a blood-red aura emanating from the blade as he slashed fiercely. This strike carried additional life-draining damage, with an attack power exceeding 100,000. Boom. The evil dragon's tooth collided with the golden spear of light, crackling. Zhou Ming staggered back several steps, his health dropping by 40,000, while the golden spear shattered into pieces. This scene shocked Charles and the distant players. Meanwhile, more attacks from other guards came from behind Zhou Ming. He activated the dark barrier added by his equipment, steadied himself, and used the flowing wind technique, charging towards Charles like an arrow released from the bow. Charles immediately swung his sword, the sword energy cascading down like starlight, aiming at Zhou Ming. In a flash, Zhou Ming split into 3 images, enduring the opponent's attack heat. Bang! Charles was struck with immense force, crashing into the guards behind him, flying out like a cannonball. Captain! The guards were terrified, thinking to themselves, the powerful captain, suppressed in just 1 round? Charles stood up clumsily, looking at Zhou Ming in disbelief, his heart sinking. The growth potential of adventurers is truly terrifying. If you don't want to die, take your men and leave. It's best to evacuate the nearby residence. Zhou Ming, facing the reawakened Charles, did not strike him down. Instead of showing any intention to flee, he casually strolled back to the center of the square, as if waiting for someone. This guy, how arrogant. What's there to envy? No matter how powerful he is, he can't leave the town. Someone will take care of him. The onlooking players felt a pang of jealousy at Zhou Ming's display of power. His formidable strength left Charles, the captain, momentarily hesitant. After all, Zhou Ming was an adventurer who could resurrect after death. They didn't have that luxury. Death would be final for them. Facing such a formidable opponent, Charles was reluctant to send his men to their deaths. We'll spread out and evacuate the nearby residence, he decided firmly after a brief pause. Captain, his subordinate Cohen expressed surprise. No more talking. Execute the order, Charles commanded sternly. The guards quickly retreated, not entirely leaving but starting to evacuate residents while subtly forming a surrounding stance. Zhou Ming observed this, unimpressed. Just ants, after all. If he wanted, he could unleash his avatar to wreak havoc in the town. Who could stop him? How many would survive? But he wouldn't do that. He had other objectives. Zhou Ming, on high alert, snorted and suddenly kicked backward. Thud. The attacker, caught off guard, was struck in the abdomen, interrupting the attack and staggering backward. Simultaneously, her figure was revealed. It was the female rogue mentor from the professional hall. Zhou Ming swiftly turned and charged. What speed? The rogue mentor exclaimed in shock. This person's speed was significantly faster than before. She barely regained her balance when Zhou Ming had already closed in. Backstab. Zhou Ming, with a bizarre curving movement, nimbly slipped behind her. Backstab strike. Thud. Instead of a weapon, Zhou Ming used his foot as a blade, delivering a backstab strike with a kick to her back. Ah! The rogue mentor cried out in distress, losing her balance and flying forward, rolling a great distance. Although he didn't use a weapon, the weapon's additional attack power still took effect. Her health bar visibly dwindled as she was sent flying. You little thief, today you won't escape. The crowd parted as a group of imposing figures charged into the square. It was the other professional mentors, and this time, they were all present. Be careful, he's formidable, the rogue mentor warned, standing up cautiously. Humph, today we'll reclaim our honor, the warrior mentor declared, brandishing his mighty axe with determination. Priestess, buff us up. Light of protection. Song of courage. Hymn of life. The priest mentor waved her staff, and a dazzling light enveloped them. Damage, defense, maximum health, shield, and speed buffs were all unleashed. Feeling the change in their strength, the warrior mentor roared excitedly and charged forward first. Scarlet battle intent. He erupted with a scarlet aura, boosting his speed, attack power, and resistance. Simultaneously, the swordsman mentor approached from the side with agile movements, his sword aura appearing before him. The shield guardian mentor raised his shield high and launched a charge. With a wave of his summoning staff, the instructor called forth two towering golden-level beasts that charged fiercely at Zhou Ming. Other instructors quickly unleashed their skills, creating a tense and intense atmosphere. I'll give you just one chance to strike, Zhou Ming said coldly, as a black aura emanated from his blade. Suddenly, a powerful dragon's presence surged forth, causing hearts to tremble. The blade shimmered with blood-red light, foretelling imminent destruction. Die, Zhou Ming declared, swinging his blade with a flash of sinister energy. Boom! A massive black dragon shadow erupted, transforming into endless blade lights that enveloped the entire area. The black blade lights were interspersed with crimson, frenzied energy, the combined attack of the evil dragon's wrath and life-devouring power reaching an astounding 170,000. In an instant, the shields of the hit instructors shattered, the warrior instructor was knocked down by the blade lights, and the swordsman instructor's sword aura was mercilessly torn apart. The two summoned beasts howled in agony, unable to advance. The destructive blade energy raged, sweeping all before it. Some players nearby were instantly killed, leaving a shocking scene. As the blade energy dissipated, the instructors who had attempted to surround Zhou Ming in close combat were left sprawled on the ground, while the mage and priest instructors knelt painfully, supporting themselves with their weapons, their eyes filled with astonishment. This single strike had brought their health to a dangerously low level. What kind of power was this? Was this person really one of the newly arrived adventurers? The priestess suddenly realized that it seemed more appropriate for them to be his students rather than his teachers. Leave now or die, Zhou Ming said coldly. The warrior instructor, no longer daring to speak defiantly, quickly got up and dragged the rogue instructor away. Hey, are you really that spineless? Running makes you a coward, staying makes you dead. Which do you choose? Faced with the rogue instructor's reproach, the warrior instructor felt no shame, grabbing the priestess by the waist as they fled. Your skills are exceptional. I admit defeat, said the swordsman instructor, turning gracefully and running faster than anyone else. The shield guardian instructor, finding the shield cumbersome, simply discarded it and ran for his life. In the blink of an eye, all the instructors were defeated. What just happened? Are you still the professional mentors I remember? You were supposed to guide me, not flee from the fight. Everything happened so quickly that the players were left stunned and speechless. In all their time playing, they had never seen anyone so thoroughly thrash professional instructors. It was unprecedented. Villain, surrender now. As the players were still in shock, a loud shout echoed from beyond the square. Mayor Slater had appeared, holding a staff that flickered with flames. In the sky, red clouds appeared, churning intensely and radiating unbearable heat. Boom! A red meteor shot forth, exuding a destructive aura as it descended. A fifth-tier spell, Heavenly Fire Meteor. This spell could be cast instantly or with a chant for increased power. Once fully chanted, its power and attack range far exceeded other skills of the same tier. This was why Slater had not acted immediately upon arriving. The meteor descended with overwhelming force. Zhou Ming had no time to dodge, so he charged forward, immediately spawning 5 clones around him. Buzz! Buzz! The 5 clones simultaneously activated dark barriers, effectively layering 5 shields around Zhou Ming. Boom! The Heavenly Fire Meteor crashed down, flames roiling and flowing like waves. Crack! Crack! The barriers created by the clones shattered piece by piece, but Zhou Ming remained unharmed, with only a few clones losing several thousand hit points each. Slater was utterly shocked. He never expected his well-prepared ultimate move to be ineffective against his opponent. Old man, I've been waiting for you. Zhou Ming felt a surge of joy when he saw the mayor appear. He quickly activated Flowing Wind and Stealth, dramatically increasing his speed. Damn it! Slater's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as a protective shield shimmered over his body. He waved his staff, unleashing a barrage of spells, including ice blades, hurricanes, and fireballs, towards the front. Holy Judgment Sword. As Slater made his move, Father Martin also appeared outside the square to provide support. A golden holy sword materialized in the sky, radiating an awe-inspiring and majestic aura. The area within 1,000 meters around Zhou Ming was instantly transformed into a golden domain. This was the Holy Judgment Sword, a skill passed down by the followers of the God of Light, capable of turning an area into a domain where enemies are immobilized and severely damaged by the descending Holy Sword. However, Zhou Ming only felt a slight hindrance to his speed and wasn't completely controlled. With 27,000 points of abnormal resistance and tenacity, and having consumed powerful resilience potions upon seeing Slater, he wasn't easily restrained. Shadow Dragon Flash. Zhou Ming and his clones transformed into black dragon shadows, whooshing through the air. The holy sword in the sky struck down, but missed its target. Impossible! Father Martin roared in disbelief. The Holy Judgment Sword was a 6th-tier skill, and he had used a treasured attack scroll to cast it, yet it failed against Zhou Ming. But there was no time to ponder. Boom! Zhou Ming and his clones, transformed into dragon shadows, flashed 3 times, catching up with the mayor and Martin in an instant. Wrath of the Evil Dragon. 5 clones simultaneously slashed down with their blades. At the moment of attack, the clones collectively sacrificed 50,000 health points to increase the skill's damage. Roar! The black dragon shadow emerged, transforming into an endless barrage of blades, engulfing the surrounding area. Boom! Martin and Slater were caught in the onslaught of Wrath of the Evil Dragon. Stop! They both screamed in agony. The blade aura wreaked havoc, destroying nearby buildings. Damn! 5 clones. 5 ultimates at once. This is insane. How is he so strong? The players and numerous NPCs were stunned by the scene. All right, I won't think about seeking revenge anymore, muttered the rogue mentor, who had sneakily returned out of unwillingness but decided to flee. As the blade aura dissipated, the area affected by Wrath of the Evil Dragon was reduced to ruins. If not for Charles evacuating the residents, the casualties would have been unimaginable. At this moment, Father Martin staggered, looking at Zhou Ming in disbelief. Covered in blood, his body swayed as he clutched a uniquely shaped long cross, clearly severely injured. Slater was in even worse shape, lying on the ground, struggling to get up. This was the result even after using various defensive measures, highlighting the terrifying power of Zhou Ming's attack. Zhou Ming and his clones pressed their advantage. 2 clones used Phantom Flash, transforming into 6 phantoms that lunged at Slater. Zhou Ming and the other 3 clones charged at Martin. You can't kill me. Slater struggled to his feet, preparing to use a skill to heal himself. Thud! The phantom struck, sending him flying and tumbling across the ground. Gate of Confession. As Zhou Ming approached, Martin felt a chill run down his spine, swinging the cross like a spear. A massive crystal portal appeared out of thin air, standing between him and Zhou Ming. In a flash, Zhou Ming and his clones launched an attack. Instantly, 12 illusions appeared simultaneously, creating a dizzying spectacle. The portal vibrated violently before shattering with a loud crash. Backstab. Zhou Ming attacked from the front, while 3 clones executed a backstab, mysteriously appearing behind Martin. Golden light surged beneath Martin's feet as he used a displacement skill, swiftly escaping the encirclement like a streak of light. However, Zhou Ming and his clones raised their hands, rings flashing with a dark glow. Death Lullaby. This was a skill from a gold grade ring. Not the highest tier, but with 5 skills activated at once, it was bound to have some effect, right? Sure enough, Martin, who had escaped the encirclement, suddenly paused and fell into a sleep state. In the next moment, Zhou Ming and the 3 clones rushed forward, launching a flurry of attacks, giving Martin a sense of overwhelming exhilaration. Stop! I don't want it anymore. Let me go. Martin cried out as he was relentlessly attacked, his health depleting rapidly. However, Zhou Ming was unfazed, continuing to attack while stealing. Theft successful. You obtained Saint's Prayer Robe 1, Church Key Ring 1, Gold Coins 152. Functional Equipment, Lights Blessing Amulet 1. Lights Blessing Amulet, a functional equipment with no grade requirement, Dark Gold level. Effect 1. With a thought, the amulet can release a light barrier, blocking a total damage of 200,000, with a 5-minute cooldown. Effect 2. Abnormal Resistance 3000. Requirement, 1000 Mental Attribute. Not bad. Zhou Ming accepted it with a smile. On the other side, Slater wasn't faring any better. He was knocked back by 2 clones, and before he could get back on his feet, the clones closed in like phantoms, grabbing his arms tightly from either side, restraining him. Let's talk this out. If you kill me, you'll be wanted by the Empire. Zhou Ming's clone sneered coldly. Old man. Slap. The left clone slapped him. Wanted, huh? Slap. The right clone slapped him as well. Threatening, huh? I'm the mayor. You can't do this to me. That's exactly why I'm hitting you. The 2 clones began to slap him mercilessly. Slater experienced the ultimate sensation of being slapped from both sides. How dare you? Slap. Don't go too far. Slap. The more Slater protested, the more the clones enjoyed hitting him. What am I witnessing? The mayor being beaten up by a player? You're not worthy of being our Mapletown mayor. I'm embarrassed for you. This is too brutal. I can't accept it. The players watched as the mayor was manhandled like a chicken by Zhou Ming's clones, feeling their perception of reality twisted, exclaiming they couldn't accept it. Was this really the esteemed mayor they once looked up to? Just as they were filled with envy and disbelief, 2 regional announcements rang out in succession. Regional announcement. Mapletown Mayor Slater has canceled the bounty on player Never Work Again Zhou. Regional announcement. The Mapletown teleportation array has been reopened to player Never Work Again Zhou. I'm shocked. Who said he'd be stuck in the town forever? Come out. I won't let you off. With the announcements, the players were left utterly numb. Now, no matter what Zhou did, they wouldn't find it surprising. Let's just pretend we're not playing the same game. Slater, with a forced smile, addressed the clone. I've canceled the bounty and the teleportation restriction. The main city has abundant resources and great prospects. Wouldn't you consider it? I'm not done yet. Slap. The left clone slapped him again. Slap. The right clone seamlessly followed. What will it take for you to stop? Slater asked, almost in tears. Say, who am I? You are a respected adventurer. Slater replied, going against his conscience. Slap. The clone slapped him again. Get lost. I'm not playing the good guy. One more chance. Who am I? Slater, not wanting to be tormented further, replied with a mournful face. You're my grandfather. I'm your grandson. Grandfather, please, show mercy. On Zhou Ming's side, Father Martin's skills were on cooldown, giving Zhou Ming the chance to launch a fierce attack. Martin's health quickly plummeted. What alarmed him was not only Zhou Ming's formidable attack power, but also his use of potent poisons, which constantly inflicted poison damage, having his healing effects and severely hindering his recovery skills, causing him endless trouble. Martin began to feel fear and urgently threatened. If you kill me, the order won't let you go. Now that you have the item, why go to such extremes? Zhou Ming didn't stop his assault and calmly replied. Tell me how to cleanse the pollution from that item, and don't tell me you don't know. Although he had some knowledge of pharmacology and was aware of recipes to cleanse evil pollution, their effectiveness remained uncertain. He believed that since Martin had found the item, he must have researched it. Martin hurriedly asked, will you let me go if I tell you? Zhou Ming answered without hesitation. Yes. Upon hearing this, Martin immediately said, the order has a spring of holy water. If you can obtain it, it will surely cleanse the pollution and restore the item to its original state. Zhou Ming pressed on. Do you have any? Martin angrily retorted. If I had it, I wouldn't be in this mess. Why don't you stop? Zhou Ming chuckled, his tone carrying a hint of malice. You believe what I say? Let Martin go? That's a joke. Zhou Ming would never do something so foolish. He understood that the mysterious wing was invaluable, and ever since he stole it, the enmity between him and Martin was irreconcilable. He didn't care about others, but Martin had to die. Sensing the threat to his life, Martin was filled with rage. Suddenly, a talisman flew out from within him, unleashing a powerful force that knocked Zhou Ming and his clones back. At this moment, Martin's displacement skills recovered, and he quickly cast various buffs on himself, attempting to escape. Do you think you can get away? Zhou Ming and his clones went into stealth, and in a flash, They appeared behind Martin, launching a backstab. Buzz. Suddenly, a golden light emerged from Martin, transforming him into a golden figure. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Zhou Ming's attack only caused minor damage. What is this? Zhou Ming encountered such a situation for the first time, while Martin took the opportunity to flee. He had used a precious skill scroll to activate a skill called Body of Holy Light, granting him formidable defense, but it was time-limited. This scroll was something he had luckily obtained after years of service in the Order, and once the time ran out, he would be doomed. At this point, Martin no longer cared about the attacks from behind and desperately fled towards the town's outskirts. Death Mark explode. The Death Mark appeared on Martin, and black energy erupted instantly. Although the Death Mark dealt damage, Martin still didn't die. Zhou Ming coldly smiled. I want to see if you can withstand true damage. He stopped in his tracks, and his 3 clones used Shadow Dragon Flash to pursue. They reached Martin, their bodies radiating a blood-colored glow. Martin sensed 3 powerful forces brewing, and a wave of fear surged through him. Boom, boom. The clones self-destructed, and the explosive energy turned into a blood-red vortex, sweeping the surrounding area. The true damage instantly shattered Martin's defenses, and in terror, he turned into a corpse. You have slain Lower Priest Martin LV-38, experience points 200,000, reputation 3,000. You maliciously killed player Wildcat, sin value 1. You maliciously killed player Chong Air, sin value 1. You maliciously killed player Behind the Scenes Cook, sin value 1. You maliciously killed player Skybase 1, sin value 1. You maliciously killed player AI by Li V, sin value 1. You maliciously killed player Gue Wang Du, sin value 1. Zhou Ming's name instantly turned blood red. This wasn't just about killing Martin. Even though Zhou Ming tried to limit the range of his super explosion spell, he couldn't avoid affecting other players. After the explosion, a large area was turned into ruins, and all the players within it were killed. Fortunately, Charles had evacuated the residents in time, so no NPCs died. Even if some NPCs had died, Zhou Ming wouldn't have cared. He had already warned Charles, and if Charles didn't take it seriously, Zhou Ming wouldn't feel any guilt. What the heck? Was that a nuclear explosion? At that moment, the players in the square, as well as those hiding behind Zhou Ming, gasped in shock. What kind of skill is this? This range, this damage? Are we even playing the same game? This goes beyond powerful, it's apocalyptic. Many questions arose in the players' minds, but no one had the answers. Some even yelled about cheating and threatened to report him. Mayor Slater was held by 2 clones, unable to move, trembling uncontrollably and unable to speak. My God, what has this man done? He killed Martin. Does he know what this means? Of course, Zhou Ming knew the consequences, but he wouldn't hesitate. He quickly walked over, checked Martin's items, picked them all up, and returned. Along the way, guards and players instinctively kept their distance, looking at him as if he were the Grim Reaper. You're insane. When Zhou Ming reached the mayor, the latter couldn't hide his fear. Do you know what you've done? Martin is dead, and I can't cover this up for you. The Holy Order will surely punish you. Annoying. Zhou Ming snorted coldly, and the clone on the left immediately slapped Slater. Please. I was wrong, okay? Slater immediately changed his tone. This old man won't behave without a beating. Dismiss them. Zhou Ming ordered. Charles, disperse the crowd. Slater commanded loudly. Upon hearing this, Charles and the guards separated and drove the crowd away from the square. After a while, the number of people around decreased, and no one dared to approach Zhou Ming and the mayor. Sir, do you have any other instructions? Slater asked with a bitter smile. If not, I'll see you off to the main city. What do you know about the Holy Order? Zhou Ming asked. Slater revealed everything he knew without hiding anything. However, he didn't know much because he wasn't part of the Order. In short, the Holy Order is very powerful. Even the Tianyu Empire struggles to suppress it, only able to contend with it in secret. Now that adventurers have arrived, the Order likely already has people stationed in the main city, so you must be careful. Slater tried to appear sincere. Don't worry about me, I don't buy it. Zhou Ming grabbed Slater. Shouldn't we have a chat about you putting a bounty on me? Have you thought about how to compensate me? Just say it, sir. Slater didn't dare to argue. Start with 100 lucky dice. Oh, and give me the other parts of the peak skill set. Zhou Ming demanded boldly. Slater was so scared he almost cried. Grandfather, you might as well kill me. I've spent most of my life collecting just 3 lucky dice, and you think they're common? As for the set, I got it from a tree. Cough. I acquired it by chance, and I don't know where the other parts are. Zhou Ming keenly sensed something was off and smiled coldly. Say, so, your life isn't worth much, huh? Slater shivered. The next second, Zhou Ming heard a prompt. Slater is offering you 500,000 gold coins. Do you accept? Your life is only worth 500,000. Sir, you don't think a mayor can just use the town's assets at will, do you? Slater was speechless. I'm not as wealthy as you think. Fine, 500,000 isn't bad. Zhou Ming accepted, and his gold coins increased rapidly. Then he gave Slater a meaningful smile and said, Now, I'd like to visit your home. I assume you're very welcoming. Upon hearing this, Slater's heart raced uncontrollably, and he inwardly lamented, "Please, don't come here." In front of the mayor's residence stood a massive metal door. This was the treasury of the mayor's mansion, containing various rewards prepared by the Tianyu Empire for adventurers, and it was Zhou Ming's destination. After several thefts, Zhou Ming discovered that Slater had nothing valuable on him. Slater explained that he was afraid Zhou Ming would steal from him, so he didn't carry any treasures before confronting him. Enraged, Zhou Ming beat Slater until he finally revealed the existence of the treasury. Rumor had it that the peak skill bracelet was taken from the treasury, but the location of other treasures was unknown. Zhou Ming thought he needed to check it out himself to be sure. "Old man, you can't do this. If you take things from the treasury, how will I explain it to the Empire?" Slater pleaded in terror in front of the treasury door, filled with regret. Had he known, he wouldn't have dared to provoke this calamity, no matter how brave. "My dear mayor, it's rare for me to visit your home. Surely you won't disappoint a guest." Zhou Ming conjured 5 clones, and 2 immediately grabbed Slater, making him feel torn once more. "This is absolutely forbidden. If the Empire finds out, they won't spare us." Slater shouted in fear. Zhou Ming, however, was unfazed and chuckled coldly. "What are you afraid of? Just blame everything on me if they come looking for trouble. And if the Holy Order investigates Martin's death, you don't need to hide anything. It's not like you could anyway. How much can I take? My backpack only has 100 slots. They'll just pick some valuable items and leave." Slater's eyelids twitched wildly as he exclaimed, "You want to take 100? I won't allow it." Zhou Ming's eyes turned cold as he replied, "Old fool, you're mistaken. I'm not negotiating with you." Before he finished speaking, Zhou Ming's clones emitted faint magical waves. "Either you open the treasury and let me take some things, or I'll have my clones self-destruct and destroy your mansion. There are many residents nearby, right? If my clones explode, how many do you think will die?" Slater, terrified, trembled as he said, "Madman, if you dare, there will be no place for you in the Empire." Zhou Ming replied with a wicked grin, seemingly deranged, "That's exactly what I want. I, Zhou, do things as I please. There's nothing I wouldn't dare to do. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't agree, don't blame me for a massacre." 3, 2, Slater screamed in terror. "You're insane. I'll open the door, just take what you want and leave." Finally, Slater reluctantly complied, cursing under his breath, and activated the permissions. The treasury door slowly opened. "Get inside." 2 clones dragged Slater into the treasury, with Zhou Ming following closely. Inside the treasury, equipment, potions, skill books, and other items were piled high, overwhelming the senses. Most of the equipment suited Zhou Ming's needs, as he required them to feed the Evil Dragon's Tooth and Evil Dragon's Rage Scale Boots. "You said you could only take 100. Slater's words trailed off as he suddenly stopped, trembling uncontrollably. He remembered something. "The Shumi bag. You have the Shumi bag," he exclaimed. The tailor shop owner had once complained to him about this, but he hadn't paid it any mind. Now, recalling it, it was too late. Sure enough, as Zhou Ming moved, equipment and items vanished before him, stored in the Shumi bag. "Damn it! Stop!" Slater's agonizing scream echoed through the treasure vault. "Regret now? Too late. You've upset me, so I must take everything to make up for it." Zhou Ming grinned mischievously, ignoring the old man's protests. "Equipment? Taken. Potions? Taken. Skill books? Mage ones. Doesn't matter. I'll take them all." "Wow, old man, you actually have such good stuff here?" Zhou Ming spotted a medicine box, opened it, and was immediately drawn to the contents. Spiritual pill, rare grade effect, permanently 100 to spirit attribute upon consumption, limited to 10 uses. Description, made from various rare grade herbs as the main ingredients. Nice, a direct 100 to spirit attribute, just what I needed. Zhou Ming consumed it on the spot, and his spirit attribute skyrocketed by 100. Looking around where he found the spiritual pill, he discovered 4 more spiritual pills and 4 blood essence pills that added 100 to constitution, and took them all. You consumed spiritual pill 4, spirit attribute 400. You consumed blood essence pill 4, constitution attribute 400. This is awesome. Zhou Ming felt a wave of satisfaction as his spirit value shot up by hundreds and immediately noticed the blessing amulet in his backpack activating, granting 3,000 resistance to anomalies. Delightful. "Old man, do you have more of these special potions?" "I don't ask for much, just 1,000 would do." Zhou Ming asked. 1,000. Slater's eyes widened. "Do you think they're food?" "There are no more." "What? You're inviting me to dinner? How could I refuse?" Zhou Ming teased. "You devil, you're going to hell." Slater shut his eyes, trying to block out the sight. Zhou Ming, pleased with the silence, continued his frenzied looting with his 3 other clones. The equipment didn't interest him. He fed the 2 growth items while looting. Soon, the vault was emptied. Zhou Ming left with Slater, but this time, a golden title hovered above his head: Righteous Adventurer. The title's effect came from a piece of title equipment, the only item Zhou Ming fancied among the many. Righteous Adventurer, golden grade attribute. All attribute points 200, critical hit 20, Additional effect. Easier to gain NPC favor. Additional skill. Righteous Might. Increases attack power by 30 and deals 40 more damage to demonic targets for 120 seconds, with a 120-second cooldown. Description. A title awarded only to adventurers filled with a sense of justice. Wearing this title was the ultimate irony. Seeing the title above his head, Slater felt utterly disgusted. Zhou Ming, in high spirits, didn't mind and instead gave a harmless smile. Slater was on the verge of collapse, begging him to leave. Please, just get out. I never want to see you again. The old man had been completely outplayed. Huh. Zhou Ming felt elated and left, satisfied. Not long after he left, the mayor had a sign erected at his home's entrance, reading no adventurers or dogs allowed. At the town church, Martin was dead, and the people inside had fled upon hearing the news. Zhou Ming entered, using the key he got from Martin to loot every room. Compared to the mayor, Martin was rather stingy. After some effort, Zhou Ming only found a few dozen pieces of equipment, all used to feed his gear. However, a few items did catch his interest. Space stones, legendary effect, can be used to expand certain special spaces, with more stones increasing the expansion. Description. Special stones imbued with spatial energy. Would you like to consume 3 space stones to expand the space of the Shumi bag? Consume. Expansion successful. Your Shumi bag's internal space increased by 1,500 cubic meters. OJBK. With everything sorted, Zhou Ming stretched comfortably and left with a flourish. Finally leaving the adventurer's town, he hoped the main city would be more exciting. Soon, Zhou Ming appeared in the town's teleportation array. As he prepared to leave, reflecting on everything that had happened, Zhou Ming felt inspired and recited a poem. I leave quietly, just as I came quietly. I wave my sleeve, not leaving a single cloud behind. Dawn City. The central resurrection square is many times larger than that in Maple Leaf Town. Nowadays, players who have reached level 15 are everywhere, and the number of players in the city has surged. As the first stop for adventurers arriving from the small town to the main city, the central square is naturally bustling with activity. Vendors set up stalls around the edges, creating a lively atmosphere. The teleportation array in the square frequently flashes as players step out of it. Indeed, the grandeur of the main city is incomparable to the adventurer's town. Zhou Ming appeared in the teleportation array and surveyed his surroundings. Shops lined the streets beyond the square, and the bustling scene was evident. It seemed there were quite a few wealthy people here, which was important to someone like Zhou. Naturally, Zhou Ming did not appear as himself. He used a disguise spell to alter his appearance, transforming into a portly middle-aged warrior. He didn't hide his ID, which read free meals and lodging, bossly. He estimated that news of him plundering the Maple Leaf Town treasury and killing Martin would soon reach the city lord's mansion and the Sacred Order's branch. Therefore, he needed to be cautious and avoid exposing his true identity in the city. Zhou Ming stepped out of the large square and began to wander around. While in Maple Leaf Town, he had taken the time to learn about the main city through forums and live streams, but he needed to explore the specifics himself. Outside the square, there were general stores, pharmacies, and equipment shops aplenty, and even entertainment venues like casinos, hotels, and brothels. In the game, besides potions, there was also food. Although players had game privileges and rarely felt hungry, drinking a mana or health potion could resolve any hunger pangs. However, the taste of in-game food was indeed superior. Walking down the street, Zhou Ming was enticed by the aroma of delicacies wafting from hotels and tea houses. But he didn't go in. Instead, he wandered around the city guided by the map. Whenever his disguise spell was about to wear off, he would enter stealth mode to avoid drawing attention. Once the stealth time was up, he would restore his disguise and continue moving. What the heck? The equipment sold in the city is more expensive than in the town. Zhou Ming was speechless as he looked at the equipment displayed in a shop. A level 25 silver piece was priced at 800 gold coins. At this stage, defeating a level 25 bronze boss might not even yield 100 gold coins. By that calculation, his 1.5 million gold coins wouldn't buy much equipment. Seriously, adventurers can revive infinitely and farm gold endlessly. So you think you can charge like this? As Zhou Ming was internally complaining, the NPC shopkeeper seemed to read his thoughts, flashing a professional smile and saying, "Of course, our store offers excellent value for money. If you were to buy equipment of the same grade and level from Tianyu Trading Company, it would cost at least 30 more. Tianyu Trading Company? Hearing this term piqued Zhou Ming's interest. He had seen the place on the map, but hadn't learned much about it. It might be worth exploring what Tianyu Trading Company was all about. As Zhou Ming spoke, a flash of golden light appeared above his head and vanished instantly. It was the effect text of the Righteous Adventurer title. It turned out he was a respected adventurer. The store clerk, who was initially a bit impatient, immediately became respectful and warmly introduced the place to Zhou Ming. The Tianyu Merchant Guild, supported by the Empire, had branches in every main city, dealing primarily in equipment, potions, and crafting. Their range of goods was extensive, from elven spell scrolls and dwarven crafts to rare equipment and even guild skill scrolls, making it an honest-op shop. The guild not only sold items, but also purchased various goods, allowing players to sell unwanted items. Occasionally, if a special treasure appeared, the guild would hold a large auction. With the Empire backing this massive guild, its wealth was imaginable, and Zhou Ming was eager to explore. He first visited a nearby general store to buy some consumables like return scrolls, then opened his map. As a secondary main city, Dawn City was vast and had many areas. Besides the large teleportation array in the Resurrection Square, each area had smaller teleportation arrays. The Tianyu Merchant Guild was located in the central area, and Zhou Ming reached his destination shortly after teleporting and following the map's guidance. In front of him stood a magnificent and grand palace. There were no heavily armed guards at the entrance, but several half-elf women in stylish uniforms greeted the guests coming and going. Inside, it was bustling with activity. Even some ordinary players, though unable to afford anything, lingered nearby just to catch a glimpse of the half-elf women. Zhou Ming praised the business acumen silently, feeling assured that he wouldn't be disappointed before even entering the guild. Zhou Ming stepped into the grand hall, where the Tianyu Merchant Guild was divided into 9 floors, with items increasing in value the higher you went. The hall was divided into several exhibition areas, including equipment, skill books, skill scrolls, potions, and potion materials, each with its own section. Product information was displayed in showcases, but could not be taken. Using the true sight, Zhou Ming noticed that the showcases were protected by hidden spell runes. After observing for a while, he revealed his righteous adventurer title. Honored adventurer, it's a great honor to have you here. A goblin supervisor noticed and approached, speaking with great respect. Adventurer, I am Taylor, the supervisor of this floor, pleased to meet you. Hello, you can call me Mr. Li, Zhou Ming replied. It wasn't surprising to see goblins, known for their shrewdness and business acumen, in the guild. Taylor valued Zhou Ming highly because the righteous adventurer title was not easily obtained, indicating that this guest was extraordinary. As an imperial power, the Tianyu Merchant Guild not only focused on business development and wealth creation for the empire, but also prioritized building relationships with heroes and strong individuals. Especially with adventurers arriving and the Holy Order taking action, the empire couldn't afford to lag behind. Hence, Taylor enthusiastically accompanied Zhou Ming, introducing the products and information about the guild, which Zhou Ming noted down. Mr. Li, this is our guild's Black Diamond VIP card. Taylor handed Zhou Ming a black card embossed with the guild's palace facade. With this card, you can enjoy a 20% discount on purchases and access some facilities for free. Thank you. Zhou Ming accepted without hesitation. Taylor was secretly pleased, as only supervisors and above could issue Black Diamond VIP cards. If Zhou Ming developed a favorable impression of the guild and established a relationship, even further connecting with the empire, Taylor would greatly benefit. I need a quiet alchemy workshop, please arrange one for me. No problem, since this is your first time here, we won't charge you any fees as a mark of respect. Taylor agreed gladly, immediately arranging it. Before finishing, he asked, Mr. Li, are you satisfied with our guild's service? Zhou Ming replied without hesitation. Absolutely. Coming here feels like coming home. Everyone is talented, speaks so nicely, I really like it. This is the highest praise I've ever heard. You're always welcome here. Taylor sent someone to take Zhou Ming to the reserved pharmaceutical workshop. As soon as Zhou Ming left, Taylor's warm demeanor vanished, replaced by a sharp, calculating gaze. He thought to himself, a potential adventurer. Adventurers have the unique privilege of unlimited revival. Once he grows, if utilized properly, the value he could create would be immeasurable. The bait is set, hopefully, this time, I'll catch a big fish. The pharmaceutical workshop is a special facility that can increase the success rate of pharmaceutical production, with a rental fee of 100 gold coins per hour. High-level medicines require professional tools to manufacture, and Zhou Ming, during his previous practice in pharmaceutics, could only concoct low-level potions. Tools can certainly be purchased, but since he was here, he decided to take the opportunity to enjoy the workshop. He carefully examined the equipment in front of him and quickly understood how to use them, thanks to his pharmaceutics skills and knowledge of pharmacology. His goal this time was to concoct poison, which had the enticing effect of reducing healing, making it an excellent choice against bosses with strong regeneration abilities. He got to work, and before long, a notification sounded. Pharmaceutical success. You have concocted a rare-grade potion, Absolute Death Powder 1. Skill proficiency 100. The proficiency gained from creating high-level pharmaceuticals was indeed higher. Zhou Ming paused to examine the poison in his hand. Absolute Death Powder is a type of poison, classified as rare. Its first effect is that when applied to a weapon, it adds 10,000 points of poison damage, with a 50% chance to poison the target, causing them to lose 1,000 health points per second for 180 seconds. The second effect is that poison targets have a 20% chance of entering a toxin paralysis state for 10 seconds. Absolute death powder is primarily made from rare-grade materials, supplemented by lower-grade ingredients like spider venom glands and snake saliva grass. But its toxicity is significantly stronger than naturally occurring poisons of the same rarity, thanks to the artificial refining process. Zhou Ming was quite satisfied with this and continued to spend time crafting. After a while, he left the workshop, returned to the first-floor marketplace, bought some pharmaceutical tools and several plum blossom darts, and then departed. Before leaving, Taylor saw Zhou Ming and didn't miss the chance to say, "Mr. Li, we look forward to your next visit." Zhou Ming smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'll be back." After leaving the Tianyu Commerce Association, Zhou Ming used multiple teleportations to reach the east gate of Dawn City. Outside the city, it was bustling with activity, with players gathered in groups, even more lively than it had been outside Maple Leaf Town. The population of the main city far exceeded that of the Adventurers' Town, and the area near the east gate was crowded. Zhou Ming activated stealth mode and quickly passed through the level 15 to 20 wild area, where the situation improved. He walked a bit further until there was no one around, and then disabled his disguise, returning to his original appearance. However, he didn't immediately start leveling up. Instead, he opened his friends list. It was completely empty. He was truly a lone wolf. Zhou Ming clicked on the search function, entered the name, Green Mountain Remains, and sent a friend request. To avoid being disturbed, he had long since disabled the option for strangers to add him as a friend. Unless he initiated the request, no one could add him. Just 2 seconds after sending the request, he received a response. "Am I seeing this right? You're actually reaching out to me. How are things on your end? Have you found a way to get to the main city?" Qingshan Jiuzai messaged. "Zhou Ming, I beat up an NPC in Maple Leaf Town, and they let me come to the main city," he replied. "Wow, that's so you big guy." If anyone else had said that, Qingshan Jiuzai would have thought they were crazy. But since it was Zhou Ming, he was surprised yet believed it without a doubt. "Everything all right?" Zhou Ming asked. "Pretty good. I was planning to start my own guild, but something came up and I changed my mind. Now I've joined the Yulong Guild," Qingshan Jiuzai said excitedly. "Oh, why's that?" Zhou Ming was curious. He didn't think Qingshan Jiuzai was the type to easily follow others. To be honest, Yulong Guild is actually established by the Dragon Nation's military. Qingshan Jiuzai explained. Shortly after arriving in the main city, he met the guild leader Tai Ma Bing He, who invited him to join. Qingshan Jiuzai had his own network of information and knew that Yulong Guild operated differently from other guilds. Learning that they were military affiliated, he gladly joined. For him, connecting with the military was a huge honor, something he couldn't pass up. Big guy, even the military is involved in this game, which shows how complex it is. Why not consider it? It's a chance to serve the country and bring glory to your family. Plus, with your skills, they'll definitely offer you a satisfactory deal. Qingshan Jiuzai suggested. Not interested, Zhou Ming replied bluntly. Don't be so quick to refuse. How about I let the guild leader talk to you personally? Sure, tell him to send a friend request, Zhou Ming said. He didn't mind adding a friend. Initially, he wanted to talk to Qingshan Jiuzai about buying equipment. Zhou Ming had over 1.5 million gold coins and millions in RMB. He planned to purchase equipment to feed his growing gear. The equipment in NPC shops was too expensive, so he thought of buying from players. He was open to either gold or RMB transactions. This way, he could speed up the feeding process by acquiring gear while also farming for drops. However, since Qingshan Jiuzai joined Yulong Guild, there was no need to discuss it further. Soon, Zhou Ming and Tai Ma Bing He became friends. "Mr. Zhou, I've heard a lot about you." Tai Ma Bing He began. "I believe you've guessed my intentions. Let me emphasize, if you join us, the position of vice leader is yours. No one will restrict your freedom, and you can name your salary. I guarantee it with my honor." Zhou Ming replied, "No need. I know myself too well. If I join, you'll regret it." "You must be joking." Tai Ma Bing He thought he was politely declining. "I killed the holy priest in Adventure Town. He's with the Holy Order. I also looted the town mayor's treasury. I expect Dawn City will soon have a bounty on me." "What?" Tai Ma Bing He was instantly sweating. "How can you say something so terrifying so casually?" Noticing the reaction, Zhou Ming chuckled. "See? I'm not rejecting you. I'm doing you a favor. You are truly terrifying." Even as a soldier, Tai Ma Bing He was a bit taken aback. He had been in the main city for a while, and the factions players interacted with the most were the Sky Empire and the Holy Order, both of which were formidable. Yet, this guy had offended them all. Luckily, he hadn't agreed to join earlier, or Tai Ma Bing He wouldn't know how to handle it. "So, big guy, what brings you to me?" Zhou Ming asked. "Simple, let's talk business." At that moment, Zhou Ming clearly stated his intentions. "I want to purchase equipment, silver-grade items ranging from level 15 to 20, each for 300 gold coins." The Yulong Guild, backed by the Long Nation's military, had substantial resources in both manpower and finances. Zhou Ming believed that it would be more efficient for them to collect equipment than doing it himself. "You can't be serious?" Tai Ma Bing He exclaimed in surprise. "Someone like you needs such low-level equipment?" Besides, there isn't much silver equipment circulating right now. Zhou Ming firmly replied. I trust that with the manpower and intelligence network of the Yulong Guild, this shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, after level 30, the main cities can be interconnected through teleportation arrays. Considering your manpower in other main cities, acquiring some silver equipment isn't difficult. Tai Ma Bing, he shook his head. Even so, selling equipment now isn't worth it, unless you agree to one condition. Let's hear it, Zhou Ming responded. Tai Ma Bing, he laid out the condition. Although there were many guild groups in the game, none of the players had actually established a guild yet. The guild speculated that the guild token could be obtained from a dark gold level boss. However, there was a qualitative leap between dark gold and gold level bosses, and no guild could defeat them yet. These guilds had memorized the locations of the dark gold bosses, waiting for the right time to act. Furthermore, Tai Ma Bing, he learned from the City Lord's mansion that when defeating a dark gold boss, no NPCs could be involved. It must be done solely by players to trigger the rules to drop a guild token. You want me to help you kill a dark gold boss to be the first to establish a guild? Zhou Ming confirmed. Exactly, Tai Ma Bing, he answered. We've already located a dark gold boss, and if you're willing, we can act anytime. Zhou Ming chuckled lightly. Huh, you're quite the strategist. But since it's a business deal, it's normal to ask for a lot, so I won't hold it against you. I'm willing to help, but if the token drops, you can take it, and all other loot belongs to me. Additionally, you must provide me with 10,000 pieces of silver equipment above level 20 for free. If you can't agree to this, then don't bother responding. With that, Zhou Ming ended the friend communication. Tai Ma Bing, he smiled wryly, thinking to himself, this guy, what should I say? A young man nearby with the ID Yulong Zhanhuan asked. Qingshan says he has the strength to help us take down the dark gold boss. I trust his judgment, but the conditions he set are not simple. What? 10,000 pieces of silver equipment. The guild members accompanying them almost dropped their jaws. Boss, this guy is really pushing it, as if we desperately need him just because he cleared a dungeon first. Yulong Zhanhuan protested immediately. It's wishful thinking, but I'm curious, what's he going to do with so much equipment? Don't worry about him. Odd people do odd things, and the boss won't agree anyway. Tai Ma Bing, he observed his subordinates' reactions and said sternly, Humph, do you all think you're so impressive? In Maple Leaf Town, rumors were rife as people discussed the audacious individual causing havoc in the town. His strength intimidated even the NPCs, leaving them hesitant to confront him. Does this even matter to you? Someone questioned, leaving the crowd stunned. Killing NPCs? It was an unbelievable act with potentially severe consequences. Someone questioned, if he dares to kill NPCs, shouldn't we investigate the source of his power? Even if he changes his gear and returns to town now, he would likely be apprehended by the guards, a member voiced concern. The guards included squad leaders, captains, and even the mayor and professional mentors in town. Everyone fell into deep thought, and even Yulong Zhanhuan remained silent. Taizhan, what do you think? Iron Horse Binghe turned to the silent Qingshan Yizhou. After a moment of contemplation, Qingshan Yizhou replied, From what I know about him, it's worth a try. Iron Horse Binghe decisively concluded, then contact him on my behalf. If we fail, at worst, we lose a boss position. If we succeed, the benefits will be immense and worth the risk. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming was preparing to find a suitable place to level up when he received a message from Qingshan Yizhou. Took you long enough? Wasting my time. Tell him there's one more condition. Help me locate 3 legendary herbs. If he can't find them, add 3,000 pieces of level 20 silver equipment. Zhou Ming mercilessly increased the stakes. Qingshan Yizhou smiled wryly and relayed the message immediately. This guy is outrageous. Yulong Zhanhuan felt discontent, while another young man with the ID Xingzhan Shachong was utterly furious. Iron Horse Binghe coldly interrupted. Silence. Xingzhan Shachong had no choice but to suppress his displeasure. Soon, Zhou Ming received a positive response from Qingshan Yizhou. Excellent. The 3 herbs I need are the 7-color lotus, ice jade flower, and green mist grass. You should have a pharmacist on your side, right? Have them create a herbal guide and search according to it. Zhou Ming specified the 3 main ingredients needed to concoct the Yulu Qingling elixir, as he had no shortage of supplementary ingredients. Once the main ingredients were found, he could attempt to brew it, potentially unveiling the true form of those mysterious wings. No problem. I'm in the eastern wildlands. I'll head over right away. With the deal struck, Zhou Ming abandoned his solo leveling plans, opened the map, and stealthily made his way there. As he left the outskirts of the eastern gate, in the main hall of the Sacred Order's branch, Jaeger was listening to several Order members recount the events, his expression growing colder. Foolish rogue. How dare you kill a holy priest of my order? The people before him had escaped from the church in Maple Leaf Town and explained the situation to Jaeger. He was shocked that Martin had discovered something resembling a divine artifact and furious that Martin had kept it secret. The item had been stolen by that adventurer. Defying the Sacred Order will cost you dearly, even if you're an adventurer, Jaeger declared, leaving the hall with a stern face. Simultaneously, Lord Morgan of the City Lord's mansion was pondering over a report on his desk. The report from Maple Leaf Town, under Dawn City, was explosive raiding a treasury and daring to kill members of the Sacred Order. Morgan's fingers tapped lightly on the table as he mused. Interesting. Twilight Forest. Is he not here yet? Tai Ma Bing, he had been waiting for 20 minutes. In reality, there aren't many people who could make him wait so patiently, but he wasn't anxious, his breath steady. However, his subordinates were visibly dissatisfied with the wait. A voice suddenly broke the silence. Zhou Ming appeared in front of everyone without any warning. Boss Zhou, Qing Shan Yizhou exclaimed in surprise, quickly greeting him. You Long Zhanhun stared at the figure a few meters away, utterly astonished. Although he had witnessed stealth from thieves before, Zhou Ming's silent and flawless stealth was something he had never seen. At this moment, he dared not underestimate him. You're right on time. Unlike the others, Tai Ma Bing, he remained calm. He walked towards Zhou Ming, showing his ID. Mr. Zhou, we finally meet. Your reputation precedes you. No need for pleasantries, Zhou Ming said coolly. As agreed, I'll help you kill the boss. Within half a month, bring me what I want. The equipment is negotiable, but the rare herbs are a bit tricky. Of course, if it's not feasible, I'll provide compensation as per our agreement. Both of them disliked small talk and quickly reached an agreement, heading towards their destination. According to Tai Ma Bing, the boss was located 3 regions away in the Nightmare Swamp. As they traveled, after about 10 minutes, Tai Ma Bing, he suddenly frowned. This isn't good. Someone else has discovered the boss. His words caught everyone by surprise. Since discovering the boss, they had stationed thief players to monitor it in shifts. If anyone approached Tai Ma Bing, he would be informed immediately. Have they started attacking it? Zhou Ming asked. Tai Ma Bing, he shook his head, his expression becoming peculiar. It's 2 groups. They seem to be in a standoff, neither willing to give way to the other. Let's hurry over. If they join forces, it could be trouble, Yulong Zhanhun urged anxiously. Tell me the boss's exact location. I'll go ahead. You're too slow, Zhou Ming suggested. You wish, a young man named Zhengzhan Shachong retorted, feeling displeased. If we tell you in advance, what's stopping you from teaming up with them? Besides, can you really kill the boss by yourself? His voice was sharp, his tone confrontational, hinting at prior dissatisfaction. Mr. Zhou, Tai Ma Bing, he sensed trouble. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Ming eerily appeared behind Zhengzhan Shachong, delivering a sudden backstab. Ah! With a scream, the group witnessed a terrifying damage number appear above Zhengzhan Shachang's head, killing him instantly. Does anyone else have doubts? Zhou Ming asked coldly. Boss Zhou, please don't misunderstand. Qing Shan Yizhou quickly tried to mediate. Mr. Zhou, I apologize for not controlling my subordinates well and causing you trouble. Tai Ma Bing, he inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner anger. Clearly, he was not upset because Zhou Ming killed one of his men, but because of Zhengzhan Shachang's arrogance. The latter had relied on his family's influence to join the Yulong team and had been unruly ever since. Once this matter was over, he would not let it slide easily. The boss is near coordinates 4087, 3208 in the Nightmare Swamp. Tai Ma Bing, he provided the location, then added, go ahead. Zhou Ming's figure vanished immediately, slipping into stealth mode, moving like the wind. Dragon Shadow Evasion, Shadow Dragon Flash. With his speed at full throttle and 3 consecutive displacements, Zhou Ming was already several kilometers away. If not for his stealth concealing his presence, it would surely drop everyone's jaws. Boss, you just told him everything. What if he really teams up with those people to screw us over? Yulong Zhanhun's brows were furrowed, his voice filled with evident concern. Tai Ma Bing, he shook his head with a wry smile, a glint of decisiveness in his eyes. It's a gamble. If we win, we gain a lot. If we lose nothing. After all, there won't be just one dark gold level boss. His expression suddenly turned exceptionally serious, and his voice deepened. And even if he breaks the agreement, none of you are allowed to complain. At least in this game, we can't afford to provoke him. Everyone exchanged glances upon hearing this, and then nodded one after the other. The skills that person had displayed earlier were still fresh in their minds. Only someone as privileged as Zhengzhan Shachong would recklessly provoke him. Given Tai Ma Bing's character, he would likely give Zhengzhan Shachong a stern lecture later to prevent similar mistakes. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming was in full throttle, his movement speed soaring to an astonishing 9,900, almost touching the limit of 10,000. His figure was like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he dashed out of the Twilight Forest, crossing another wilderness area in minutes, heading straight for his destination. Deep in the Nightmare Swamp, 2 teams were in a tense standoff. Both sides had a similar number of players, around 500 to 600 each, but they were all level 20 and above. 1,000 meters ahead of them lay a tall humanoid monster, its outline barely visible amidst a pile of bones in the marsh. Xing Yimingzhu, I found this boss first. How about doing me a favor? A handsome young man from one faction spoke loudly, none other than the leader of the Eternal Guildwa Xin Yonghong. His gaze was intense as he looked at the opposing side. There's no point in this standoff. If you're interested, we can collaborate, but the guild token must be mine, and we'll split the rest of the loot evenly. Xingyi Mingzhu, the leader of the opposing Xingyi guild, met his gaze without backing down, her tone firm. You can't handle this boss alone. If we're cooperating, the guild token should be contested fairly. Whoever lands the final blow gets it. Otherwise, no one benefits. Her words made Xian Yonghang's face visibly darken. Immediately, a hot-tempered member from his guild stepped forward to mock her. A pretty face like you acting all high and mighty here? If you don't scram, I'll make you regret it. Giving you half the loot is already generous. Due to Xingyi Mingzhu, Xingyi Guild had a majority of female members, who naturally weren't going to take the insult lying down. You uncouth men. Our leader's level ranks higher than any of you. What right do you have to boast here? The standoff had been going on for a while, and the accumulated tension was on the verge of erupting when suddenly, a voice interrupted from the side. Stop fighting. It's not going to be yours anyway. Both Xian Yonghang and Xingyi Mingzhu were startled and turned towards the source of the voice. They saw a figure suddenly appear 20 meters away. It was the hurriedly arrived Zhou Ming. A rogue? Which guild are you from? The two tense groups immediately focused their attention on this unexpected visitor. With the ongoing conflict, an interloper could only complicate things further if he had guild backing. Zhou Ming stood there expressionless, his voice cold. I'm not in a guild. I'm just here to take the boss. I'll say it again, this boss isn't yours, so get lost before I have to repeat myself a third time. I don't have the patience. Xian Yonghang and Xingyi Mingzhu had never been threatened so bluntly by a lone player since entering the game. They were about to react. Wait. Xingyi Mingzhu suddenly flinched, staring hard at Zhou Ming, her voice filled with shock and realization. You're that Zhou. Hearing this, Xian Yonghang, who was about to retort, froze as if doused with cold water, swallowing back his words. Is it that Zhou, the one who's caused a stir multiple times? Upon hearing Zhou, both groups at the scene instinctively reacted. Quickly, someone exclaimed, Whoa, it's really him. I've seen this guy on the forums. Be careful, he's a tough one. He once played tricks on the three major guilds, caused chaos in Maple Town, and even dared to steal from the mayor. He's truly lawless. As these words spread, the priests in the crowd swiftly cast skills, adding shields and defensive buffs. Zhou's notorious reputation indeed precedes him. Wasn't he trapped in the adventurer's town? How did he get out? At this point, Xingyi Mingzhu and Xian Yonghang were filled with confusion. The incident in Maple Town had once caused a sensation on the forums, and they had heard about it. Later, they learned he was trapped in the town and couldn't get out, so they focused on main city affairs and stopped paying attention. Unexpectedly, this guy had made it to the main city. How did he manage that? Mr. Zhou, since you escaped, you must be looking for excitement, right? Xingyi Mingzhu gave Zhou Ming a meaningful glance, and a beautiful woman with fair skin immediately stepped forward, giving Zhou Ming a knowing look. Interested in joining the Xingyi Guild? We can negotiate your annual salary, and there are plenty of beautiful women here. After Xingyi Mingzhu spoke, Xian Yonghang's eyelid twitched. Although he didn't take Xingyi Mingzhu seriously earlier, he never underestimated them. The Xingyi Guild was powerful and indeed had many beauties. If Zhou Ming was a freelancer, he would surely be tempted. Mr. Zhou, working with women won't get you far. Why not join me? I'll make you the vice president. Xian Yonghang quickly chimed in. With both sides in a standoff, a strong third party had unexpectedly appeared, and if they didn't recruit him, they might suffer losses. Being the good guy is troublesome. It's much easier being the bad guy. Seeing this, Zhou Ming sighed helplessly, revealing the evil dragon's fang in his hand. I gave you a chance, but since you don't want it, prepare to die. With that, he swung the blade down. Stop. Watch out. Xingyi Mingzhu and Xian Yonghang shouted in shock and anger. This guy was unpredictable, changing faces so quickly. With a flash of the blade, Zhou Ming's life value dropped by 100,000, consuming life to enhance skill power. Roar. A black dragon shadow appeared, transforming into endless blade lights, covering a kilometer radius. Evil dragon's fury with life devour. Boom. Boom. The terrifying blade light mixed with blood-colored energy shredded through all the protective shields in the crowd. White light flickered, causing numerous deaths and injuries. Meanwhile, green numbers representing health regeneration continuously appeared above Zhou Ming's head, fully restoring his health. The evil dragon's fang had a 20 lifesteal effect, and those attacked by the evil dragon's fury provided him with health, making it exhilarating. After the black blade light rampaged, only a few people survived in the field. They were the top-tier tanks from both guilds, the main defense force against bosses. At this moment, each of them had an incredulous look in their eyes. Just now, they had used all their means, cooperating with the priest's healing and defensive shield skills to barely stay alive. Even so, they were left with just a sliver of health. What's this? Zhou Ming was about to finish them off when he noticed a black shadow emerging from the crowd. It was a figure enveloped in a black aura, attempting to escape. Interesting. Zhou Ming used Phantom Flash to pursue. Death's Lullaby. As he charged forward, a sinister shadow emerged behind him, and a wave of sound spread out, instantly killing all the surviving tanks. Boom. The shadow was also hit by the sonic wave, but wasn't controlled. Instead, it kept fleeing. Dragon Shadow Phantom, Shadow Dragon Flash. Zhou Ming transformed into a demon dragon and leaped forward, immediately catching up. Backstab. A shield with nearly 200,000 damage absorption value appeared over the shadow's head, surprising Zhou Ming at its thickness. The shadow's dark light diminished, and the person was knocked back, quickly getting up after rolling on the ground. A slightly heroic-looking woman's face came into Zhou Ming's view. The boss is yours, so why are you chasing me so relentlessly? Xingye Mingzhu exclaimed in a mix of shock and anger. Shocked by the opponent's strength, the methods shown were simply overwhelming. If not for her using a Night Guardian scroll to protect herself, she might have already met a grim fate. Angry because this person was unrelenting, bent on pursuing her. Your methods are interesting, why not share them? If I'm satisfied, maybe I'll let you go, Zhou Ming said with a wicked smile, sensing that this woman was not simple and shouldn't be let go easily. Xingye Mingzhu coldly replied, "It's just a scroll, what's so strange?" With that, she transformed into a shadow and fled rapidly. Shadow Dragon Flash. Zhou Ming leaped again to catch up. Boom. As his demon dragon transformation ended, he kicked her in the back. The proud guild leader of the Xingye Guild was now rolling embarrassingly on the ground. You've gone too far. Xingye Mingzhu roared. Zhou Ming denied it, saying, "Nonsense, I've been holding back." With a swift move, he successfully stole. You obtained a Knight Church Outer Member Badge 1. You obtained Gold 12. Zhou Ming quickly checked the items he acquired, feeling a jolt of surprise. What? Xingye Mingzhu was shocked and angrily shouted. Give me back my stuff. Of course, Zhou Ming had no intention of returning them. He smugly said, Knight Church? Sounds like an organization. Tell me what it is. Xingye Mingzhu was thoroughly enraged. You may be strong, but that doesn't mean you can do as you please. Let me tell you, the Knight Church isn't something you can mess with. Hearing this, Zhou Ming's eyes lit up, saying that only makes me more excited. The only factions he knew in the game were the Tianyu Empire and the Holy Order, so the sudden mention of the Knight Church intrigued him. He pressed, "Tell me everything you know about the Knight Church, or else, I'll kill you." Boom. A strange black aura suddenly erupted from Xingye Mingzhu's body. I didn't want to fight you, she said as her body rapidly transformed into the form of a night witch, becoming tall and exuding a seductive, sinister charm. Her weapon also changed into a crescent-shaped blade. At the same time, she used another Night Guardian scroll to protect herself. A hidden class. Zhou Ming grew even more interested. If I'm not mistaken, this is related to the Knight Church, right? Die! Xingye Mingzhu shouted angrily, and the crescent blade in her hand emitted a dark purple glow, slicing rapidly towards Zhou Ming. This was a special skill of her hidden class, the Night Witch, characterized by movement and attack, with a significantly increased attack speed, making it difficult to defend against. Clang! Zhou Ming's evil dragon Fang precisely blocked her weapon. With the flowing wind skill activated, his attack speed increased further, surpassing even the speed of her skill. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming stole again. You lost gold 23. You lost a piece of gold-level equipment. Xingye Mingzhu heard the prompt and gritted her teeth in anger, quickly retreating and throwing out a scroll. Night Barrier. Boom. Darkness descended, transforming an area of 2 kilometers into a black barrier. As Zhou Ming received the prompt, the woman's figure vanished within the barrier. Xingye Mingzhu possesses a talent known as Night Walker, which belongs to the darkness category and is ranked as level. The first effect of this talent allows her to merge into darkness in a dark environment, increasing her attack power by 100. Once she attacks or is attacked, she will be exposed, but if she is not attacked again within a second, she can merge back into the darkness. The second effect is a 100 increase in the strength of dark-type skills. The third effect is the infliction of 50 additional damage on targets of the light category. It is for these reasons that the Minji cult took notice of Xingye Mingzhu, making her the Minji Witch. This talent perfectly complements the Minji cult's Night Barrier. Within the barrier, the attributes of Minji cult members are significantly enhanced, and as the Minji Witch, her attribute boosts are even more pronounced. She can easily blend into the darkness and silently approach Zhou Ming. However, Zhou Ming's form suddenly transformed into 5 streaks of light, creating 5 clones that disappeared along with the original. Xingye Mingzhu was stunned. 6 Zhou Ming's? What was going on? Even more surprising was her inability to sense his location. In theory, within the night barrier, an enemy's stealth skills would be weakened, and she should have the ability to sense hidden targets, yet she had no clue about Zhou Ming's whereabouts. There was no sign of any enemy within the barrier. Zhou Ming's stealth abilities were truly astonishing. At this moment, Zhou Ming was also taken aback. In his stealth mode, he could only see a faint, semi-transparent shadow in his vision, unstable and flickering, its position constantly shifting. His true sight could not fully discern the figure, a first for him. indicating the extraordinary nature of the Minji cult. Just then, the blurred shadow in his vision rapidly fled. Zhou Ming smirked. Was she trying to trap him in the barrier and then escape? He immediately activated himself and his 5 clones, using Shadow Dragon Flash to pursue. The next second, the blurred shadow reappeared, and Zhou Ming and his clones reached out, ready to capture the target. Have you ever experienced the thrill of being surrounded by strong men? Theft successful. You have obtained Skill Scroll, Knight's Guardian 1. You have obtained Gold Level Equipment 1. You have obtained Silver Level Equipment 1. Xingye Mingzhu screamed, you shameless. That someone could even steal the equipment from her body. Zhou Ming thought to himself how misleading her words were. He always stole wealth, not virtue, and smiled wickedly, continuing the chase. Mingwei slash. Xingye Mingzhu angrily unleashed a massive slash. Zhou Ming and his clones deftly evaded. Xingye Mingzhu shouted helplessly, stop, I'll tell you everything. After the attack, when the opponent still did not show themselves, Xingye Mingzhu chose to surrender. The Minji cult is a dark force opposing the Holy Order. I was noticed by them because my talent matched the role of the Minji witch, and I received many benefits. If you're willing, I can introduce you to join, and even give you the boss. Are you satisfied now? She spilled everything in one breath, clearly terrified of Zhou Ming. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Ming lost interest. In the next second, the 5 clones simultaneously drew their weapons, unleashing Evil Dragon's Wrath. Boom! 5 dragon shadows appeared, transforming into endless blades. Xingye Mingzhu struggled to dodge, but could not escape. The blade range was vast, especially with 5 simultaneous attacks. She had nowhere to run. Bang! The protective power of the knight that guarded the Starry Night Pearl was shattered. With her dying breath, she managed to curse, you're not human. The blade's light swept through, not only killing her, but also violently clashing with the night barrier. Boom! Boom! The barrier shook violently, cracks appearing. What was that? The Dragon Guild members, who had finally rushed over, were stunned at the sight of the barrier in the distance. Look at the ground, someone exclaimed. The ground was littered with equipment. Heads up. Swish. Swish. Several thieves appeared simultaneously. They were the ones Iron Horse Ice River had assigned to monitor the area. Shocked, they reported, both groups were killed by Mr. Zhou, and the equipment is what they left behind. It seems the barrier was set by a survivor, and Mr. Zhou hasn't come out yet. Gasp. Everyone inhaled sharply at this revelation. Even Iron Horse Ice River couldn't remain calm. Did he kill everyone? The Dragon Guild members found it hard to process. According to Iron Horse Ice River and the equipment left on the ground, there were probably around 1,000 people here, all of considerable level, yet they all perished at his hands. Wow, that's impressive. Dragon War Soul's eyes sparkled. Being a soldier, he naturally admired the strong. Although Zhou was unruly, he was at least from the Dragon Nation. Even if he didn't like Zhou, he was glad that his country had such a powerful figure. At least in this game, we can't afford to provoke him. At that moment, they recalled what the guild leader had said and made a silent vow never to forget it. Inside the barrier, Zhou Ming commanded, and 5 of his clones self-destructed simultaneously. Amidst the deafening roar, the barrier began to sway. Death mark, detonate. 5 death marks appeared on the barrier. Zhou Ming had left them there when he killed Starry Night Pearl with the wrath of the evil dragon. Boom, boom. As the 5 marks exploded, one side of the barrier shattered, and Zhou Ming emerged from within. Whether due to the death of Starry Night Pearl or Zhou Ming's destruction, as he stepped out, the barrier slowly dissolved. Mr. Zhou, the Dragon Guild members approached. Seeing the deep red name tag above Zhou Ming's head, they couldn't help but feel a chill. He was truly a god of slaughter. They all recognized this fact deeply, their expressions full of awe. You arrived just in time. Help me pick up the equipment on the ground, Zhou Ming ordered directly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. No problem. I guarantee not a single piece will be missed, all delivered to you. Iron Horse Ice River gestured, and people immediately moved into action. Let's go meet that boss. Zhou Ming looked in another direction, seeing a tall figure at the edge of his vision. Bring a few people with you. The rest should keep their distance. If needed, we can call for more. With that, Zhou Ming took the lead. Iron Horse Ice River followed with Dragon War Soul and Evergreen. On the way, Zhou Ming examined the items he had stolen from Starry Night Pearl. A perimeter member badge from the Dark Knight cult, a special item used as an identification for its outer members. A skill scroll, Knight's Guardian, Tier 7 effect. Using the scroll allows for a one-time release of the Knight's Guardian skill. Skill effect preview. Knight's Guardian, active skill, Tier 7, LV10700. Effect 1. Gain the power of the Knight to protect oneself, able to withstand a total damage value of 500,000 until the shield disappears. Effect 2. Can choose to distribute shield value to allied units. This skill scroll is quite powerful, but it can only be used once. Zhou Ming felt it was a bit of a shame. Wait. A spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. This isn't a treasure chest, so it shouldn't be protected by the game's power. What if he tried to steal the skill within the scroll? Could he extract the corresponding skill from it? With this thought, his eyes lit up, and he grasped the skill scroll to initiate a theft. Zhou Ming successfully executed a theft, increasing his skill proficiency by 20 points. However, he didn't acquire any items, which made him realize something important. He could attempt to steal skill scrolls, but he needed to trigger the probability of stealing non-standard items to succeed. Clone technique. Zhou Ming created 5 clones, leaving the Dragon Soul of War behind him in shock. Don't be surprised, this is Zhou's famous clone technique, renowned in our Maple Leaf town. Qing Shan tried to explain, though he was puzzled himself. Wasn't it just 2 clones before? Now there are 5, which is hard to understand. All 5 clones attempted to steal from the skill scroll, but again, they came up empty-handed. No matter, there's always a chance. Zhou Ming put away the skill scroll, and the group stepped into the boss's domain. The previous commotion had alerted the boss, which now stood ready, wielding a massive iron club and watching the intruders with a fierce gaze. With his true side eyes, Zhou Ming had excellent vision and was the first to see the enemy's details. A dark gold-level boss with 6,884,700 health points, 6,482 attack power, and 5,794 spell strength. Its skills included Earth-Shattering Slash, Fatal Strike, Whirlwind Slash, Ice Spikes, Furious Charge, Evil Corrosion, Rage Power, Life Recovery, Self-Healing, Damage Reduction, Damage Enhancement, and Defense Enhancement. The description noted it as a creature with diluted giant bloodline, ruling as the overlord of this area. Is this health for real? Zhou Ming thought, realizing he had never seen a gold-level boss of the same tier, but he could guess their health wouldn't exceed 2 million. Yet, this dark gold-level boss's health soared to nearly 7 million. Besides the health, its resistances were clearly stronger than those of a gold level, and it had more skills, including life recovery and self-healing, suggesting formidable healing capabilities. You guys stay back, I'll take it on, Zhou Ming told his companions, who immediately halted. He took out the deadly poison, completing the poison application. Once poisoned, the target would suffer a 50 healing reduction effect. Even considering the boss's resistance weakening this effect, it wouldn't be too far off. Roar! As Zhou Ming got closer, the boss became enraged. A sinister aura emanated from the ground, spreading rapidly. Ogre Cain casts Evil Corrosion, draining 50,000 health points from you. Ogre Cain casts Evil Corrosion, draining 50,000 health points from your clones. As Ogre Cain's health cap increased, Zhou Ming felt a twinge of tension. Ogre Cain unleashes Rage Power, boosting attack power and speed by 40 for 60 seconds, with no side effects. Be careful. Zhou Ming watched as the monster's health bar surged, and its aura grew more violent. It charged forward, crushing skeleton bones underfoot, raising its iron club that shimmered with magical light. In the next moment, the ground around Zhou Ming erupted with ice spikes. Whoosh! Zhou Ming, having already activated Dragon Shadow Maze and Flowing Wind, used Phantom Flash to dash forward. The ice spikes continued to emerge behind him, exuding cold, yet they never caught up to him. Even without stealth, Zhou Ming's movement speed exceeded 7,400 at this point. Speed is the essence of all martial arts. The boss's skill range is so extensive that it leaves the Dragon Soul warriors in the rear speechless. Imagine if they sent a large group to take down the boss, and it unleashed this skill among the fragile long-range fighters. What would happen then? At this moment, Zhou Ming and his clones had already rushed to the front of the ogre. 6 theft skills were executed in succession. You've obtained 218 gold coins. You've obtained 1 piece of golden equipment. You've obtained 15 mid-level mana potions. The haul was substantial, even though they were just regular items. The ogre noticed it was being stolen from, was momentarily stunned, and then flew into a rage. The iron rod in its hand glowed with golden light, brimming with mana, and swung fiercely. Earth Splitter. Boom. A massive blade arc swept across. Shadow Dragon Flash. Zhou Ming and his clones transformed into demon dragons, agilely leaping behind the ogre. Righteous Might. Attack buff activated, and in an instant, his aura changed, exuding a divine presence. If he went around acting as a divine charlatan with this appearance, he could probably fool anyone. Phantom Flash. Backstab. 18 shadows appeared simultaneously, launching an attack. This combo directly took over 1.1 million health points from the boss. Meanwhile, 6 death marks were planted, and the boss was also poisoned, losing health every second, and its healing was severely reduced. The terrifying damage made the ogre feel its life was threatened, and a faint green light emerged from its body. Skill, Life Regeneration. 826164. It regained 820,000 health in one go, even under reduced healing conditions. No wonder no one has managed to kill this dark gold boss yet. Although surprised, Zhou Ming's actions didn't slow down at all, and he quickly retreated. The ogre regained some health, spinning its iron rod and fiercely swinging it backward. The wind pressure came, but Zhou Ming dodged it in advance, avoiding the hit. He and his clones raised their hands simultaneously, and the dark whisper's ring glowed. Death's Lullaby. 6 evil shadows appeared, releasing sound waves. The ogre, clearly not lacking in intelligence, chose to dodge. Before the shadows could appear, it charged away in a furious rush, escaping the range of the sound waves. So it has a movement skill. Zhou Ming understood. He was confident in the range of the evil dragon's wrath attack, but he wouldn't underestimate his opponent. Since you've used your movement skill, I can confidently unleash my ultimate. Whoosh. He and his clones transformed into demon dragons, quickly closing in. At the same time, black dragons emerged on the evil dragon's form. 6 blade lights flashed, and black dragons charged out. Evil dragon's wrath. At the moment of striking, Zhou Ming sacrificed 200,000 health to boost the power, while the clones sacrificed 340,000 each. 6 massive dragon shadows flew toward the boss, transforming into an endless blade arc. The sky and earth were covered with blade arcs intertwined with black and blood-red light, capable of destroying everything. Boom, boom. The blade arcs hit, and the ogre's angry wails echoed. This wave of attacks cost it 2 million health points. As the blade arcs dissipated, the ogre was left bloodied, its health drastically reduced. It roared in fury, swinging its iron rod with all its might, transforming itself into a whirlwind of blade energy with a 50-meter diameter, sweeping rapidly towards Zhou Ming. Skill, Whirlwind Slash. This is a warrior skill, but the ogre seemed to have some kind of enhancement, drastically increasing its range. Zhou Ming and his clones vanished at this moment. Stealth. The ogre immediately lost its target and spun around aimlessly. Zhou Ming stayed focused, taking the opportunity to steal with his clones. You've obtained 13 mid-level health potions. You've obtained 1 piece of golden equipment. You've obtained the skill Life Regeneration. Oh wow. Zhou Ming was in high spirits, his joy clearly evident, as he finally triggered the chance to steal unconventional items. Eagerly, he opened his skill panel and discovered a new skill, Life Restoration. This active skill was of the 6th tier, at level LV10600, and its effect was to restore 20 of health for himself or allied units, consuming 1,500 mana points with a cooldown of 160 seconds. Zhou Ming felt secretly proud, considering this life-saving skill to be fantastic. He and his clone, while invisible, quickly tested this skill, immediately feeling the health restoration. Meanwhile, the ogre boss, amidst a frenzy of attacks, failed to hit Zhou Ming and was left stunned, its face filled with shock. It realized it had lost a skill instead of an item, which confused the less intelligent ogre, leaving it to attack wildly. Taking advantage of this, Zhou Ming continued stealing with his clone. The ogre roared angrily, sensing it had been robbed again. 10 seconds later, Zhou Ming and his clone attempted another steal, but failed to get anything valuable. At this point, the ogre boss started to feel fear and, after a few random attacks, chose to flee. The formidable dark gold level boss had actually chosen to back down. Seeing this, Zhou Ming immediately commanded his 5 clones to pursue it and activated the self-destruct skill. With the explosion of the death mark, Zhou Ming unleashed his final trump card. Black energy instantly engulfed the ogre boss, bringing it crashing down and dropping a pile of items. The system notification read, "You have slain the dark gold level boss Swamp Lord, Ogre Kane LV30, gaining 400,000 experience points and 4,000 prestige." As a flash of light passed, Zhou Ming successfully leveled up to 28. Being the first to kill a dark gold level boss, he also received additional rewards, 30 free attribute points, 4,000 prestige, and a diamond level lucky chest. A server-wide announcement rang out. Congratulations to player Never Work Again Zhou for achieving the first kill of a dark gold level boss, earning special rewards. Zhou Ming was surprised, having expected a mysterious chest, but instead receiving a diamond level chest. He sent his clones to collect the boss's loot. At this moment, the members of the Dragon Guild hurried over, with Iron Horse Ice River sincerely praising. "Mr. Zhou, your strength is truly terrifying." Dragon War Soul also expressed admiration. They eagerly asked, "Did the boss drop a guild token?" Zhou Ming opened his backpack and saw numerous spoils, his eyes quickly drawn to a shiny plaque. It was a level 2 guild token, a guild item that, when used, could establish a level 2 guild with a member limit of 100,000 and a guild base. The instructions noted that the guild token could only be used within the main city's surrounding area. "We've got it." Zhou Ming shared this information with them excitedly, saying, "The level 2 guild token must have been upgraded due to the first kill of the boss." Iron Horse Ice River was overjoyed. "That's great. Mr. Zhou, rest assured, I will fulfill my promise to you." However, he also mentioned, "But your people spoke out of turn and nearly messed up my plans. What should I say?" Iron Horse and Ice River had already sensed that Zhou Ming was not easy to deal with. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I originally thought it was a level 1 guild token, but it turns out to be level 2. In that case, I can provide you with more equipment. Within a month, I will gather 20,000 pieces of silver equipment for you. As for the 3 types of herbs you want, I will do my best to find them, and if I can't, I'll compensate you accordingly. Zhou Ming was very satisfied with this outcome. Frankly, providing 20,000 pieces of silver equipment within a month was extremely difficult, but with the manpower of the Dragon Guild, it should be achievable if they push themselves. If they really couldn't complete it, Zhou Ming wouldn't feel at a loss. After all, he wasn't interested in establishing a guild and becoming the leader. The guild token was of no use to him, so exchanging it for equipment was just right. However, the matter wasn't over. Zhou Ming shifted the conversation and added, "But I have one last condition. The guild must be established by me. If I'm not mistaken, there will be a special reward for the first person to establish a guild. Once the guild is established, I will transfer it to you. You can accept it if you want, but if not, I won't force you." "No problem, I accept." Iron Horse and Ice River agreed without hesitation. Zhou Ming didn't expect him to be so decisive. He was indeed someone to reckon with. After reaching an agreement, Iron Horse and Ice River ordered his men to give all the equipment they had picked up earlier to Zhou Ming and mentioned wanting to set up the guild base near the East Gate. Then they used return scrolls to head back with their subordinates. Zhou Ming let them go ahead, partly because he wanted to tally his gains, and partly because he needed to use a disguise whenever he returned to the city to ensure his safety. At the moment, he didn't want anyone to know he could disguise himself. After they left, Zhou Ming immediately took out the diamond-level treasure chest. The lucky chest was diamond level, and upon opening it, one could randomly obtain 1 to 2 treasures, with a 98 chance of getting items matching the chest level and a 2 chance of getting items exceeding the chest level. The description stated that encountering a lucky chest meant you were a lucky person. The moment to open the chest had finally arrived. Zhou Ming pressed his hands on it, and as the chest opened, a dazzling light flashed. "You have opened a diamond-level lucky chest and obtained the skill book. Invincible Body 1. The system notification sounded. Invincible Body skill? Isn't this the ultimate melee skill? As a seasoned gamer, Zhou Ming was certainly familiar with such skills. The Invincible Body skill book preview showed it as an active skill, Tier 7, LV10700. Effect 1 was entering an invincible state, removing and being immune to slow, stun, immobilize, freeze, paralyze, and silence control effects, lasting 120 seconds. Effect 2 was during this period, abnormal resistance 3000, toughness 3000. It consumed 1500 mana, with a cooldown time of 180 seconds, and could be cooled down immediately. The learning requirement was a melee profession and 1000 strength attribute. Indeed, a control removal skill, requiring 1000 strength attribute? No problem. Zhou Ming was delighted, as his current strength attribute exceeded 1000, so learning this skill was no issue. He immediately learned the skill book and designated Invincible Body and Life Recovery as skills with unlimited growth potential. His backpack still contained a lot of equipment dropped by bosses, but they required level 30 to wear. Zhou Ming decided to help Iron Horse and Ice River establish the guild first, then find a place to level up, aiming to reach level 30 and upgrade his gear. Near the East Gate of Dawn City, Taima Bing he and the others had been waiting for quite some time. Suddenly, Zhou Ming, who had been in stealth mode, revealed his true form by lifting his disguise, appearing both mysterious and unexpected. "Yulong Zhanhun exclaimed, there's no time to waste, let's establish the guild." Taima Bing he pointed to the ground and suggested, "Let's choose this place as our base. It's quite suitable." Zhou Ming wasn't concerned about this and took out the guild token, opting to use it. The system prompted, "Do you want to consume a level 2 guild token to establish a level 2 guild?" "Consume," he decisively chose. Then, the system asked for the guild name, to which Zhou Ming replied, "Yulong Guild." Once named, the guild token vanished from his hand. Congratulations, Zhou Ming established the first guild and received a special reward. Reputation 50,000, Intermediate Mysterious, Chest 1. He was secretly pleased, thinking the special reward was indeed worthwhile. Suddenly, the ground rumbled, magical runes appeared, and everyone was teleported away, leaving only Zhou Ming behind. Confused, he looked around and realized that not only had Taima Bing he and the others been expelled, but the nearby passers-by had also vanished. At that moment, a guild base appeared out of thin air, with Zhou Ming standing at its center. He noticed he had received a guild-exclusive buff, enhancing his attack power, spell strength, and providing bonuses to experience and loot drop rates. "Look, what's that?" Nearby players were perplexed by the sudden appearance of the guild base. Taima Bing he and the others were equally surprised. Meanwhile, a world announcement echoed. "Congratulations to player Jubu de Gongzhou from the Longguo region for establishing the first Guild Yulong Guild, receiving a special reward." The announcement shook the entire world. Players in the Longguo region's chat channel buzzed with excitement. "Wow, someone established a guild? Yulong Guild? They managed to be the first. Let's go there." Taima Bing he led the group towards the base. As they approached, they saw the guild base surrounded by 20-meter-high walls, with a large metal gate adorned with magical runes at the front. 8 tall arrow towers stood at various directions, clearly serving as defensive structures. Mr. Zhou, are you inside? Tai Bing, he contacted Zhou Ming. Inside the base, Zhou Ming immediately used his guild master privileges to grant access. Once inside, everyone looked around curiously, exploring the area. Zhou Ming also wandered around the base, noting that while the guild base wasn't the guild's headquarters, its facilities were quite impressive. The most important building was the guild hall, which housed a massive core crystal. It would randomly refresh numerous tasks daily for members to take on, offering generous rewards. Additionally, the base featured an equipment shop, potion shop, and general store, each refreshing a certain number of items daily, available for purchase with gold or guild contributions at prices much lower than outside. As the guild master, Zhou Ming quickly familiarized himself with the guild's features, but found it somewhat uninteresting. He opened his backpack and decided to open the mysterious chest. Without a lucky dice, it was all down to luck. As a stream of light flashed, the system prompted. You opened an intermediate mysterious chest and received a skill book, Eye of Insight 1. The treasure chest vanished, and a skill book with a dazzling array of colors appeared in Zhou Ming's backpack. The skill book, Eye of Insight, showed a skill preview indicating it was a passive skill, ranked at Tier 9. Effect 1. Vision is greatly enhanced, allowing sight in darkness, seeing invisible targets, and revealing hidden information. Effect 2. With a mere thought, a 360-degree view can be obtained, with a range enhanced to 200 meters multiplied by the user's level. Effect 3. Pierces through illusions, granting immunity to mental control effects like hallucination, charm, and sleep. If within a manifested illusion, it can also reveal its weaknesses. The learning requirements were not described, only recorded in an ancient skill book. The hint mentioned that Eye of Insight is an upgraded version of Eye of True Sight, and learning it would automatically overwrite the latter. Although it wasn't an offensive skill, Zhou Ming was satisfied. He thought that while physical control skills could be countered with brute force, mental control skills could be handled with the Eye of Insight, making it perfect. Zhou Ming returned to the small plaza at the base and called for Iron Horse Ice River. As agreed, I'll transfer the guild to you now, he said. Iron Horse Ice River gratefully responded, thank you. The two quickly completed the handover. Once the transfer was complete, Zhou Ming immediately felt the loss of his guild leader privileges. Haha, finally established the guild. I didn't expect we'd be ahead of the others, Iron Horse Ice River said, becoming the guild leader and promptly adding everyone to the guild, which delighted them. In Dawn City, there were many large guilds: Tyranny, Fireworks, Flying, Eternal, Starry Night, and also Mingyue Pavilion. The leader of Mingyue Pavilion, Wangyue Gongzi, was the first to achieve a golden level first kill, but had been unusually low-key and mysterious recently. Iron Horse Ice River initially thought he couldn't keep up with those competitors, but unexpectedly, with Zhou Ming's help, he was a step ahead, owning a guild. It was truly unpredictable and amazing. Seizing the moment, he spent money to issue a regional announcement in Dawn City. Friends, I am Iron Horse Ice River, leader of the Yulong Guild, and I invite all ambitious individuals to join. Our guild is currently the only level 2 guild in the game, accommodating up to 100,000 members. Welcome to join. Zhou Ming laughed. You're quite clever. Clearly, with the world announcement just passed, inviting strong players now could maximize the current momentum. Mr. Zhou, now that the guild is established, are you sure you don't want to join us? Iron Horse Ice River asked. Zhou Ming shook his head, not interested. Iron Horse Ice River had to give up the invitation and then asked, by the way, since you just arrived in Dawn City, have you been to the Tower of Sin? Zhou Ming curiously asked. No. What's special about that place? Not particularly special, Iron Horse Ice River explained. It's a dungeon discovered just the day before yesterday. Unlike regular dungeons, it has levels, and only by completing the highest difficulty level is it truly cleared, so no one has claimed the first clear yet. He added, Mr. Zhou, do you need equipment? The Tower of Sin has a feature where entering as a team significantly increases monster and equipment drops. Why not take us along? We only want the final treasure chest, and all the loot along the way is yours. Zhou Ming found this proposal interesting. I see. Let's go, lead the way. Initially planning to practice skills, he thought he might as well go for the first clear upon discovering a dungeon. By the way, I don't want to see that noisy kid again, Zhou Ming added, his tone leaving no room for argument. Don't worry, boss. I guarantee he won't appear in front of you again, Iron Horse Ice River assured, immediately making arrangements via friend communication. Before setting out, Zhou Ming understood that matters in the game, divine revelation, were of utmost importance, and even a certain second-generation heir couldn't be allowed to act recklessly. It was a good opportunity to have him gone. Outside the west gate of Dawn City, in the blazing desert, a dark gold-tiered subterranean flame dragon boss was under siege. Blood Rose, Bachi Wushuang, and Flying Prince each led their elite teams, encircling it with nearly 1,000 players. With the gear provided by Yi Gu and the skills from the Divine Protection class, Bachi Wushuang and his team's strength had significantly improved. From the start of the attack, They faced almost no danger due to their coordinated efforts in controlling and dealing damage. Suddenly, the subterranean flame dragon unleashed a fire-based area attack. Light of protection. Holy healing wind. Blood Rose quickly cast group shields and healing skills to protect the shield guards and warriors at the front. The Divine Protection class is an advanced version of the basic class, enhancing existing skills by twofold and adding new ones. Blood Rose, with her level talent, Blessing of the Masses, further increased the potency of all enhancement skills by 100. Under her protection, the dragon failed to take down any frontline members. Next, two thick bolts of lightning descended from the sky, striking the boss and inflicting significant damage while paralyzing it. Blood Rose was impressed by the prince's spell combo. His attack was initially a single bolt of lightning, but with his level talent spell combo, he had a chance to trigger an additional strike, resulting in double damage if successful. Immortal Battle Soul. Just as the boss's attack landed, Ba-Chi Wushuang eagerly activated a 5th-tier skill. His body was enveloped by a phantom battle soul clad in armor and wielding a massive blade, granting him a substantial shield and extending his attack range due to the battle soul's towering figure. At this moment, Ba-Chi Wushuang's health was deliberately kept low. His level talent, Fury Power, increased his attack, resistance, and tenacity as his health decreased. With the protection of the Immortal Battle Soul and Blood Rose's shielding skills, Ba-Chi Wushuang charged at the boss in melee, each strike dealing over 3,000 damage. Tyrant Silver Spear, Tyrant's Journey, and Firework Green Feather, also benefiting from the Divine Protection class, followed closely, keeping the boss engaged. The boss's health continued to drop, and the situation looked promising. The assistance from Brother Yi Gu was invaluable, and the Flying Prince was deeply grateful. Unfortunately, the game rules didn't allow them to intervene directly, otherwise, they couldn't obtain the guild token. No worries, using the 2 scrolls had greatly advanced their progress, and no one else could match it. Firework Sword Dance remarked. Before leaving, Yi Gu had gifted them 2 skill scrolls. According to him, the external support provided by these scrolls wouldn't trigger a rule backlash, as it wasn't considered NPC involvement, significantly speeding up their progress. Ba-Chi Wushuang, full of vigor, unleashed a blood-red blade light, dealing massive damage and astonishing everyone. Haha, exhilarating. Ba-Chi Wushuang relished the thrill of battle, pleased with his output, dispelling past gloom. Indeed, without that annoying Mr. Zhou's interference, he was bound to grow stronger. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player, never working again, Zhou Ming, for achieving the first kill of the Dark Gold level boss and receiving a special reward. This news was like a bolt from the blue, leaving the once confident Ba-Chi Wushuang stunned, his expression frozen. Other players were equally surprised. Zhou Ming, wasn't he stuck in Maple Leaf Town? How could he snatch the first kill of a Dark Gold level boss? It's infuriating. How is it him again? After a brief moment of shock, Ba-Chi Wushuang was filled with rage. He thought, sorry, but it's still me. At that moment, he could almost see Zhou Ming's face, which made him grind his teeth in frustration. He had already reached the main city, so how could he still be outdone by Zhou? Why? Was Maple Leaf Town's resources richer than the main cities? He was nearly losing control. Calm down, let's kill the boss first. Blood Rose advised timely. Everyone was pondering, incredulously asking, he can kill a Dark Gold level boss in the Adventurer's Town? There aren't even Gold level bosses there. Fireworks Sword Dance and Little Princess were equally puzzled. Fortunately, the group's strength kept the boss under control, preventing any chaos from the unexpected news. While casting spells, Little Prince speculated, maybe he got lucky in killing the boss, but the town's resources are limited. Sooner or later, he'll fall behind us. Hopefully. Ba-Chi Wushuang felt numb, his energy for fighting monsters dwindling. He had a deep psychological shadow regarding Zhou Ming. Since meeting him, the once invincible player had suffered setbacks. Despite leading a large guild, he couldn't suppress a solo player, experiencing a massive sense of failure for the first time. Don't forget, Brother Jaeger said the guild token can only be used within the main city area. Flying Little Princess suddenly laughed. In other words, even if that guy got the first kill of a Dark Gold level boss, he can't establish a guild. Let him hold the guild token and stare at it. Fireworks Sword Dance felt somewhat relieved upon hearing this. At this moment, the group worked together to finally slay the near-death Crypt Flame Dragon, which dropped a guild token. Ba-Chi Wushuang was the first to check the loot, proudly displaying the guild token to everyone. As agreed, he would be the first to establish a guild, as he had the closest ties with the order, benefiting everyone greatly. The prospect of establishing a guild lifted Ba-Chi Wushuang's spirits. Yeah, that guy is stuck in the town anyway, why bother with him? Even if he gets a guild token, he can't use it. No matter how cunning he is, I still established a guild first. He waved his hand, ready to take out a return scroll. Just then, a world announcement echoed throughout the game. World announcement. Congratulations to player, never working again, Zhou Ming from the Dragon Nation region for establishing the first Guild Dragon Guild. and receiving a special reward. The previously cheerful group was instantly dumbfounded. What? How? Wasn't he stuck in the town? How can he establish a guild? This time, even the typically calm Blood Rose felt her mind go blank. Baki Wushuang paused, took a deep breath, and seethed with anger. Damn it! In the fiery desert, a man's furious shout echoed. Is this Zhou Ming human or ghost? He's like an unshakable specter. At this moment, Baki Wushuang felt a profound sense of helplessness, too exhausted to even ponder how Zhou managed to establish a guild. All that remained in his heart was a sigh. I'm done. Calm down. The communication talisman is reacting. It's Brother Jaeger contacting us. Blood Rose took out a runion-engraved talisman, which floated in front of the group. The talisman pulsed with energy, revealing Jaeger's image. Brother Jaeger, sorry, we didn't establish the guild first. Blood Rose began. No matter. Jaeger interrupted her, speaking gravely. I need you to handle something regarding an adventurer named Zhou Ming. Outside the south gate of Dawn City, Zhou Ming and his companions, including Tai Bing He, traveled through the wilderness and eventually reached a towering ancient tower. The tower was as black as ink, exuding an oppressive aura. As they approached, faint sounds of battle could be heard from within, sending chills down their spines. This ominous structure was the Tower of Sin, the target of Zhou Ming and his group. Beside the light gate on the first floor of the ancient tower stood a crystal stele, its golden text shimmering as it displayed the real-time leaderboard for the Tower of Sin. The rankings were based on factors like difficulty level, speed, and the number of monsters defeated. Tai Bing He and Yulong Zhanhun stepped forward to check it, and found their ranking had dropped out of the top 10. Yesterday, they suffered a team wipe on the 6th level of Nightmare difficulty, and it seemed no one had managed to clear it yet. The first place now is a team led by Ji Qi Tianya, and they've actually reached the 4th level on Hell difficulty. Yulong Zhanhun pointed at the crystal stele, feeling astonished by the strength of Ming Yugo. Ji Qi Tianya was the vice president of Ming Yugo, and rumors had it that their president was even stronger, though they had mysteriously disappeared recently. If Ji Qi Tianya teamed up with the president, claiming the first clear of the Tower of Sin would be within reach. Mr. Zhou, what do you think? Tai Bing, he turned to Zhou Ming, eyes filled with curiosity. Zhou Ming, slightly frustrated, was trying to steal skills from the Night Guardian scroll, but hadn't succeeded. It seems the skill theft difficulty of this scroll is very high. Are you asking what difficulty you'll choose? Zhou Ming paused, a smile playing on his lips. Of course, Hell difficulty. I'm here for the first clear. Are you sure you want to be so reckless? Shouldn't we try Nightmare difficulty first to gauge the situation? Yulong Zhanhun cautioned. The Tower of Sin may appear to have only 9 floors, but if you choose Hell difficulty, a hidden 10th floor will emerge. And the monsters on the same level vary greatly in strength across different difficulties, becoming extremely vicious. Even though everyone had witnessed Zhou Ming's prowess, the challenge of the Tower of Sin was not to be underestimated. They felt it necessary to explain the risks to Zhou Ming. However, Zhou Ming simply chuckled and asked, isn't it possible that I'm the most vicious one here? With that, he swiftly formed a team, pulling in Tai Bing He, Yulong Zhanhun, and 7 other members of the Yulong Guild. Since the dungeon could only be entered once per day, and monster numbers and loot increased with the team, Zhou Ming wasn't about to miss this opportunity. The group approached the entrance to the first floor dungeon, and Zhou Ming decisively chose to enter. The system prompted, select dungeon difficulty. 4 options appeared, normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. Without hesitation, Zhou Ming clicked on the hell difficulty option. In a flash of light, the group vanished from their original spot, stepping into the abyss of the Tower of Sin. In the distance, a passing player looked surprised and quickly activated their friend communication. Silver Spear, I've spotted Zhou's whereabouts. I'm not mistaken, I have vision enhancement talent. Even though it's far, I can see clearly, it's definitely him. You are now entering the hell-level Tower of Sin and are on the first floor. Please be careful. Everyone, be aware that the nightmare-level monsters are extremely aggressive, and the hell level must be even more dangerous. As soon as he steadied himself, Iron Horse River loudly reminded everyone. Zhou Ming looked around and found that this floor resembled a massive arena with a very spacious area. Ahead, a group of humanoid monsters noticed the commotion and turned to look at him, with some of them even starting to go invisible. Zhou Ming quickly scanned them, noting that all the monsters were humanoid, representing various professions and numbering no less than 100. He randomly selected one monster to check its attributes. Evil Swordsman LV20, Special Monster, Health 387,500, Attack 2,778, Physical Defense 3,874, Magic Defense 3,512, with skills including Star Chasing Slash, Cross Slash, Sword Chi Surge, Sword Chi Burst, Damage Enhancement, and Speed Enhancement. The Eye of Insight is indeed an upgraded version of True Sight. Zhou Ming realized he could see more monster attributes. He warned, be careful, A lot of thieves are sneaking up on us. Zhou Ming could see any invisible units, but clearly, those thieves didn't have the same ability, so he specifically warned everyone. After saying this, he applied poison to his weapon, and 5 streams of light flashed around him, transforming into clones. In a flash, 18 figures charged forward like the wind, reaching extreme speed. Swoosh, swoosh. Blades cut through, blood splattering. Using stealth, the thieves who rushed in first were revealed under Zhou Ming and his clone's attack. Iron Horse River and the others quickly dodged and grouped up for defense. Facing the hell-level difficulty, they naturally wouldn't act recklessly and left everything to the expert, doing their part as sidekicks. Zhou Ming charged into the crowd, immediately attracting swordsmen and warriors. In the rear, a mage raised their staff, a skill cast bar appearing above their head, Death's Lullaby. Boom. An eerie sound wave swept across, putting many enemies to sleep and interrupting their attacks. The next moment, 6 black evil dragons appeared invincibly, transforming into endless blade lights. Evil Dragon's Wrath Life Devour. Boom. You have slain Evil Swordsman LV20. Experience points 8,400. A series of notifications resounded. With the 6 working together, all enemies fell, and a pile of equipment dropped beside each corpse. Everyone was stunned. Huh? Is it over already? Apart from Iron Horse River, Dragon Soul of the Royal Knights, and Qing Shani Jiuzai, the other members of the Royal Knights Guild were all taken aback. Had the hell-level difficulty dungeon, which no one had cleared yet, really ended its first floor just like that? You were far away before, so you didn't know how fierce he was against the dark gold level boss. This isn't even his full strength, Qing Shani Jiuzai said with a smile. Huh, there's still one left? Zhou Ming thought it was over, but noticed a blood-soaked figure among the corpses, supporting themselves with a sword. Boss, each floor is guarded by a strong one. Be careful. Iron Horse River loudly reminded. Zhou Ming focused and saw it was a level 20 gold level boss, likely the guardian of this floor. Though not dead, it was left with low health after the onslaught of the 6 evil dragons' wrath. Zhou Ming waved, and a few clones approached rapidly with Shadow Dragon Flash, quickly finishing it off. Boom. A light descended from above the first floor, forming an entrance to the second floor. After each floor, there would be a 3-minute rest period before automatically entering the next floor. Iron Horse River came over to explain to Zhou Ming, 3 minutes? It's unnecessary, 2 minutes is enough. The cooldown for Dragon's Fang is 120 seconds, and once it's ready, we charge up immediately, quickly eliminating enemies before the clones disappear. Zhou Ming and his clones split up to collect equipment, and during this, he didn't forget to use the steal skill on the Night Guardian scroll, but to no avail. As soon as the 2 minutes were up, Zhou Ming and the others immediately entered the second floor. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, on the ranking crystal monument, a team's rank was rapidly climbing. Look, someone else has started the hell-level difficulty, a player noticed. Zhou's team. Wait, it's that Zhou? Upon seeing the team leader's name, players immediately exclaimed. Are you talking about that Zhou? Isn't he stuck in the adventurer's town? You're behind. I just checked the forum, and he caused another big scene, beating up the NPCs in Maple Leaf Town, forcing the mayor to lift the bounty and teleportation lock. Whoa, that intense. Instantly, players gathered around. Zhou's notorious reputation preceded him, and although he had only just arrived at the main city due to certain circumstances, no one doubted his strength. Everyone was curious to see how far he would go. Boss, we finally found him. On the other side, the formidable Silver Spear ended his communication with a friend and turned to Overbearing Unmatched, saying, that guy is with the people from the Dragon Guild, and they've entered the Tower of Sin. Excellent. Overbearing Unmatched spirit lifted as he secretly anticipated. Let's see how he escapes this time. Beside him, Firework Sword Dance expressed her anger. Exactly. This group is planning to attack Zhou Ming, and they're well prepared. Behind them, there are 4 holy prayer priests from the order. When Overbearing Unmatched and Blood Rose heard from Yega about Zhou Ming's actions in Maple Town, they were both taken aback. Zhou Ming had caused chaos in Maple Town, defeated Captain Charles of the Guards, single-handedly overcame numerous professional mentors, beat up the mayor, killed Father Martin, and looted the mayor's treasury. Such a series of outrageous acts would have been unbelievable if Yega hadn't personally revealed them. It was sheer lawlessness. Despite being nurtured by the order, they dared not contend with that guy now. However, Zhou Ming's audacity shocked them, as he dared to kill Martin, who was part of the order. Now, Brother Yega personally assigned 4 awakened lower-ranked holy prayer priests, equipped with order gear, to ensure Zhou Ming faces justice. What surprised Overbearing Unmatched was that Yega didn't personally take action or dispatch mid-ranked holy prayer priests. He explained that he was concerned about displeasing the City Lord's mansion. Currently, both the Order and the City Lord's mansion are trying to win over adventurers, and the City Lord's mansion is constantly finding excuses to limit the Order's actions, which made Yega cautious. However, Overbearing Unmatched believed that with 4 holy prayer priests acting together, this operation couldn't fail. The order had specific methods to deal with adventurers, and once they captured Zhou Ming, killing him would be just the beginning. With this thought, his heart was filled with anticipation. Inside the Tower of Sin, Zhou Ming and his team were advancing at an astonishing pace. As soon as they entered the second floor, Zhou Ming and his clone unleashed fangs of the evil dragon and life devour, causing the entire second floor space to feel like it was collapsing. The 25th level overseer, a gold level boss known as the follower of the Dark Alliance, was instantly left with low health. Zhou Ming and his clone charged forward and finished him off. On reaching the third floor, the monster's attributes increased significantly. As soon as Zhou Ming and his clone entered, they sacrificed health points to boost Wrath of the Evil Dragon. The 5 clones sacrificed 300,000 health, and Zhou Ming sacrificed 200,000, once again unleashing Wrath of the Evil Dragon and Life Devour. The overseer of the third floor was the Fallen Aslan, a level 30 gold level boss who was once a holy prayer priest of the Sacred Order, but had fallen to evil. He had numerous tricks and had slain countless adventurers below hell difficulty. Yet, against Zhou Ming's absolute power, he was nothing more than a minor obstacle. 6 massive attacks landed, shattering Aslan's many defenses, leaving him with no escape, turning him into a corpse. In just 7 minutes, Zhou Ming and his team were advancing towards the 4th floor. Wow, his speed through the levels is insane. Outside the dungeon, a group of players had gathered in front of the ranking monument. In the 4th level of the Tower of Sin, Zhou's ranking skyrocketed to 2nd place, sending chills down the spines of the onlookers. This level allows multiple teams to independently clear the dungeon. At this moment, a young man, supported by his teammates and surrounded by illusory charms, was relentlessly attacking a fiery monster. His name is Zhiqi Tianya, the vice president of the Minghua Pavilion. With his exorcism talent, Zhiqi Tianya can significantly increase damage to dark and undead targets and easily master the mysteries of charms. Therefore, he was granted a hidden profession by the Holy Order, one that only those with exorcism talent can transition into a demon exorcist, a powerful profession that uses charms and magic arrays as primary means. At this time, he cast a controlling magic array, successfully trapping the 4th level boss, the Incinerator Snoke, causing it to lose life continuously within the array. Snoke is a special gold level boss with a health of 3,665,000 and an attack power of 4,100, possessing various powerful skills. When Zhiqi Tianya entered, there were still 10 flame guards around, but with his and his teammates' efforts, these guards were eliminated. Next, they just needed to patiently grind down Snoke's health. The hell level difficulty is indeed terrifying. Even if we pass this level, we'll probably stop at the 5th, Zhiqi Tianya said regretfully. Brother Tianya, reaching the 5th level is already awesome. I bet this ranking won't be surpassed for some time. The surrounding members echoed. That's right. Once the president returns from the order, Dawn City will be ours. Minghua Pavilions. Everyone laughed. Zhiqi Tianya felt a sense of pride. Although he couldn't compare to the president, Wang Yue, who in Dawn City could rival him. While attacking, he habitually opened the team's exclusive dungeon information interface to check the rankings. At this moment, his heart trembled. Zhou? How did this guy make it to the main city? Damn, his team made it to the 4th floor? In less than 8 minutes, they caught up with me. With this, everyone around was shocked. Meanwhile, in another independent dungeon space on the 4th floor, Zhou Ming's performance was entirely different. As soon as he entered the 4th floor, he quickly unleashed the combo of Wrath of the Evil Dragon and Life Devour. All his clones charged forward with Phantom Flash and Shadow Dragon Flash. The Incinerator Snoke angrily released Repel Fire Ring, but Zhou Ming's clones self-destructed before the attack hit. In the explosive roar, blood-red energy raged through the 4th floor space, leaving Snoke almost dead before it could even see its attacker. Death Mark explode. Zhou Ming triggered the Death Mark, completing the kill. Wow, that was incredible. Qing Shan Yizhou exclaimed in awe. I feel like I'm flying through the levels, just shooting up, huh? Zhou Ming remained calm, walking over to pick up all the equipment dropped by the boss. By now, his backpack was filled with hundreds of pieces of equipment. In this dungeon's hell-level team mode, the drop rate was indeed high, with almost every monster dropping items, especially the bosses on each floor, which had an astonishing drop rate. After the battle, Zhou Ming's clone technique was on cooldown, so he wasn't in a hurry to enter the next level. He chose to wait for the 3-minute rest period. This way, when entering the 5th level, he would only need to wait 2 minutes for the clone technique to recover, ready for another slaughter. During the wait, Zhou Ming didn't remain idle. He used the theft skill on the Guardian of the Night Scroll. The success notification surprised him, as he was accustomed to failure. Wow, finally managed to steal it. Zhou Ming's heart raced with excitement. This skill scroll was incredibly difficult to pilfer, but he succeeded. He quickly opened his skill panel, and, sure enough, saw a new skill added. The skill was Guardian of the Night, an active skill of the 7th tier, level 10, with an effect value of 700 points. The first effect grants the power of the knight, protecting the user by absorbing up to 500,000 total damage until the shield vanishes. The second effect allows the shield's value to be allocated to allies. It costs 1,500 mana points and has a cooldown of 180 seconds. Zhou Ming felt a thrill of satisfaction, thinking he was becoming increasingly formidable. He decided to designate Guardian of the Night for unlimited growth. He wondered if skills corresponding to a skill book could be stolen. He immediately took out a mage skill book and attempted to steal, but failed. The system prompted, "This target cannot be stolen from." Zhou Ming felt a bit disappointed but understood that skill books essentially record the method of learning skills, unlike skill scrolls that directly store skills, making them non-stealable. However, just because it can't be stolen now doesn't mean it can't be in the future. Who knows what strange events might occur? Soon after, Zhou Ming and his companions entered the 5th level. With each level, the number of monsters noticeably decreased, but their attributes grew stronger. Zhou Ming couldn't instantly kill the boss with his combo of Wrath of the Evil Dragon and Life Devour. However, he still had Death Mark. Once the 6 Death Marks erupted, their power was terrifying. Throughout levels 1 to 5, Zhou Ming charged forward with his blade. He activated Dark Barrier and Guardian of the Night, combined with Light's Amulet and Life Recovery spell, using his agile movements to draw the attention of the boss and most of the smaller monsters, maximizing the safety of his allies like Tai Ma Bing He. With these enhancements, the drop rate increased by at least 2 to 3 times, and Zhou Ming wouldn't let them die easily. 2 minutes later, Zhou Ming's clone technique was ready again, and the same scene unfolded once more. Amidst the evil dragon's roar, countless phantoms appeared, and Life Devour was integrated into the attack, while the Death Mark emitted a black aura. After this combo, the boss of the 5th level fell in defeat. Zhou Ming smoothly leveled up to 29 and entered the 6th level. The 6th level introduced Dark Gold tier bosses, slowing Zhou Ming's progress, though only requiring more time to clear. He still managed to pass through successfully. Upon reaching the 7th level, Zhou Ming and his clones probed the boss, forcing it to use its movement skill. Then, the clones sacrificed 350,000 life points to increase damage, once again unleashing the Wrath of the Evil Dragon, combined with Life Devour. After the combo, the clones self-destructed, shaking the entire 7th level. The boss, unable to escape, suffered heavy damage, its health reaching a critical state. Zhou Ming engaged in fierce combat, ultimately detonating the death marks from the 6th level, and the 7th level's boss also fell in defeat. The 8th level. Starting from this level, there were no smaller monsters, only a single Dark Gold tier boss. This special type monster had 7,448,000 health points, an attack power of 3,874, a spell power of 6,321, physical defense of 6,890, and magic defense of 7,244. Its skills included Wind Flash, Ice Wind Howl, Freezing Breath, Ice Pillar, Protective Ice Armor, Multiple Ice Blades, Ice Shield, Cold Wind Burst, Defense Enhancement, Damage Reduction, and Self-Healing. The description warned, a monster wielding the power of ice and snow, beware of being frozen by her. Seeing this, Zhou Ming's expression turned even more serious. In terms of attributes, the Ice Snow Banshee, also a Dark Gold level boss, wasn't much different from the Dark Gold level ogre he had previously defeated. However, being of a different type, this one was clearly a mage with a wide attack range, requiring him to handle it cautiously. Watch out for yourselves, Zhou Ming said, activating Flowing Wind and Dragon Shadow states. He was enveloped in a triple shield of Knight's Guardian, Dark Barrier, and Light's Blessing Amulet, and swiftly charged toward the boss. Whoosh! His speed was like an arrow shot from a bow, incredibly fast. The Banshee immediately opened her mouth, preparing to unleash an ice breath. Shadow Dragon Flash. Zhou Ming transformed into a dragon, closing in instantly and following up with a backstab. Thud! The blade pierced precisely into the Banshee's back, interrupting her spellcasting. The Banshee let out a painful wail, the sound piercingly shrill. Boom! A gust of cold wind erupted from her, knocking Zhou Ming back. Subsequently, a blue frost armor and cold shield appeared around the Banshee. Her hands glowed with magical energy, quickly casting a skill Ice Wind Roar. A cold wind mixed with snow roared forth. Zhou Ming, in his dragon form, dodged twice, successfully avoiding the attack and moving to the Banshee's side. Phantom Flash. Bang bang bang. His attack struck the Banshee's ice armor and shield, forcing her to retreat repeatedly. Death Lullaby. Zhou Ming suddenly used a control skill, but the Banshee only dipped her head before quickly regaining clarity. The control skill from gold level equipment was indeed insufficient against a Dark Gold level boss. Whoosh! Wind howled at the Banshee's feet as she used a displacement skill to pull away. Seeing this, Zhou Ming smiled, taking advantage of her skill cooldown to pursue her. His blade flashed as he unleashed his ultimate moves Wrath of the Evil Dragon, Life Devour, and Death Mark. Simultaneously, Zhou Ming consumed 100,000 health points to increase damage. Boom. A black evil dragon transformed into endless blade light, surging forward. The Banshee's defensive ice armor and protective cold aura shattered under the blade light, causing her immense pain. Zhou Ming went into stealth, casting a healing spell on himself while approaching the Banshee and observing. At this moment, he saw the Banshee's hands weaving magical energy into intricate patterns. Boom. A pillar of ice suddenly formed, with endless snow and cold wind spreading in all directions. Retreat. Zhou Ming retreated rapidly, but the wind and snow were surprisingly fast and expansive. Not good. Iron Horse, Ice River, and the others also fled in a hurry. But even Zhou Ming was relentlessly pursued, let alone them. Someone in the field was instantly killed, while Iron Horse, Ice River, and Dragon Soul barely survived in a frozen state, thanks to the priest's last-second protective skill. Boom. The pursuing ice and snow finally caught up with Zhou Ming, shattering his dark barrier first, followed by the light's blessing amulet's shield. Only the power of Night's Guardian remained strong. Chills seeped through the shield, attacking Zhou Ming. Sizzle. Ice rapidly formed on him, as if trying to turn him into an ice sculpture. Invincible body. Buzz. A red aura appeared around Zhou Ming's silhouette. In this state, he shook lightly, shattering the ice covering him. Then he used his agility to retreat further until he was out of range of the enemy's attacks. Shortly after, the pillar of ice vanished. My turn now. Zhou Ming suddenly smirked wickedly. Have you ever faced the wrath of a full assault Banshee? With that, Zhou Ming created 5 clones. The clone skill had recovered. Righteous Fury. Zhou Ming and his clones activated damage buffs, and the 5 clones attacked with Shadow Dragon Flash. At that moment, Zhou Ming triggered Death Mark. Just as the Banshee tried to retreat, the Death Mark exploded, halting her movement. In an instant, 5 evil dragons surged out, transforming into endless blade light. Black blades flew everywhere, interwoven with blood-red energy. Boom, boom. The Banshee's defensive skills hadn't recovered, and her health plummeted. She continuously cast Ice Blades and Snowstorm area skills, but these were nowhere near the scale of the previous Ice Pillar. Zhou Ming and his clones were agile, aided by displacement skills, making it hard for her to hit them. Even if they were occasionally struck, the Knight's Guardian skill shielded them from significant damage. If they were accidentally frozen, the invincible body would break them free, with enhanced attributes at their peak. Zhou Ming and his 5 clones relentlessly assaulted the Banshee. During this time, they tried to steal from her, but unfortunately, no special items were obtained. Before long, 6 death marks exploded, and the Ice Snow Banshee turned into a lifeless corpse. The 9th level. This level also has only a boss. It's a humanoid monster covered in black, crystalline scales, with vertical pupils in its eyes, giving it a half-human, half-snake appearance, but without a snake tail. It's classified as a special dark gold level boss, with a health of 8,630,000, attack power of 5,238, magic strength of 7,344, physical defense of 8,744, and magic defense of 8,410. Its skills include Petrifying Attack, Petrifying Ray, Spiked Terrain, Petrified Skin, Earth Shield, Earth Gate, Quicksand, Falling Boulder, Instant Flash, Defense Enhancement, Damage Reduction, and Self-Healing. The description mentions that it possesses a faint bloodline of the Medusa clan from the alien demon race, granting it extremely dangerous petrifying abilities. As Zhou Ming and his team appeared, the Banshee pointed a finger, releasing a silver streak of light that shot towards them. Without a word, Zhou Ming and his doppelgangers used Phantom Flash to dodge it. Damn! In dodging, he inadvertently left the Dragon Warrior Spirit behind, who was caught off guard, struck, and instantly petrified killed on the spot. Boss, it's up to you now. Iron Horse and Evergreen quickly spread out, trying to stay as far away as possible. Zhou Ming and his clones rapidly cast Life Recovery, each regaining over 70,000 health points. With skills like Righteousness, Flowing Wind, and Dragon Shadow Maze activated, Zhou Ming and his doppelgangers charged in with murderous intent. Boom. The Banshee unleashed the Quicksand skill, turning the 100-meter radius around Zhou Ming into flowing sand. Such a skill makes normal movement skills useless, as stepping on the ground would cause one to sink and interrupt movement. However, Zhou Ming's movement skills are far from ordinary. Shadow Dragon Flash. In an instant, he and his doppelgangers transformed into demonic dragons, charging directly at the Banshee. The Banshee quickly repositioned and cast the Spike Terrain skill. Just as Zhou Ming landed, magical patterns appeared beneath his feet, and stone spikes began to emerge, glowing with magical energy. Phantom Flash. He and his doppelgangers dashed through before the spikes could rise. Boom. The Banshee used the Earth Gate skill, summoning a massive door of earth magic from thin air. Bang! Bang! Under the assault of 18 phantoms, the stone gate shattered. Zhou Ming and his doppelgangers executed backstab, appearing like phantoms behind the Banshee. The Banshee, however, used instant flash to escape at high speed, creating distance. Zhou Ming had been waiting for this opportunity. He and his doppelgangers pursued relentlessly, black dragons appearing on their blades. In the next moment, 6 black dragon shadows flew out. Evil Dragon's Wrath, Life Devour, Death Mark. With the remaining health of the 5 doppelgangers, they only consumed 100,000 health to boost damage. To be safe, Zhou Ming also expended just 100,000 health. Seeing no way to dodge, the Banshee's skin petrified, surrounded by an earthy yellow aura. Boom. The Banshee's defensive skills were shattered by the Black Blade light, significantly reducing damage, but it didn't matter. The death mark was in place. Moreover, the Banshee was now poisoned. The deadly poison powder inflicts 1,000 poison damage per second, lasting for 180 seconds. Although the duration and damage may be reduced due to the boss's resistance, the effect is still significant, mainly because the healing reduction can severely hinder the high-level boss's regeneration. Then, the 5 doppelgangers used Shadow Dragon Flash to surround the Banshee, causing it to panic on the spot. Zhou Ming found himself surrounded by 5 burly men, and he couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. The 5 clones simultaneously attempted to steal, but failed to acquire any valuable items. The female demon sneered coldly. Since they showed no respect, she wouldn't hesitate to self-destruct. Boom, boom. With each explosive sound, the demon's health plummeted. Zhou Ming chuckled softly, snapped his fingers, and declared, "Art is an explosion." Boom. 6 death marks detonated simultaneously, instantly reducing the petrified demon's health by nearly 5 million. Zhou Ming's figure vanished as he activated stealth, buying time for the clone technique's cooldown. Once the clone technique was ready again, another wave of skills would surely spell the end for the boss. Unable to see Zhou Ming, the petrified demon furiously unleashed attacks on Iron Horse Binghe and Qingshan Egyo. Despite their struggles, the two eventually perished. As mere sidekicks, they had done well to come this far, and Zhou Ming couldn't be bothered to save them. When the stealth time ended, the demon seemed to realize something and launched a frenzied attack on Zhou Ming. However, it was futile. With Zhou Ming's speed, avoiding attacks was almost impossible for her. Although the demon's attacks carried a petrification effect, with a chance to petrify the target, Zhou Ming had the Dominator body. Even if hit accidentally, he could activate the Dominator body and, combined with a powerful resilience potion and his high resistance, instantly enter a superhuman state. He could go wherever he wanted, and no one could stop him, not the demon, nor even a goddess. Before long, Zhou Ming successfully stalled until the clone technique was ready again. The 5 clones reappeared, signaling the start of the counterattack. Boom, boom. Amidst the roaring sounds, a wave of blood-red energy surged forth. Deathmark explode. The 6 streams of deathly aura engulfed the petrified demon, sealing its fate. A surge of experience points flooded in, filling Zhou Ming's experience bar and allowing him to reach level 30. The notification sounded, and Zhou Ming could distinctly feel his attributes changing dramatically. Bloodline, Shadow Evil Dragon, 7-star effect 1. Each level up grants 20,000 health, 2,000 to abnormal resistance, and toughness. Effect 2, Unknown. The notification stated that the bloodline effects would strengthen and unlock as levels increased. Although no new bloodline effects were unlocked, the boost in health and resistance from leveling up was substantial. Zhou Ming closed the interface and walked over to pick up all the loot from the boss. As expected of a dark gold level boss, the drops were abundant, including skill books and equipment. Unfortunately, the skills were for mages, which, while fitting for the boss, were of no use to him, leaving him slightly disappointed. However, now that he had reached level 30, he could change his equipment and learn new skills, especially the long-awaited Flying Flowers and Picking Leaves. He took out the skill book for Flying Flowers and Picking Leaves. This skill required 1,000 agility points to learn, which Zhou Ming had already surpassed, so there was no issue. He learned the skill Flying Flowers and Picking Leaves. Additionally, he had a rogue skill book for Gouge, which he had purchased earlier at the Empire's Commerce Guild for 3,000 gold coins, and he learned that as well. Zhou Ming learned the skill Gouge. Gouge type. Active skill, Tier 4, LV10400, Effect 1. Skillfully wield short blades for an attack, dealing 4,200 attack power damage. Zhou Ming was filled with anticipation. His skill, Effect 2, had a 40 chance to stun the target for 3 seconds, although taking damage could potentially break the stun. This skill consumed 500 mana and had a cooldown of 50 seconds. Before his rest period ended, Zhou Ming quickly opened his inventory to select the right gear. After aiding Iron Horse Ice River in defeating the ogre boss, he had rampaged through the Tower of Sin, amassing a collection of dark gold tier equipment. After some deliberation, Zhou Ming selected 3 pieces of gear. 1. Petrified Banshee's Cursed Tunic. Tier, Dark Gold. Attributes: HP 24,000, Dual Defense 3,800, Status Resistance 2,000, Strength 400, Constitution 350, Crit Immunity 10. Additional effect: 10 chance to petrify the target for 5 seconds upon attack. Additional skill, Earth Shield, blocks 300,300 of physical defense and total damage. Cooldown 120 seconds. Required level, LV 30. 2. Ogre's Strength Pauldron. Tier, Dark Gold. Attributes, Physical Defense 2,500, Magic Defense 2,200, Tenacity 1,500, Endurance 300, Strength 410. Additional effect, Single Target Attack Damage 20. Additional skill, Fury's Power, increases self-attack and triple speed by 40. No side effects, lasts 60 seconds. Cooldown 120 seconds. Required level, LV 30. 3. Frost Whisper Belt. Tier, Dark Gold. Attributes, HP 28,000, Physical Defense 1,400, Magic Defense 1,500, Status Resistance 1,200, Tenacity 800, Agility 350. Additional effect, 10 chance to freeze the target for 5 seconds upon attack. Additional skill, Ice Shield, blocks 200,300 of magic defense and total damage. Cooldown 120 seconds. Required level, LV 30. 4. Sinister Bandit's Bloodthirsty Wool Bracelet. Tier, Dark Gold. Attributes, Strength 800, Spirit 1,200, Accuracy 1,500, Mana 3,000, Cooldown Reduction 10. Additional effect, increases status resistance and tenacity by 100 for each enemy unit killed, up to 10,000, lasting until the end of the battle. Required level, LV 30. Zhou Ming equipped these items, immediately feeling a significant boost in his attributes. Just as he prepared for the next challenge, a flash of light transported him to the hidden 10th floor. My dear, I've been waiting for you so long the flowers have withered. A sultry, enchanting voice reached Zhou Ming's ears, its intoxicating allure stirring the imagination. If not for Zhou Ming's steadfast focus on his goal of earning gold, he might have easily succumbed to temptation. Outside the Tower of Sin, a large crowd of players gathered in front of the ranking crystal monument. People were exclaiming, "Look, he's reached the 10th level, the hidden 10th level." As the rankings changed, everyone realized that someone named Zhou had defeated the boss of the 9th level all by himself. What a monster! Truly living up to his notorious reputation. The players were filled with envy and thought to themselves, "Mr. Zhou is terrifying. Thankfully, we didn't cross him back then, or the consequences could have been dire." Yulong Zhanhun stole a glance at Tai Ma Binghe, feeling a deep sense of admiration. Even though they were eliminated early in the dungeon, they still received rewards for the levels they reached, so it wasn't a complete loss. Could it be that Zhou possessed a high-level talent comparable to his cousins, to be so incredibly strong? At the Crystal Monument, Zhiqi Tianya stared at the name in the first place, feeling both shocked and envious. He led his team through the 4th level with great difficulty, barely passed the 5th level, and was eliminated in less than 3 minutes on the 6th level, all with the help of his team. According to Tai Ma Binghe, Zhou did it all solo, and the Yulong Guild was just a tool to increase drop rates. How on earth did he manage that? Business of the Overlord Guild. All unrelated parties leave immediately. Just as Zhiqi Tianya was feeling frustrated, a brazen voice rang out. Bachi Wu Shuang, Xueme Gui, and several holy priests arrived, each guild bringing about 100 elite members, starting to drive away the scattered players. "What's your problem, Overlord lackeys? What business is it of yours if we're here?" someone protested. "Kill him," Bachi Wu Shuang said calmly, and that player was instantly killed by multiple skills. "Fellow adventurers, we are here under orders to apprehend the criminal Zhou. To avoid collateral damage, please leave promptly," explained a church member named Lower Holy Priest Deepu. "Here to catch Zhou?" Tai Ma Binghe was startled. Were they really after Zhou? "Haven't you heard? There's a post in the Maple Leaf Town section of the forum. Zhou caused a huge commotion in Maple Leaf Town and even killed a member of the church. They're probably here to capture him for that." Everyone was amazed. Wow, that's just like him, truly ruthless. Once they understood the situation, a large number of players quickly left, leaving mainly the members of the Yulong Guild, Mingyuge Guild, and Overlord Guild. A few people, unwilling to miss the spectacle, refused to leave. "Why are you still here? Do you want to die?" Ba Dao Xiao Inchang shouted at the people by the ranking monument. "You're not worthy of speaking to me," Zhiqi Tianya replied dismissively, turning to Ba Chi Wu Shuang and thinking to himself, "I didn't expect to run into you here. I can't stand Zhou either. Count me in." "It's you." Ba Chi Wu Shuang and Xueme Gui finally noticed Zhiqi Tianya. They were all people favored by the church and had met at a church branch before. Xueme Gui looked at Tai Ma Binghe. "So you are indeed associated with Zhou. But as a favor to the Yulong Guild, I suggest you leave quickly or face the consequences." Tai Ma Binghe, however, ignored her and turned his attention to the holy priests. "Aren't you afraid the city lord's mansion will blame you for targeting an adventurer like this?" With that, he revealed his professional emblem, the Celestial Warrior. Zhou Ming stepped onto the 10th floor of the Tower of Sin, where a seductive female voice echoed around him. To his surprise, he found himself in a peach blossom forest, with petals falling like rain and a fragrance filling the air, creating an almost heavenly scene. A woman approached, graceful and stunning, like a fairy from a painting. Her every smile and glance exuded endless charm, especially her phoenix-like eyes, which were filled with affection, sparking Zhou Ming's imagination. "Young master, I've been waiting for you," she said softly. "Get lost." Zhou Ming mercilessly slapped her away, thinking to himself that women only slowed down his path to wealth. His eyes narrowed, a golden light flashed, and with great authority, he activated the Eye of Insight. Instantly, the beautiful illusion shattered like a mirror, revealing the true 10th floor. He found himself in a dim, spacious area, and 100 meters away, a monster was cautiously approaching. It was a creature with a human body and a fox tail, and Zhou Ming was shocked to realize it was a diamond-level boss. With a health of 14,430,000, attack power of 6,112, magic strength of 9,410, and formidable defenses. A bewitching fox spirit, skilled at enchanting hearts, extremely dangerous, Zhou Ming thought to himself. It was indeed a hidden 10th floor, as unexpected as it was. If an average person had come here, they might have fallen victim and died without knowing why. Its mental control skills were particularly eerie, and immunity skills were ineffective against it. Fortunately, it encountered Zhou Ming. His Eye of Insight rendered the fox spirit's mental control useless. The fox spirit seemed surprised that Zhou Ming had suddenly regained clarity, staring at him in confusion, not daring to act rashly. Just then, Iron Horse Ice River warned him through communication. "Boss, Badeo, Huahua, and Feitian are with people from the Holy Order blocking you outside the dungeon. Be careful." "I know," Zhou Ming replied calmly, unfazed. Father Martin had mentioned that the Order possessed holy spring water, which could greatly increase the success rate of wings. Since he had already offended the Holy Order, a confrontation was inevitable. With them coming, it was a good opportunity to test their strength. Zhou Ming calculated that if their strength was formidable, he would choose to avoid them temporarily, but if they weren't as strong as expected, well, he could give it a try. At that moment, he split into 3 figures, charging directly at the fox spirit, determined to take it down and clear the dungeon. If he could acquire good equipment, he could use it to face those people afterward, making it perfect. "You audacious fox spirit, daring to deceive me. Compensate with all your wealth." While the fox was momentarily caught off guard, Zhou Ming swiftly dashed forward in a flash of illusion. In midair, with a quick gesture of his small hand, he instantly acquired 244 gold coins and a piece of gold-level equipment. The fox spirit's face twisted in rage as 3 illusions attacked, and a fiery aura erupted from within it. Repulsion Fire Ring. As expected of a diamond-level boss, even with Zhou Ming's spell defense exceeding 8,700, he still lost 26,000 health points. However, he only retreated a few meters before stopping. Theoretically, the Repulsion Fire Ring should have pushed him at least 20 meters away, but Zhou Ming's resilience played its part. The higher the resilience, the shorter the control time, and the harder it is to be knocked back. Zhou Ming's high resistance and resilience caught the fox spirit completely off guard. Backstab. Zhou Ming moved mysteriously to the fox spirit's back, thrusting the evil dragon's fang towards its heart. Backstab life, drain weak point break. At the moment of the strike, a foxfire shield appeared on the fox spirit's back. Crack. The backstab combined with life drain, although extremely powerful, only shattered the shield, causing minimal damage. Fortunately, the poison took effect, and the fox spirit was already poisoned. It swiftly dodged, fled forward, then turned and clawed at Zhou Ming. Evil Shadow Claw. A dark purple beast claw, filled with a dangerous aura, struck down from above. Shadow Dragon Flash. Under the effects of flowing wind and dragon shadow mirage, Zhou Ming transformed into a demon dragon, moving with incredible speed. The diamond-level boss barely had time to react before Zhou Ming was beside her, stabbing towards her abdomen. Gouge weak point break. Boom. The fox spirit instinctively released fireballs that spun around it, an unmistakable skill known as blazing fire spin. Zhou Ming, undeterred by the fire attacks, stabbed successfully, stunning the fox spirit. Instantly, it lost its ability to resist, and the fireballs vanished. Zhou Ming immediately activated Righteousness and Fury Power, with the evil dragon's fang emanating a black aura as a dragon shadow roared, transforming into endless blade light. Evil Dragon's Wrath Death Mark. This strike cost Zhou Ming 200,000 health points to increase damage. Boom. A lifesteal effect of 63,724 ensued, and the pain jolted the fox spirit from its stunned state. Flames flickered beneath her feet as she used her displacement skill, Shadowfire Escape, to flee. Zhou Ming pursued quickly, now holding 5 throwing darts. Plum Blossom Darts, a hidden weapon with gold-level attributes, attack power 1000, automatically retrieved after throwing, requiring level 30 and mastery of hidden weapon skills. These were purchased from the guild and can only be used by those skilled in such techniques. At that moment, Zhou Ming used the flower-plucking leaf technique to throw the plum blossom darts. Whoosh, 5 black streaks of light pursued at incredible speed. Just as the fox spirit stopped, the dart struck, leaving no room to dodge. The fox spirit, repeatedly attacked, hastily used life recovery to heal itself. Simultaneously, its entire body erupted in flames, preparing to unleash the wide-range skill, Heavenly Fire Meteor. Death Mark, detonate. Zhou Ming detonated the Death Mark, abruptly interrupting the fox spirit's casting. Immediately, Zhou Ming closed in with Shadow Dragon Flash, relentlessly pursuing the fox spirit, his blades slashing and stabbing without respite. Zhou Ming faced the magic-type target, knowing he had to attack with all his might before she could use any mobility skills, not giving her a chance to cast spells. Although the fox demon had high defense, Zhou Ming's attack power was enough to break through, and combined with poison damage, even a normal attack could deal about 10,000 damage. His continuous attacks kept refreshing the poison effect on the fox demon, significantly weakening her healing abilities and limiting her recovery speed. During this time, Zhou Ming frantically looted, acquiring 173 coins, 1 piece of gold-level equipment, 8 advanced health potions, and 15 agility attribute points. Hearing these notifications, Zhou Ming's eyes lit up with pride as he stole more attribute points. However, the fox demon was clearly provoked and suddenly swiped with her claw, revealing a dark purple beastly paw. Zhou Ming quickly summoned an earth shield, surrounding himself with an earthy aura. Bang! The shield shattered, and Zhou Ming staggered back a few steps. The fox demon's mobility skill had finally reset, allowing her to distance herself, her eyes glinting with a strange light. She cast the Phantom Eye skill, sending an invisible wave towards Zhou Ming, attempting to invade his mind. At that moment, Zhou Ming's eyes flashed with golden light, maintaining mental clarity as he used the Eye of Insight, unafraid of mental attacks. The fox demon was visibly panicked, as mental manipulation was an extremely powerful control method at this stage of the game, one that couldn't be countered by ordinary fortitude or cleansing skills. This was the trump card of the fox demon as a diamond-level boss, but it had failed twice in a row. Zhou Ming rejoiced internally, realizing that his ability to counter mental control was why he could hold his ground on the 10th floor. Zhou Ming smiled slightly, and 5 streams of light flew from his body as his clone technique finished cooling down. He shouted, "Righteous Fury! Power of Rage! Take this, full-on assault!" Zhou Ming charged towards the fox demon, while his 5 clones split apart using the Shadow Dragon Flash, approaching from different angles. The fox demon was surrounded as the clones slashed with their blades, black demonic dragons roaring and transforming into endless blades of light. Wrath of the Evil Dragon Life devoured Death Mark. As they struck, the clones simultaneously consumed 300,000 health points to increase damage. Boom, boom. The blade light filled the sky and ground, creating a terrifying scene. As the terrifying damage numbers popped up, the fox demon barely had time to breathe before 20 flying daggers attacked. Shoo, shoo. The daggers were so fast that the fox demon couldn't dodge and was almost completely hit. She tried to escape, but a sudden chill engulfed her, causing her body to freeze as Zhou Ming's equipment's freezing effect activated. Seeing this, Zhou Ming and his 5 clones were excited and immediately launched a righteous assault. Phantom Strike, Backstab, Smash, Steal. With her mental control ineffective, the fox demon was at a complete disadvantage against the 6 attackers, unable to defend herself and losing health rapidly. As the death mark was about to expire, Zhou Ming decisively commanded his clones to self-destruct. Boom, boom. 5 blood-red beams shot into the sky, the explosive energy shaking the 10th floor space. Following this, the death mark detonated. Although the fox demon had critical hit resistance, the simultaneous detonation of 5 death marks didn't result in a single critical hit. Yet, the fox demon was already low on health, and due to the poison, her recovery speed was severely limited. Zhou Ming was pleased, knowing that with her remaining health and recovery rate, he could finish her off whenever he wished. However, he didn't immediately deliver the final blow, instead periodically attacking to disrupt her healing. In terms of mobility, each time Zhou Ming used the Dragon Shadow Step, he had 3 powerful moves. In terms of speed, once activated, Dragon Shadow Step surpassed hers, and he also had the Flowing Wind. Zhou Ming occasionally went into stealth, making stealing even easier, leaving the fox demon helpless. Zhou Ming thought to himself that once his clone technique cooled down, it would be the fox demon's end. At that time, he would meet with the Holy Order while his clone technique was ready. In the meantime, he amused himself by teasing the little fox, chuckling internally, "Steal here, steal there, from all directions, in every way imaginable. Are you mad yet?" Faced with Zhou Ming's continuous stealth, mobility, and theft, the fox demon was on the brink of collapse. As a diamond-level boss, she felt powerless. Just then, Zhou Ming successfully stole the Phantom Eye skill, and an unusual notification suddenly sounded. Upon hearing the notification sound, Zhou Ming was startled, but excitement quickly surged through him. He had triggered the opportunity to steal an unconventional item once again, and it was thrilling. It seemed he had stolen her illusion skill. Eagerly, he entered stealth mode and opened his skill panel, where a peculiar eye-shaped icon caught his attention. This was an active skill of the illusion eye type, ranked at tier 7, and level LV10700. The first effect of the skill released an invisible mental force from the eye, causing a mental shock to an enemy within sight. The second effect had a 90 chance of trapping the target in an illusion, rendering them unable to attack or resist for 60 seconds. The lower the target's mental points, the longer they would remain in the illusion. The third effect had a 40 chance of turning the target into the caster's puppet, able to follow simple commands for 60 seconds. The skill consumed 1,000 mana and had a cooldown of 300 seconds, with instant cooldown. Zhou Ming thought to himself, this skill that could potentially control others was quite fascinating. After reading the skill description, he immediately made a connection and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. He first designated the illusion eye for unlimited growth, leaving one slot remaining for such growth. Then, still in stealth mode, his eyes emitted an invisible wave towards the fox demon, who was visibly tense from not being able to see her enemy. Illusion eye. Zhou Ming was secretly delighted. Using a fox's skill against a fox, what a genius move. Boom. The fox demon, alarmed by the sudden disappearance of her skill, was already mentally fragile. The mental attack came unexpectedly, and she was instantly caught off guard. The alluring fox demon was hit by the mental shock and became his puppet for 60 seconds. Zhou Ming revealed himself, watching the fox demon with amusement. Her gaze seemed somewhat vacant, and she showed no reaction upon seeing Zhou Ming. He commanded, "Come here." The fox demon obediently walked up to him, following orders perfectly, which Zhou Ming found incredibly entertaining. Since he started playing the game, he had never encountered anything this amusing, and his playful spirit was ignited. Kneel and act cute. Upon hearing this, the fox demon plopped down to her knees. However, she seemed unable to comprehend the human concept of acting cute, and her movements were somewhat clumsy. Zhou Ming couldn't help but tease, "So clueless, you can't even act cute. What's the point of keeping you around?" He took the opportunity to attack and steal, but unfortunately, he didn't manage to obtain anything valuable. When the 60 seconds were up, the fox demon regained her senses and immediately recalled the previous events. She was furious and charged at Zhou Ming recklessly. Zhou Ming activated all his skill buffs, feeling secretly pleased, and played with her slowly. Once his important skills had cooled down, he lost interest in toying with her and accelerated his attack pace. Skills like Petal Pluck, Backstab, Phantom Flash, Wrath of the Evil Dragon, and Death Mark were unleashed consecutively, rapidly depleting the fox demon's health. Finally, with a mournful cry, the alluring fox demon was slain by Zhou Ming, leaving behind a corpse. Notification sounds rang out one after another. You have slain the diamond level boss, alluring fox demon LV40, gaining 600,000 experience points. The alluring fox demon is a special instance monster, and this kill does not trigger a boss first kill. Your team has cleared the hell level instance of the Tower of Sin, earning you a diamond level lucky chest. Your team has completed the first clear of the Tower of Sin instance, earning you an additional diamond level lucky chest. Congratulations on clearing the instance. You will be transported out in 1 minute, or you may leave on your own. The fox demon dropped a small pile of items, with 2 glowing diamond-level treasure chests floating in the air. Zhou Ming quickly stepped forward, collected all the dropped items into his backpack, and then eagerly opened the chests. The first diamond-level chest revealed a bloody helmet of the sinister villain 1. The second chest contained a necklace of lucky blessing 1. Despite not triggering chances for higher-grade items, Zhou Ming still acquired 2 pieces of diamond-level equipment. He checked the fox demon's drops again and was pleasantly surprised to find a diamond-level lower garment. In this dungeon, the experience points for monsters seemed significantly less than those from bosses of the same level outside, but the drop rate was relatively good. Zhou Ming examined the attributes of the 3 diamond-level pieces of equipment. Bloody helmet of the sinister villain diamond level. Physical defense, 5,500. Magic defense, 5,600. Tenacity, 2,000. Evasion, 1,800. Critical immunity rate, 20. Strength, 640. Constitution, 600. Additional skill, Sinister Bloodthirst absorbs 50 of a target's life as a shield upon each kill, stacking up to 1 million shield value, with a 10-meter control range, lasting until shield value depletes, no cooldown. Required level, LV30. Necklace of Lucky Blessing Diamond level. Strength, 1,200. Spirit, 1,500. Accuracy, 2,400. Mana, 5,000. Cooldown reduction, 15. Additional effect, 10 experience and drop rate from monster kills. Required level, LV30. Foxfire Glimmer Lower Garment Diamond level. Dual Defense, 4,000. Status Resistance, 2,000. Endurance, 700. Constitution, 640. Additional effect, 30 chance to trigger a spinning fire attack on enemies when attacked can be toggled off. Required level, LV 30. Zhou Ming equipped all 3 items and immediately felt a significant boost in his attributes. Compared to his time in the adventurer's town, his power had undergone a qualitative leap. His character's current stats were as follows. Player, Zhou Someone. Reputation, 60,000. Class, Rogue. Level, 30. Health, 759,920. Mana, 16,300. Attack power, 17092. Spell power, 8460. Physical defense, 17743. Magic defense, 17373. Movement speed, 2564. Accuracy, 5576. Evasion, 5115. Attack speed bonus, 150. Critical rate, 60. Critical damage bonus, 20. Critical immunity rate, 20. Cooldown reduction, 25. Status resistance, 68200. Tenacity, 64,300. Constitution, 2,880. Strength, 4,040. Intelligence, 460. Endurance, 1,240. Agility, 1,581. Spirit, 3,716. Health points, over 700,000. With all my abilities, let's see how they plan to take me down, Zhou Ming thought after equipping his new gear. A stream of light descended from the sky, opening the dungeon's portal, and Zhou Ming's figure gradually disappeared. Outside the Tower of Sin, news of his success spread quickly. As the completion time was fixed on the ranking monument, everyone was astounded. This person must possess inscrade or higher talent. Zhou stared at the first place on the ranking monument, filled with jealousy. Meanwhile, the members of the Yulong Guild were particularly worried. Although Zhou Ming had successfully cleared the dungeon, the people from the Holy Order had set up a barrier outside, waiting for his appearance. Could he handle it? Our members can't get inside the barrier. Yulong Zhanhuan communicated to Taimabing through the friend chat. As expected, we just need to do our best, and, no matter what happens, we must firmly stand by Mr. Zhou. Taimabing, he issued the order. As Zhou Ming cleared the level, several holy prayers were surprised. The hell level difficulty of a secondary main city dungeon requires considerable time to clear, even with their combined efforts. The fact that he could clear it alone speaks volumes about his extraordinary abilities. This person truly has the right to be arrogant. What a shame. Among the 4 holy prayers, one named Robin spoke up. Humph, so what? Holy Prayer Mayan is the commander of this operation, he said coldly. We are fully prepared. There's no way he can escape. Before he finished speaking, a streak of light shot out from the Tower of Sin. Here it comes. Bachi Wushuang focused intently on the light. Sure enough, the streak landed, revealing a figure he loathed immensely. Mr. Zhou, be careful. Taimabing, he and the other 9 immediately rushed to Zhou Ming's side, vigilantly watching their surroundings. A light domain barrier had been set up here, preventing logging out or returning to the city until it disappeared. The barrier had a manifesting effect, and death would result in revival on the spot. As soon as Zhou Ming appeared, he heard a prompt. You all should stay back. Being near me is just a death sentence. With that, he moved past the crowd, ready to face the battle. Is the mighty Zhou really planning to take them on directly? Isn't that a bit reckless? Brothers, let's step back and record this. The Holy Order is making their first move, and it's against the infamous Zhou. This is explosive news. A few curious onlookers stayed behind, quickly retreating to the edge of the barrier to watch from a distance. The light domain barrier covered a 3,000-meter radius, so there was no need to be too close. They could use the game's recording feature to observe the battle. Seeing Zhou Ming appear, Holy Prayer Mayan stepped forward and shouted, Villain, why did you kill our holy prayer unprovoked? Where is the sacred object you stole? Hand it over, surrender, and return with us to the order to receive divine punishment. There's still a chance for redemption. Before Zhou Ming could respond, Bachi Wushuang shouted, Lord Mayan, there's no need to waste words on this villain. Let's kill him back to level 0. With that, his body erupted in golden light as he activated the exclusive skill of the divine warrior, the immortal battle soul. Bloodburn. He sacrificed 80 of his own health to create a massive blood-red shield, charging at Zhou Ming. Blood Rose immediately cast a buff skill, and Fei Tian's siblings and others launched their attacks. Clone technique. Zhou Ming created a clone, quickly activating stealth and flowing wind. Dragon Shadow, Shadow Dragon Flash. In an instant, he transformed into a demon dragon, slipping through the side to evade countless attacks. Foolishness, thinking mere stealth could counter the manifestation of the light's domain. What? Upon seeing Zhou Ming initiate stealth, Mayan and others initially intended to laugh, but they suddenly froze. The opponent did not become visible. What's going on? It's known that the light's domain is a 7th-tier skill and a top-notch one at that. Although its primary function is to lock down enemies, its ability to reveal hidden figures is undoubtedly at the expected 7th tier strength. Yet it couldn't make him visible? Damn, the light's domain couldn't reveal him. Baki Wushuang, Blood Rose, and Flying Little Prince were taken aback. They were aware that Zhou's stealth was unusual, but after witnessing the power of the Order, they were confident that the Order's methods would suppress him. The outcome was completely unexpected. If your methods are only this effective, it's quite disappointing. In stealth mode, Zhou Ming's speed surged. His mental attributes were so high that even at high speeds, he maintained control over his surroundings. Whoosh! Like arrows released from a bowstring, he and his clone rapidly approached the holy priests. They were still in shock over the light's domain failing to reveal Zhou. Zhou Ming and his clone both targeted the only female holy priest among the four, Ina, and simultaneously executed a theft. Have the followers of God ever experienced the joy of being surrounded by burly men? Steal 6. You obtained a refined holy priest's top 1. You obtained a refined holy priest's bottom 1. You obtained 428 gold coins. In an instant, holy priest Ina felt quite exposed and instinctively let out a misleading scream. What's going on? Is this what divine revelation is all about? Players watching the spectacle from afar were utterly stunned. Just watching the fun, and there's a bonus too? It must be Zhou's doing. If he can steal from the mayor, taking these people's gear is no surprise. Wow, this is awesome. And this NPC is quite the stunner. Go on, Zhou, we're cheering for you. The players had never witnessed such an exciting scene before and were incredibly thrilled, thoroughly enjoying the show. Noticing Ina's predicament, Mayan, Deep, and Robin were all shocked. That thief stole my gear. Ina hurriedly put on other equipment, embarrassed and angry, saying, those were bound items, and he could still steal them. What a bizarre method. Let's all attack together. We must force him out. Mayan drew the holy priest's special long cross weapon, preparing to cast a spell. The holy priests are adept in both physical and magical skills, but their abilities lean towards magic. Each of them mastered numerous wide area skills. The man was trapped within the barrier, with all 4 of them attacking together, along with Blood Rose and others. How many times could he dodge? Once hit, he wouldn't remain hidden for long. Simultaneously, the 4 of them radiated magical energy. At that moment, Zhou Ming and his clone, still in stealth, had a strange glint in their eyes. In the next second, 6 illusion eye skills were aimed at the 4 holy priests, as well as Baki Wushuang and Little Prince, and unleashed simultaneously. Boom! An invisible mental wave swept through. These 6 attacks came incredibly fast, unseen and undetected, catching them off guard. The bodies of all 6 trembled simultaneously. A mental attack? The holy priest named Mayan seemed to possess greater strength. His body merely shuddered briefly, showing surprise but not succumbing to the illusion. His colleague, Dip, was not caught in the illusion, but Ina, Robin, Baki Wushuang, and Little Prince were all affected. Robin merely stopped attacking and fell into the illusion, while Ina, Baki Wushuang, and Little Prince were immediately controlled by Zhou Ming due to the puppet effect. Zhou Ming wasn't surprised by Baki Wushuang and Little Prince becoming puppets, given their limited abilities. However, he was taken aback that Saint Priestess Ina was also affected. Perhaps the recent overwhelming attack had been too much for her, causing her to lose focus momentarily. Attack! Zhou Ming commanded, as he and his clone quickly retreated. Old man, did you enjoy watching that? Saint Priestess Ina's eyes were somewhat vacant, yet her tone turned ferocious as she swung her long cross towards Main beside her. Golden light erupted, growing fiercely. What madness is this? Main hurriedly used a shield skill to defend, retreating in shock. Be careful, she's under a mental skill control. Dip quickly dodged, ready to intervene. Boom. 2 brilliant lightning strikes descended from the sky, striking him hard on the head. You guys? Dip was left covered in dust. The attackers were none other than the guild-trained adventurer, Flying Little Prince. It wasn't over yet. Baki Wushuang appeared behind him in his undying war soul form, roaring. Ina is mine. Dare to take her from me? I'll kill you. Baki Wushuang delivered a fierce demon slayer slash, and the unprepared Dip was knocked to the ground, rolling far away. Blood Rose and Mingyue Pavilion's Zikidianya were left bewildered by the scene. What was happening? Why were the NPCs fighting each other? Weren't they here to kill Zhou Ming? The players watching were equally puzzled. First, the beautiful Saint Priestess offered a surprising benefit, and then the NPCs started fighting among themselves? Zhou Ming's methods were truly astonishing. Iron Horse and others were utterly amazed, their admiration growing. Amidst the enemy's chaos, Zhou Ming and his clone seized the opportunity to steal. He first targeted Blood Rose. Blood Rose screamed, following in Saint Priestess Ina's footsteps. Why panic? The fun has just begun. Zhou Ming struck and quickly retreated, setting his sights on Fireworks, Sword Dance, and Little Princess. One at a time, no need to fight. Everyone gets a turn. 8 seconds later, 6 small hands reached out simultaneously. Fireworks, Sword Dance yelled in shame and anger, Despicable scoundrel. Little Princess was not spared either. Wow, the benefits just keep coming. I always thought Fireworks President had an amazing figure, and now I've seen it. Following the boss, the perks never stop. Thank you, boss, you'll always be my idol. The players were thrilled by the unfolding drama, cheering and thoroughly entertained. Zhou Ming's actions continued unabated. Keep the music playing and the dance going. What? My weapon? Main, who was fully defending against INA's attack, suddenly realized his weapon had vanished. Damn it, my pants. Saint Priest Dip was furious. Under the large-scale magical bombardment from Ina and Little Prince, the elite members of the three guilds suffered heavy casualties. The most frustrating part for them was that they revived immediately upon death, unable to escape. The scene was chaotic, and Zhou Ming took full advantage, stealing with great satisfaction. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last. Saint Priest Main was indeed stronger than the others. After the initial chaos, he stabilized his position and withdrew. Dip, go stop them, he ordered, transforming into a stream of light heading towards the motionless Robin, who was still trapped in the illusion. Dip followed orders, charging forward. Gate of Repentance. Divine Crystal Shield. Two massive defensive barriers blocked Ina and the others. Main seized the opportunity to reach Robin, slapping him hard. Damn it! Wake up, he cursed in frustration. For people attacking one adventurer, yet they were the ones in Chao Sit was humiliating. Smack! Smack! Main slapped repeatedly. As a Saint Priest, Robin's mental strength and resistance to abnormal effects were not low. His eyes showed a struggle, and he managed to break free from the illusion. Damn thief. As soon as he regained clarity, he understood the situation. Quick, stop Ina. Yes. Robin quickly moved to join Dip in defense. Main took the chance to pull out a scroll, transforming it into a long sword filled with a bright aura. 7th tier skill, Sword of Repentance. The scroll in Mayun's hand transformed into the Sword of Confession. When used against enemies, it could put them under control, subjecting them to repentance. When used on allies, it could dispel control effects, especially mental attacks. However, the sword's drawback was its short attack range as a melee weapon. At this moment, Mayun seized the opportunity while Ina and others were dealing with Robin and Deep, accelerating his movements to launch a sneak attack from behind. Whoosh! His actions were swift and precise, striking the three controlled individuals with 3 consecutive sword slashes. What? Just now? What happened? I think I was controlled by that despicable person. They finally regained their senses. Stop talking. Use wide-range attacks to expose him quickly. Mayun's face twisted with anger, clearly infuriated, as he took the lead in using his skills. The others immediately followed his command, but with Zhou Ming in the shadows and them in the open, how could they strike first? Righteous Fury. Power of Rage. Zhou Ming quickly applied 2 attack buffs, summoning 5 clones, striking preemptively. Roar. 6 black, evil dragons suddenly charged out, transforming into endless blades that covered all enemies. Breaking Strike, Dragon's Wrath, Life Devour, Death Mark. This strike cost Zhou Ming 400,000 health points, while the clones sacrificed 600,000 health points collectively to boost attack power. In an instant, the sky and earth were filled with endless blades and crimson light. The sudden massive area attack took Mayun and the others by surprise. The sheer force even made the holy priests among them tremble with fear. Light Guardian Amulet, Guardian Light, Divine Crystal Wall, Indestructible Holy Shield. Those who were about to unleash attack skills quickly switched to various defensive measures in an instant. Protective shields and auras rose among them. Boom, boom. The blade light struck, fiercely clashing with the opposing defensive auras. Zhou Ming's Dragon's Wrath alone had an attack power exceeding 800,000, while the skills unleashed by the clones were over 1,000,000. With a combined assault of 6, the damage was unimaginable. Under the intense bombardment, the defensive auras were shattered piece by piece. Blood Rose, Invincible, and others were killed and lost levels in this wave of attacks, unable to resist. Zhou Ming's health was fully restored due to their deaths. With their defensive skills broken, the Holy Priest's health dropped rapidly, forcing them to cast healing skills. You possess such strength, Mayun shouted in disbelief. Zhou Ming ignored his question, spreading out his clones and releasing throwing knives with his main body. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of slicing through the air was sharp, and the precision of his throwing technique was unmatched, with the projectiles arriving in an instant. Don't be arrogant. A vast, holy light transformed into a canopy, enveloping everyone. Ting, ting. Zhou Ming's throwing knives hit it, unable to make a dent. Humph, this is a top-tier 8th level area defense skill. Do you think you can break through? Mayun waved his hand. Everyone, attack together and bring this villain to justice. Despicable thief, let's see where you escape this time. The group attacked in unison while Zhou Ming's stealth had not yet recovered. Meteor Shower, Winter's Wrath, Holy Judgment Sword. Each massive area skill rained down. Zhou Ming and his clones immediately used Shadow Dragon to evade. Boom. Flames roared, snowstorms howled. and golden spears and majestic holy swords, carrying immense power, descended upon the area. Zhou Ming skillfully dodged amidst the barrage of attacks. With his Shadow Dragon flash and incredible speed, Zhou Ming's movements were nearly impossible to track. However, the enemy's attacks were relentless. Boom. Eventually, Zhou Ming and his clones were caught in several wide-range spells. Earth Shield, Knight's Guard, Sinister Blood. Zhou Ming quickly activated his defensive skills, conjuring several powerful shields that appeared and stacked upon each other. The Sinister Blood shield was particularly notable, as it absorbed life due to the numerous enemies Zhou Ming had just slain, allowing it to block up to 1 million damage. Despite this, the shield shattered under the intense bombardment. Boom. Magical energy raged like an apocalypse. The enemy's attacks also carried various control effects: ice, imprisonment, and stun, all attempting to overwhelm Zhou Ming. He was immobilized. Seeing this, Baki Wuxuan was overjoyed, thinking to himself, "This damn Zhou, today I'll make sure he never rises again." However, on the edge of the barrier, members of the Yulong Guild grew tense. At that moment, Zhou Ming's outline began to glow red. Invincible body. Crack. With a powerful tremor, the layers of ice imprisoning him shattered, and the other control effects dissipated. Think hiding in a shell means you're safe? Amidst the flying ice shards, Zhou Ming made a gripping motion with his right hand, like the Grim Reaper delivering a verdict. Deathmark, detonate. Within the absolute defense barrier, 3 death marks appeared on the Holy Prayers Priest Deep, who was instantly killed. You have slain Lower Holy Prayers Priest Deep LV 48. Experience 420,000. Reputation 18,000. Indeed, Zhou Ming had not fully dispersed his death marks. Concentrating attacks is more effective than spreading them out, making it easier to kill the target. Deep. Seeing his comrade fall, Main roared in fury. He had noticed the hidden dark trick on Deep and Robin earlier and had tried in vain to remove it. Immediately after, the 3 death marks on Robin also detonated. With a scream, Robin was killed too. "You villain, your sins are unforgivable." Main and Ina attacked with all their might. Faced with the barrage of attacks, Zhou Ming remained calm, evading with all his strength. Meanwhile, his 5 clones cast a skill on him. Life Restoration. With this wave of healing, his health was instantly restored. "Go," Zhou Ming commanded, and the clones fearlessly rushed toward the shell-like barrier. The enemy's attacks came in waves, quickly depleting the clones' health. Self-destruct. Zhou Ming ordered decisively. Boom. Boom. The 5 clones simultaneously self-destructed, sending pillars of blood-red light skyward, unleashing violent energy in all directions, like a cataclysm. As the explosions subsided, cracks began to appear on the absolute defense barrier. What the heck? So this is the self-destruct technique mentioned on the forums. Seeing it firsthand is truly shocking, amazing. In the distance, players watched with excitement. What holy order! They're nothing compared to Master Zhou. The power of the clone's self-destruction terrified not only Blood Rose and her group, but also Main and Ina. This adventurer cannot be allowed to live. Cold sweat dripped from Main's brow as he realized he had vastly underestimated his opponent's strength. If this person cannot be used by the Order, he will become a threat. Fortunately, Brother Yega was cautious and provided him with a powerful trump card. A flash of light appeared in Main's hand, revealing a scroll that was clearly different from the others. A 9th level skill? Ina was shocked by the energy emanating from the scroll. "Yes," Main said gravely. "When Brother Yega gave this to me, I thought he was overreacting. I'm glad I didn't refuse." With that, the scroll in his hand transformed into a brilliant light, breaking free of the barrier and spreading across the entire light domain, leaving no one untouched. 9th level skill, Pure Land. A radiant burst of light suddenly expanded, transforming into a vast luminous curtain that filled the entire realm of light. In an instant, everyone felt as though they had stepped into a terrestrial paradise. As far as the eye could see, exotic flowers and plants flourished, and rare birds and beasts coexisted harmoniously, presenting a scene of natural tranquility. People's hearts were filled with unparalleled peace and serenity, as if all worries and troubles had been left behind, and they only wished to immerse themselves in this natural beauty, returning to simplicity. At this moment, they achieved a state of selflessness, their physical form seemingly losing significance as their souls merged with the entire Pure Land, indulging in a transcendent, ethereal experience. A Pure Land? So this is the skill, exclaimed Saint Priestess Ina in surprise, as players found themselves under mental control. A 9th tier skill wasn't the pinnacle within the Order, but a 9th tier mental control skill was extraordinary. Mental control skills were extremely rare, and reaching the 9th tier was exceptionally uncommon. "We must act quickly. Let's take him down together." Main took out a pair of metal shackles inscribed with numerous light runes. These were the shackles of the prisoner, which could only be placed on a target once they lost the ability to resist. Once shackled, all abilities would be sealed, they couldn't log out, and as their health decreased, they would enter an irrecoverable weakened state. The lower the health, the more severe the weakness. By shackling Zhou and attacking him while he was under mental control, he would be at their mercy. Immediately, the two rushed out of the defensive light shield towards Zhou Ming. At this moment, the mental attack within the Pure Land intensified. Enter the Pure Land, heed the divine teachings, transcend worldly emotions, and enjoy a life free and unrestrained. In the sky, countless angelic and celestial figures appeared, singing continuously. The ethereal voices seemed like divine whispers, drawing people in, making it hard to resist. Please, just stop singing. It's worse than crying. In the midst of this overwhelmingly serene atmosphere, a piercing voice suddenly broke through. Admittedly, the opponent's attack was indeed strange. Even someone as strong as Zhou Ming was slightly affected, but only just. Eye of Insight break. As the mental attack intensified, Zhou Ming's eyes shone with golden light, seeing through the illusion. Crack. The beautiful scene shattered like a mirror, and he immediately freed himself from the mental interference. What? Main and Ina, who had just reached Zhou Ming, were taken aback. They saw Zhou Ming's eyes filled with golden radiance, exuding divine might, with no sign of being under mental control. Backstab. Zhou Ming swiftly moved behind Main, using his backstab skill. A golden shield appeared on Main's back, barely blocking Zhou Ming's attack. He hurriedly turned around, slashing with his sword. Zhou Ming parried with his blade, stepping back. As Ina prepared to cast a spell, Zhou Ming waved his hand. A dart flew out swiftly. Unable to dodge, Ina was hit by the dart. As she winced in pain, an invisible wave emanated from Zhou Ming's eyes. Illusionary eyes. Boom. Ina felt a jolt in her mind and instantly became Zhou Ming's puppet. Unaware of the situation, Main unleashed a golden sword energy towards Zhou Ming. Stealth. Zhou Ming quickly entered stealth mode, sprinting to evade. Boom. Main sword energy, along with the long-range attacks from Blood Rose and others, all missed their target. Zhou Ming gave a command while in stealth. That old man just sneaked a glance at your figure. Hit him. Enraged, Ina gripped her cross tightly and struck Main forcefully. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Main cried out in pain. Damn, she's been controlled again. Main wanted to use the Sword of Confession to attack Ina and break the mind control, but Zhou Ming had anticipated this and instructed Ina to be careful, leaving Main with no opportunity. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming was busy stealing, and the system notified him. You have acquired a dark gold level item 1. You have gained 477 gold coins. The situation quickly turned, throwing the cult into crisis. Inside the absolute defense light shield, the little prince anxiously exclaimed, Brother Main is in danger. The 90-year mind attack skill used by Brother Main had no effect on Zhou Ming, causing Jizidianjia to feel apprehensive. He thought to himself, although he had confidence in the cult's strength and his cousin's abilities, the cult was currently being restrained by the Empire, and it was uncertain when his cousin would return. If Zhou Ming retaliated against Mingyue Pavilion, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhou Ming was clearly stalling for time and stealth. Once his clone technique recovered, Main and Ina would be hard-pressed to cope. Should we escape? I don't want to lose another level, someone suggested, but without the light domain being lifted, escape was impossible, causing panic among the group. Fortunately, Main's strength surpassed Ina's, and after 60 seconds of endurance, Ina finally broke free from the mind control. Her head ached as she recalled everything and urgently said, Forget it. Let's get out of here. However, Main interrupted, Go. We haven't caught him yet. Zhou Ming emerged, exuding righteousness, and unleashed his fury of rage, followed by activating Flowing Wind, Dragon Shadow Mirage, Knight's Guardian, Earth Shield, and Ice Shield, with his dominant skill also activated. Zhou Ming's attribute soared, and he charged at the pair. In a flash bang, the fleeing duo was struck by Zhou Ming, who targeted the weaker Ina first, using Shadow Dragon Flash to appear behind her, landing a stunning blow. Seeing this, Main thrust his sword forward, but Zhou Ming executed a backstab, turning his attack on him. Just then, a barrage of attacks rained down from the sky, the long-range support of Blood Rose and others. Boom. Zhou Ming, undeterred, withstood the damage with multiple shields, relentlessly pursuing the two. Zhou Ming shouted, Ina, you've been manipulated by him multiple times, you're unforgivable. Suddenly, Main struck Ina from behind, sending her flying towards Zhou Ming, while he transformed into a streak of light to escape. Ina, caught off guard, was furious and yelled, Get lost. Zhou Ming kicked her to the ground, roaring, No one is getting away. At that moment, the evil dragon's fang flashed with a dark light, a blade glimmered, and a black dragon appeared as Zhou Ming unleashed evil dragon's wrath, the roaring blade aura hindering Main's movements. He gritted his teeth and fled desperately. Clone technique. Zhou Ming's clone technique finally recovered, and 4 clones pursued Main, while Zhou Ming and 1 clone focused on Ina. He was determined not to let either escape. Main fled with all his might, his eyes locked on the defensive light shield, thinking that if he could just make it inside, he might have a chance to survive. However, just as he was about to reach the absolute defense, a despairing whistle sounded as 4 black dragon shadows chased after him. Boom. 4 mental attacks struck simultaneously. Just as Mane was about to break through to the light shield, his body suddenly halted, and a piercing pain erupted in his mind, as if something was trying to seize control of his spirit. In that instant, the 4 black dragon shadows transformed into endless blade lights, with Evil Dragon's Wrath and Life Devourer skills activated, the clones sacrificing 300,000 health to boost their attack power. The deafening roar drowned out Mane's wails, his body torn apart by the blade lights, meeting a grisly end. Inside the light shield, the little princess in the air screamed in fear, and the others were equally shocked. A holy priest, rendered so powerless against Zhou Ming. With Mane dead, Zhou Ming and his clones quickly dispatched Ina. The glow of leveling up filled the air as Zhou Ming rose to level 31 by killing NPCs. The Pure Land skill ended just in time. At this point, the players regained their senses, witnessing the battlefield in ruins, with all 4 holy priests reduced to corpses. The Holy Order's operation against Zhou Ming had ended in complete failure. What just happened? The players were momentarily caught off guard, as if they had just experienced a strange dream. It turned out they had all fallen under the mental control of the cult's Lao Deng, which was truly shocking. However, Zhou, the veteran player, was not affected, proving his prowess once again. While the others were dazed, Zhou managed to kill 2 of the sacred priests, an act that was terrifyingly impressive. As the truth began to unfold, the players were filled with both shock and anticipation. Could Zhou really be the legendary figure who has awakened an SS-level talent? The fact that he defeated the powerful members sent by the Holy Order left everyone wondering what would happen next. Some had already started uploading videos to forums and media platforms, claiming that the Holy Order attempted to capture Zhou, only to be countered instead. Zhou Ming, however, was unfazed. He and his clones quickly collected the loot dropped by the sacred priests and headed towards Shui Megawei and her group. The little prince watched Zhou Ming nervously, feeling uneasy. The light domain's barrier had a long duration, and if Zhou Ming broke the absolute defense shield, they would be at risk of being killed, possibly even reduced to level 0. Shui Megawei looked up to see the barrier covered in cracks, her anxiety growing. Yet, Zhou Ming merely glanced at them coldly as he passed, seemingly indifferent. Through this battle, Zhou Ming gained a deeper understanding of the Holy Order. His insight and illusion vision skills were crucial, allowing him to be immune to their 9th-tier mental attacks. He understood that the cult's power was beyond imagination, and with the main city not far away, if further attacks were to come, he would be in trouble. Zhou Ming needed to leave quickly, and as for Shui Megawei's group, he was in no rush to deal with them. He dashed to the edge of the light domain and began attacking the barrier. Tai Ma Bing, he instructed. Let's help Mr. Zhou break this shell. Yulong Zhan Hun smiled wryly. Our damage might be embarrassing. Tai Ma Bing, he grinned slyly. You're missing the point. It's about showing support, not the actual effect. Yulong Zhan Hun realized and quickly joined in. Being in the same team, they had no worry of friendly fire. Tai Ma Bing, he also summoned guild players waiting outside the barrier to attack from the outside. Zhou Ming coordinated from the inside, and after a couple of clone-assisted attacks, the light domain barrier finally shattered. I've told you what needs to be done, don't slack off, or the consequences will be severe, Zhou Ming warned before disappearing into stealth and leaving swiftly. The gaming forums exploded that day, with the topic's popularity skyrocketing. A certain Zhou has appeared in Dawn City, and the Holy Order has suffered a heavy blow. He single-handedly killed 4 holy priests, suspected to be an SS-level talent holder. Friends in Dawn City, beware. The notorious Zhou has emerged, and it's best not to provoke him. Posts related to Zhou Ming flooded in, and the buzz persisted for quite some time before gradually subsiding. In the game world, outside Dawn City, in a wilderness area far from the main city, boom, boom. Accompanied by several loud explosions, a blood-red beam shot into the sky, and a violent energy swept through the area as if the apocalypse had arrived. Zhou Ming killed a jungle raptor LV-35, gaining 2,000 experience points. He then killed an ironback battle bear LV-35, gaining 2,400 experience points. All monsters within the explosion range were instantly slain. As a notification sounded, Zhou Ming was enveloped in the glow of leveling up. Several days had passed since the battle with the Holy Order. Zhou Ming had neither returned to the main city nor appeared in the nearby wilderness. He trained alone in a remote area, leveling up and honing his skills. With his numerous abilities, leveling up was no problem for him. Although his skill training slowed down his leveling speed, Zhou Ming had reached level 34, ranking first on the leaderboard. However, he had hidden his information on the leaderboard due to the many enemies he had made, especially the Holy Order, making the situation somewhat precarious. Additionally, the City Lord's mansion remained inactive, prompting him to be extra cautious and conceal his information as much as possible. In recent days, aside from leveling up and skill training, Zhou Ming engaged in other activities. He changed his appearance daily to challenge the Tower of Sin. However, whether due to his level increase or entering solo, the drop rate in the Tower of Sin had noticeably decreased. That cunning fox never dropped diamond-level equipment, and the treasure chest rewards were merely dark gold, a stark contrast to the abundant rewards from his first completion, leaving him disappointed. Furthermore, Zhou Ming often sent a doppelganger, disguised through a transformation technique, back to the main city to scout for suitable equipment at player stalls. Gold coins and RMB were not scarce for him, and rather than letting them sit idle, he converted them into equipment. He not only purchased equipment, but also sold gold-level gear to acquire more silver-level items for nourishment. As for the dark gold equipment unsuitable for his use, after much consideration, Zhou Ming decided to use them for nourishment rather than selling them. He didn't want to cultivate enemies for himself. There was another unexpected event for Zhou Ming. Yesterday, Tai Ma Bing he contacted him to deliver the first batch of silver equipment, totaling 3,000 pieces. Zhou Ming was surprised by their swift action. Upon reflection, it made sense. Members of the Yulong Guild received daily guild tasks and had a guild buff that increased drop rates, contributing to their recent success. Additionally, with players reaching level 30 and the opening of main city interconnectivity, guild members from other main cities likely collected equipment to send over, allowing Zhou Ming to receive the first installment so quickly. After a period of feeding and the growth points obtained from raiding the mayor's treasury, the Cursed Dragon's Fong and Cursed Dragon's Fury boots successfully upgraded to diamond level. The Cursed Dragon's Fong is a growth type, bound equipment, diamond grade, with attributes of 25,000 attack power, 20,000 spell strength, 200 attack speed, 60 critical rate, and 30 critical damage, with an additional effect of absorbing 25 of damage dealt to restore health. The additional skill Cursed Dragon's Wrath unleashes a strike filled with the power of the Cursed Dragon, dealing 150,000,500 attack power damage to targets within a 2,000 meter by 2,000 meter area, with a 120-second cooldown. It has no level requirement, is bound, non-tradable, and does not drop upon death. The Cursed Dragon's Fury boots are also growth type, bound equipment, diamond grade, with attributes of 2,000 movement speed, 4,000 evasion, 20 critical resistance, 1,000 agility, 1,000 constitution, and 1,000 spirit. The additional skill Dragon Shadow Mirage allows movement as elusive as a dragon, increasing movement speed and evasion by 200 for 300 seconds, with a 180-second instant cooldown. It has no level requirement, is bound, non-tradable, and does not drop upon death. The growth potential of these two pieces of equipment is incredibly high, and Zhou Ming was overjoyed as he looked at their information. Compared to his other two diamond-level pieces, they were in a league of their own. What would they be like if they grew to mythical level? The thought alone was exhilarating. Over the past few days, Zhou Ming's skill levels have not declined. Aside from occasionally sending a clone to the main city to handle equipment matters, he has been primarily practicing skills alongside his clones. Some skills have exhibited astonishing effects due to mutations. Theft type, active skill, Tier 1 LV13280132000. Effect 1. Initiates on the target with a 120 chance to steal 1 to 15 random items, including bound items. Effect 2. Skill activation range 80 meters. Effect 3. If stackable items such as gold, potions, etc. are stolen, significantly increase the quantity stolen, counting as 1 item. Effect 4. 10 chance to steal non-conventional items such as attributes, skills, etc., with the option to integrate them or discard. Consumption, 20 mana points. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Stealth type, active skill, Tier 1 LV941209400. Effect 1. Enters stealth with masterful technique, concealing presence, scent, sound, and energy fluctuations. Movement speed 240, lasts 600 seconds. Attacking will break stealth. Effect 2. Breaking stealth attack deals 500,000,500 attack power damage, with 100 critical hit. Effect 3. Evasion 12,000 while in stealth. Effect 4. If hit while in stealth but no real damage is done, stealth is not broken. Effect 5. Instant cooldown, starts from skill activation. Consumption, 40 mana points. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Backstab type, active skill, Tier 1 LV987098800. Effect 1. Instantly flashes to the target's back, dealing 600,000,550 attack power damage. Requires target to be within 50 meters. Effect 2. Backstab hit 190 critical rate. Effect 3. Backstab critical damage 90. Effect 4. Backstab ignores defense 5,000. Consumption, 50 mana points. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Poison coating type, active skill, Tier 1 LV82208200. Effect 1. Applies poison to a weapon, lasting 120 minutes, or removes poison from the weapon. Effect 2. Poison damage 130. Effect 3. Poison reduces healing effect by 80. Effect 4. Poison duration on target 20. Consumption, poison materials. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Flowing wind type. Active skill, Tier 2 LV5 550111000. Effect 1. Channels the power of flowing wind throughout the body, increasing 3 speeds by 140, lasting 400 seconds. Effect 2. Evasion 7500. Effect 3. In the flowing wind state, can perform 3 wind dashes, each covering 500 meters. Consumption, 100 mana points. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Phantom flash type. Active skill, Tier 2 LV73160146000. Effect 1. Dashes 1,200 meters in any direction with phantom speed, slicing through targets along the way, dealing 400,00300 attack power damage. Effect 2. 80 chance to cause target's wound to tear, triggering a blood explosion, dealing 60,000 bleeding damage in one go. Effect 3. During a sprint, you can create up to 3 illusions in addition to your main body. These illusions deal 100 damage and disappear after the attack ends. Effect 4. For every 1,000 points of movement speed, slicing damage increases by 10, with a maximum increase of 100. Mana cost, 50. Cooldown time, 40 seconds. Piercing strike type. Active skill rank. Tier 4 LV5260208000. Effect 1. Skillfully utilizes short blades to inflict 30,350 attack power damage. Effect 2. 90 chance to stun the target for 30 seconds. Mana cost, 500. Cooldown time, 50 seconds. Death mark type. Active skill rank. Tier 5 LV5018025000. Effect 1. Adds a layer of death mark during an attack, lasting 400 seconds. When the attack hits, the mark transfers to the target. In group attacks, it affects only one target. Effect 2. Any damage dealt to the target is recorded by the mark. When manually detonated or when time expires, the mark deals 130 of the recorded total damage. Effect 3. You gain true sight of the target marked with death mark, allowing you to track them even if they become invisible. Mana cost, 800. Cooldown time, 150 seconds. Life Devour type. Active skill rank. Tier 5 LV489024000. Effect 1. Inflicts an additional Life Devour effect during an attack, dealing extra damage equal to 60 of your own health. In group attacks, this damage is halved. Effect 2. If this attack kills the target, it devours 20 of the target's health, permanently increasing your own maximum health by the corresponding amount, up to a maximum increase of 185,000 health. Mana cost, 800. Cooldown time, 150 seconds. Petal and Leaf Toss type. Active skill rank. Tier 6 LV402400. Effect 1. Mastery of throwing weapons allows you to use any throwable object as a projectile. Effect 2. Can throw up to 10 projectiles at a time with a range of 3,200 meters. Effect 3. Projectiles have a base hit rate of 7,000, dealing 40,400 attack power damage. Mana cost, 800. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Super self-destruct type. Active skill rank. Tier 7 LV28380196000. Effect 1. Detonate your own life energy, causing an explosion with a 2,400-meter diameter, dealing true damage equal to 120 of your maximum health to all targets within the explosion area, resulting in your own death. Effect 2. For every 100,000 health, the explosion range increases by 10, up to a maximum of 100. Effect 3. You can freely control the explosion range, not exceeding the maximum limit. Effect 4. For every 1 million health, explosion damage increases by 10, up to a maximum of 100. Cost life. Cooldown none. Phantom vision type. Active skill rank. Tier 7 LV25230175000. Effect 1. Releases invisible mental force from your eyes, causing a mental shock to one enemy within sight. Effect 2. The target has a 125 chance of falling into an illusion, losing the ability to attack or resist, lasting 140 seconds. The lower the target's mental points, the longer the illusion duration. Effect 3. Targets trapped in the illusion have a 60 chance of becoming the caster's puppet, following simple commands for 140 seconds. Effect 4. Allows the caster to launch a mental attack on targets trapped in illusions or under control, dealing 30,180 of mental attribute damage. Cost, 1,000 mana points. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Instant cooldown life recovery spell. Type, active skill. Tier, 6, level 422025200. Effect 1. Instantly restores 50 health to oneself or an ally. Effect 2. Adds a continuous healing effect, restoring 5,000 health per second for 60 seconds. Cost, 1,500 mana points. Cooldown, 160 seconds. Invincible body. Type, active skill. Tier 7, Level 246016800. Effect 1. Enter an invincible state, removing and becoming immune to slow, stun, immobilize, freeze, paralyze, silence, and other control effects for 180 seconds. Effect 2. During this period, abnormal resistance 10,000, toughness 10,000. Cost 1,500 mana points. Cooldown 180 seconds. Instant cooldown. Knight's Guardian. Type active skill. Tier 7, Level 24110168000. Effect 1. Gain the protection of Knight Power, able to withstand a total damage value of 1,200,000, lasting until the shield disappears. Effect 2. Can choose to allocate shield value to allied units. Cost 1,500 mana points. Cooldown 180 seconds. Disguise. Type active skill. Tier 6, Level 29150174000. Effect 1. Change your appearance, voice, clothing, body shape, scent, name, red name status, and other information at will, lasting 110 minutes. Effect 2. While in disguise, adding friends or trading will not expose your real name. After removing the disguise, you will appear offline in the other person's friend list. Effect 3. Possesses a camouflage function, allowing you to disguise as others, including NPCs, convincingly enough to fool some detection methods. Cost 1,000 mana points. Cooldown 10 minutes. Alchemy. Type active skill. Tier 5, Level 742103700. Effect 1. Allows the creation of potions based on potion recipes. Effect 2. When crafting potions that match the skill tier, success rate 140. Effect 3. When crafting potions beyond the skill tier, success rate 80. Cost, herbal materials. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Clone technique. Type, active skill. Tier 5, Level 572028500. Effect 1. Condense mana to create 7 identical clones, lasting 620 seconds, with the option to dismiss them. Effect 2. Clones possess 100 of the main body's attributes and share vision with the main body, able to use equipment skills and other main body skills independently. Effect 3. All controllable skills released by clones can be controlled by the main body. Effect 4. Clones cannot use the clone technique. Effect 5. When the main body takes damage, clones can be chosen to take the damage instead. Effect 6. When creating clones, you can freely control the number of clones, with unused clones being preserved and available for release at any time. After the skill's cooldown, the number of preserved clones is reset. Zhou Ming expended 800 mana points in the game, and his skill cooldown was set at 10 minutes. After days of relentless practice, his skills had undergone significant changes. The most surprising was his stealth ability, which, with increased levels, had evolved to have an instant cooldown effect. This meant he could now sneak around without restrictions, greatly enhancing his efficiency as a thief. Satisfied, Zhou Ming closed the skill menu. Feeling fortunate that the combination of the peak artistry bracelet with his innate talent and cloning technique was remarkably speeding up his skill training. Even though many of Zhou Ming's skills were already at high levels, requiring thousands or even tens of thousands of proficiency points to upgrade, his leveling speed showed no signs of slowing. He thought to himself that he needed to find out more about the other parts of the peak artistry set, but unfortunately, he had no leads so far. He had inquired at the Imperial Guild, but they didn't have any for sale. Zhou Ming shook his head and took out a piece of equipment, attempting to use his theft skill on it. Since he successfully stole a scroll last time, he had the sudden idea of whether he could steal the attributes and additional skills of equipment as well. The attempt failed. Although the idea was enticing, reality was disappointing. For days, he had tried to steal equipment but hadn't succeeded once. He had previously attempted to use his theft skill on lucky chests and mysterious chests, but all attempts ended in failure. Particularly with the chests, he could clearly feel an indescribable force neutralizing his theft skill, as if the game's mechanics were preventing him from doing so. While the obstructive force was weaker when attempting it on equipment than on chests, he still couldn't succeed. Each attempt was accompanied by a relentless system notification in his mind, bombarding him with exploit prevention. Exploit prevention. Zhou Ming let out a cold laugh, put the equipment away, and continued leveling. Just then, he heard a noise behind him, tensing up as he quickly surveyed the surroundings. If other players were approaching, he didn't want them disturbing the peace of Tianhua Town. With his keen insight, Zhou Ming had already noticed someone approaching. Initially, he didn't want to pay attention, but upon hearing their conversation, he couldn't help but be intrigued. Tianhua Town. Had he unknowingly approached an NPC town under the main city's jurisdiction? The main city had many NPC towns around it, each maintaining a certain distance, and not all had teleportation arrays linking them to the main city. Only a few important ones did. Some players had already ventured into high-level wilderness areas, and if they needed to rest, They could choose to stay in an NPC town instead of returning to the main city to purchase supplies. But those two mentioned that Tanhua Town didn't allow players to approach. What did that mean? Was he not worthy? Zhou Ming was instantly infuriated and turned around. At that moment, a team of 10 players approached, with the leader demanding of Zhou Ming, "Hey, which guild are you from?" Zhou Ming didn't reveal his true identity. His appearance was that of a rugged warrior with the ID, "I am not Hammer God." Zhou Ming responded with authority, "I'm from the Dominance Guild. Baki Wushuang is my son. How dare you talk to me like that?" His words were like thunder, but those around him remained indifferent, coldly replying, "No matter who you are, leave immediately. Our Starry Night Guild has accepted the task from the Lord's Manor and Ephemeral Town NPCs to expel all outsiders, including players. Leave now if you don't want to die." Zhou Ming pondered to himself, wondering why an NPC town, which should be a resting place for players in the wild, was expelling them. Sensing something suspicious, he smiled and said, "Why don't you share what you know? There will be a generous reward." As he spoke, he took out a few gold coins and played with them. "You're asking for it." The players of Starry Night Guild felt insulted and immediately brandished their weapons. Several warriors and swordsmen charged at Zhou Ming, while mages and archers began to unleash long-range attacks. At that moment, Zhou Ming used Wind Flash for the first time, moving with the speed of the wind, disappearing from their sight in an instant. Whoosh! The attacking players saw nothing but a blur as Zhou Ming reappeared behind them, holding a golden heavy hammer. The game's high level of freedom meant that equipment wasn't restricted by class, though wielding weapons or armor that didn't match one's class could feel cumbersome. Even so, Zhou Ming had no trouble using the heavy hammer against these minor opponents. Before they could react, he smashed the hammer down on a priest's head with a loud bang, blood splattering as the priest was instantly killed. The remaining players panicked, turning to attack him. "He's behind us. So fast, be careful." These players were not experts, and Zhou Ming handled them with ease. Using the flowing wind technique for quick movements, he took them out one by one, enjoying the process. "Where the hell did you come from? Do you realize you're making an enemy of the Starry Night Guild?" Soon, only the team leader was left. Zhou Ming deliberately pinned him to the ground and asked, "Why are you driving away players?" "Why should I tell you?" the team leader began. But Zhou Ming cut him off with a lethal blow from his hammer. After the fight, he dispelled his disguise, waited for the cooldown, then disguised himself again using camouflage. With the disguise activated, he transformed into a slightly chubby, lavishly dressed merchant named Wandering Merchant Wang Penghu. Checking his character interface, he discovered he had gained some NPC abilities, allowing him to issue quests to players. In the eyes of NPCs, he was an NPC template, while to players, he appeared as an NPC. Delighted, Zhou Ming chuckled to himself and left with a spring in his step, ready to investigate what was really happening in Ephemeral Town. After traversing several wild areas, Zhou Ming spotted a bustling little town in the distance, Tanhua Town. He swaggered over confidently. Just then, players from the Starry Night Guild on patrol appeared and blocked his path. "Greetings, adventurer. I am a wandering merchant. Is there something you need?" Zhou Ming smiled warmly, resembling a kind Buddha. The players from the Starry Night Guild realized he was an NPC, not a player. Their leader's tone softened. "Since you're not an adventurer, please leave. Tanhua Town isn't welcoming outsiders recently." "Oh, why is that?" Zhou Ming spread his hands and feigned helplessness. "I plan to do business in the town, which would affect my earnings." With that, he used his NPC function to issue a quest to the players. "Wandering Merchant Wang Penghu offers you a quest. Allow passage. Do you accept?" The group declined in unison, but seeing he was an NPC, they patiently explained, "It's useless. Even if we let you in, the guards will kick you out." "That's right. Tanhua Town isn't accepting any outsiders now. If you don't leave, we won't be so polite." Zhou Ming maintained his smile and altered the quest. "Wandering Merchant Wang Penghu offers you a quest. Gather information. He is willing to pay 500 gold coins just to know why the town rejects outsiders. Do you accept?" "You've piqued my curiosity. If you can answer my question, you won't be disappointed," Zhou Ming said, jingling the gold coins in his hand. The squad leader was immediately enticed by the gold, thinking, 500 gold coins, who wouldn't be tempted? He accepted the quest, reasoning that since the other party was an NPC, it should be fine to talk. The reason was simple. Since adventurers arrive, the Holy Order accelerated its mission work around the main city. People generally hold the divine in awe, and the Holy Order, claiming to be the voice of the gods, had been quite successful. However, the Empire was reluctant to see the Order's influence grow, so it secretly obstructed their efforts. After all, the town was nominally under the Empire's jurisdiction, and the mayor and guards were Imperial personnel. With the covert efforts of the City Lord's office, many towns began to resist the Order. The Order countered by using adventurers to bolster its image. Adventurers, protected by the world's rules, easily earned NPC residents' favor. Many accepted tasks from the Order to spread its teachings or helped residents, thereby enhancing the Order's reputation. Consequently, Towns resistant to the order started to resent adventurers associated with it. Tianhua Town was among the most vehement in its reaction. Recently, the mayor even issued an order prohibiting any outsiders, including adventurers, from entering. As for why the Starry Night Guild members were there, Zhou Ming pondered silently. Zhou Ming walked into Tianhua Town to find Mayor Anderson engaged in a discussion with adventurers from the city lord's mansion about plans to oppose the Holy Order. The mayor appeared very confident, believing that these adventurers could effectively drive away suspicious individuals around the town. Sipping fine wine, he expressed satisfaction with his subordinates' reports and even contemplated recruiting more people to combat the order. Zhou Ming thought to himself that his timing might not be right, and after thanking them for their help, he prepared to leave. However, he suddenly realized that the city lord's mansion had taken no action against his plundering of the adventurers' village, which puzzled him. Could it be that the city lord's mansion wanted to use him against the order? He decided to have a conversation with the mayor to gauge his attitude. So, Zhou Ming entered stealth mode and silently returned to the mayor's office. He saw several clerks reporting their work while Mayor Anderson sat in a comfortable chair, his gaze wandering as if he wasn't very concerned about the affairs around him. Zhou Ming revealed himself, causing Mayor Anderson to jump out of his chair in fright, frantically calling for help. Zhou Ming looked at the overweight mayor with resignation, wondering if he was really that afraid of death. Although Zhou Ming meant no harm, the mayor's reaction left him speechless. Zhou Ming decided to take advantage of this opportunity to demonstrate his strength to the mayor, hoping to gain more information, especially regarding the Holy Order's movements. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, urgent footsteps echoed from outside the hall. A group of guards burst in, led by the head guard, Richard. He shouted angrily, "How dare you? Adventurers aren't allowed to enter ephemeral flower town without permission. You must have sinister motives." Before he finished speaking, Richard lunged forward with his sword. Perhaps wary of damaging the surroundings, he refrained from using wide area skills, instead opting for a swift, direct thrust towards Zhou Ming. Refusing to back down, Zhou Ming instantly countered with a backstab, appearing right behind Richard. Boom. Though Richard was surprised by Zhou Ming's agility, he remained calm and unleashed a swordsman's aura burst, a skill similar to a mage's repelling fire ring, meant to push back enemies. However, Zhou Ming stood firm, unmoved. His resistance and resilience far surpassed those of current players, rendering the skill ineffective. Stay put. Zhou Ming used his foot as a weapon, delivering a powerful kick that shattered Richard's protective aura. Richard, overwhelmed, crashed into a desk, which broke under the impact, throwing the scene into chaos. Zhou Ming coolly stated, "Now, can you listen to me?" Mayor Anderson and his subordinates were visibly frightened. Zhou Ming's ability to easily defeat the head guard was undeniable. Richard painfully got back on his feet, but refrained from attacking again. Just as Zhou Ming was about to speak with the mayor, he hesitated. Moments earlier, when Richard was injured, Zhou Ming noticed a flicker in his name that briefly changed before returning to normal. What was going on? Zhou Ming was puzzled, certain he hadn't imagined it, and unwilling to dismiss it. With a flash of golden light in his eye's insightful eye, he saw it clearly. Richard's true identity was revealed as a midnight cultist. Beneath his real name, hidden information described him as a spy planted in the town by the Midnight Cult, with unknown intentions. Yet, within a second, both the real name and hidden data vanished from the insightful eye, as if some force was resisting the probe. What's happening? How could someone from the Midnight Cult appear here? Zhou Ming pondered, suddenly recalling another matter. The Starlight Guild had specifically taken a task from the city lord's mansion to be here. The guild leader, Starlight Pearl, was also a Midnight Cult member, and now there were others from the cult here. This couldn't be a coincidence. Could the town be linked to the Midnight Cult? Zhou Ming smirked inwardly, but outwardly remained expressionless, choosing not to expose them. The Midnight Cult, the city lord's mansion, the cult. The main city appeared peaceful but was rife with hidden undercurrents. How should he navigate this situation? Unaware, Richard continued to play the role of a loyal head guard, standing before the mayor and warning Zhou Ming, "Mind your actions. Even as an adventurer, you can't act so recklessly, or the city lord's mansion will surely pursue you." Mayor Anderson chimed in loudly. "Yes, exactly. The city lord's mansion is full of experts. If they catch you, you'll be thrown into prison, and even as an adventurer, you'll lose your freedom forever." Upon hearing the words, Zhou Ming's eyes turned cold, and he vanished in an instant. With a swift movement, he reappeared beside Anderson and slapped him forcefully. Annoying. Anderson was knocked to the ground, bleeding from his nose and mouth. Zhou Ming stepped on his chest, coldly commanding, "Stop." Richard wanted to intervene, but was too intimidated by Zhou Ming's power to act, fearing he might kill the mayor in a fit of rage. "You fat pig, if you keep babbling, I'll kill you right now." Zhou Ming's threat made Anderson shut his mouth abruptly. He quickly asked, "Tell me, are there any members of the Holy Order nearby? Where are they stationed? Don't you need someone to counter them?" "I'll take the job," Zhou Ming declared loudly. "Adventurer, I can hire you to protect the town and fend off the Order's influence. but without the Lord's permission, I can't take any action against them. Anderson tried to explain. So you're disrespecting me, huh? Zhou Ming glared, flashing a fearsome smile. Do you know what happened to the last mayor who disrespected me? Now, he jumps at the sight of any adventurer. Anderson was on the verge of tears, but suddenly had a realization. Zhou Ming's sudden appearance had caught him off guard. But now, observing him closely, he noticed a resemblance to the person the Lord had instructed them to find. The report from above had asked the mayors to secretly search for an adventurer. He quickly glanced at the ID above Zhou Ming's head, feeling relieved. Oh, it's a misunderstanding. You must be Mr. Zhou, right? We've been looking for you. Looking for me? Zhou Ming moved his foot, allowing Anderson to get up. Yes, to be precise, it's the Lord who's looking for you. Anderson hurriedly got up, apologizing profusely. A misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. He told the others. You can all leave now, there's nothing for you here. Mayor, Richard still seemed doubtful. Anderson snorted, his authority suddenly apparent. What? Can't I give you orders? No. Richard quickly lowered his head and left with the others. Interesting. After the others had left, Zhou Ming said to the mayor, from what you said, it seems the Lord has been wanting to meet me for a while. So, can you arrange a meeting? Exactly. Please wait a moment, Mr. Zhou. Anderson took out a communication jade talisman and infused it with magic. A light screen appeared out of thin air, revealing a figure. Zhou Ming looked over and saw a man dressed in noble attire, with a handsome face and calm, gentle eyes, exuding an elegant demeanor. Lord, I believe I have found the person you're looking for. This is him. Anderson quickly stepped aside, allowing Morgan and Zhou Ming to see each other. Morgan's expression became serious. So it is you. The Lord, Morgan, smiled gently. Mr. Zhou, I've heard much about you. It's a pleasure to finally meet. Likewise, Zhou Ming replied, feeling a growing appreciation for the Lord he was meeting for the first time. He got straight to the point. Let's cut to the chase. Why did you specifically seek me out? Just so you know, any treasures I acquire from looting a treasury are mine to keep. My first rule is only in, no out, so keep that in mind. Morgan was already aware of the matter and generously gave Zhou Ming some items intended for novice adventurers, indicating that this would settle the issue and Mr. Zhou need not worry about it. Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that Morgan was quite savvy. He then directly asked, why did you specifically have someone look for me? Morgan smiled slightly and replied, it's certainly not just to meet and get to know you. Mr. Zhou, would you be interested in joining the Empire's forces as an imperial guest? Morgan's intention was clear. If Zhou Ming joined, the Tianyu Empire would back him, and the Holy Order wouldn't dare to touch him. He continued, with your potential, the Empire will absolutely treat you well. If you agree, I can immediately grant you the Empire's unique sky profession. Morgan looked at Zhou Ming with great anticipation. However, Zhou Ming seemed uninterested and coldly responded, not interested. He thought it laughable to be tempted by a special profession. His skills could grow infinitely, far beyond those hidden professions, and he didn't care about them. Although hidden professions offered extra attribute bonuses, they were meaningless to him. Zhou Ming possessed a 7-star bloodline, gaining health, resistance, and resilience with every level up, and his bloodline power was not yet fully unlocked, making special professions unnecessary for him. Morgan was clearly unwilling to give up and continued to persuade. Becoming an imperial guest grants you a prestigious status with a monthly stipend, along with abundant resources like equipment, skill books, and special items. I assure you the Empire won't interfere with your freedom. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Zhou Ming bluntly replied, I'm not interested in being anyone's dog. Morgan, seeing no other option, temporarily gave up and instead asked, then let's discuss other matters. Mr. Zhou, the Holy Order is currently hunting you down. How do you plan to handle it? Morgan chuckled to himself, and Zhou Ming also smiled, understanding Morgan's intention to use him against the Holy Order. Zhou Ming calmly replied, I just think our interests align. Morgan, like a cunning fox, slowly said, the Holy Order has been spreading their teachings recently, and I happen to know some of their routes and mission points. Are you interested, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Ming didn't hesitate to reply, not interested. Morgan's expression stiffened in disbelief. Are you sure? This is a perfect opportunity for revenge. Zhou Ming gave a mischievous smile. Forget it. You expect me to work for free? No way. He thought to himself that while he didn't mind mutual exploitation, there had to be something in it for him. Seeing this, Morgan continued to persuade. Weakening the Holy Order's branches benefits you too, doesn't it? Zhou Ming didn't deny it, as it was true, but he candidly stated, it's not enough. I want 50,000 pieces of silver gear above level 20, all parts of the pinnacle craftsmanship set except for the bracelet, and 3 legendary elixirs, the 7-colored lotus, ice jade flower, and green mist grass. Hearing this, Morgan's pupils widened. You're asking for a lot. Zhou Ming remained unfazed. Think whatever you want. We have a common enemy, so why act like this? I haven't even held you accountable for raiding the town's treasury, which shows enough sincerity, don't you think? Even with Morgan's usually good temper, He found it hard to mask his displeasure. He knew that the Holy Order was his sworn enemy, and a confrontation with them was inevitable. Zhou Ming calmly responded, "Our cooperation is mutually beneficial, isn't it?" A sneer played on his lips. "If I wanted to, I could hide forever, and they'd never catch me. Otherwise, how could I stand here negotiating with you?" Morgan was taken aback and was speechless for a moment. Zhou Ming was in no rush and waited patiently. After a while, Morgan finally spoke. "I can offer you 20,000 pieces of silver equipment as payment, but I only have 2 of the 3 types of elixirs. As for the master craftsmanship set, I only have 1 piece. It's not of high grade, but is quite rare. Why do you want it?" "None of your business," Zhou Ming replied irritably, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "These aren't enough." Morgan felt a surge of anger. "You've already offended the Holy Order. If I report your actions to the capital, have you considered the consequences?" Zhou Ming, unfazed, chuckled coldly. "Do you think I didn't consider that when I looted the town's treasury? And what happened?" Morgan was shaken, for the first time feeling at a loss with Zhou Ming. As he pondered, Zhou Ming turned to leave. "Wait." Morgan couldn't hold back any longer and called after him. "I can offer you 30,000 pieces of equipment, 2 elixirs of each type, and a piece of the master craftsmanship set. Additionally, I have a piece of information for you." He took a deep breath, resigned. "This is my greatest concession. 30,000 will do." Zhou Ming turned back, the atmosphere easing slightly. "What's the information?" Morgan, uncomfortable with Zhou Ming's predatory demeanor, suppressed his displeasure and said, "Recently, my people discovered a place that might be a secret realm. It could be very risky or hold unimaginable benefits, or it could be nothing at all. It's too dangerous for my men to explore further. But you're an adventurer, unafraid of death, so you can check it out. If it is a secret realm, you'll benefit. If not, you lose nothing." Zhou Ming's interest was piqued, and he asked, "Where is it?" Morgan replied coldly, "That's the final payment. You need to show some sincerity before I tell you." "Fine, and what about the other items?" Zhou Ming gestured with his hand, clearly indicating he wanted them. Morgan sighed. "I can't give you everything at once. You have a reputation for being ruthless, and your credibility is lacking. I can only give you a portion first. How about 5,000 pieces of equipment, 1 elixir, and a piece of the master craftsmanship set?" Morgan proposed. Zhou Ming nodded in agreement. "Fine. Be careful when you speak to me in the future. I have a bad temper. And remember," his tone turned icy, "no one can threaten me." At that moment, Morgan realized that Zhou Ming was indeed trouble. He was secretly relieved he hadn't reported Zhou Ming's crimes, as it would surely lead to retaliation. "I'll have the items delivered to you," Morgan added, suddenly remembering. "And you mustn't cause trouble for any residents in the towns under my jurisdiction. Raiding the town's treasury must not happen again. It's the basis of our cooperation." "All right, I'll do you this favor," Zhou Ming agreed without hesitation, secretly amused, thinking to himself, "I'm not a monster after all." Morgan, meanwhile, warned himself to remain vigilant against this ever-scheming individual. The town of Tanhua conveniently has a teleportation array connected to the main city. Not long after, Morgan sent over 5,000 pieces of equipment, a legendary herb, and a necklace with peak-level skills. This would further accelerate Zhou Ming's skill training. Handing these items to Zhou Ming, Morgan said expectantly, "I hope you can accomplish what I've entrusted to you and do your best to prevent the Holy Order from encroaching on the surrounding areas." He was somewhat worried about Zhou Ming's abilities, fearing he might not follow through. Zhou Ming gave him an okay gesture and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, aren't you aware of my talent for causing trouble?" Morgan shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, "This guy is really confident. By the way, do you know about the organization called the Nightshade Cult?" Zhou Ming suddenly brought up the Nightshade Cult. Morgan was startled and immediately became tense, abandoning his intention to end the conversation. "What? Have the Dark Alliance's minions appeared in the main city too? Where did you encounter them?" His expression revealed his apprehension about the Nightshade Cult, clearly not aware that they had already infiltrated the town. Zhou Ming thought to himself that Morgan was unaware of the true situation of the Nightshade Cult and its connection to the Starry Night Pearl, so he decided not to disclose more information. He replied, "I encountered an adventurer involved with the Nightshade Cult and learned about their existence from her." Zhou Ming pondered that the appearance of both the Holy Order and the Nightshade Cult seemed to be unsettling all factions, making it a tumultuous time. Morgan's expression became more serious. The Nightshade Cult is part of the Dark Alliance, which consists of numerous malevolent forces. They have been fighting the Holy Order and the Empire for years and are extremely dangerous. If you have any information about the Nightshade Cult, please let me know, and there will be a reward. Once we discover their base, I will immediately report it to the Empire, and powerful forces will come to eradicate them." His words were filled with urgency and seriousness. "Understood, I'll keep an eye out." Zhou Ming agreed verbally, but in his mind, he was making his own calculations. With this, both parties reached an agreement. Zhou Ming accepted Morgan's task, planning to use the information Morgan provided to hinder the Order from corrupting NPCs and disrupting their missionary bases. Meanwhile, Morgan prepared the necessary items, thinking to himself that Zhou Ming had a score to settle with the Holy Order, which would not only bring benefits, but also serve as a chance for revenge, a win-win situation that motivated him greatly. Mr. Zhou, is there anything else you need? At this point, the mayor of Tanhua Town, Anderson, nervously asked as Zhou Ming lingered around. Just one question. Zhou Ming grabbed the mayor and sharply asked, how long has that Captain Richard been in his position? He's quite skilled, managing to withstand my kick without dying. Zhou Ming was curious about Richard's true identity. Anderson internally criticized himself, feeling that while he considered himself shameless, he seemed lacking compared to Zhou Ming. He cautiously replied, Richard has been in his position for many years, always loyal and exceptionally skilled. Of course, compared to you, Mr. Zhou, he's far behind. Zhou Ming scrutinized the mayor's eyes, wondering if this guy truly didn't know Richard's real identity or was just playing dumb. The mayor, feeling nervous under Zhou Ming's gaze, began to sweat on his forehead. Is there anything else you need? No, that's all, Zhou Ming said, but he didn't release his grip on the mayor. However, it's rare for me to visit you, and yet you had someone attack me. That's not quite the hospitality one would expect, is it? Shouldn't I receive some compensation for my mental distress? Anderson was taken aback. As an adventurer, he knew the Lord had only promised Morgan not to loot the town's treasury. Zhou Ming interrupted him with a sly smile. But if you voluntarily offer a gift as compensation, I can't refuse, can I? He winked at the mayor. Anderson felt a wave of panic. Soon after, accompanied by the mayor's wails, Zhou Ming left satisfied. After some loving education, Mayor Anderson was tearfully grateful and personally handed over 500,000 gold coins, along with various equipment and potions, as compensation for mental distress. Zhou Ming thought to himself that this fat pig had probably been lining his pockets for years. This would serve as a lesson. Once he left the town, Zhou Ming activated stealth mode and strolled leisurely, humming a tune. With the ability to remain indefinitely invisible, he had no fear of being discovered, and he thoroughly inspected the entire town. Nothing seemed suspicious. However, Captain Richard of the Guards was clearly a member of the night cult and had hidden his identity to come here, undoubtedly with a plan. Zhou Ming contemplated for a moment and decided to leave him be for now. Next, he planned to settle scores with the Holy Order. According to the information Morgan provided, there was a proselytizing team nearby with ulterior motives, attempting to infiltrate Ephemeral Town. Zhou Ming decided to pay them a visit. So he activated all his speed-enhancing skills and swiftly headed to his destination. In less than half an hour, he arrived at a camp filled with religious aura. The camp had simple tents and a missionary altar set up, with statues on platforms, and the mingling sense of incense and chants created a sanctified atmosphere. Zhou Ming noticed many NPCs arriving to be indoctrinated by the zealots, leaving with satisfied expressions. The praise of the deity was still as grating as ever. After observing for a while, he sent out a clone to boldly walk toward the missionary site, while he hid at a distance. Welcome, adventurer. A missionary monk holding a holy book approached him with a devout expression. Are you here to listen to the teachings? Zhou Ming gave a friendly smile. No, I'm here to claim compensation. The missionary monk was thrown into confusion by Zhou Ming's words, unable to react immediately. Zhou Ming ignored him and shouted loudly. Everyone, look at me. I have an announcement to make. The Holy Order owes me compensation for mental distress, and I'm here to collect. If you're not involved, run away now, or don't blame me if you get hurt. His powerful voice echoed, capturing everyone's attention. The peaceful atmosphere was shattered as monks and higher-ranking priests were startled. Wait, you're the one at Zhou. The missionary monk, who had been speaking with Zhou Ming, suddenly recognized him. After Zhou Ming killed Mayan and several other priests, the order issued a warrant for his arrest. Anyone who spotted him could report to the order for a reward. The monk hadn't recognized Zhou Ming immediately, not due to blindness, but because he never expected Zhou to be so audacious as to appear openly. Quick, evacuate the followers, the missionary monk shouted, causing chaos as NPC followers fled in panic. At that moment, the sound of something slicing through the air came from behind, and several priests appeared, staring intently at Zhou Ming. Jack, the leading mid-level priest, shouted sternly, Villain, you have a death wish. Let's capture him alive. They all attacked together. As a mid-level priest, Jack was powerful and immediately used a high-level skill designed to imprison his target. He avoided using offensive skills, fearing harm to NPC residents who hadn't evacuated, which could damage the Order's reputation. Boom! A massive cage, wrapped in countless light runes, emerged from the ground, trapping Zhou Ming. Inside, the mysterious power of light poured down, making it difficult for Zhou Ming to move, and his attack skills were sealed, grayed out, and unusable. Holy Resonance. Several lower-ranking priests used a unique skill of the light god lineage to channel the power of light into Jack. In this state, all of Jack's skills were greatly enhanced. Why are you so tense? Am I really that terrifying? Zhou Ming, trapped, seemed unconcerned, thinking to himself that this was merely an avatar. Villain, You killed our priests. Today you will face divine retribution. Jack, having never fought Zhou Ming before, underestimated him. Why are you so agitated? Can't we be reasonable? I'm here in good faith to reconcile with you, all right? Zhou Ming casually remarked, ignoring their anger. Let me repeat, I'm just here to claim compensation. The Holy Order sent people to hunt me, leaving me restless and exhausted. I urgently need 50,000 pieces of silver equipment to heal my wounded spirit. If you refuse, I might get violent. His words brought an eerie silence to the tense scene. A second later, Jack roared, shameless villain, you're delusional. Truth be told, due to his role as a preacher, Jack was adept at maintaining appearances and never insulted others lightly. However, the shamelessness of the person before him was unprecedented, and Jack could no longer control his emotions. Lord Jack, there's no need to argue with him. First, beat him down to low health, then put on the prisoner's shackles to completely control him. Let's see how he dances then, a St. Prayer's master said with a tone of smugness and malice. Zhou Ming watched as the surrounding NPC residents scattered, a cold smile playing on his lips. He decisively activated his Overlord body skill. Humming. The unique glow of the Overlord body appeared instantly, and Zhou Ming felt the pressure in the void vanish. His skill bar returned to normal. Watch out, Jack and the others urgently warned. Zhou Ming was trapped in a cage, unable to dodge the attack. He quickly activated his Earth Shield, Ice Shield, Night Guardian, and Sinister Blood skills. Boom, boom. The opponent's attacks poured down like a torrential rain, shattering Zhou Ming's shields in an instant and depleting over 100,000 health points. To think, Zhou Ming's stacked shields could normally withstand over 2 million damage, yet the combined assault of this group was shockingly powerful. How is this possible? The St. Prayer's masters, including Jack, were all dumbfounded. They had assumed that with a mid-level St. Prayer's master present, Zhou Ming wouldn't stand a chance, but the outcome defied their expectations. Righteous Fury. Wrath of Power. Zhou Ming seized the moment to activate his attack-boosting buff. With the skills of Evil Dragon's Wrath, Death Mark, and Life Devour enhancing him, Zhou Ming's attack power surged. The diamond-level Evil Dragon's Fang was terrifying, with 1 health point equating to 1.5 attack power. This strike's attack power exceeded 1.5 million. A black dragon appeared, with a blood-red gleam interlaced within endless blade lights, tearing apart everything in its path. Boom. The light cage trembled violently as Zhou Ming detonated the Death Mark, blasting a large hole in the cage. He dashed out with a wind flash, his body emanating a blood-red energy. You're strong, but if I choose not to live, how will you handle it? Boom. His clone exploded, unleashing a violent surge of blood-red energy that consumed the surrounding life. Several St. Prayer's masters raised their defensive shields, but the ordinary cultivators suffered heavy casualties, many dying instantly. That's his clone. Jack was furious, feeling as if struck by lightning. He suddenly recalled that according to the cult's intelligence, Zhou Ming possessed an exceptionally advanced cloning technique. He never imagined that just one clone could have such strength. Whoosh. Jack transformed into a beam of light, rushing outside the outpost. His intuition told him that Zhou Ming's true self was nearby, watching their embarrassment. Sure enough, Zhou Ming was hiding in the shadows, leisurely sipping the fine wine he extorted from Mayor Anderson, enjoying the show. Before the first clone self-destructed, he had already released 6 more clones, rapidly advancing toward the outpost. So, when Jack rushed out, he saw 6 figures flying toward him without concealment, stopping right in front of him. Hello. We're here to claim compensation, the 6 clones said in unison, their synchronized actions making Jack's blood pressure skyrocket. He had worked for the cult for years and had never encountered such an exasperating situation. Domain of Light. Golden lights surged, and a golden light curtain, accompanied by light runes, descended from the sky, enveloping the area. Jack could release this skill with a mere raise of his hand, showcasing the power of a mid-level St. Prayer's master. Oh, so you really don't want to compensate, huh? Zhou Ming's clones raised their eyebrows. Brothers, let's get him. Sir Jack, we are here to assist you. Together, we will surely capture this villain. In the realm of light, 5 lower-level holy priests burst out from the mission outpost, one of them wielding a prisoner shackle, clearly intending to trap the enemy. Jack's eyes twitched as he suddenly recalled something and hurriedly said, "No, you must leave quickly." Immediately, Zhou Ming's 6 clones launched a mental attack, casting the illusory eye skill on them. Boom. The group was struck with mental pain. Jack, with his profound strength, emitted a pure golden glow and used a skill to quickly stabilize his mind. However, the lower-level holy priests were not as capable. 3 fell into illusions, and 2 became puppets, instantly picking up crosses to attack Jack. Jack used a displacement skill to dodge in time, avoiding injury. Zhou Ming's clones swiftly moved closer to Jack, stretching out small hands from dozens of meters away and casting Steel 6. You obtained 211 gold coins. You obtained 1 piece of gold tier equipment. You obtained 1 advanced life potion. You obtained a pendant exclusive to mid-level holy priests. Zhou Ming was somewhat surprised. With 6 steals, each yielded quite a bit, yet only one piece of equipment was taken from Jack. Mid-level holy priests indeed have some strength. Jack didn't mind losing one piece of equipment. He transformed into golden light and used a light-based displacement skill to reach the 3 trapped in illusions from behind, revealing a golden sword in his hand, a 7th-tier skill, the Sword of Repentance. Awaken. 3 slashes brought the 3 back to consciousness. What just happened? One exclaimed. Be careful not to fall under mental control again, Jack advised, then pointed and cast Holy Purification. Boom. Brilliant golden light descended from the sky, targeting a puppetized holy priest, immediately restoring his clarity. Although ordinary purification couldn't dispel mental attacks, the unique Holy Purification skill of the Order could. At this moment, among the awakened holy priests, one threw out a scroll and used the same Holy Purification skill, restoring another priest's mind. Interesting, this religious group's tactics are indeed numerous, Zhou Ming observed and immediately ordered, attack. Righteous Fury. Berserk Power. The 6 clones attacked simultaneously. Roar. The sound of a black dragon's roar echoed in the realm of light, as 6 dragon shadows appeared, transforming into endless blade lights. Evil Dragon's Wrath, Death's Mark, Life Devour, accompanied by an 800,000 life value damage increase. Zhou Ming had risen to level 34, with Life Devour providing an additional 185,000 life value, bringing the total life value close to 1 million. The clones attacked with relentless blades, their might intimidating. Holy Codex. In an instant, an ancient book radiating holy light appeared beside Jack, floating in the air. It was a functional piece of equipment exclusive to holy priests, allowing them to cast the skills within, usable only with sufficient cultivation. Buzz. The Holy Codex flipped rapidly, mystical runes dancing around. Holy radiance flew out, forming a defensive barrier to protect everyone. Boom. The blade lights ravaged through, and even the 8th-tier absolute defense shield wavered under the onslaught. Meanwhile, in the mission outpost behind, statues of angels, celestial maidens, and sacred beasts emitted divine light, and facilities like the mission podium and altar revealed defensive formations. Boom. Countless beams of light shattered. The blade light, like a rainbow, surged forward, destroying some of the statues and leaving cracks on the preaching platform. Jack, furious, shouted, "Stop!" He realized the opponent's intention and was filled with anger. The missionary outpost was not just a simple camp. It was filled with various facilities that created a sacred and harmonious atmosphere. Over time, it would gather an intangible aura, influencing the surrounding NPCs and attracting people to come and listen to the teachings. Building such an outpost was no easy task, and it was clear the opponent wanted to upset him. You think I'll just stop because you said so? What about my mental damages? Zhou Ming was unfazed. His clones quickly spread out, transforming into demonic dragons, flashing repeatedly as they launched a fierce attack on the outpost's defensive lights. A phantom flashed. Backstab. Gouge. Flower picking. Bang bang bang. Under Zhou Ming's assault, the defensive lights of many buildings were on the verge of collapsing. Jack and his team watched anxiously from behind, hastily applying various protective skills as they rushed forward. Zhou Ming's clones did not back down, each engaging their opponents with skill. The cross in Jack's hand expanded in the wind, golden light marks appeared, and he shouted, "Holy Seal Judgment." One of Zhou Ming's clones dodged with wind-like agility, using high speed and shadow dragon flashes, making it difficult for Jack, a mid-level Holy Prayers priest, to gain the upper hand in close combat, and he was occasionally struck instead. In the melee, the clones stole relentlessly. Although Jack's equipment was untouchable, others weren't as strong. During the fight, many realized their weapons were missing, and some even found their pants gone, cursing in frustration. Soon, Zhou Ming's Phantom Eye skill recovered, and 6 mental attacks struck simultaneously. Holy Codex, Light Chapter, Holy Light Illumination. The Golden Codex flipped again, sacred light flowing into the 6 bodies. However, Zhou Ming's mental assault had no effect. This is good stuff, just right for compensation. I'll let you off. Zhou Ming's eyes gleamed as he eyed the Codex. Dream on. Jack sneered coldly. You chose this, don't regret it. Zhou Ming laughed back, unleashing Evil Dragon's Fury. After a bout of fighting, the Evil Dragon's Fury skill had recovered. The clones had used life recovery twice during the battle, restoring their health. Now, they launched another powerful combo that sacrificed health for increased damage. Jack was alarmed, realizing they had moved out of the absolute defense shield to protect the sex facilities, and the Codex's skills had long cooldowns. Facing this terrifying combo, the pressure was immense. Light of Protection, Divine Crystal Wall, Holy Light Body. A series of defensive skills were released from the 6, their bodies turning golden, using a powerful single-target defense skill previously used by the slain Martin. Boom, boom. Under the powerful combo of the 6 clones, only Jack remained standing. The 5 lower-level Holy Prayers priests were blasted away by the intense attack. Without the strong defense provided by the Holy Light body, they would have been severely injured. As the attack continued, the defensive lights of the missionary outpost suffered another wave of destruction, with several altars shattered and even statues being shredded by the blade light. But it wasn't over. After the strike, Zhou Ming's clones burst with a blood-red glow, charging to the front of the outpost. Self-destruct. Boom. 6 blood-red pillars shot up into the sky, releasing violent energy wildly. Deathmark. Detonate. Boom. 2 Holy Prayers priests each bore 3 layers of Deathmark. One, with no defensive skills left, could only rely on the Holy Light body and was killed on the spot. You have slain the lower-ranked Sacred Priest Kerberg LV-44, earning 180,000 experience points and 8,000 reputation. 6 of your clones self-destructed, causing massive destruction, not only wiping out the missionary outpost, but also killing a sacred priest in the process. Everyone else, including Jack, was in a poor state. Jack, however, was in relatively good condition, as his diverse skills made him unafraid of Zhou Ming, and his health was still safe. The surviving sacred priests were severely wounded, hurriedly using healing skills to restore their health and swiftly heading towards the absolute defense shield. Once inside the shield, they were even more shocked. Under the impact of 6 terrifying explosions, the absolute defense shield had developed alarming cracks. Could Zhou Ming really be this powerful? Jack stared in disbelief at the devastated outpost and the surrounding ground. Could he possess an SS-level talent? Rumor had it that the adventurer favored by the cruel priest, known as Prince Wang Yue, had an S-level talent and was currently in seclusion for training. But even Prince Wang Yue would likely be unable to grow to such a level in such a short time. Could a 3S-level talent truly be so much stronger than a double S talent? It was unbelievable. Jack's mind raced as he quickly moved out of the light field. He had to find Zhou Ming as soon as possible. If Zhou Ming continued to use clones to harass and attack, the outpost would be doomed. Jack dashed out of the light field, the codex floating beside him radiating brilliance. The Holy Codex. Light Chapter. Void Illumination. Instantly, a stream of light flew out from the codex, rapidly spreading. This was a large-scale revealing field skill that could move. As Jack moved swiftly, everything within the void illumination field was exposed, the field's power feeding information directly into his mind. Yet, Zhou Ming's trace remained elusive. This guy's skills were truly varied. Zhou Ming, hidden in stealth, observed from afar. He suspected his opponent was using a detection skill, and out of curiosity, he stepped into the range with a Shadow Dragon flash. As expected, he wasn't detected. With the skill's upgrade, his stealth was even more concealed. At least he now knew that a mid-ranked sacred priest couldn't handle him. Since that was the case, the game would continue. Zhou Ming's main body quickly left, but he left 7 clones behind. As his opponent searched, his clone technique had already recovered. After a thorough search, Jack still hadn't found Zhou Ming, feeling uneasy. Could that guy have already left? Damn it. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sound of something slicing through the air came from behind him. He turned quickly, his heart racing. 7 figures were rushing towards him, and Jack could see clearly that they were Zhou Ming's 7 clones. What kind of madness is this? Jack felt a tightness in his chest. Was this a joke? Just moments ago, 6 clones had self-destructed, and now there were 7 more? This was outrageous. Consumed with fury, he quickly cast numerous defensive skills on himself, mana surging through his cross as he launched an attack. Universal Light Rain. Whoosh. Golden spell runes appeared in the sky, with golden arrows raining down, covering the sky and assaulting the clones. Wind Flash. Shadow Dragon Flash. The clones activated multiple shields and used movement skills to force their way through. The same scene played out once again. 7 black dragons roared out, transforming into endless blades, launching a fierce assault alongside other skills. Boom. Even someone as strong as Jack was forced back by the intense barrage, his multiple shields nearly shattered. Death marks detonated instantly. Boom. The 7 death marks exploded simultaneously, yet a holy halo appeared above Jack's head, rapidly restoring his health. He was truly difficult to kill. Seeing this, Zhou Ming immediately commanded his clones to ignore Jack and head towards the light domain. The power of a mid-level saint priest was not to be underestimated. If Jack chose to flee with all his might, Zhou Ming estimated he couldn't stop him. Thus, the clones seized the opportunity to advance on the light domain and continued their attack. Phantom Flash. Backstab. Stunning Blow. Petal and Leaf Slash. With the upgrade of the Evil Dragon's Fang, Zhou Ming's attack power had exceeded 30,000. Combined with skills and critical and damage bonuses, the damage was terrifying. Under his assault, the shield value of the light domain's barrier plummeted. A common trait of these large-scale barrier skills is that when a certain point endures excessively strong attacks, it may be torn open. Stop. Jack saw through Zhou Ming's intentions and rushed back. Meanwhile, the saint priest within the domain did not sit idly by and launched counterattacks. Golden great swords, massive light spears, dense rain of arrows. Various spells came in succession. Zhou Ming's clones, shielded and immune to control, dodged while bombarding the light domain. 2 minutes later, the clones had fully restored their health through life recovery techniques, and the evil dragon's fury skill was ready again. Roar. Amidst the black dragon's roar, a powerful combined attack was launched once more. The clones collectively consumed 800,000 health points, paired with death marks and life devour, striking the light domain barrier. Crack. A top-tier 7th-level skill, known for its formidable defense, the light domain barrier was mercilessly torn open, creating a large gap. No. Jack's eyes widened with rage, but he couldn't stop it. Zhou Ming's clones transformed into demon dragons, swiftly closing in on the Saint Priest's absolute defense shield with Wind Flash, Petal and Leaf Slash, Phantom Flash, Backstab. All 7 attacked in unison, shattering the already cracked absolute defense shield. No. At that moment, the shadow of death loomed over everyone. Zhou Ming's clones paid them no mind, immediately unleashing a bloody energy and performing a self-destruct technique. Boom. Boom. 7 bloody pillars of light shot into the sky, engulfing several Saint Priests in their violent power. You have slain lower-level Saint Priest Mark LV43, gaining 160,000 experience points and 7,200 reputation. 3 consecutive notifications came, and despite exhausting all their means, 3 Saint Priests still fell to Zhou Ming. Demon, you will surely face divine retribution. Jack, looking at the devastated battlefield, was utterly broken, roaring in anger. No one answered his fury, and Zhou Ming only waited for his clone technique to cool down before launching another wave. Holy Codex, Light Chapter, Wings of Light. Jack flipped through the codex, and 2 streams of light flew out, forming light wings that spread behind him. Whoosh. With the wings of light enhancing him, his speed reached its peak, granting him flight as he swiftly returned to the base. He saw 3 of his colleagues had turned into corpses, while the other 2 were severely injured. He cast healing spells, grabbing the 2 still alive, and flew away rapidly. A dignified mid-level Saint Priest, forced to flee in disgrace. This guy is quite decisive. In the distance, Zhou Ming used his inside eye to enhance his vision, saw Jack leaving, and decided not to intercept. Given that his duplication ability hadn't cooled down yet, taking on a mid-level Holy Prayer alone would be quite challenging. To be cautious, Zhou Ming didn't rush over immediately. Instead, he waited patiently for a few minutes until his duplication ability was ready, then revealed himself and swiftly dashed toward the outpost. As he approached the outpost, he was met with a scene of chaos. Numerous altars, platforms, and statues were destroyed, with the once sacred atmosphere utterly vanished. However, some structures still emitted a magical glow, releasing light shields for protection. Seeing this, Zhou Ming released his duplicate, and like a bandit raiding a village, began to wreak havoc. Boom, boom. One after another, buildings, statues, and magic arrays were smashed by him, until the outpost was nearly reduced to ruins. A mission notification sounded. Destroy the Holy Order's missionary outpost. Mission completion 20. Feeling a surge of determination, he decided to move on to the next target. Songlin Town, an NPC settlement quite far from the main city, had recently become a base for a group from the Holy Order. They preached in the town, and both adventurers and NPCs had received help from the missionaries. However, with the arrival of orders from the city lord's mansion, the mayors of various towns urged their guards to expel the missionaries, forbidding them from approaching the towns. Yet, the order's methods were extraordinary. Some NPC residents had already become believers and subtly expressed dissatisfaction with the mayor's arrangements, causing the mayor considerable headaches. The missionaries were extremely cunning. Seeing they couldn't use force, they began to win over adventurers. Blessed with the power of the world, adventurers were not easily offended by the mayor. Those recruited by the order roamed the town, completing various tasks and occasionally promoting the order's teachings, thereby inadvertently aiding the order's missionary work. The missionary outpost in Songlin Town had recently been bustling, with numerous adventurers and NPCs coming and going daily. Relying on intelligence provided by Morgan, Zhou Ming arrived outside Songlin Town. Standing on a hillside, he gazed into the distance, a golden gleam flickering in his eyes. The effect of the inside eye brought distant scenes closer, and with a slight focus, he could achieve a 360-degree view, with his sight range enhanced to 200 meters times his level. He observed many players and NPCs, then released his duplicate while toying with a plum blossom dart. At the entrance of the missionary outpost, a group of players casually stepped inside. Boss, the Order's mission rewards are generous and not that hard. Much more generous than the City Lord's mansion, said a player with the ID Eternal Sunday. The boss he referred to was the Eternal Guild's leader, My Heart is Eternal, whom Zhou Ming had killed once. Yeah, boss, maybe we should switch to the Order, another member chimed in. My Heart is Eternal remained unmoved, sternly replying. The Order may be more generous than the City Lord's mansion, but there's no such thing as a free lunch. We should be careful. In the context of the Sky series professions being promoted in the City Lord's mansion, everyone realized that joining the cult would mean losing the Empire's support. Therefore, they decided it was better to wait and see, choosing to take on tasks from both the Empire and the cult to benefit from both sides. This perspective resonated with other members, and Eternal Sunlight changed his mind, agreeing. The leader makes a good point. I've heard the cult is at odds with Zhou, and if we join them, we might become targets. Staying neutral seems wiser. The group nodded in agreement, praising the leader's foresight. As they entered the base to collect their mission rewards, a sudden whistling sound pierced the air. Dozens of black streaks shot towards the missionaries engaged in conversation. Blood splattered, and the terrifying damage was instantly apparent. The monks in front were the first to fall, turning into corpses, followed by several others. Clearly, this was Zhou Ming's handiwork, using the Eye of Insight combined with his skills to deliver a warning. The victims were low-level monks who were instantly killed. What the heck? What's going on? This is insane. The players, including my heart Eternal, were terrified, and the NPC residents listening to the teachings were equally shocked, throwing the scene into chaos. Who dares to cause trouble at our cult's base? Several angry voices shouted. Amidst the sounds, 6 holy priests appeared. Meanwhile, a loud voice boomed from outside the base. Attention, everyone inside. Attention, everyone inside. Zhou Ming's 7 avatars had arrived, with the leading avatar holding a strange loudspeaker, amplifying his voice. The holy cult owes me compensation for mental distress. I, Zhou, have come to collect. All unrelated individuals, leave immediately. I take no responsibility for any casualties. Zhou Ming's warning echoed, leaving everyone inside with astonished expressions. A holy priest angrily responded, "How dare you? You've been wanted by the cult, and still dare to show up openly." Hearing Zhou's name, many players panicked and fled the base. It was him. My heart Eternal was taken aback and immediately said, "Let's get out of here." The leader frowned, and Eternal Glory seemed reluctant. "We haven't collected the mission rewards yet. There should be plenty of defensive formations here. Why should we fear him?" My heart Eternal angrily retorted, "Damn it, stop talking. When I say go, we go." The group dared not argue further and quickly left. As soon as they exited the stronghold, they saw 7 figures of a certain Zhou, clearly the legendary high-level cloning technique. My heart Eternal didn't dare linger and swiftly retreated. Meanwhile, defensive lights rose within the base, and several holy priests began activating defensive formations. Evil One, prepare to die. The holy priests quickly rushed out, raising their hands to unleash various skills, attacking Zhou Ming's clones. It wasn't Zhou Ming's first battle against the holy priests. He was becoming increasingly skilled. He immediately activated multiple shields and unstoppable body, charging forward. After some maneuvering, Zhou Ming employed the illusory eyes. The same scenario played out again. The leading mid-tier holy priest, caught off guard due to his subordinates being controlled, was suddenly attacked, causing chaos. Zhou Ming seized the opportunity to charge to the front of the stronghold and launched a full-scale attack. 7 powerful combined strikes landed with a thunderous boom, shattering multiple layers of defensive light. The blade's edge pierced through, instantly causing numerous deaths. Among those killed were missionary monks and players alike. Anyone caught in the attack's wake perished. Zhou Ming couldn't help but wonder if there were NPC residents inside. After all, he had warned them and given them ample time to flee. If they didn't leave, it wasn't his fault. Swoosh, swoosh. Numerous players turned into white light, vanishing from the spot and returning to the main city's resurrection point. Immediately, the regional chat channel erupted in chaos. "Zhou, what's wrong with you? Did I provoke you? Why kill me? Can anyone understand this? I just completed a task and was about to hand it in, but the mission NPC died, and so did I. Zhou, you've become a public enemy. Everyone, let's take on the church's bounty task and resist him." "Never working, Zhou. You demon. Wait to be sent to the stake by the church." Zhou Ming ignored the complaints in the regional channel. After the combined attack of the evil dragon's wrath, he ordered his 7 clones to self-destruct. Boom, boom. The entire stronghold shook violently. Zhou Ming controlled the explosion's range perfectly, affecting only the missionary outpost and sparing other areas. If any foolish NPC residents hadn't fled by now, it was their own fault. The damage from the 7 clones' self-destruction was significant, instantly killing a lower-ranking holy prayer priest. "My lord, what should we do?" asked a surviving lower-ranking holy prayer priest, trembling with fear. The leading mid-ranking holy prayer priest felt a headache coming on, his once firm demeanor crumbling. That adventurer was truly loathsome. If he kept using this clone self-destruction bombing tactic, how many times could they withstand it? The enemy was too cunning and vicious. "We must leave quickly and report to Monk Jaeger." The leading mid-ranking holy prayer priest, feeling helpless, cast a barrier of light and hurriedly led his people away. Of course, a mere barrier of light was no match for Zhou Ming. Shortly after they left, Zhou Ming's clone technique was restored, and he spent some time destroying the stronghold. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, maybe I should rename myself as the demolition team leader. Zhou Ming chuckled and continued his actions. In the bright hall of the Holy Order's branch, Jaeger was furious, listening to the reports from Jack and others, his power surging as his robe fluttered without wind. Such audacity. Since the founding of our Holy Order, who has dared to show such disrespect? Boom. The long cross in Jaeger's hand struck the ground heavily. Defensive runes appeared in the hall, glowing brightly, showcasing Jaeger's power and his current anger. My lord, this Zhou person is too vicious. He will certainly become an enemy of the Order in the future. We should eliminate him before he grows stronger, Jack suggested. Perhaps my lord should take action personally, or even call upon Lord Krull to nip this thread in the bud. Jaeger, having vented his anger, gradually calmed down and replied, no. Jack became anxious. But my lord, I would like to take action, Jaeger said with a stern face. But securing the branch to a secondary main city was already the Empire's greatest concession. If I act now, Morgan will certainly seize the opportunity, and might even lead the city guards to attack us directly. Mentioning Morgan, his gaze turned colder. If I'm not mistaken, Zhou has probably already met with Morgan. His sudden opposition to our missionary activities is definitely related to the City Lord's office. Are we just going to let them run wild? Jack said unwillingly. Although the others remained silent, their expressions were grim. Jaeger also felt helpless. Right now, without me taking action, you indeed can't handle him. That adventurer is too unusual. His growth rate is astonishing. However, Jaeger's tone shifted. In a while, when Wang Yu emerges, I believe he won't disappoint me. Are you referring to the adventurer with the S-grade holy light physique? Jack's eyes lit up at the mention of Wang Yu. I see. You plan to have Wang Yu deal with him. Yes, Wang Yu is also an adventurer. So having an adventurer deal with another adventurer leaves the City Lord's office without grounds to interfere. Jaeger was extremely pleased with Wang Yu's performance and said with a smile, the holy light body is highly compatible with the legacy of our God of light. Lord Krull is fully supporting Wang Yu, and he even has the opportunity to communicate directly with our God through the holy light body. Jack and the others were filled with surprise and envy upon hearing this. As followers of the God of light, they have held a deep reverence for the deity since joining the order. Every day, they take time to express their faith through devout prayers and praises to the statue of the god. In return, they feel their connection with the deity strengthening and their power subtly increasing. However, none of them have ever truly communicated with the God of light. This great deity is like a distant celestial body, aloof, stern, and awe-inspiring, yet unreachable. It was unimaginable what benefits Wang Yu might gain from directly conversing with the deity. Jaeger interrupted Jack, suggesting, we should slow down the pace of our missionary work. Instead of establishing new bases, we should adopt a more dispersed approach. When Wang Yu emerges, he will astonish the world, and all adventurers will understand how exceptional he is. Only our order can cultivate such an outstanding strongman. As he spoke, Jaeger's tone revealed his excitement and anticipation that the order's prestige would peak among adventurers with Wang Yu's rise. Meanwhile, outside Dawn City, continuous rumbling could be heard as Zhou Ming and his clone destroyed another missionary base. With the destruction of this branch of the Holy Order, the completion rate of the missionary task reached 100, marking the mission a success. Zhou Ming stretched lazily, but was somewhat puzzled. There were no guards at this last base, allowing him to destroy it effortlessly. Could it be that they had given up resisting? He thought this was quite likely. Before taking action, he had consulted Morgan, learning that the strongest presence in the Dawn City Order division was the Divine Wish Priest Krull, followed by the High Saint Prayers Jaeger. If anyone dared to act, Morgan would certainly seize the opportunity to strike. Although Morgan said so, Zhou Ming did not fully trust him, as safety was paramount. Therefore, he always let his clone act while he hid to avoid being caught by any experts. Now it seemed that Morgan's assurances were accurate. The Order division indeed feared the City Lord's mansion, or more precisely, the Empire's high ranks behind it, so they did not dare to act rashly. The lower and middle Saint Prayers couldn't handle Zhou Ming and simply abandoned the missionary plan. Regardless, the mission was complete, and it was time to collect the reward. Zhou Ming went into stealth mode and left in high spirits. In fact, Morgan's information indicated more than 5 missionary bases. However, Zhou Ming was not one to be easily persuaded. He only agreed to destroy 5 initially. As for the remaining bases, it would depend on his mood. Morgan could refuse to pay the reward, but Zhou Ming believed he wouldn't be foolish enough to do so. Soon, Zhou Ming found an NPC town and headed straight for the town hall. Upon seeing the mayor, who was clearly corrupt and greedy, Zhou Ming gave him a good beating. Feeling satisfied afterward, he asked the mayor to contact Morgan. As for why he didn't return directly to the city and the City Lord's mansion, one must be cautious. Who knew what Morgan might have in mind? What if he got caught by the city guard upon returning to the city? Moreover, the main city had not only the city guard but also numerous magic formations and defense facilities, so Zhou Ming dared not let his guard down. Soon, the mayor activated a communication talisman, and Morgan's figure appeared. I've received the intel on my end. I didn't expect you to act so quickly and effectively. Upon seeing Zhou Ming again, Morgan looked at him as if he were a marvel, with a slight hint of pressure in his voice. You've worked hard. Zhou Ming completed the mission, Disrupt the Missionaries, earning 500,000 experience points and 20,000 reputation, along with other generous rewards. Upon submitting the mission, he immediately gained the 500,000 experience points. As his character level increased, the experience points required for leveling up also rose, needing 2.7 million to reach level 35, making these rewards insufficient. However, the most significant rewards included 25,000 pieces of equipment, a legendary herb, and intelligence on a suspected secret realm location. Due to the large quantity of items, Morgan needed some time to deliver them. While waiting, Zhou Ming inquired about the Holy Order, which was his main concern. He understood that as long as Morgan remained human, there was no need to worry too much. But if the Order harbored beings beyond imagination, he would be in grave danger. Zhou Ming was not confident, believing he couldn't contend with deities. The Holy Order revered the God of Light and worshipped several deities, undoubtedly possessing divine legacies. Morgan chuckled, asking if Zhou Ming was afraid, and suggested he join the Empire. Zhou Ming firmly refused, continuing to question why the deities hadn't appeared for so long. He speculated that if deities existed, the Order would have unified the continent long ago, rather than allowing him to roam freely. Morgan confirmed his speculation, explaining that ages ago, the demon race invaded all worlds, including the divine realm, from beyond the skies. The deities led humans and other races in a fierce battle, incurring heavy losses. Although they successfully repelled the invasion, they couldn't completely eliminate the demon race. Since then, deities have not descended to the human realm, becoming nearly mythical, with only ancient texts from the Empire and the Order providing clear records. Morgan jokingly assured Zhou Ming that he needn't worry about the Holy Order suddenly summoning a deity to destroy him. As if they had such power, they would have unified the continent already. Zhou Ming was relieved, realizing he need not fear divine retribution for now, and decided he would definitely visit the Order when the opportunity arose. Soon after, Morgan's people began delivering the equipment. All 25,000 pieces were of silver grade, ranging from levels 20 to 30. Zhou Ming's Sumeru bag couldn't accommodate such a vast amount of equipment, so he decided to commandeer the town's administrative hall, piling the equipment high. Including the previous 5,000 pieces, even if they were all level 20, the growth value increase would be an impressive 4.8 million. Zhou Ming's eyes gleamed with joy, as this meant consuming all the equipment would elevate his 2 growth items to mythic level. Thus, Zhou Ming unleashed his clone, frantically consuming the equipment for nourishment, watching as the gear disappeared before his eyes. Finally, the growth value of the evil dragon's Fang reached its limit, meeting the upgrade conditions, and advanced to legendary level. Similarly, the growth value of the evil dragon's Fury scale boots also met the upgrade conditions, advancing to legendary level. Zhou Ming eagerly consumed his equipment, thoroughly enjoying the process. After an unknown amount of time, when his gear was nearly depleted, he heard an exciting notification. The growth value of the evil dragon's Fang had reached its maximum, meeting the upgrade conditions to become mythical grade 1 star. The growth value of the evil dragon's Fury scale boots also reached its maximum, successfully upgrading to mythical grade 1 star. Finally, Zhou Ming's equipment reached the mythical level, and he excitedly finished consuming the remaining gear and opened his inventory to check. Both the weapon and boots had changed, now emitting a noble, multicolored glow. The evil dragon's Fang, a growth type, bound equipment, was now mythical grade 1 star with a growth value of 801 million. Its attributes included attack power 105,000, spell strength 100,000, attack speed 300, critical hit rate 100, and critical damage 50. The additional effect allowed it to absorb 40 of the damage dealt as health restoration. The added skill, Evil Dragon's Wrath, had 2 effects. The first effect unleashed a strike imbued with the power of the evil dragon, dealing 400,800 attack power damage within a 3,500 meter by 3,500 meter area, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. The second effect allowed the user to sacrifice their own health to increase the skill's power, with 1 health point equaling 3 attack power. It had no level requirement, was bound, non-tradable, and would not drop upon death. It was described as a weapon forged from the Fang of the Shadow Evil Dragon, possessing rare growth characteristics. The note indicated that upon reaching mythical grade, the growth value required for upgrading transformed to 1 million, with each subsequent star requiring a growth value of the original plus the current star level times 1 million. The Evil Dragon Fury scale boots, also a growth type, bound equipment, were mythical grade 1 star with a growth value of 1501,000,000. Their attributes included movement speed 4,500, evasion 10,000, critical immunity rate 50, agility 3,000, constitution 4,000, and spirit 5,000. The added skill Dragon Shadow Mirage had the effect of making the user's movement as unpredictable as a swimming dragon, increasing movement speed and evasion by 350 for 500 seconds, with a cooldown of 180 seconds. This equipment also had no level requirement, was bound, non-tradable, and would not drop upon death. It was described as boots crafted with evil dragon scales, offering endless utility. The note indicated that upon reaching mythical grade, the growth value needed for upgrading transformed to 1 million, with each subsequent star requiring a growth value of the original plus the current star level times 1 million. Wow, this is insane. Zhou Ming was ecstatic. With the attributes of both pieces of equipment skyrocketing, his attack power now reached an astounding 111,317, and his movement speed soared to 6,064. Now, if he were to face a mid-level priest of the cult, Zhou Ming was confident he could defeat them. After a few moments of joy, Zhou Ming closed his equipment menu. As usual, he gave the town mayor a lesson in love, and after reaping generous rewards, he left happily. Next, he headed out to investigate a suspected secret realm location based on information provided by Morgan. If nothing came of it, he planned to return to catch up with Baki Wushuang and others, or the cult. After leaving the town, Zhou Ming released a doppelganger in a secluded spot. The doppelganger immediately disguised itself, used a return scroll to head back to Dawn City, and then teleported from the main city to ephemeral flower town. Using stealth, it monitored the town's guard captain, Richard. This captain was a member of the night cult, and Zhou Ming believed he had a scheme in the town, making sure not to miss the opportunity to uncover it. Leaving the town, Zhou Ming entered stealth mode, activating all his speed skills. At that moment, an indescribable lightness filled his entire being. Even before he moved, he felt as if he was one with the wind, capable of slipping into the void at any moment. Checking his character panel, he saw his speed soar to over 50,000 under the effects of stealth, flowing wind, and dragon shadow traces. With a whoosh, he dashed out, instantly covering a kilometer distance at an unbelievable speed. If it weren't for his eye of insight and extremely high mental attributes, he wouldn't have been able to grasp his surroundings while moving so fast. Boom. He transformed into a dragon, leaping continuously, leaving trails of dragon shadows in the sky, exuding immense power. Fortunately, his stealth concealed the sound and his presence. Otherwise, people might have mistaken it for a mighty dragon descending. Players can purchase mounts from NPCs after reaching the main city, with horses being the most common. Zhou Ming was aware of this, but didn't buy one, as mounts were ridiculously slow compared to his speed. While moving at high speed, Zhou Ming quickly left the small town area surrounding the main city and ventured deeper into the wilderness. Gradually, he entered a high-level wild zone, where the monsters were all level 40 and above. He ignored them and followed the information provided by Morgan, slowly searching. After some time, a scent of blood hit him. Ahead, a blood-red mist spread, faintly showing the silhouettes of beasts. The pervasive blood mist seemed to confirm that this was the bloodstained pollution zone Morgan had mentioned. Seeing this, Zhou Ming disengaged dragon shadow traces and flowing wind, slowed his pace, and stepped into the mist to explore. A notification sounded. You have entered the bloodstained pollution zone. This area is shrouded in a murderous, bloody aura, reducing your health by 500 points per second. Proceed with caution. As Zhou Ming walked in, he indeed felt the bloody aura corroding his body. Damage numbers appeared above his head, but they were only in the hundreds thanks to his resistance, making the health loss negligible. He continued exploring in stealth, occasionally casting healing spells, feeling no pressure at all. The bloodstained pollution zone was a desolate area enveloped by a murderous aura, filled with the stench of decay and blood. The surrounding blood mist obstructed vision, even interfering with Zhou Ming's eye of insight, preventing him from seeing the area clearly, though he suspected the blood mist covered a vast range. The monsters here were all level 40 and above with high attributes. Descriptions noted that the murderous aura made the monsters exceedingly ferocious and dangerous. However, this was irrelevant to Zhou Ming, as he could remain indefinitely in stealth, leaving the raging monsters unable to touch him. He explored unimpeded. After half a day, he wondered how vast this place could be. Staring at the endless drifting aura, he felt a bit numb from the monotony. He wandered aimlessly for half a day, finding nothing. Morgan had mentioned this place was merely a suspected secret realm, possibly containing treasures or nothing at all. Could his luck really be this bad? No, there was something strange about this place. There had to be more to it. Zhou Ming refused to give up. That day, he wandered aimlessly in the bloodstained land. During this time, he logged out to take a break once, then logged back in to continue exploring. When bored, he would stop to train by fighting monsters. With Zhou Ming's attack power exceeding 100,000, combined with various techniques, killing these special level 40 monsters was effortless. Time passed amidst leveling up and exploring. Before long, Zhou Ming reached level 35 and continued his exploration. Boom. Just as he started feeling bored, a loud rumble came from afar. With his exceptionally high spiritual attributes, Zhou Ming naturally noticed the subtle disturbance. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the direction of the sound. As he got closer, he saw flashes of skill effects through the blood mist in the distance, suggesting an intense battle was taking place. Zhou Ming focused his mind, his eyes shimmering as they pierced through the layers of blood mist, revealing the scene ahead. Well, if it isn't you guys, what a small world, Zhou Ming thought with a smirk, feeling quite surprised. He thought to himself that it was a perfect time to settle some scores. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away from Zhou Ming, a group was besieging a boss. It was none other than Baki Wushuang, Shui Meigui, Feitian siblings, and others. Additionally, there was a church member assisting them, the same mid-level holy prayer Jack who had crossed paths with Zhou Ming before. He wore a cleric's robe, with a holy codex floating beside him, and a radiant cross in his hand. Light Cage, Holy Judgment Sword. Jack first used the Light Cage skill to trap the boss, then unleashed a thunderous attack. Baki Wushuang charged with a large blade, embodying the undying battle spirit, slashing with a powerful blade aura. Shui Meigui wielded a staff, casting support skills, and occasionally launching holy attribute attack skills. Feitian Zaiwangzi, Huahua Jinwu, and others also unleashed their skills. With Jack's assistance, the boss's health steadily decreased. Zhou Ming shifted his gaze to the boss. Within the light cage, a tall humanoid monster was enveloped in a blood-colored aura, viciously swinging a large blade at the cage restraining it. Its attribute information appeared, classified as diamond level, with health points of 31, 294, 87542, for 30, 000, attack power 21,077, physical defense 27,412, magic defense 23,890, and statuses including bloodthirsty, lost, and violent. Its skills included Blood Rage Slash, Whirlwind Slash, War Stomp, Bloodthirsty Domain, Furious Charge, Killing Will, Blood Shield, Life Recovery, Frenzy, Dominance, Self-Healing, Damage Reduction, Defense Enhancement, Life Enhancement, and Attack Enhancement. Zhou Ming was shocked, realizing that this troll had lost its mind due to the slaughter aura of the place, and was completely controlled by a blood-colored crystal, becoming its guardian. Its death would cause the crystal to lose its protection. Zhou Ming noticed a blood-colored crystal embedded in the ground behind the troll, with the flowing blood aura faintly connected to the troll. He focused his mind, extending his vision further to see lines of information on the crystal. It was a dungeon entrance, described as the entrance to bloodthirsty slaughter, only activated when the guardian is slain. This was a special dungeon entrance, and the troll became the dungeon's guardian through control. Zhou Ming immediately understood everything. It meant that whoever killed the troll would be the first to discover the dungeon. According to game conventions, the discoverer of a dungeon would surely receive special rewards. It seemed Shui Meigui and the others had somehow learned about the bloodstained land and came to explore, discovering the blood crystal and preparing to defeat the boss. Perfect, another reason to take them down. Zhou Ming brandished the evil dragon's fang, patiently waiting for the right moment. At this time, Baki Wushuang and his group were unaware of the impending danger. After an intense battle, the boss finally broke through the cage's restraints and swung a massive blade towards the group. In an instant, a colossal blood-red blade descended ferociously. St. Prayer's Jack quickly unfurled the codex, and a powerful light transformed into a protective barrier, shielding everyone. Ice Pillar. The little flying prince waved his staff, casting a high-level spell. 2 enormous ice columns appeared instantly, forcefully pulling at the giant troll, freezing it continuously. Even with its invulnerability activated, the troll couldn't shatter the overwhelming ice, struggling as it advanced towards the group. Zhou Ming watched silently until the troll's health dropped to 30. The moment had arrived. A sly glint flashed in Zhou Ming's eyes as he activated a damage-boosting buff, and then performed a duplication technique. 7 clones appeared, each wielding the evil dragon's fang, attacking in unison with the original. Roar! 8 black dragons suddenly emerged, transforming into endless blade lights, their might earth-shattering. The evil dragon's rage, deathmark, and life devour combined with an 800,000 health damage boost. Boom! The blade lights engulfed everyone. Baki Wushuang and his team were caught completely off guard by such a devastating blow, instantly killed and sent back to the main city to revive. Meanwhile, the boss roared, releasing a thick blood-red shield to protect itself, though it was already riddled with cracks. Holy Light Body. Among the enemies, only Jack reacted in time, hastily activating a defensive enhancement skill. However, the 8 blade lights ravaged through, and even with the Holy Light Body fortifying his defense, Jack suffered severe injuries. The strength of a mid-level Saint Prayers far surpassed that of a lower-level one. Judging by the change in his health, Zhou Ming estimated that Jack had at least 30 million health points, an intimidating figure. It's you. Upon seeing Zhou Ming, Jack's expression changed drastically. The sacred codex skills he could use, including absolute defense, were on cooldown. At this moment, he was filled with dread. During their last encounter, they were evenly matched, but now, he felt his opponent's power had surpassed his own. Light's protection, life's praise, holy shield. Jack hurriedly cast various defensive and healing skills, his health recovering rapidly, and he turned to flee without hesitation. Illusion Eyes. Zhou Ming wouldn't let him escape easily. Just as Jack moved, 8 Illusion Eyes skills hit him. Even Jack felt a sharp pain in his mind at this moment. Holy Purification. A pure light radiated from Jack, freeing him from the mental interference. Phantom Flash. Zhou Ming and his clones attacked simultaneously, 24 phantoms striking, creating a dizzying spectacle. Bang bang bang. Jack was hit, and his shield shattered on the spot. He dared not retaliate, continuing his flight while a stream of light from the codex entered his body. Holy Codex. Light Chapter, Holy Dispel. This skill could dispel negative effects and marks inflicted by the enemy. Just moments ago, when Jack was struck by the blade lights, he distinctly felt several dark moves affecting him. Fear surged in Jack's heart. The reality that the sacred dispel could not remove the death mark weighed on him like a mountain. At that moment, an ominous prompt sounded in his ears, intensifying his terror. Impossible, he roared, shaken to his core. Zhou Ming and his clone seized the opportunity to launch a backstab, breaking through another layer of Jack's defensive shield. Get away! Jack swung across with both hands, casting a holy judgment at Zhou Ming, who easily dodged with a swift wind flash. Seeing this, Jack transformed into a streak of light, attempting to flee. With a shout of flying flower pluck leaf, Zhou Ming hurled a plum blossom dart, the hidden weapon whizzing through the air. As Jack moved, a barrage of darts followed, shattering his shields with a series of clangs, and the remaining darts struck him down. Wings of light. Jack rolled on the ground and quickly got up, trying to escape using a flight skill. Zhou Ming transformed into a dragon, his speed astonishing, catching up in an instant. With the command Gouge, Zhou Ming and his clone revealed themselves midair, unleashing a flurry of 8 gouge attacks, knocking Jack down again. The continuous effect of the sacred purification skill prevented him from being stunned, yet he felt the looming threat of death. The opponent's speed far exceeded his, making escape impossible. You can't kill me. Jack retreated in terror, attempting to threaten Zhou Ming with the name of his order. The Holy Order's influence spans the continent, with divine priests in every branch and powerful bishops at headquarters. The Pope's strength is unmatched, you'd better think twice. In a life-or-death moment, he resorted to the Order's name, hoping to intimidate Zhou Ming. Idiot, Zhou Ming replied with a cold smile. Your threats only make me more excited. Overwhelmed by waves of fear, Jack roared and fled. Go, Zhou Ming commanded, sending 7 clones in pursuit, their bodies glowing with a blood-red light. Self-destruct. Boom, boom. Terrifying damage erupted from Jack's body. Zhou Ming then clenched his right hand, detonating the death mark. Boom. A scream echoed, as black malevolent energy engulfed Jack. Even with his holy light form activated, Zhou Ming forcefully killed him. You have slain Jack, a mid-level holy priest LV-52, gaining 420,000 experience points and 25,000 reputation. By now, the blood-colored shield of the boss had vanished, its bloodthirsty gaze fixed on Zhou Ming. Ignoring it, Zhou Ming moved to collect Jack's dropped items. Unlike monsters, NPCs drop all their possessions upon death. Zhou Ming gathered all of Jack's belongings, discovering the Holy Tome. Unfortunately, it was restricted to holy priests, containing various skills that could assist them in casting otherwise inaccessible abilities. However, Zhou Ming couldn't steal the skills within. I'll hold on to it. It might come in handy, he thought, stashing everything in his backpack. Boom. A massive blood-red blade slash came crashing down. The bloodthirsty guardian had made a move. Various shields appeared on Zhou Ming. The Light's Blessing Amulet, Earth Shield, Ice Shield, Knight's Guardian, and Sinister Blood Shield. Crack. Many shields shattered, leaving only the Knight's Guardian and Blood Shield intact. In such a hurry to die, Zhou Ming endured the opponent's blood rage strike, his eyes on the blood crystal's direction. His form slowly vanished as he entered stealth mode. Zhou Ming knew that if the monster wasn't attacked within a minute, it would start rapidly regenerating health, and the higher its rank, the faster it would heal. If it wasn't attacked within 3 minutes, the regeneration rate would increase dramatically. After 5 minutes without being attacked, it would be considered out of combat, and the boss's health would visibly recover. Previously, Zhou Ming had used the Wrath of the Evil Dragon to attack the boss. Although the damage wasn't ideal due to the boss's high resistance, it effectively stopped its regeneration and prevented it from leaving combat. At this moment, with his duplication technique still on cooldown, Zhou Ming decided to use stealth to buy time. Soon, the poison effect wore off, and Zhou Ming revealed himself, launching a swift surprise attack. The troll turned angrily to retaliate, but Zhou Ming deftly dodged, and slipped back into stealth. With the ability to remain indefinitely in stealth, Zhou Ming continuously harassed the boss, keeping it from leaving combat and regenerating health. Moments later, the cooldown for his duplication technique ended, and 7 clones joined the main body to attack. The boss, already low on health, couldn't withstand even one combo before it fell lifeless to the ground. You have slain the diamond-level boss, the gatekeeper of bloodlust, gaining 600,000 experience points and 25,000 reputation. The system notification sounded, and Zhou Ming was pleasantly surprised. A Fularia dungeon? So this is actually a large-scale Fularia dungeon. He had thought it was just a regular dungeon, not expecting it to be a Fularia one. Feeling secretly pleased, he realized that Dawn City would become the focus of the Dragon Nation region. At this point, Zhou Ming's gaze fell on the blood crystal, noticing a change. Boom. The blood-colored crystal burst into a crimson glow, melting into a red portal that shot skyward like a pillar. This crystal became the entrance to the Bloodbath dungeon, set to open in 3 days. As the first player to discover and unlock this cross-server dungeon, Zhou Ming received a special reward, a scroll of Slaughter's arcane secrets. Following the personal reward notification, a server-wide announcement rang out. Congratulations to player Never Working Zhou for being the first to defeat a diamond-level boss, earning a special reward. Another announcement followed. Congratulations to player Never Working Zhou for discovering the entrance to the Bloodbath dungeon, earning a special reward. The announcement ended with a reminder. In 3 days, the Bloodbath dungeon will open in the Bloodstained lands for all players level 30 and above. This shocking news swept through the Dragon Kingdom server. Though many players had discovered dungeons, few had triggered such announcements. This dungeon was clearly extraordinary. The server's chat channel buzzed with excitement. What is a cross-server dungeon? Does it mean all Dragon Kingdom players can enter? Don't be silly, brother. Didn't you hear it requires level 30? Oh man, I'm only level 23. I feel like I'm missing out on a fortune. Haha, I'm level 28. I've got 3 days to push it. There's still hope. Zhou once again became the center of attention. Rumors had it that he defied the cult, and now he had claimed the first kill of a diamond-level boss and discovered a cross-server dungeon, stealing the spotlight. At the revival point in Dawn City, Baki Wushuang and his companions had just resurrected when they heard the announcement. He killed that boss. Baki Wushuang's expression was grave. I suspect it's more complicated than that. Blood Rose's expression was serious. The damage he dealt during the ambush was terrifying, she continued. I suspect Brother Jack is dead. The little prince was in disbelief. Brother Jack was a mid-tier holy priest, and he was no match for him before. He must be an SS-grade talent awakener, beyond common sense, Blood Rose said with a tense tone. If Brother Jack wasn't dead, how could he have allowed Zhou to kill the dungeon gatekeeper? We must report this to Brother Jaeger. Zhou is becoming more terrifying. In Blackstone City, within a dark temple in the dangerous wilderness far from the main city, a young man with eerie black markings on his face sat cross-legged in a magic circle. Hearing the announcement, he smiled with interest. A cross-server dungeon? Interesting. Poisonous insects and snakes continually entered the circle, only to be dissolved into pure toxins that flowed into the young man's body. Perfect timing. Once I've completed my transition to the Nether Poison Sovereign, I'll head there for some fun. Let's hope it doesn't disappoint. In Silvermoon City, deep in the wilderness, a meteor-like streak of light suddenly streaked across the sky, striking a diamond-level boss. Boom. The light caused massive damage, and a meteor descended from the sky, dealing heavy damage at the impact point. The President's star arrow was awe-inspiring every time, and a long-haired woman calmly directed her team, who trapped the boss with precision, under the admiring gazes of those around her. The woman gripped her bowstring tightly and swiftly released an arrow, displaying her hidden profession as an elven ranger with a powerful skill nature's wrath. Boom. The arrow hit its mark instantly, unleashing a torrent of natural elements like ice, wind, wood, fire, and lightning. The frost froze the boss, flames ravaged its insides, and thick vines emerged from the ground, binding the boss tightly. With the woman's powerful attacks and her companions' coordinated efforts, the diamond-level boss's health steadily declined. Maintaining this pace, they could defeat it within an hour or two. However, just then, a server-wide announcement suddenly blared. The long-haired warrior woman paused, thinking to herself, is this real? It's that Zhou guy again. I thought becoming an elven ranger would give me a head start on claiming the first diamond-level kill. Meanwhile, experts and groups from other main cities turned their attention to Dawn City, drawn by the news of the all-region dungeon. It's clear that in 3 days, Dawn City will be a battleground, with countless powerful players flocking to compete in the dungeon. In the Bloodstained land, Zhou Ming's prediction was correct. Opening the dungeon indeed came with rewards. What he hadn't anticipated was that the dungeon wouldn't be accessible for 3 days. Zhou Ming examined the space entrance formed by the blood-red light, reading the information that appeared. A large-scale, all-region dungeon of the bloodthirsty type, with an entry level of LV 30, no player limits, and restricted to adventurers only. Rewards included equipment, items, skill books, experience points, money, and treasure chests for levels 30 and above. The description painted it as a land of bloody slaughter, a trial ground for the strong, a graveyard for the weak. Do you have the courage to enter? The notice stated the dungeon would open for bloodthirsty slaughter in 72 hours. Zhou Ming was filled with anticipation. He shifted his gaze and opened his backpack to find a diamond-level treasure chest lying quietly inside, along with an ancient book glowing with blood-red light. It was the secret tome of slaughter mastery, with two effects. First, using the tome might grant insight into the slaughter mastery. Second, if the mastery was already known, it could potentially enhance its level. The description mentioned it contained invaluable knowledge. Zhou Ming sensed that the slaughter mastery was closely linked to combat, attempted to steal it, but was met with a message saying it was unstealable, leaving him to choose to use it instead. The tome transformed into a stream of blood-red light and entered Zhou Ming's body. Instantly, scenes of slaughter flooded his mind. He found himself on an ancient battlefield, fiercely battling enemies of various races. One by one, his foes fell under his onslaught, rivers of blood flowing, mountains of corpses piling up, an unprecedented lust for slaughter engulfing his heart. Kill, kill, kill. Anyone who dares to stand in my way will be slain. I will conquer the world through slaughter. The overwhelming desire to kill surged within him, nearly consuming him. However, amidst his comprehension, he abruptly opened his eyes, the insightful eye gleaming with golden light, bringing clarity to his mind. The thrill of slaughter lingered, but the urge to destroy everything had faded. Your understanding of slaughter mastery deepens, doubling your chances of learning it. You have acquired the first layer of slaughter mastery. As the notification sounded, the scenes of slaughter in his mind slowly faded. Zhou Ming opened his skill panel and found a blood-red icon above all his skills, reigning supreme. The slaughter mastery was classified as a mastery at the first layer, with the following effects. If an attack reduces a target's health to below 5, it can be instantly slain, with full control over the action, and for every target killed, his attack power and spell strength permanently increase by 1, with each target only counting once, up to a maximum of 50,000. The essence of slaughter is indeed closely related to combat, but Zhou Ming felt its value seemed a bit low. His guess aligned with the actual situation. This skill has levels and can likely be enhanced by increasing its level. An idea struck him, and he attempted to use his talent to designate the essence of slaughter, hoping to achieve infinite growth. However, the system notification disappointed him. This skill could not attain infinite growth, a revelation as jarring as a bug in a restricted card. With a sigh, Zhou Ming closed the skill panel and took out the diamond-grade chest he obtained from a boss's first kill, ready to open it. Unfortunately, it seemed his luck had run out, as it only yielded a skill book for mages, which he tossed into his backpack. The central square of Dawn City remained bustling. Zhou Ming returned to the main city, and due to his disguise, no one recognized him. He left the square, and after a few teleports, he arrived outside the North Gate. Once out of the city, he restored his original appearance, opened his friends list, and contacted Tai Ma Bing He. Big shot. No news yet. But on the equipment side, we've collected another 3,000 pieces of level 20 silver gear. Should I send it over? Tai Ma Bing He replied. Wait until there's more before sending it over. Zhou Ming thought for a moment and instructed. Regarding the elixirs, don't worry about the 7-colored lotus and Qinglong grass for now. Focus entirely on finding ice jade flower. Currently, he had obtained the 7-colored lotus and Qinglong grass from Morgan, but was still missing the ice jade flower. Tai Ma Bing He responded. Understood, I'll notify everyone right away. After the conversation, Zhou Ming entered stealth mode and leisurely made his way through the nearby leveling area. Before long, a guild base came into view. Players had been in the main city for some time, and groups capable of taking down dark gold level bosses were not uncommon. Dawn City now had more than just the Yulong Guild. The guild base in front of him belonged to the Domineering Guild. The Domineering, Fireworks, and Flying Guilds had all been officially established, with Bachi Wushuang, Blood Rose, and Little Prince setting up their guild bases outside the North Gate, not far from each other. The intention was clear, to facilitate cooperation and mutual support. As Zhou Ming walked, he noticed almost no solo players leveling near the 3 guild bases. This area had effectively become the private territory of the 3 guilds, with outsiders being driven away to monopolize all resources. Besides driving away solo players, even less renowned guilds would be expelled if they appeared in the area. It's undeniable that Ba Dao Wushuang and his companions remained as arrogant as ever, even after reaching the main city. Now, with the 3 guilds united and supported by the cult, they seemed to disregard other guilds entirely. Zhou Ming glanced in the direction of the Domineering Guild's base, a playful look in his eyes. After all, we all come from the same adventurer town and have ventured together in dungeons. It's really inexcusable that I haven't congratulated you on establishing your guilds. The more he thought about it, the more he felt an obligation, as fellow Dragon Nation citizens and brothers, to offer his congratulations. It's my duty to greet my compatriots, he thought to himself. He then used his cloning technique, releasing 7 clones that separated from his main body to search for targets. Brother Jing 2, a rogue brother, found a level 30 gold boss. Outside the base, at a leveling spot, Badeo Zhengtu listened to his subordinate's report and a smile played at the corner of his lips. Great. Lead the way, let's go kill the boss, he said, hoisting a giant shield and quickly setting off with his group. Since the 3 guilds had united, they had almost monopolized the resources in the nearby wilderness, killing several gold-level bosses in recent days. A guild member beside Badeo Zhengtu grinned widely. News had spread that the all-district dungeon would open in 3 days, and each guild was working hard to level up. Compared to other guilds, their leveling process was much more relaxed. Just then, their target appeared. However, they were unaware that an invisible thief was stealthily approaching them. Zhou Ming's clone silently closed in, casting a steel from a distance on Badeo Zhengtu. Whoosh! As Badeo Zhengtu was walking with the shield, he suddenly felt it lighten in his hand, and the shield vanished instantly. Worse still, he realized he was left with only his underwear. Oh no, it's Zhou. Badeo Zhengtu quickly retrieved a backup shield, looking around warily, and shouted angrily, Zhou, won't you ever stop? You snatched the reward for discovering the all-district dungeon and still won't quit. Indeed, when Zhou Ming ambushed them before, Badeo Zhengtu was present and got instantly killed by Zhou Ming. Afterwards, Badeo Zhengtu followed his leader to seek support from the cult, but YG feared the city lord's mansion and didn't dare make a move, advising them to lay low and focus on leveling up in preparation for the dungeon. Thus, they endured, urging their members to reach level 30 before the dungeon opened. This is why Badeo Zhengtu wasn't with Baki Wushuang at the moment. He was responsible for leading and urging the other members to level up these days. Faced with Badeo Zhengtu's furious roar, Zhou Ming's clone remained unresponsive. Everyone attack. The group, unable to see the enemy, attacked blindly. For a moment, spells flew and sword energy crisscrossed. However, Zhou Ming evaded all attacks calmly without even using displacement skills. There's nothing they could do. An invisible swift thief could act with impunity. 8 seconds later, the clone stole again. What the? A small leader next to Badeo Zhengtu was instantly stripped of everything. Panic spread among the crowd, thinking, how is this guy's stealing skill so strong? In that instant, fear spread. Normally, if a player dies, they might drop 1 or 2 pieces of equipment, or with luck, only lose levels without dropping equipment. But Zhou Ming stole everything at once. It was outrageous. Brothers, scatter and run. Seeing this, Badeo Zhengtu was the first to flee. Damn it, they couldn't see the enemy and couldn't defend themselves, so what else could they do but run? Just then, a black dragon roared, transforming into endless blade light and instantly killing everyone. Zhou Ming's clone appeared, collecting all the dropped equipment. The range of evil dragon's wrath was vast, killing many nearby monsters in one strike. Unfortunately, these monsters were lower level than Zhou Ming, so the experience gained was greatly reduced. But it didn't matter. Zhou Ming's strength wasn't closely tied to his level. Leveling up wasn't urgent for him. Tormenting this group was the priority. With that, the clone went into stealth again, searching for new targets. In another location, a clone sensed something unusual and quickly pursued it. Soon, a playful glint appeared in his eyes. He saw Huahua Jianwu and Flying Princess, 2 wealthy heiresses, leading guild members to level up together. After being beaten by Zhou, these pampered ladies seemed unusually irritable, frequently snapping at their employees. They seemed to have grown accustomed to venting their frustrations this way. Since the people around them were employees of their respective family businesses, they naturally looked down on them. These 2 young ladies really need some discipline. I must contribute to the education of Longhua. Zhou Ming thought to himself, then extended a small hand towards Huahua Jianwu from a distance. In that instant, an ear-piercing scream echoed through the wild area. Zhou is here. Huahua Jianwu, who was just being arrogant towards her employees, suddenly turned pale and hurriedly put on her backup gear. My equipment is bound. The only person who can steal it is him, no one else. Attack quickly. Boom. Boom. The others immediately attacked in all directions, but to no avail. Taking advantage of the chaos, a few bold young men attacked while sneaking glances at their superior's figure. What are you looking at? Want a beating? Flying Princess scolded on behalf of Huahua Jianwu. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Ming's clone waved at her while dodging. The similar scenario played out once more, and the princess screamed again. Surround me quickly. That damned Zhou. Yega monks won't spare you. The 2 tried to flee under the protection of others. Seeing this, Zhou Ming unleashed the wrath of the evil dragon, sending them to respawn. Meanwhile, in the surrounding wild areas, members of 3 guilds were leveling up in different spots, all falling prey to ambushes and massacres. The scene was brutal. Zhou is too much. Brothers, what's the point of playing like this? I died before even seeing him. Quick, tell the guild leader, How are we supposed to reach level 30 at this rate? They complained in their respective guild channels. The leaders of the three guilds quickly realized the severity of the situation and contacted their bosses. Guild leader, come back quickly. There's trouble. Zhou is causing havoc near our guild base. At a high-level training spot far from Dawn City, Ba Dao Wushuang was leveling with his subordinates alongside Blood Rose and Little Prince. Suddenly, Ba Dao Wushuang's friend communication chimed, and his expression changed dramatically. Not good. Zhou is causing trouble near our guild base. Damn it. Blood Rose's eyes were chillingly cold. She and Little Prince had also received the news. What should we do? Little Prince asked. Should we go back? Go back? Can we beat him? Blood Rose retorted irritably. The three fell into silence. Jaeger monks had clearly stated they wouldn't act against Zhou until Wang Yu emerged. During this time, the sect would halt all missionary activities, hoping they could level up peacefully without causing trouble. This meant that, at least for now, they couldn't rely on the sect to deal with Zhou. Forget it. The full zone dungeon is about to open. That guy is probably just trying to disrupt our leveling and annoy us. Have the subordinates switch locations to level up and avoid him. Damn Zhou. Hopefully, Jaeger monks will act soon to deal with him. The three reluctantly admitted defeat and made the necessary arrangements. On the other side, Zhou Ming was wreaking havoc in the enemy guild's territory, killing countless members. His reputation soared as enemies fell by his hand. Relishing the thrill, he laughed maniacally. That's what you get for targeting me. Boom. Another strike of Evil Dragon's fury wiped out a large number of lives. After the slaughter, Zhou Ming felt a sense of satisfaction and relief, reveling in his actions. However, it wasn't long before he noticed a change in the enemy's tactics. The guild members either hid in their base or went elsewhere to level up, avoiding activity near the guild base. Zhou Ming sneered, thinking, do they really think hiding will keep them safe? He gazed at the overbearing guild's base, his smile twisting into one of anticipation and madness. Shadow Dragon Flash. With a few leaps, Zhou Ming arrived at the guild base. The base was enveloped in a semi-transparent energy shield, the guild's unique protective barrier known as the War Bastion. Zhou Ming had seen its description when helping to establish the Iron Horse Glacier Guild. The shield's value was a staggering 10 billion, with both defense and shield values in the millions, offering critical immunity and damage resistance bonuses. In essence, an attack had to exceed 1 million damage to weaken the shield, and only after depleting the 10 billion shield value could the barrier be broken. Blood Rose and others were aware of Zhou Ming's presence near the guild base, but didn't bother to check, confident in the War Bastion's protection. To them, breaking the barrier was impossible at this stage unless someone of Jaeger's caliber intervened. Most couldn't even fathom breaching such a defense. But Zhou Ming was anything but ordinary, and breaking the shell was his goal today. His eyes gleamed as if he had found the perfect toy. Clone technique. Swoosh. 7 clones appeared simultaneously. Righteous Fury. Power of Rage. During his rampage against 3 guilds, Zhou Ming's skills inadvertently affected numerous wild monsters, maxing out his slaughter mastery for a 50,000 attack boost. With 2 attack buffs activated, his attack power soared to an astonishing 274,238. In the next moment, Black Dragon Roar. Endless blade light filled the sky, striking the overbearing guild's protective barrier. Evil Dragon's Fury, Life Devour, Death Mark, and Stealth Break, coupled with 800,000 life value damage boost. This was Zhou Ming's full force strike, roughly estimating nearly 7 million damage. The terrifying power made even him feel a tinge of fear. What the heck? Is it nighttime? Oh my, it's Zhou attacking our guild. The overbearing guild members, hiding in their base, were shocked. Boom. The blade light struck, and the War Bastion barrier reacted, shining brilliantly as it resisted with all its might. 8 terrifying damages exceeding 5 million appeared in succession. Inside the base, the overbearing guild members were panic-stricken, thinking, this is the War Bastion barrier, with defense over 1 million. How could Zhou break its defense? Overbearing Journey, using the guild's monitoring feature, clearly saw Zhou Ming and his clones outside the guild base. The next second, trembling, he opened his friend list to call the guild leader. Boss, come back quickly. Zhou is tearing the place apart. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.